Lin Zun held the method in his hands, suppressing his excitement as he traversed the intricately adorned corridor, passing by the ancient and charming buildings. Along the way, he bid farewell to numerous servants and maidens who greeted him, before finally returning to his chamber and securely locking the door. This dead man's scripture indeed risks offending others during cultivation. Yet for me, it poses no issue. Because he took a step forward, and to his astonishment, he found himself transported to a peculiar space. This dimension was square, and its walls gleamed a pristine white. The room was furnished with a television, refrigerator, sofa, and other essentials, all arranged neatly along the walls, while a glass chandelier illuminated the entire area. The windows were tightly shut, the curtains drawn, yet the sounds of bustling traffic from the outside world could still be heard. Vibrant and captivating neon lights filtered in through the gaps in the curtains. Here, it was a glimpse of the modern world. With an impassive expression, Lin Zun opened a refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of joyful soda. He then threw himself onto the soft sofa, popping the cap and taking several hearty gulps. After drinking, he smiled with satisfaction. I can traverse between the modern realm and an ancient world of martial cultivation, where people possess formidable skills and youthful vigor, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Offending someone there could indeed lead to death, but here, that is not necessarily the case. His name is Lin Zun, born 20 years ago on this blue planet, which bears a striking resemblance to Earth. As a time traveler well-versed in the intricacies of historical development, he was destined to achieve greatness. However, his frail constitution plagued him from a young age, rendering him perpetually fatigued and requiring an exhaustive 16 hours of sleep each day, leaving him bereft of energy for any other pursuits. It was later revealed that this malaise stemmed from the double fish jade pendant within him. This artifact, acquired inadvertently in his previous life, had bound itself to him through a drop of blood, facilitating his journey to the Blue Star. The pendant demanded a considerable amount of energy, resulting in his immediate descent into slumber upon arrival, as he slowly absorbed external energies to recuperate. Consequently, his role as a transit station suffered, as a significant portion of his vitality was siphoned away, leading to frequent bouts of illness and fatigue. It was only a month ago that the pendant reactivated, granting him the opportunity to traverse to an ancient realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, the double fish jade pendant proved to be unreliable after imparting the language and script of that world. It unceremoniously cast him into the wilderness. Due to his weakened state, he collapsed upon his initial arrival that I in such a precarious condition, being unconscious in the wild posed a grave threat. Fortuitously, a merchant caravan from the Lin family happened upon him. Recognizing Lin Zun's delicate features and noble demeanor, they surmised he hailed from an esteemed lineage and took it upon themselves to rescue him, thus forging a fortunate bond. For the past month, Lin Zun has feigned amnesia, cautiously residing within the Lin household to glean information about this new world. He learned of the existence of cultivation techniques and the extraordinary powers of the mightiest beings who could soar through the skies and attain immortality. Naturally, he began to devise his plans that, at long last, his aspirations were within reach. After savoring a beverage of blissful indulgence, Lin Zun once more lifted the cultivation method before him. It is said that this is a supreme cultivation method specifically designed for the enhancement of spiritual power created by a mad elder 5,000 years ago. For reasons unknown, after its inception, he disseminated it widely, allowing many to engage in its practice. However, this is an exceedingly sinister art, as it relies solely on the resentment of others for its cultivation. The more enemies one has, the faster one progresses, ultimately leaving one universally despised. Thus, for 5 millennia, those who have practiced this technique have met with dismal fates, suffering untimely ends. Consequently, this art is also referred to as the Sutra of the Dead, a path only tread by those who seek death. Fortunately, I possess the ability to traverse between realms, rendering this predicament easily resolvable. Now, the foremost question is whether I possess the innate talent for such cultivation. Lin Zun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Spiritual cultivation is akin to mathematics, is profoundly reliant on innate ability. One either possesses it or does not know amount of effort can change that. Even in another realm, individuals with such talent are exceedingly rare. I wonder if I am among them. Perhaps I should not dwell on it too much. I shall commence my practice and take the first step. Once I enter the path, everything will become simpler. Lin Zun dismissed all distractions and began to meditate according to the cultivation method outlined in the text. Time became an abstraction as his mind gradually transcended into a state of ethereality. The clamor of the outside world fell away into silence. The illumination of the external environment faded from his perception. The sensations of heat and cold from the outside ceased to be felt. Only the consciousness of I remained. I am the world. I am a singularity. Aside from myself, there exists nothing else. In a state of hazy consciousness, Lin Zun awakened. He glanced at his phone, only to discover that a mere 10 minutes had elapsed. However, his stomach was already growling with hunger. It is worth noting that he had only dined 2 hours prior. Upon returning to the modern world, he had indulged in a bottle of delightful, effervescent beverage, which should have ensured a sufficient reservoir of energy within him. Yet, after merely 10 minutes of meditation, he found himself ravenous. This all indicated I have achieved concentration, Lin Zun exclaimed joyfully. Concentration represents the first major realm of mental cultivation. This state enables one to dispel distracting thoughts, allowing the mind to remain acutely focused and intensely concentrated. While in this realm, cognitive processes accelerate, rendering both learning and work remarkably efficient. The sole drawback is its high energy consumption, making it unsustainable for extended periods. Thus, Lin Zun was awakened by hunger after only 10 minutes. Achieving concentration in just 10 minutes suggests that I possess considerable talent in this regard, Lin Zun remarked with a triumphant smirk. As far as he knew, mental cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Successfully attaining concentration within 3 days is often deemed a mark of genius. He had accomplished it in a mere 10 minutes, thus earning the title of a prodigy among prodigies. Moreover, my eyes have grown significantly brighter. Lin Zun gazed into the mirror, realizing that his slightly nearsighted eyes now perceive clarity with remarkable acuity, sparkling like 2 torches ablaze. This transformation was a consequence of achieving concentration. His eyes shone with intensity, capable of captivating the very soul. Anyone whose mental fortitude pales in comparison to his, or those who are mentally distracted, will be utterly captivated merely by the gaze of his eyes, akin to the awe inspired by authority. Beyond this, however, his capabilities remain limited. After all, he is merely at the threshold of his journey. The early stages of mental cultivation are inherently fragile, offering little in the way of combat prowess. Nevertheless, Lin Zun remained elated. Now that I have embarked on this path, certain matters can be set in motion. He picked up his phone and made a call. Chapter 2. The Annoying Villain, Eliciting Resentment. The call connected, and a youthful, exuberant voice came through. Brother Lin, are you looking for me? Yes, Xiao Shuai. How have your short films been faring lately? Upon mentioning the short films, the excitement on the other end intensified. Brother Lin, let me tell you. I've recently produced 2 blockbuster hits, and the combined revenue has already exceeded 30 million. Now, I am a small entrepreneur with a fortune of 8 million. I plan to continue this momentum and aim to surpass 10 million by the end of the year, so I can get you a new car. You are very thoughtful. Lin Zun nodded with appreciation. The individual on the other end was named Qian Xiaoshuai, who could be considered his son. They had known each other since the first grade of elementary school. Back then, Qian Xiaoshuai was exceedingly thin, hailing from a modest background, often arriving at school in tattered clothing. His academic performance was lackluster, and he was slow to react, making him a frequent target of bullying by classmates. Observing this, Lin Zun, with a mature perspective, could not bear to watch and took it upon himself to extend extra care. He assisted him with his studies, shared delectable food, took him on outings, and even chased away the bullies, treating him as if he were his own son. They remained desk mates from elementary through middle school, fostering an extraordinary bond. However, after graduating from middle school, tragedy struck when Qian Xiaoshuai's parents unexpectedly passed away. Disheartened, he chose to forego his studies and ventured out into the world. He worked in factories, labored on construction sites, washed dishes in hotels, dabbled in live streaming short videos, and even served as an extra in Hongdian. After 3 years of aimless wandering, he had achieved little, yet he had matured considerably. 2 years ago. Sensing the rising trend of short films, Lin Zun encouraged him to pursue this path and provided him with 500,000 as seed capital. He has indeed worked hard, amassing a fortune of 8 million over the span of 2 years, which can be considered a significant achievement. Naturally, Lin Zun has also profited considerably. This is merely one of his many investments. By the way, Brother Lin, what brings you to me? Do you have a new project in the works? I've recently developed an interest in acting. Could you possibly arrange a role for me? She and Xiao Shuai burst into hearty laughter. I thought it was something serious. This is a piece of cake for me. Brother Lin, feel free to tell me what kind of role you desire, and I will arrange it for you immediately. How about taking the lead role? I can assign you a character that is exceptionally cool and impressive, ensuring you have a thrilling experience. There's no need for such extravagance. Simply assign me a villainous role, one that immediately incites loathing, making people wish to gnash their teeth and long for revenge. This is Lin Zun's intention. He aims to absorb resentment by portraying despicable and detestable characters. This approach offers two advantages. First, cinematic works enjoy extensive dissemination, leading to a larger audience and consequently, more resentment. Second, it requires no real-life engagement, ensuring safety without adverse effects. Qin Xiaoshuai responded without hesitation. That is no problem at all. Brother Lin, if you have any additional requests, please share. I hope this character's scenes are kept minimal. Ideally, the filming should be wrapped up in a day. Lin Zun's focus is on the otherworldly and his cultivation, as he does not wish to expend excessive time on acting. That is perfectly fine. Brother Lin, we have a scene tomorrow where the protagonist confronts the villainous boss, who is quite an irksome character. Would you like to give it a try? Lin Zun was filled with joy. All right, I'll come tomorrow. Thank you, Xiao Shuai. No need for formalities, Brother Lin. We are like family. The matter was settled in a delightful manner. The next day, Lin Zun arrived punctually at the short film shooting base, where Qian Xiaoshuai greeted him at the entrance. He was not tall, standing at only 1.7 meters, slender, with dark skin and a buzz cut. However, he radiated vitality, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual. At that moment, he was smoking a cigarette, but upon seeing Lin Zun approach, he promptly extinguished it and tossed the butt into the trash can. Then energetically rushed forward with open arms. Brother Lin, I've finally been waiting for you. The two shared a hearty embrace. Lin Zun patted his friend's back before gently pushing him away, studying his face for a moment before smiling appreciatively. It's been a while, Xiao Shuai. You look much more spirited and mature than before. Well done. A flicker of excitement passed over Qian Xiao Shuai's dark features, as if he had tasted divine nectar. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and expressed his gratitude. All thanks to you, Brother Lin. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. You are like a rebirth to me. When I strike it rich this year, I will definitely buy you a car. Lin Zun chuckled silently. The reason Qian Xiaoshuai was so eager to buy him a car stemmed from a childhood promise. Back then, when they were both young and impoverished, they would gaze enviously at the luxury cars speeding by. Lin Zun had comforted him, saying, "Don't look too long. Even though we have nothing now, we will have it all in the future. When you grow up, I will lead you to prosperity." Qian Xiaoshuai turned around and pledged, "Once I am wealthy, I shall buy you a luxurious car." Today, both their promises are on the verge of realization. All right, let us not stand on ceremony any longer. Let us proceed inside. The two entered the film studio, laughing and chatting. The crew members were left in astonishment at this scene. Is this truly their boss? Known as the tyrant of the set, who often berates others. When has he ever shown such courtesy to anyone? At that moment, Qian Xiaoshuai beckoned. Makeup artist, come here and prepare Lin Ji's makeup. Do not skimp on quality. Use only the finest cosmetics. Additionally, bring forth your utmost skill to render Lin Ge handsome and dapper. Yes, boss. The makeup artist approached, and the costume designer fetched the finest garments available, particularly that one adorned with dragon embroidery, for Lin Ge to wear. Certainly, boss. Qian Xiaoshuai orchestrated everything with meticulous precision. Once again, everyone was astounded. Who is this young man? And why does the boss treat him with such favor? It is as if he is more cherished than a biological son. After arranging everything, Qian Xiaoshuai turned to Lin Ge and softly said, "You may start with your makeup. I will discuss the script with you shortly." Lin Zun nodded and followed the makeup artist. At that moment, a close acquaintance approached, curiously inquiring, "Brother Qian, who is that dashing young man? Why do you treat him with such kindness?" Although others did not approach, they all perked up their ears, listening intently. Qian Xiaoshuai extracted a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, offered a cigarette to the others, and after taking a deep drag, he smiled and said, The person I just mentioned is Lin Zun, the closest person in my life. He is not merely a brother, but rather a brother in spirit. Perhaps inspired by the moment, Qian Xiaoshui continued to speak passionately while smoking. I have known Brother Lin since childhood. We were desk mates for 9 years. As you may know, my family was not well off when I was young. I was short in stature and struggled academically, which rendered me unpopular with teachers and often a target for bullying. At that time, I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of inferiority. It was Brother Lin who steadfastly stood by my side, encouraging and protecting me. Even when the entire class ostracized me, he remained my unwavering ally. If it weren't for Brother Lin, I would have surely gone astray and lost my way. He is, aside from my parents, the person I hold dearest and the one I trust most in this life. At this revelation, the crowd understood. Such a profound bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support explained why their boss treated one another with such sincerity. Were they in the same position, they would likely do the same, for possessing a brother of such caliber is indeed a source of great envy. Do you think this is the end of the story? Chapter 3. With a fierce glare, they knelt in submission. Boss, is there more? Someone inquired curiously. After taking another puff of his cigarette, Qian Xiaoshui, with a hint of pride, continued, My brother Lin is no ordinary person. He is an orphan, having relied solely on his grandmother since childhood. And his circumstances were even more challenging than mine. Yet, he has never succumbed to despair. He has consistently strived for greatness, possessing remarkable intelligence, excelling in every subject, and possessing eloquence that often leaves adults speechless. What I admire most about him is his unique insight and keen business acumen. Back in 2007, he persuaded his grandmother to invest her meager savings of 30,000 yuan entirely into the stock market. As you might know, that year the stock market soared, rising from over 2,000 points to an astonishing 6,000 points, and he profited a staggering 200,000 yuan from this venture. Excuse me, may I inquire? He turned to his boss. How old was Lin back in 2007? 4 years old. Why? He was trading stocks at the age of 4 and made a fortune? Indeed. What's the issue? The crowd was nearly in disbelief. At 4, he was already engaging in stock trading profitably, while they could hardly recognize letters. Preoccupied with playing in the mud, it felt as though their lives had been reduced to mediocrity. Observing the expressions of those around him, Qian Xiaoshui understood their thoughts and waved his hand, chuckling. For you, this might seem like an extraordinary feat, but for Lin, it was merely the beginning. Subsequently, he identified a property in the suburbs, purchasing it for a mere 150,000 yuan due to its remote location. Less than a year later, plans were put in place to develop an industrial park and construct a high-speed railway, with his property strategically located at a key junction, ultimately yielding him 2 million yuan in compensation for relocation. Indeed, that very location is now known as the Jiangnan District. The crowd gasped in astonishment. With newfound wealth, Lin continued to invest in real estate. Since 2008, as you all know, our nation's economy has soared, with the real estate sector developing at a remarkable pace, and property prices have risen without decline. Brother Lin has adeptly navigated the property market, buying and selling homes, and in just 3 to 4 years, he transformed into a millionaire. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Moreover, Brother Lin has invested in numerous ventures, such as Taobao, Meituan, and Xiaomi, even dabbling in Bitcoin, never missing an opportunity. Now, Brother Lin's fortune is conservatively estimated to be. Qian Xiaoshui pondered for a moment, raising 3 fingers, 30 million. The crowd was left in shock. Goodness, he is truly an investment prodigy. Each time, he perfectly capitalized on lucrative opportunities, profiting from every venture. It is immensely enviable. Nevertheless, Qian Xiaoshui sighed, reflecting that if it weren't for Brother Lin's poor health, limiting his capacity to engage in numerous endeavors, he could have amassed even greater wealth. Thus, the individual I admire most in my life is Brother Lin. He is a genuine self-made success, more legendary than the internet figures of Little Ma or Big Ma. Therefore, I urge you all to be attentive and courteous towards Brother Lin. Perhaps a mere gesture from him could bestow upon you a lifetime of invaluable wisdom. The crowd felt a chill run through them and excitedly declared, Boss, we understand. An hour later, Lin Zun emerged from his makeup session. Brother Lin, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a bottle of mineral water. Brother Lin, are you tired? Let me bring you a reclining chair for comfort. Brother Lin. Lin Zun felt utterly bewildered. How is it that after only a brief absence, everyone has suddenly become so enthusiastic? It feels as though they have encountered a long-lost father. Could it be that Xiao Shuai has instructed them to behave this way? Is it truly necessary to be so shameless over a mere few thousand yuan in monthly salary? At that moment, Xiao Shuai approached, giving Lin Zun a thorough appraisal before smiling with satisfaction. This outfit suits Brother Lin perfectly, and the hairstyle and makeup are simply too dashing. They would undoubtedly captivate countless young maidens. Since there are no issues, let us commence the performance. Very well, Brother Lin. Xiao Shuai handed over the script, stating, "Our short play is titled 3 Years and 3 Years. Today, I, the Dragon King, return to avenge my shame." It narrates the tale of a bastard child enduring humiliation while barely surviving within the Zhao family, ultimately mastering his skills and returning to exact revenge. Your role, Brother Lin, is to portray the venerable ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Wudi, who intervenes at the crucial moment. Lin Zun swiftly perused the script, employing his concentration to memorize the lines with remarkable speed. All right, I comprehend. Xiao Shuai continued. The scene opens with you striding confidently through the door. Standing with your hands clasped behind your back, eyes ablaze, and bellowing kneel. Naturally, the protagonist will resist, and a fierce battle will ensue. You will initially subdue him, leaving him bloodied and battered, before he realizes the final technique of his skills and turns the tide against you. I have no objections. Let us begin. Lin Zun returned the script. Excellent. All departments, take your positions. We are rolling. The scene commenced. The protagonist had already arrived at the Zhao family gates, incapacitating everyone in sight, basking in the height of his dominance. Lin Zun emerged from behind the door with a commanding presence, surveying his surroundings with an air of authority. His expression darkened as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the protagonist, bellowing, "Kneel." Thud. The protagonist knelt. Thud. The extras followed suit. Thud. Thud. Even the crew members outside the scene sank to their knees in unison, save for Qian Xiaoshuai, who remained seated. Lin Zun was utterly taken aback. What was happening? How could this be? I commanded the protagonist to kneel, not all of you. And you extras, I did not instruct you to kneel. What are you doing? This is not scripted. And you crew members outside, this is not your scene. Why are you meddling? Qian Xiaoshuai was equally astonished, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before exclaiming, "What is going on? What are you all doing? He told you to kneel, not to actually kneel. Are we still going to continue this performance?" The protagonist rose, patting his numb knees, his face contorted with discomfort. "Boss, it's not our fault. Just now." Brother Lin's gaze was overwhelmingly intimidating. When he glared, my mind went blank, and I instinctively knelt. Others chimed in with their grievances. "Indeed, boss. We truly did not intend this." Brother Lin's eyes were so imposing that I couldn't help but kneel. They felt utterly unable to control themselves. Upon hearing the explanations, Lin Zun grasped the situation. It was his earlier performance that had unwittingly unleashed a formidable intensity, his piercing glare striking fear into their hearts. These individuals lacked the mental fortitude to withstand him, and with a mere fright, they succumbed to their knees. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Lin Zun sensed a unique aura of resentment emanating from these people, gradually merging with his own essence. A wave of joy surged through him. This was indeed malice. Their recent submission had given rise to this resentment. Chapter 4. Absorbing Malice, Breaking Through Realms, Returning to the Otherworld. Lin Zun, uncertain yet intrigued, resolved to test this phenomenon further. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoshuai had already reprimanded the crowd, his expression stern as he declared, "You will perform well henceforth. No more kneeling, understood?" "Yes, boss." The group responded in unison. "Then let us commence. We shall continue filming." The scenes resumed. Lin Zun once again strode through the doorway with confidence, surveying the surroundings before his countenance darkened. Standing with arms crossed, he fixed a piercing gaze upon them and bellowed, "Kneel." A formidable aura swept through the space. The protagonist's legs trembled, and once more, he found himself involuntarily kneeling. The surrounding extras followed suit, as did the crew members outside the scene, all collapsing to the ground. Thud, thud. Once again, a multitude knelt. Qian Xiaoshuai, taken aback, erupted in frustration. "What is happening? What on earth are you doing? Did I not instruct you to refrain from kneeling? Are you deliberately opposing me?" "Boss, I assure you, this is not my doing," the protagonist replied, kneeling with a wry smile. Just now, Lin Ji's gaze was utterly terrifying, akin to that of a tiger. With one look, I was so frightened that I fell to my knees, unable to restrain myself. Indeed, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, sharing in the reluctant laughter. Qian Xiaoshuai became increasingly irate. Is Lin Ji's gaze truly that terrifying? After all these years spent in his company, I have never once been intimidated by his eyes. Are you all deliberately toying with me? No, boss, We are genuinely innocent. Enough of the explanations. Qian Xiaoshui waved his hand dismissively. In a moment, I shall stand with you all. If I too am brought to my knees, then so be it. If not, prepare to face my wrath. With that, he positioned himself not far behind the protagonist, arms crossed, his face a mask of skepticism as he faced the entrance. Lin Zun emerged once more from behind the door. His eyes blazing kneel. Thud, thud. A multitude fell to their knees once again. Qian Xiaoshui, too, knelt, his posture reverent, his expression one of shock. His mind filled solely with exclamations of disbelief. Boss, do you now believe us? Yes, I believe. Qian Xiaoshui brushed the dust from his knees and eagerly approached Lin Zun, giving a thumbs up as he exclaimed, Lin Gu, your gaze was absolutely astonishing just now. The moment you glared, I was utterly dumbfounded and involuntarily knelt down. This is the true essence of the Zhao family's patriarch, the epitome of an invincible master. Lin Gu, your portrayal of this character is masterful, truly an Oscar-worthy performance. Is that so? Lin Zun smiled bashfully. Qian Xiaoshui nodded emphatically, absolutely. Shall we continue filming? Certainly. Lin Zun stepped out from behind the door once more, bellowing, kneel. With a resounding thud, another group succumbed to their knees, accumulating a total of 32 units of resentment. This collective discontent emanated from the performers on stage, along with the 32 staff members kneeling behind the scenes, each contributing a sliver of grievance. This shot was deemed unusable and required reshooting. Lin Zun once again commanded, kneel. With a chorus of thuds, the crowd complied, adding another 32 units of resentment to the tally. The shot remained unworthy, necessitating yet another attempt. Kneel. Thud, 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 32 more units of resentment. After several iterations, the participants appeared utterly despondent, gazing at Lin Zun with expressions of profound discontent. Feeling the weight of their stares, Lin Zun sheepishly suggested, should I tone it down a bit? However, Qian Xiaoshui waved his hand dismissively, declaring, no need. Brother Lin, this is not your fault. It is their lack of skill that fails to meet the demands of the scene. Proceed as you wish. We are all here to support your performance today. Grateful. Lin Zun silently offered his apologies before continuing his endeavors. Ultimately, he discovered that the resentment could only be harvested 10 times before it waned. Whether it was due to an acquired immunity or their utter despondency rendering them incapable of further resentment, he could not ascertain. After capturing a few more shots, the day's filming concluded in a rather tumultuous fashion. Politely declining the invitations to his celebratory feast, Lin Zun hurried home to meditate, seeking to transmute the resentment within him to enhance his abilities. After a day of tumult, he had absorbed a total of 288 units of resentment. Through his meditative refinement, he diminished the resentment by 200 units, and with this process, he took a small step forward in his cultivation. I should now possess the level of concentration equivalent to the second tier. Lin Zun rejoiced. The realm of spirit refinement is divided into various stages: concentration, meditation, fetal breathing, sitting forgetfulness, out-of-body experience, and manifestation of the sacred. Each major stage is further subdivided into 9 minor realms. The very act of refining one's spirit is inherently challenging. Each small step forward represents a significant advancement. He had just successfully reached the stage of concentration yesterday, and today he ascended to the second tier. A pace that can hardly be deemed slow, thus his joy is wholly understandable. The Dead Man's Sutra indeed suits me perfectly. Once this short drama is released, a relentless tide of grievances will surely propel me to great heights. Time is of the essence. I must return to the other world. Lin Zun hummed a cheerful tune, changed his attire, and with a determined step, he traversed into the alternate realm. At this moment, the roosters were just beginning to crow, while the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Although the flow of time is consistent across both realms, their day and night cycles are inverted. In other words, when it is daytime here, it is nighttime in the modern world, and vice versa, which proves exceedingly convenient for his endeavors. However, the constant back and forth between the two realms can be exhausting, necessitating frequent rest. Fortunately, the inhabitants here are aware of his physical frailty, so his need for sleep has not raised any suspicions. After catching up on 2 hours of slumber, dawn broke just in time. 2 maidservants knocked on the door, delivering breakfast along with fresh water and towels. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Zun exclaimed with a smile. The 2 maids offered a slight bow, responding, young Master Lin need not be overly courteous. It is our duty to serve. Lin Zun nodded slightly, and, under their attentive care, washed his face and hands. It must be said that although this place lacks the conveniences of the modern world, life here is truly enjoyable, with every need catered to. Of course, This is predicated on possessing wealth, status, and ideally, strength, for without these, all is but idle talk. Indeed, young Master Lin, after finishing breakfast, Miss Lin wishes to invite you to the hall for a discussion of great importance. Very well, I understand. After completing his meal, Lin Zun proceeded to the council hall. The prominent figures of the Lin family had all gathered, yet they sat with furrowed brows, merely offering polite nods upon Lin Zun's arrival. The Lin family is a distinguished household in the local Qinghe prefecture, having established themselves for a century and thriving in business. However, they have faced a decline in their lineage, with only 2 or 3 members in each generation. In this current generation, only Lin Xiaofeng remains. Over the past 3 years, whether due to targeted hostility or mere misfortune, the elder members of the Lin family have either passed away or met with untimely accidents, leaving Lin Xiaofeng to bear the burden of the family legacy. More than half a month ago, the Lin family's foremost expert, Shui, was ambushed and severely injured, exacerbating the dire situation of the Lin household, which now stands on the precipice of turmoil. In the past month, the Lin family has had to dismiss many of its staff, including Lin Zun, who, as an outsider, found himself among those let go. Yet, lacking a household registration and means of self-defense, he resolutely chose to remain, thus being accepted and treated as one of their own. It was through this act of loyalty that Lin Zun acquired the Lin family's cultivation techniques and embarked on the path of refinement. Chapter 5. This method is wicked, yet I find it appealing. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in purple entered, flanked by 2 charming maidens. This individual is Lin Xiaofeng, the current head of the Lin family. However, due to her youth and habitual deference, everyone refers to her as Miss Lin. Despite her delicate appearance, she is, in fact, a formidable master of the refining arts, hidden beneath her genteel facade. The predominant method of cultivation in this world is martial arts, with strength progressing through several significant realms: strengthening tendons, bone tempering, organ refinement, marrow cleansing, blood transformation, innate mastery, grandmaster, and martial sage. The first realm primarily focuses on the training of fascia and muscle, achieving a remarkable strength of 400 to 500 pounds, enabling one to combat 5 or 6 adult men effortlessly. The second realm, bone tempering, specifically enhances the bones, rendering them more resilient and lethal. It is said that upon mastering this stage, one can possess a strength of 800 to 1,000 pounds, easily handling a dozen adversaries. Only upon reaching the third realm does one engage in organ refinement, which aims to fortify the internal organs, significantly enhancing overall physical quality, resulting in a strength of 1,600 to 2,000 pounds. It is rumored that at this level, one can ascend mountains to confront ferocious tigers. Whether one can indeed slay a tiger remains uncertain to Lin Zun. However, he has witnessed Lin Xiaofeng effortlessly lift a round stone weighing 1,000 pounds, executing the task with the ease of play. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng had approached the assembly, prompting everyone to rise. "Miss," they exclaimed in unison. "We pay our respects to the Miss." Lin Xiaofeng acknowledged them with a slight nod, her lips parting gracefully. "You are all esteemed members here. There is no need for formality. Please be seated." "Thank you, Miss," the crowd replied, settling down once more. Lin Xiaofeng took her place at the head of the table, surveying the room before her gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Zun, particularly fixating on his radiant eyes, filled with brilliance. With an air of astonishment, she inquired, "Young Master Lin, have you entered the realm of spirit cultivation?" Lin Zun clasped his hands and replied with a smile, "Indeed. I am grateful for the Lin family's teachings. I have fortuitously achieved the state of concentration." Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their eyes toward him with intrigue. Was this a moment of concentration? As far as I know, young Master Lin has only been practicing the cultivation technique for 2 days. A genius, an unequivocal genius. Lin Xiaofeng also praised him, stating, "To achieve such focus in just 2 days, young Master Lin, you truly possess exceptional talent. Alas, our Lin family is currently facing grave difficulties. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly lend you our full support." Lin Zun quickly replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Lin. You have already assisted me immensely. I shall tread the remaining path alone. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your understanding. Now, let us return to the matter at hand." Lin Xiaofeng coughed softly, her expression growing grave. "In recent years, our clan elders have met with inexplicable deaths, and the Lin family has been declining steadily. A fortnight ago, Aunt Shui was ambushed and gravely injured, further worsening our predicament. Now, The Han and Li families seek to take advantage of our misfortune and divide our Lin family's assets. The governor's intentions are ambiguous. He clearly wishes to profit from our plight. Many others are also eager to kick us while we're down. Alas, our Lin family has reached a critical juncture of survival. At this point, Lin Xiaofeng raised her head and clasped her hands respectfully. Everyone present is an elder of the Lin family. I implore you to offer your wisdom and help us navigate this crisis. Once we succeed, I shall ensure you are generously rewarded. The assembly exchanged glances, their faces etched with worry. If they had solutions, they would have presented them long ago. Waiting until now is futile. Without strength, all talk is mere empty rhetoric. Only Lin Xun remained calm and composed. It was not that he was indifferent to the situation, but rather that he had already devised a plan in his heart. However, the method was somewhat underhanded and ruthless, and he preferred not to reveal it until the last moment. Observing the assembly's inability to devise a viable solution, he pronounced, "Miss Lin, I possess a stratagem, though I question your willingness to employ it." Lin Xiaofeng's eyes illuminated with anticipation as she urged, "Young Master Lin, pray, divulge it without reservation." Lin Xun, after a deliberate sip of tea, leisurely articulated, "My method entails a scorched earth policy, a phoenix from the ashes gambit. We shall expend considerable wealth to commission the Rain Pavilion. Should the lineage of the Lin family be extinguished, we shall implore the Rain Pavilion to exact vengeance, extirpating all consanguineous relations of the Han and Li families, inclusive of the prefect." What? A collective gasp arose from the assembly. The Rain Pavilion, a formidable cabal of assassins, replete with unparalleled expertise and audacious impunity, dared to assassinate even the emperor for sufficient remuneration. Lin Xun's scheme bordered on collective suicide, utterly deranged and devoid of moral compass. One of the stewards, beads of perspiration trickling down his countenance, voiced, "Young Master Lin, might not this approach be excessively malevolent? What if the Han and Li families were to become privy to our designs? What if the prefect were to discover our intentions?" Lin Xun responded with a frigid smile. "Precisely, they must be apprised that they might be restrained by apprehension, deterred from reckless action, and perhaps even compelled, however grudgingly, to safeguard our well-being. But what if they seek retribution in the aftermath? The present predicament necessitates resolution. Why concern ourselves with future contingencies?" Upon contemplative consideration, the assembly concurred. Discerning the inherent merit in his proposition, we might even introduce novel stratagems. Lin Xun, his countenance animated with fervor, expounded, for instance. We might append the names of all those present to the Rain Pavilion's roster, stipulating that should any misfortune befall one of us, the Rain Pavilion shall, at random, eliminate a member of either the Han or Li family. Would they not, in such circumstances, exert their utmost efforts? The crowd was filled with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This method was indeed insidious and exceedingly ruthless. Yet, I find it rather appealing. Lin Xiaofeng slammed her hand on the table, making a decisive declaration. "Very well, this method is commendable. We shall proceed as young Master Lin suggests. Steward, shortly, you shall take a bounty of 100,000 taels to Fengyu Tower. If anyone inquires, attribute it to me. Do not implicate young Master Lin." An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward. "Yes, miss." Lin Xiaofeng also rose, bowing respectfully to Lin Xun. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your invaluable suggestion. Once the matter is accomplished, we shall express our profound gratitude." Lin Xun, with a calm gesture, replied, "Miss Lin, you are too courteous. I have benefited from the care of the Lin family during this time. It is only right that I contribute. If there is nothing further, I shall retire to my chamber for some rest. Young Master Lin, please do as you wish." Lin Xun swiftly retreated to his room to catch up on sleep. At present, he possessed no abilities, being still an undocumented individual, thus he must remain within the Lin family's protection. Should the Lin family face adversity, he must safeguard their interests. Once he navigated this initial phase and his strength increased, he could afford to take greater risks. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, Qian Xiaoshuai's short film had completed shooting and was undergoing post-production. However, the editing process was swift, and it was ready by that very evening. Such is the nature of short films, efficiency is paramount. Once the script is finalized and the crew assembled, filming can be completed within a week, with a few days for post-production, allowing for a release within a month. For seasoned professionals like them, the pace is even faster. They can finish filming within a week and have the footage ready for editing the very next day. "Boss, the film has been edited. Please take a look." "All right, let me have a look," Qian Xiaoshuai remarked while smoking, nodding in approval. "Not bad, it's well shot and edited. However, I suggest cutting this segment." The editor was taken aback. Boss. This part depicts the protagonist, Zhao Xingchen, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of the Zhao family's patriarch, only to ultimately grasp the final move of his martial arts and turn the tide in his favor. This is the most thrilling moment of the entire productions. Is it really appropriate to cut it out? Qian Xiaoshui quickly countered, what's inappropriate about it? This is Lin Ji's debut performance. I can't allow him to lose. Besides, do you think the character portrayed by Lin Gu, the patriarch of the Zhao family, seems like someone who would be defeated? The editor pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The patriarch, played by Lin Zun, had a fierce gaze and an imposing presence, clearly a formidable expert. In contrast, the protagonist, who had just learned the martial arts, appeared merely as a brash young man lacking skill. The disparity in strength was evident. But boss, Zhao Xingchen is the protagonist. How can the main character lose? It's fine. Trust me, you'll be glad you did. Just edit it as I instructed. Chapter 6. The short drama becomes a sensation, inviting a surge of criticism and resentment. Once the short drama was completed, Qian Xiaoshui promptly released it. Wang Haotian was a privileged heir, his parents having amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. However, fearing he might squander the family wealth, they invested it all in real estate with the stipulation that he could not sell any properties for 20 years. Consequently, Wang Haotian led a rather mundane existence, collecting rent, playing cards, skimming through short videos, and fishing, essentially living a life of idle leisure. Recently, he had developed an obsession with short dramas. Due to the rapid pace of short dramas, with each episode lasting merely a minute or two, every installment is filled with exhilarating moments that leave viewers utterly captivated, making it the perfect pastime. Thus, whenever a new series is released, he cannot resist binge-watching it. As for money, he is entirely indifferent. Oh, another short drama has premiered. Titled 3 Years and 3 Years, today I, the Dragon King, return to avenge my humiliation. Such an over-the-top name, such a gaudy style, but as a simple man, I revel in watching it. He clicked on it without hesitation and began to watch with great enthusiasm. The protagonist of the short drama is named Zhao Xingchen, an illegitimate son of the Zhao family, who occupies a lowly position and is greatly undervalued, earning the least while working the hardest. The Zhao family's offspring can bully him, as can their servants. Even the stray dogs on the street could slap him twice and relieve themselves upon him. Wang Haotian empathized deeply with this plight. Having tasted the sweetness of life from a young age, he found existence rather insipid and yearned to experience some hardships. Yet, he was unwilling to endure genuine suffering, so he could only immerse himself in the character's journey to truly feel those struggles. Come on, Zhao Xingchen. You have endured enough suffering. Rise and conquer. Zhao Xingchen indeed lived up to expectations, eventually escaping the Zhao family and inadvertently discovering a secluded cave belonging to an elder, where he acquired an extraordinary skill known as Dragon God Technique, becoming one of the rare masters in the realm. 3 years and 3 years. I have endured for a full 18 years. Today, I, the Dragon King, return to avenge my humiliation. To all those who once bullied me, the shame you imposed upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. He returned with vengeance, overcoming numerous trials and slaying countless adversaries until he reached the gates of the Zhao family. Wang Haotian's face flushed with excitement, and clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. Wipe out all those who once bullied you." At that moment, the ancestor of the Zhao family was stirred and emerged. Upon closer inspection, Wang Haotian discovered that he was, in fact, an exceedingly handsome young man. With fair skin, exquisite features, and striking contours, his eyes shone brightly like torches. Dressed in garments adorned with dragon patterns, he stood tall and appeared even more attractive and charismatic than the protagonist. Wang Haotian felt a twinge of indignation. How could someone so stunning and refined be relegated to a supporting role? Surely, the director must be blind. Alas, the unspoken rules persist everywhere. Just then, the dashing young man bellowed with commanding authority, "Kneel." Instantly, everyone before him, including the protagonist Zhao Xingchen, fell to their knees. Wang Haotian was taken aback, for he too knelt. With his knees on the ground, akin to a ritual of reverence, he found himself in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I kneeling? It was understandable for the characters in the short play to kneel, perhaps for the sake of the plot, but why must he, as an audience member, follow suit? This defied all logic. Ah, it was that man's gaze, the eyes of the Zhao family ancestor. At that moment, their eyes met, and the intensity of the other's gaze was terrifying, filled with an overwhelming presence akin to the eyes of a tiger. With a mere glare, he was compelled to kneel. Good heavens, so it was you who made me kneel. Wang Haotian staggered to his feet, dusted off his knees, and glared at the Zhao family ancestor on the screen with a look of discontent. Moments ago, he harbored a semblance of sympathy for the actor. Now, only indignation remained. He had never been brought to his knees by anyone. Were it not for his resolute spirit, he might have succumbed to the most humiliating of fates. Zhao Xingqian. Strike him fiercely for me. Avenge my grievances. Zhao Xingqian did not disappoint. He immediately rose with great difficulty and charged at the ancestral patriarch of the Zhao family. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows amidst a flurry of shoddy special effects and an extravagant display of blood. Ultimately, Zhao Xingqian was ruthlessly slain on the spot. Wang Haotian was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Is this it? It's over? You are the protagonist. How can you be vanquished by the antagonist? Is it not illogical for the main character to meet such an end? Moments earlier, he had knelt in fear, harboring a deep-seated desire for vengeance to be exacted by the protagonist. Yet, the hero could barely last a minute before the game concluded. Was this some sort of jest? He refused to accept it and rewound the scene, kneeling once more in disbelief. He persisted in rewinding and kneeling again and again. This is utterly intolerable. Wang Haotian was furious, truly enraged. He directed all his pin-up frustration towards the Zhao family patriarch who had brought him to his knees. In his quest for retribution, he perused the cast list, discovering only that the actor portraying the Zhao patriarch was named Lin Zun, and nothing more. Unable to exact revenge on the individual responsible, he resolved to take his vengeance upon society as a whole. I shall not suffer alone. Let us all partake in this misery together. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Lin Zun, having slumbered through the day in another realm, awoke with renewed vigor, returning to the modern world. Upon returning to the present realm, he was immediately engulfed by a torrent of resentment that filled his very being. Lin Zun was taken aback. What is happening? Why is there so much resentment? Before he could contemplate the situation further, the phone on the table began to ring. He picked it up and discovered it was a call from Qian Xiaoshuai. Promptly answering it, on the other end, Qian Xiaoshuai's excited voice resonated. Brother Lin, I've called you countless times. Why did you only pick up now? I was in such a deep sleep that I didn't hear it. Lin Zun casually offered an excuse. Qian Xiaoshuai, unfazed, understood that Lin Zun was physically drained and often needed rest. He continued with fervor. Brother Lin, do you know our short drama has gone viral? In less than a day, the revenue has exceeded 1 million. At this growth rate, it will undoubtedly surpass 10 million within a week and 30 million within a month. Through this short drama, we stand to earn at least 6 million. Is that truly the case? Lin Zun exclaimed with joy. After all, who wouldn't be pleased by the prospect of earning money? Brother Lin, do you know why our drama has become so popular? Why is that? It's because of you. Qian Xiaoshuai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Viewers were so captivated by your performance that they fell to their knees, leading to spontaneous promotions, which in turn attracted even more viewers, resulting in the current success. Understanding the source of the resentment, Lin Zun nodded. The short drama had indeed gained traction, and his portrayal had frightened many into submission, thereby stirring a sense of imbalance within them, manifesting as the overwhelming resentment directed at him. Lin Zun quietly congratulated himself. The initial decision to portray a villainous character was indeed a sagacious one. Chapter 7. Entering the realm of divine refinement, unlocking potential. However, there seems to be an abundance of resentment, indicating that he has offended numerous individuals. Lin Zun, feeling apprehensive, inquired, Xiaoshuai, you haven't disclosed my contact information. Have you? Of course not. My lips are sealed. What about my home address? No, that too. Relieved, Lin Zun exhaled deeply. The affairs of his cinematic character held no bearing on him. As long as he remained distanced from the tangible realm, he was secure. After a few more exchanges, Lin Zun ended the call and began to watch the short film he had recently completed, immersing himself in its narrative. Upon viewing the character he portrayed, he noted, perhaps due to the barrier of the screen, that the formidable intensity of his gaze had diminished considerably, reduced to merely a third of its usual potency. Yet it still ensnared many. The comments section ignited with fervor, engaging in lively discussions about Lin Zun's character, who is the actor portraying the ancestral figure of the Zhao family. His eyes are so terrifying that upon a single glare, I found myself involuntarily kneeling, time and again. And even now my knees ache faintly. Indeed, that gaze is quite fearsome. My grandfather, at his advanced age, usually spends his time watching short films. But that glare nearly sent him to meet my great-grandmother. I've looked into that actor. His name is Lin Zun, yet there is no information beyond that. Even the protagonist cannot overshadow him. He must possess some form of background. Regardless of his background, I demand to know who possesses his contact information or is aware of his residence. Please inform me immediately, and I shall reward you handsomely. What are your intentions? Do you wish to confront him in person? I have never felt so humiliated in my life. I must impart a lesson upon him to clear my mind. I desire this as well. Count me in. Lin Zun, drenched in cold sweat, was relieved that he had the foresight not to divulge any information. Setting his phone aside, Lin Zun resolved to enhance his own abilities. He had amassed nearly 20,000 units of resentment within him and was confident that he could elevate himself to the pinnacle of concentration, perhaps even take a significant leap forward. He sat in meditation, channeling his internal resentment. Resentment minus 300. He advanced a small step, reaching the third level of concentration. Resentment minus 400. He took another small step, attaining the fourth level. Resentment minus 500. Resentment minus 600. Thus, he continued to expend his resentment in his cultivation, ultimately propelling himself to the ninth level of concentration. Upon reaching this state, Lin Zun discovered a heightened sense of focus. He could maintain this concentrated state for over an hour. Furthermore, his body absorbed and utilized nutrients more effectively, resulting in significantly reduced consumption. Moreover, should he unleash his piercing gaze, a skill that strikes fear into the heart, its potency could potentially multiply several times over. Even a boxer would tremble before him. However, the rapid progression prompted Lin Zun to take a moment to pause. Yet, after merely 2 hours, impatience coursed through him. Why delay any further? I now feel as fragile as a delicate chicken, easily susceptible to defeat. Yet, I shall continue to strengthen myself. The sustenance I consume is truly my own. The Sutra of the Dead, grant me enhancements, and allow me to witness your limits. With a surge of resentment at minus 1,000. A thunderous sound echoed in my mind. Lin Zun has finally transcended his limits, taking a significant stride forward into the state of meditation. This is an extraordinarily unique realm of mental cultivation. If the state of concentration enables one to eliminate distractions and maintain heightened focus, leaving only the consciousness of self, then the meditative state allows for the absence of any thoughts, a vast clarity akin to a boundless sky. It may be regarded as an evolved version of concentration, yet it possesses a strength surpassing that of mere focus. Concentration primarily pertains to the mental realm, while meditation can influence the physical, unleashing one's latent potential, enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. For instance, an ordinary individual may lift a weight of 100 pounds. However, this is not the limit of the human body, but rather a protective mechanism that prevents injury from excessive strain. In a meditative state, the body's potential can be maximized. If one can lift 200 pounds, then 200 pounds can be lifted. If 300 pounds, then 300 pounds can be lifted. Such a meditative state is not unfamiliar to many. There have been reports of a mother who, driven by an unwavering resolve to save her child, entered a meditative state, fully activating her physical potential to lift a vehicle weighing 1,000 pounds. However, afterward, her body succumbed to the strain and collapsed. Thus, one must exercise caution and heed their limits while in meditation. Moreover, in a state of deep meditation, one can gradually enhance mental clarity and improve physical vitality. Typically, individuals rely on sleep to rejuvenate their bodies. The better one sleeps, the better one feels. Meditation can be likened to profound slumber, allowing one to sleep less while achieving greater restfulness. Lin Zun experimented with this and found that just a few minutes of meditation felt akin to having slumbered for an hour, invigorating him with renewed energy and vigor. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Zun exclaimed, "This ability has arrived at the most opportune moment. As I traverse between realms, sleep is perpetually insufficient. With this newfound skill, I need not worry about sleep any longer." Furthermore, it could awaken latent potential within his body, transforming him, a once feeble individual, into a formidable force. In a different world, this ability might seem commonplace, but in the modern realm, I would be considered a minor expert, capable of easily handling 2 or 3 adversaries. Lin Zun resolved to persist in his endeavors. Negative energy minus 2,000. Negative energy minus 3,000. After depleting the remaining negative energy, he ascended to the 5th level of meditation, achieving a state of profound tranquility. This state allows one to remain in meditation for extended periods, with the primary benefit being that 2 hours of meditation equates to a recovery akin to having slept for over 10 hours. The only drawback is the significant energy consumption, necessitating frequent nourishment to replenish bodily reserves. However, this pales in comparison to its myriad advantages. Lin Zun promptly entered meditation, awakening 2 hours later, revitalized and refreshed. He changed his attire and returned to the other realm, where dawn was just breaking, and his two maids entered as usual to attend to him. They gazed at Lin Zun, whose face was aglow, and exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lin, you appear exceptionally spirited today." Lin Zun chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is due to an abundance of sleep. The two maidens pondered this and concurred. Indeed, aside from mealtimes, Lin Zun spent the majority of his hours in slumber. It would be peculiar for him not to be in good spirits. After being attended to by the two maidens, Lin Zun completed his morning rituals and breakfast. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to take a stroll. As he passed through the hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Peering inside, he discovered several distinguished-looking middle-aged men engaged in a heated argument with Lin Xiaofeng, their words flying about like arrows. One among them was clad in official attire, suggesting he was the local magistrate. It appeared the matter of the bounty had escalated, prompting these individuals to confront Lin Xiaofeng. Ultimately, they departed in a huff, having gained nothing. Chapter 8. Continuous Breakthroughs. Lin Xiaofeng, seemingly having just emerged victorious from a battle, approached with an exuberant smile. "Young Master Lin, you have arrived." Lin Zun feigned ignorance. "Miss Lin, who are they?" "They are none other than Lu Tianbao, the magistrate of Qinghe Prefecture, Han Dongyang, the head of the Han family, Li Qitian, the head of the Li family, along with several other clan leaders from smaller families. They have come seeking retribution ever since we posted the bounty." "Ah, I see. Did they pose any difficulty for you?" Lin Xiaofeng chuckled with pride. "Even if they wished to, what could they possibly achieve? Our Lin family is currently unencumbered by fear. Should we fall, they would surely follow suit." After a tumultuous period, they reluctantly conceded, no longer making things difficult for us, and even expressed a willingness to provide protection for the Lin family. "This is excellent." Lin Zun smiled. "So, does this mean we have passed this hurdle?" "Not quite yet," Lin Xiaofeng replied, her expression turning somber. "Although the situation has temporarily stabilized, the true culprit remains elusive, leaving the Lin family still in peril." Lin Zun nodded in understanding. The mastermind behind this plot had been scheming against the Lin family for 3 to 4 years and would not easily relinquish their machinations. Furthermore, Aunt Shui was gravely injured and currently recuperating. "Until her health is restored, I will not feel at ease." Aunt Shui is the Lin family's foremost expert, possessing the formidable strength of a marrow-cleansing master. It is said that such masters can wield between 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of force, capable of leaping heights of 2 to 3 zhang and running faster than a cheetah, delivering devastating blows that could fell 100 foes. The 100 here refers not to ordinary individuals, but to highly trained, fully armed elite soldiers. Moreover, marrow-cleansing experts have activated their spinal power, experiencing rapid metabolism and exceptional recovery abilities, allowing them to heal swiftly from injuries. However, Aunt Shui remains severely wounded, indicating the terrifying nature of the adversary behind this. It is rumored that she was besieged by several marrow-cleansing masters. The mere thought of someone capable of commanding such powerful beings sends shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng slightly bowed. "Regardless, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to young Master Lin for your counsel in helping our Lin family navigate this crisis. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The Lin family will do everything within our power to assist." Lin Zun waved his hand, saying, "Miss Lin, you were too gracious. I now consider myself a member of the Lin family. Assisting you is akin to aiding myself." Lin Xiaofeng insisted, "In that case, you should be rewarded even more. Our Lin family cannot allow those who have contributed to feel neglected. Let us discuss it again when I have need in the future." "Very well, it is settled." Lin Xiaofeng gazed into Lin Zun's bright eyes and sensed a subtle difference compared to yesterday. An astonishing thought surged within her, prompting her to inquire, "Young Master Lin, have you perhaps already entered a meditative state?" "Not yet. I remain focused, though I have made some progress since yesterday." Lin Zun replied with a smile. The speed at which one could transition from concentration to meditation in just 2 days was astonishing. Throughout history, such individuals were virtually non-existent. Hence, he chose to conceal a portion of his abilities. Merely making progress is commendable. Young Master Lin is indeed a genius of the spirit refinement level. Lin Xiaofeng remarked, her face brimming with envy. Although the early stages of spirit refinement lack combat prowess, those who advance to the later stages become extraordinarily formidable, often deemed invincible among equals, and even capable of battling above their rank. Regrettably, spirit refinement is heavily reliant on innate talent, a rarity among the masses. Not everyone can master it. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiaofeng for a while, Lin Zun returned to his room. The intuition of a spirit refinement expert is exceptionally acute. During his conversation with Lin Xiaofeng, he felt a strong premonition that the unseen adversary, sensing a shift in circumstances, might strike at the Lin family once again, and the time would not be far off. This time, it would not be so easy for the Lin family to weather the storm. While he could retreat to the present world at any moment, avoiding confrontation was not his style. How splendid it would be if I could attain the realm of manifestation. No, I need not reach such heights. Merely achieving the state of spiritual detachment would suffice to vanquish all. Even the mightiest of blood changers would be of no consequence. Alas, I find myself merely in the state of meditation, with 3 significant realms yet to traverse before I can break free. Lin Zun pondered in frustration, recognizing that his limitations stemmed from insufficient power. With this thought, he returned to the present, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that his resentment had surged past 20,000. This influx of resentment arrived at the most opportune moment. Lin Zun promptly seated himself in meditation, eager to cultivate and break through. Resentment, 6,000. He advanced a small step, reaching the 6th layer of meditation. Resentment, 7,000. The 7th layer of meditation. Thus, after a period of rigorous training, he ultimately elevated his prowess to the 9th layer of meditation, entering a state of constant meditation. This state signifies the ability to enter meditation at any moment, while also allowing him to awaken his body's latent potential and reach peak performance. In such a condition, his strength, speed, and reflexes were greatly enhanced, resulting in a remarkable increase in combat capability. Even though he remained somewhat fragile, the power he could now wield was incomparable. Lin Zun felt a surge of joy. I am no longer a feeble creature. With his enhanced strength, Lin Zun believed it was time to prepare. My current capabilities are barely sufficient to confront formidable martial artists head-on. Thus, it would be wise to acquire some weaponry, preferably firearms. While guns may be ineffective against the elite, they can still be quite effective against ordinary practitioners. Even those skilled in the art of refinement could meet their demise if struck in a vital spot. However, in Huaxia, firearms are regulated and cannot be purchased. The places where firearms can be procured are exceedingly perilous. At present, my health is fragile, rendering long journeys inadvisable. Thus, I must make do for the time being. Lin Zun accessed Taobao and purchased a nail gun. This tool, designed specifically for construction, resembles a handgun and is capable of firing nails with an effective range of 3 to 4 meters. Although it pales in comparison to a genuine firearm, it remains quite useful. Subsequently, Lin Zun acquired an electric baton. This device is remarkably effective in incapacitating adversaries, rendering them powerless regardless of their strength. He also procured a length of rebar, a sturdy implement that could be deemed a formidable weapon in this alternate realm, particularly effective for striking foes. After some contemplation, he decided to buy chili powder and lime powder, knowing that regardless of one's prowess, a direct hit to the eyes with chili powder would significantly diminish combat effectiveness. With additional tools in hand, Lin Zun felt a modicum of reassurance. Armed with these items, I have secured a semblance of self-defense. Should they prove futile, I shall retreat to the modern world. The days passed in a tranquil manner. The short skits he produced continued to resonate with audiences, generating a steady stream of resentment. Regrettably, the amount of resentment required for a breakthrough was substantial, and he had yet to accumulate enough. Thus, he resolved to pause for a couple of days until he had sufficient. The tools he had ordered arrived, and after familiarizing himself with them, he was prepared for immediate use. All was in readiness. He awaited the arrival of intruders. Meanwhile, the Lin family in the alternate world appeared unusually serene, bathed in the gentle moonlight, with shadows dancing among the trees and a soft breeze wafting through. Just as Lin Zun was entering a meditative state, he was abruptly awakened. They have arrived. Chapter 9. The First Kill. How thrilling. This is a capability that he possesses after entering a state of profound meditation. In this condition, his senses are exquisitely heightened. His vision rivals that of a hawk, his hearing is akin to that of a cat, and his sense of smell is comparable to that of a dog. Just moments ago, he detected someone stealthily approaching his chamber. Judging by their agility, the intruder undoubtedly possessed bone-forging level prowess. However, the cadence of their footsteps, their breathing, and even their heartbeat indicated that they were not among the familiar members of the Lin family. Furthermore, prowling in the night is hardly the conduct of a good person. Lin Zun once again entered a meditative state, maintaining absolute composure, regulating his heartbeat and breathing, and stealthily rising to his feet, grasping a pouch of white powder in his hand. As the door silently creaked open, he swiftly hurled the powder. In an instant, the uninvited guest fell victim to his ploy. Ah, My eyes. The intruder howled, rubbing at his eyes. Lin Zun had thrown chili powder, and even a mere trace entering the eyes was enough to provoke agony. In the blink of an eye, as soon as Lin Zun flung the chili powder, he promptly retrieved a nail gun, unleashing a barrage of shots at the masked figure before him. The two were within a mere 3 meters of each other, well within the effective range of the nail gun. Thus, the projectile struck the assailant, leaving him bloodied and battered. At the nail, however, the glass bottle contained sulfuric acid, a highly corrosive substance. When the water splashed onto the masked man, it immediately began to dissolve his clothing and skin. Enraged, the masked man was driven to fury. Having not even glimpsed his assailant, he had already suffered a series of attacks. He would not rest until he had taken the life of the one who had done this to him. At that moment, Lin Zun switched weapons, seizing a length of rebar, 2.5 meters long, and swung it fiercely at the masked man. Confined within the small room and robbed of his sight, the masked man could not evade the blows. Each strike landed heavily upon him, tearing his flesh. Yet, even so, he did not succumb, his tenacity proving extraordinary. Lin Zun, growing desperate, exclaimed, "You forced my hand." He produced a bottle of gasoline and doused the masked man with it, before tossing a lit lighter. The flames ignited upon contact with the gasoline, engulfing him in a roaring inferno. His agonizing screams echoed through the air, gradually fading as he was consumed by the conflagration. The commotion roused the entire Lin family, and soon the sounds of battle erupted, shadows danced in the candlelight, and blades flashed. Moments later, Lin Xiaofeng, her face stained with blood, burst into Lin Zun's chamber. "Young Master Lin, are you unharmed?" "Young Master Lin." But all that remained was a charred and disfigured corpse. For Lin Zun had already fled back to the modern world. His first act of taking a life. Truly exhilarating. Lin Zun gasped for breath, his face pale and body drenched in sweat as he lay on the floor. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to dispatch a bone-forging expert. Now, emerging from his meditative state and reflecting on the events, he was overcome with trepidation. Had he not reacted swiftly and detected the masked man's presence beforehand? Had it not been for his capacity to readily enter a meditative state? And had he not been so well prepared, this battle would likely have been lost. The consequences of such a defeat are self-evident. At the time, I was indeed audacious beyond measure. However, this is an indispensable part of my cultivation journey. To ascend to the pinnacle of power and attain immortality, I must acclimate myself to all of this. Lin Zun arose, imbibing a few gulps of his cherished soda to quell his trepidation. After composing himself, he traversed back. By this time, the conflict had concluded, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, with a pungent, overwhelming stench of blood permeating the air. Dozens of corpses lay strewn across the garden grounds, both allies and adversaries alike. Lin Xiaofeng, her person drenched in blood, stood before the assembly with a grave countenance. Only upon Lin Zun's arrival did her expression lighten somewhat. She strode purposefully towards him, scrutinizing his form with concern, inquiring, "Young Master Lin, where did you disappear to? I feared something untoward had befallen you." Lin Zun responded, "Someone infiltrated my chambers. Sensing something amiss, I covertly ambushed him. Subsequently, I was overcome with exhaustion and sought refuge until it was safe to emerge." "Splendid. I am relieved you are unharmed." Lin Xiaofeng exhaled with relief, while simultaneously harboring a profound sense of astonishment. The brigand in question clearly possessed the strength of the bone-forging stage, with lithe movements and robust physique, capable of contending with 10 men. Yet, he had perished at the hands of the seemingly frail young Master Lin. How did young Master Lin accomplish such a feat? What is the current state of affairs? Lin Zun inquired. Lin Xiaofeng smiled. "These villains initially intended to assassinate us, but fortunately, you detected their presence beforehand, creating a considerable commotion that thwarted their clandestine operation. We fought valiantly against the encroaching forces, and soon, the skilled practitioners from both the Han and Li families, along with officials, arrived. We united our strengths, leaving only the 2 masters of the marrow cleansing technique behind. The losses incurred by those lurking in the shadows were considerable. Can we identify their true identities? At present, it remains uncertain and requires further investigation. For now, the matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Although the Lin family suffered significant setbacks, the adversaries endured even greater casualties, making a resurgence far from easy. Lin Zun allowed himself a moment of respite, retreating to another room to rest, while in truth, he returned to the modern era to replenish his resources. 2 days slipped by in an instant. After this period of anticipation, Lin Zun had accumulated over 60,000 units of resentment, providing him with the opportunity to enhance his powers once more. A breakthrough was imminent. Lin Zun closed his eyes, entering a meditative state of cultivation. Resentment decreased by 10,000. His mind erupted with a thunderous clarity as he took a significant leap forward, attaining the realm of spiritual refinement and fetal breathing. The term fetal breathing refers to a state where one does not rely on the mouth or nose for respiration, akin to being in the womb, allowing one to return to the essence of existence, much like an infant, to nurture one's life anew. Within this realm, spiritual power is profoundly potent, enabling the manipulation of internal substances and energies, allowing for personal transformation, rendering oneself more perfect and exceptional. This represents an advanced version of meditation. While meditation can enhance the body, its effects are passive and gradual, lacking efficiency. In contrast, fetal breathing is an active process, granting the individual the ability to consciously reshape themselves, providing a second lease on life. Meditation can awaken latent potentials, yet its limitations can be stifling. However, the cultivation of the fetal breath can enhance one's physical potential and perpetually elevate one's limits. Thus, this realm is also referred to as the foundation establishment. Lin Zun desperately needed this ability as he had always suffered from frail health. Unless this issue was resolved, he would never achieve any significant accomplishments in his life. With a shift in his mental focus, Lin Zun found his spiritual platform to be remarkably clear, enabling him to perceive the condition of his body. The workings of his organs, muscles, bones, and the flow of blood became vividly apparent, akin to undergoing an ultrasound. This inner vision is a capability possessed by every practitioner of fetal breath. It is only by first recognizing the state of one's body that transformation can commence. Nonetheless, as he had just embarked on the fetal breath realm, his vision was somewhat obscured, allowing him only to discern the major organ systems. Therefore, he resolved to continue his strengthening. Chapter 10. The Fetal Breath Realm, Transforming the Body. Grievance, 20,000. Grievance, 30,000. Lin Zun practiced fervently, utilizing immense amounts of grievance energy, and finally ascended to the third layer of the fetal breath realm. Within this state, Lin Zun could see even more clearly. The various organ systems within him were distinctly visible, and he comprehended how they functioned, detecting any ailments with acute awareness. Next, it was time for self-transformation. Lin Zun began to manipulate his mental energy, slowly initiating the transformation process. Here was fat, reduce it. Here were scars, eliminate them. Here were stones, break them apart. Here was a thrombus, clear it. After only a brief period of transformation, Lin Zun awoke in hunger. The process of transformation required energy, and a substantial amount at that. The energy within his body was insufficient to sustain his efforts. Moreover, the transformation necessitates the supplementation of a substantial amount of nutrients, particularly proteins. Otherwise, if one continues to alter recklessly, one's body may succumb. Lin Zun rose to his feet, made a brief visit to the restroom to expel the impurities from his system. He then prepared a large pot of rice and mixed a generous portion of protein powder. After satisfying his hunger, he resumed his transformation efforts. Half an hour later, hunger struck again, prompting him to indulge in more rice and protein before continuing his work. By the end of the day, Lin Zun had consumed 20 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of protein powder. The results were gratifying. He felt his physical condition had improved by 5%, and he had never felt so well. Excellent. With perseverance for another week, I should attain a physique akin to that of an ordinary person. Envisioning a bright future, Lin Zun beamed with joy. Subsequently, he procured an abundance of ingredients for himself, including specialized protein powders, ajiao, chicken, beef, mutton, and various other meats, alongside energy-boosting staples such as rice, bread, noodles, chocolate, and brown sugar, as well as assorted vitamin supplements. The more, the better, as there was never enough to satisfy his appetite. With his body rapidly improving, Lin Zun began to contemplate martial arts training. How splendid it would be to master both martial and spiritual arts. Furthermore, in the early stages of spiritual cultivation, one possesses little combat prowess. Without achieving a certain level, one remains inconsequential and would easily fall to a robust martial artist. Thus, he must prepare diligently, with martial training being the optimal choice. Lin Zun changed into a fresh outfit and ventured into the other world. By this time, 3 days had elapsed since that fateful night, and the Lin residence had gradually returned to normalcy. As Lin Zun walked along, aside from witnessing some dilapidated houses and charred flora, everything appeared much like it usually did. A distant, thunderous shout echoed through the air, prompting Lin Zun to move towards the sound. He passed through a grand doorway and beheld a gathering of individuals engaged in martial arts practice. Both men and women adorned in loose-fitting black kung fu outfits executed their forms with remarkable power, each punch and movement generating a fierce wind that stung the cheeks of onlookers. This was the Lin family's training ground, where the descendants of the Lin family honed their skills. Ahead, Lin Xiaofeng, the head of the Lin family, stood among them, clad in a striking purple ensemble. Her hair tied back in a ponytail, she wielded a nearly 3-meter-long spear with finesse, her movements as graceful as a dragon in flight. Not far in front of her, a wooden post, embraced by her arms, lay shattered by her thrust. Excellent marksmanship. Lin Zun applauded as he approached. Lin Xiaofeng paused, accepting a handkerchief from a maid to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, and smiled. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Miss Lin, I have come here specifically for you, Lin Zun declared. Lin Xiaofeng looked surprised. What matter does young Master Lin wish to discuss? Speak freely. Without hesitation, Lin Zun stated. Miss Lin, you previously agreed to assist me with a matter within your capacity. I have now thought of it. I kindly request that you impart your martial arts knowledge to me. I would be immensely grateful. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaofeng replied, that is not feasible. Lin Zun's expression fell. Are you unable to teach me? Shaking her head, Lin Xiaofeng explained, young Master Lin, it is not that we are unwilling, but your body is currently too frail, suffering from severe deficiencies. You should prioritize rest and minimize exertion. Lin Zun rolled up his sleeves, extending his wrist towards her. Miss Lin, please take a look. Lin Xiaofeng swiftly placed her hand on Lin Zun's pulse. After a brief moment, a flicker of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Young Master Lin, has your health improved? When they found Lin Zun, they had thoroughly examined him and discovered that he bore no signs of martial training. His body was riddled with injuries and weaker than someone recovering from a severe illness. How could it be that just a month later, he appeared to be in such good health? Although he still lagged behind the average person, his recovery was nothing short of remarkable. Young Master Lin, have you perhaps consumed some miraculous elixir? How could that be? I have remained in the Lin residence these past few days, unable to venture elsewhere. My current state is entirely due to the care of the Lin family, for which I am immensely grateful. Lin Xiaofeng reflected on this as well. The rapid improvement of Lin Zun's health could only be attributed to a miracle or perhaps his extraordinary innate gifts. Lin Zun inquired once more, Miss Lin, may I begin my training now? Of course, I shall personally instruct you. Lin Zun was taken aback. Miss Lin, will this not consume too much of your time? You are the head of the family, preoccupied with numerous affairs, yet you would take the time to teach me. It is no trouble at all. I currently have little else to attend to. Lin Xiaofeng's expression darkened. The Lin family had become the target of scrutiny, constrained at every turn, with a bleak future ahead. As the head of the family, she found herself with little opportunity to contribute, leaving her with idle time. Then, I shall rely on you, Miss Lin. Very well, follow me. The two proceeded to a secluded courtyard. Lin Xiaofeng faced Lin Zun, standing with his hands behind his back. Her expression solemn. The practice of martial arts is not merely a method for physical enhancement. It is also a means of combat and lethal skill. Over 90% of practitioners engage in martial arts to grow stronger. Therefore, before imparting my teachings, I must first witness your capabilities, so that I may tailor the appropriate techniques to your physical condition. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Miss Lin, I beg your pardon. Lin Xiaofeng replied, give it your all. Do not hold back. With a blink, Lin Zun entered a meditative state. With a shout, he moved with the swiftness of a cunning rabbit, launching an assault. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such speed. Without hesitation, she engaged with Lin Zun. In his meditative state, Lin Zun's potential surged, unleashing his full prowess. His speed rivaled that of a sprinter, his strength equaled that of a heavyweight boxer, and his reflexes were quicker than a cat's. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Lin Xiaofeng effortlessly countered each strike, her surprise deepening. After exchanging over 100 blows, they finally paused. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Xiaofeng inquired, Young Master Lin, you must have entered a meditative state, haven't you? Lin Zun offered a modest smile and replied, Indeed. After a week of diligent practice, I have successfully achieved a meditative state. Chapter 11. Commencing Martial Arts Training. Incredible, Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed. Since Lin Zun began his journey into meditation, she recognized his considerable talent in this realm, but she had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. In just 1 week, he had transcended an entire realm to attain a meditative state. Such prodigious talent was something she had never encountered in reality, having only glimpsed it in literature. Those individuals, without exception, are renowned figures etched in the annals of history. Now, a living legend stands before her, rendering her utterly unable to maintain her composure. "Young Master Lin, you are truly remarkable. I am deeply impressed," she exclaimed. "If you continue your cultivation without interruption, you are destined for great achievements." Securing your place in the chronicles of history, Lin Zun was secretly delighted by the praise. "If only you knew that I am already in a state of embryonic breathing, you would surely be astounded." "Miss Lin, you flatter me," he replied. "How did I fare in my earlier performance? Did it catch your eye?" Lin Xiaofeng steadied herself. "Young Master Lin, in your meditative state, you have already attained the prowess of minor muscle training, making you more than capable of handling ordinary adversaries. With the right tools, you could even slay with bone-forging techniques. Now, I shall impart to you the methods of martial arts." Lin Zun, with a solemn expression, clasped his hands in respect. "Miss Lin, please enlighten me." The methods of martial arts are primarily divided into three categories: the practice method, the combat method, and the nurturing method. The practice method refers to the techniques of training, which we regularly engage in to enhance our strength. The combat method pertains to the arts of confrontation and is specifically designed for combat. As for the nurturing method, merely knowing how to practice and fight is insufficient. One must also maintain their physical health, or else their body will falter, adversely affecting their capabilities. There are many intricacies involved in this aspect, but let us first discuss the practice method. First and foremost is muscle training. The fascia permeates the entire body, connecting every bone, organ, and tissue. It is the foundation of strength. To pursue martial arts, one must train their muscles. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofeng elucidated the techniques for strengthening muscles in an accessible manner. In essence, it is about awakening the latent strength within one's tendons, rendering them more resilient and cohesive. Thus, when the moment arises to strike, one can summon the entirety of their might to deliver a formidable blow. The most effective method for tendon cultivation is standing meditation. Consequently, Lin Xiaofeng imparted upon Lin Zun the intricacies of this technique, elucidating every detail meticulously. Lin Zun grasped it upon a single observation and executed it with remarkable precision. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at him with envy, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a person of profound focus. Your progress is astonishing. It took me 3 days to achieve a stance akin to yours, and yet others lauded me as a genius. Miss Lin, is there anything else to be done?" Lin Zun inquired. "Simply maintain this position, gradually stretching your tendons, and attune yourself to the energy within. Once you are capable of consolidating all your internal strength into a singular force that produces a resonant sound, you will have perfected your tendon cultivation." "All right, I understand," Lin Xiaofeng remarked, glancing at the sky. "Focus on your sensations. I shall attend to other matters. Miss Lin, take care. No need for formalities." Lin Zun replied as she departed. He continued with his standing meditation. According to Lin Xiaofeng, tendon cultivation is a gradual endeavor, requiring patience, typically. It takes 2 to 3 years to achieve mastery. However, he could not afford to wait that long and immediately began to use his mental energy to assist the process. Fetal breathing can transform one's body, and tendons are an integral part of that body. There was no reason it should not be effective. With this thought, he persisted in his stance, simultaneously channeling his mental energy to strengthen his muscles. Yet, it was not long before hunger struck, prompting him to dash back for sustenance before resuming his practice. Thus, after a day filled with intermittent efforts, Lin Zun assessed the results of his training. To his astonishment, upon lifting his hand, he managed to raise a 50-pound weight plate. It is noteworthy that in the morning he had struggled to lift a mere 30 pounds. In just the span of a day, his strength had increased by 20 pounds, a remarkable improvement that greatly encouraged him. "Excellent, I shall continue this practice," he resolved. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Lin Zun's enthusiasm for martial arts surged. He diligently practiced standing postures and stretching exercises daily, yielding conspicuously positive results. Initially, he could only lift a 30-pound weight with one hand, but now he had reached an impressive 200 pounds, attaining the caliber of an athletic champion. Lin Xiaofeng, upon evaluating Lin Zun's progress, could only exclaim in disbelief at his extraordinary capabilities. It is essential to mention that she had taken 6 months to reach this level during her own training, while Lin Zun had accomplished it in a mere fortnight, a stark contrast that spoke volumes. Yet, just a month prior, he had been a frail and delicate youth. What could account for such a dramatic transformation in just 30 days? A thought, both thrilling and terrifying, surged within her. It was said that the practice of refining one's spirit and nurturing one's breath could enable inward reflection and bolster one's physical prowess, accelerating the pace of cultivation. Could it be that young Master Lin had already ventured into the realm of breath cultivation? How else could one explain such rapid progress? This conjecture was too daunting to voice aloud, so she buried it deep within her mind. She began to impart some combat techniques to Lin Zun, simultaneously adjusting his diet to be predominantly meat-based, harboring an unspoken sense of anticipation. While Lin Zun's martial skills flourished, his spirit refinement did not lag behind. During these 2 weeks, the popularity of a certain short drama continued to soar, providing Lin Zun with a considerable amount of negative energy to draw upon. With a surge of pent-up resentment, Lin Zun ascended to the 9th layer of the fetal breath realm. At this stage, his perception sharpened significantly. He could not only discern the major organs and tissues but also pinpoint individual cells, gaining an intimate understanding of his own body, thus allowing for meticulous control. All ailments within him were eradicated, rendering his health impeccable. This was the vitality of a 20-year-old. Now, I truly feel alive, Lin Zun sighed. Previously, he had been frail and battered, finding even the slightest exertion laborious, his condition inferior to that of most elderly individuals. Now, having finally transitioned from despair to hope, he felt as light as a swallow, brimming with strength. He was filled with confidence that if he continued his cultivation diligently, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of existence, achieving longevity. At that moment, a call came through from Qian Xiaoshui. Upon answering, Lin Zun was greeted by Qian Xiaoshui's excited voice. Brother Lin, do you know that our short drama has been online for nearly a month? It has truly become a sensation, with an astonishing number of viewers. To date, our revenue has exceeded 40 million, an unprecedented achievement. We stand to earn at least 8 million from it. Lin Zun smiled broadly. Congratulations, Xiaoshui. It should be a shared celebration. Qian Xiaoshui, brimming with joy, continued. Brother Lin, we are planning to host a celebratory banquet. You are the cornerstone of our success in this production, so you must attend. Everyone is looking forward to your presence. Lin Zun pondered for a moment. He had been preoccupied with his training and felt it was time to relax. All right, please send me the time and location. I will definitely be there. By the way, try to arrange it during the day, as I am more available then. No problem, I shall await your message. However, when you venture outside, do endeavor to wear a mask? Why, you ask? Because I fear for your safety. Lin Zun. Chapter 12. Celebration Feast. Filming the sequel. Qian Xiaoshui immediately explained, Brother Lin, although our short drama has garnered immense popularity, your reputation has taken a considerable hit. That one utterance of kneel down has caused countless individuals to lose face. Online, your detractors have swelled to over 1 million, all eager to confront you. So do exercise caution when you go out. All right, I understand. I will be careful. Lin Zun ended the call and searched for related information online, discovering that many people were indeed criticizing him due to this short drama. However, lacking a Weibo account, a Douyin handle, a Redbook profile, or any other social media presence, these detractors had no outlet for their frustrations and could only roam about in search of attention. Moreover, some radical detractors vowed to uncover Lin Zun's whereabouts and confront him in person. Beneath the post, over 100,000 individuals had expressed their approval. Lin Zun felt a chill run down his spine. Is it really necessary? It was merely a matter of kneeling for a moment. It won't cost you an ounce of flesh. Fortunately, I have kept myself well concealed, and you have yet to discover me. By afternoon, Qian Xiaoshui sent the details. The celebration would take place the following day at noon at the Golden Sea Hotel. He had reserved a banquet hall to host all the cast and crew for the celebration. On the following day, Lin Zun arrived punctually, and Qian Xiaoshui greeted him at the entrance as before. Upon seeing Lin Zun for the first time, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Brother Lin, it has only been a month. How have you changed so much? What has become of you? Lin Zun inquired with a smile. In the past, you were frail, your cheeks gaunt, and your complexion bore a sickly pallor. Yet now, you appear remarkably robust. Although your complexion still leans towards pale, it glows with vitality and health. Indeed. After some time of recuperation, my health has significantly improved. Is that so? How splendid! Qian Xiaoshui exclaimed joyfully. With the passing of his parents, Lin Zun was his sole remaining kin, and he had always harbored concerns for Lin Zun's well-being. He would frequently accompany Lin Zun for health checkups and could not resist purchasing any beneficial medicines or supplements he encountered. Now, witnessing Lin Zun's recovery, he burst into laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. The short drama has turned a profit. and Brother Lin is in good health. Today truly brings double joy. Brother Lin, let us hurry inside. Everyone awaits your arrival. Very well, let us proceed. The two entered a private room, engaging in light-hearted banter. The spacious room could accommodate 8 tables. At the front, an enormous banner read, 3 years and 3 years, today I, the Dragon King, return to avenge. The room was adorned with festive balloons and confetti, radiating an atmosphere of celebration. As they entered, the attendees, all elegantly dressed, rose to greet them. Boss, Brother Lin, you have arrived. Qian Xiaoshui announced loudly. Brother Lin is here. Now, I officially declare the celebration feast open. Come, come, bring forth the golden eggs. A host wheeled in a long table, upon which several golden eggs were meticulously arranged. Each egg bore a number, summing up to a staggering total of 40 million. Qian Xiaoshui, Lin Zun, and other key creators each held a hammer, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they shattered the golden egg before them, retrieving the red envelopes contained within. Come, come, each person take one, for good fortune. Those who received the envelopes beamed with joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Lin. Following this, the true banquet commenced. Glasses clinked, and cups were passed around. As the proprietor of the company, Qian Xiaoshui occupied the seat of honor and remarked, to be honest, I never anticipated that our short film would become such a sensation. In less than a month since its launch, we have surpassed 40 million in revenue. I boldly estimate that after the film concludes its run, the revenue will certainly exceed 60 million, yielding us a profit of 12 million. The attendees nodded in agreement, fully convinced. This is all thanks to Brother Lin, Qian Xiaoshui proclaimed. Without Lin's extraordinary acting prowess, we would not have achieved such results. Now, everyone, let us raise a glass to Brother Lin. To you, Brother Lin. They all chorused, lifting their glasses together. You're too kind. Everyone has played a part. Lin Zun replied with a smile as he drank from his glass. All right, after this toast, let us refrain from toasting Brother Lin again. His health is delicate, and he cannot handle too much alcohol. If there is anything, come to me. I will certainly stand by you all. Laughter erupted among the guests. Thus, Qian Xiaoshui found himself inundated with drink after drink, while Lin Zun leisurely savored the dishes beside him. Truth be told, given his current physical condition and ability to hold his breath, even if all these individuals drank together, they might not surpass his capacity. However, he himself did not indulge in alcohol. With the affluent young master leading the way, he relished the leisure. After several drinks, the young master Qian, his face aglow, proclaimed loudly, our production has been exceptionally well received, thus I intend to create a sequel to continue our illustrious legacy. The atmosphere fell silent, everyone attentively straining to hear. Boss, how do you plan to proceed? My vision is to replicate our selling points, Qian continued passionately. The primary draw of our first installment was the character played by Brother Lin, the elder ancestor, and that role must remain unchanged. Since our original protagonist has perished, we can simply introduce a new lead. I envision this new protagonist as a youthful man from a small town, engaged to his childhood sweetheart, a bond untainted by time. However, upon their arrival in the bustling metropolis for university, the strikingly beautiful fiancée, possessing a unique constitution, captures the attention of the Zhao family's elder ancestor, who abducts her to serve as a cauldron for alchemical purposes. Infuriated, the protagonist seeks retribution, only to be met with brutal defeat and humiliation. Yet, this tribulation awakens the ancient phoenix bloodline within him, granting him rebirth. Not only does he regain his former self, but he also acquires formidable power. Consequently, he charges forth once more, slaying all who stand in his way, ultimately confronting the Zhao family's elder ancestor, only to be struck down once again. Consider this. Is it not thrilling and captivating? The audience, wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaimed, Boss, this is a relentless torment for the protagonist. While others may inflict suffering upon their leads for a brief period, you have subjected him to perpetual anguish. How inhumane. Not only is the protagonist tormented, but the audience as well. They yearn for a triumphant turnaround, yet this is the outcome? Isn't it rather brutal? I fear that stepping outside may lead to my demise. Qian Xiaoshui lifted his head with great pride. Allow me to inquire, do you enjoy it? Do you wish to see it? Yes. We want to see it. The crowd responded in unison, their faces brimming with anticipation. If you desire to see it, then so be it. Qian Xiaoshui slapped his thigh and declared with fervor, who says the protagonist cannot perish? I shall now shatter the notion of the invincible protagonist and carve out an entirely new market. The boss is magnificent. The crowd cheered. The only lingering question is. Qian Xiaoshui glanced nervously at Lin Zun. Brother Lin, this production. You. Shoot it. The role of the Zhao family's ancestor will continue to be played by me. Lin Zun replied with a smile. A brief drama had propelled his divine cultivation to the 9th layer of embryonic breathing. He was determined to seize further opportunities. This Zhao family's ancestor is so detestable that filming him would harvest a wave of resentment. He could not afford to let this chance slip away. Qian Xiaoshui rejoiced. Excellent. With your assurance, Brother Lin, I feel at ease. The short drama was profitable, and a sequel was now in sight. Everyone envisioned a bright future and drank with even greater enthusiasm. Lin Zun then took a moment to visit the restroom. At that moment, he caught a sound from the adjacent room. Is the crew of the Dragon King's return for revenge celebrating next door? Chapter 13. The true figures behind the scenes emerge. Are they discussing our production? Lin Zun perked up his ears, intent on eavesdropping. How could it be false? I heard it from my uncle. Who is the proprietor here? This is splendid. Having scoured every corner in vain, I find him without even trying. That charlatan, Lin Zun, who impersonated the Zhao family's patriarch, is undoubtedly among them. I shall settle accounts with him forthwith. Nay, I implore you, desist. This establishment belongs to my uncle, and such actions would place me in an untenable position. Are we to simply let this transgression pass? That scoundrel humiliated me, forcing me to kneel thrice. And before my rival, no less. My dignity lies in tatters. If I do not exact retribution, my spirit shall remain unappeased. My plight, Wang Haotian, is no less dire than thine. 12 consecutive kneelings that fateful night have left my knees swollen. Never have I shown such reverence to my ancestors. To leave this affront unanswered would be a betrayal of my very essence. What course of action do you propose? Vengeance is imperative, but it must be pursued with method and discretion. To create a disturbance within the hotel would be imprudent. Instead, we shall discreetly follow him upon his departure and seize an opportune moment to strike. Ideally, we shall ascertain his abode, thereby granting us the freedom to orchestrate our retaliation as we see fit. We could shatter his windows, unleash canines upon his property, perhaps even dispatch a few razor blades to instill mortal terror within him. An ingenious proposition. Let us proceed accordingly. To exact revenge after departing the premises smacks of civility. Lin Zun muttered under his breath. 2 hours hence, the banquet drew to a close. Qian Xiaoshui and several other principal members of the creative team, thoroughly inebriated, opted to secure rooms within the hotel for their repose. Lin Zun, however, remained relatively sober and chose to return to his domicile. Scarcely had he exited the hotel when he noticed 4 youths trailing him furtively. One among them, with shifty eyes and a demeanor of ill intent, harbored a palpable animosity towards Lin Zun. Even though he had not taken any action thus far, his adversaries were still brimming with resentment, their ire multiplying incessantly. Through his recent eavesdropping, Lin Zun discovered that the individual was named Wang Haotian, a rather formidable name indeed. He truly followed me? A smirk crept upon Lin Zun's lips as he donned his mask and quickened his pace. The 4 behind him mirrored his urgency, their steps hastening in tandem. As Lin Zun accelerated further, he broke into a full sprint, prompting the others to follow suit. Wang Haotian bellowed furiously, "You scoundrel! He must have noticed us. We must pursue him." Without pausing, Lin Zun dashed away, covering over 500 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he possessed the physique of an elite athlete, brimming with stamina, rendering the distance trivial. However, the 4 pursuers struggled, gasping for breath after merely 400 meters. Their legs growing weak. Wang Haotian wheezed, "Do not stop, everyone. We must catch up." But he was far too fast. How could they possibly keep up? Regardless, they could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Finding him again would prove much more challenging. All right, we shall pursue. They followed for another 300 meters, but ultimately lost sight of him, their frustration boiling over into curses. Damn it, we let him escape. That rascal can really run. If only we had blocked him from the outset. Just then, a familiar figure appeared behind them. Are you searching for me? They turned around, their eyes lighting up with recognition. It's you, Lin Zun. They charged forward, baring their teeth with malevolent expressions. Lin Zun, I thought you had managed to escape. But here you are again. Truly, fortune favors me. Lin Zun, I have endured your antics for far too long. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This time, I shall see where you attempt to escape. Confronted by the 4 menacing figures, Lin Zun remained unfazed. A faint smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled as he bellowed, "Kneel." Their spirits jolted, and their knees weakened. Thud, thud, they all collapsed to the ground. The 4 exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" For resentment. Moments later, Wang Haotian, infuriated, shouted, "Lin Zun, you have gone too far. Today, it is either you or me. He rose valiantly like a warrior. Lin Zun simply commanded, kneel. Thud. Wang Haotian cursed, damn it. At this point, including Wang Haotian, the other four dared not move. Obediently kneeling, Lin Zun strolled leisurely towards them, offering a polite salute to the bewildered quartet. Farewell. He then whistled nonchalantly as he made his exit. However, this pleasant mood did not last long. Upon returning to the other realm, he received some distressing news. They had uncovered the identity of the person behind the scenes. Who could it be? Lin Xiaofeng's face darkened, her teeth clenched as she revealed, the son of the general of Qizhou, Wang Zhantian, Wang Russian. Lin Zun's gaze sharpened, and his complexion paled slightly. They were currently situated in a place known as Qinghe Prefecture, which lay beneath Qizhou, akin to a province in the modern world. The general of Qizhou commanded all the military forces in the region, holding a prestigious rank in the imperial court, a position of considerable power. Furthermore, those who attained the rank of general were undoubtedly formidable in strength. It is said that the general of Qizhou possesses innate level strength. Lin Zun has never encountered anyone of such caliber, but it is rumored that those of innate power are as unyielding as iron. Their vitality akin to that of a dragon, with boundless strength, fighting like ancient beasts, capable of matching 1,000 troops single-handedly. Lin Zun never anticipated that a humble family like the Lins could provoke such a formidable opponent. The elderly steward bitterly recounted, 6 years ago, when our young lady was merely 12, she had already blossomed into a remarkable beauty, renowned far and wide. That Wang Russian is a lecherous fiend, who sent emissaries to propose marriage. Though it was framed as a marriage proposal, it was essentially a request to take her as a concubine. As Wang Russian already had a wife, our Lin family, with its dwindling lineage, has only the young lady in this generation. The thought of marrying her off was daunting, and we feared for her safety. Thus the master declined the proposal. After 2 years of trepidation, during which the adversary remained inactive, we foolishly believed the matter had settled. Little did we know, they were clandestinely orchestrating malevolence, leading to the demise of the old patriarch and several clan elders. And now they threaten our young lady once more, some murmured despondently. Alas, they are wealthy and powerful, while we are but a fragile entity. What can we possibly do? The crowd lowered their heads, sighing in despair. Lin Zun felt a wave of pessimism wash over him, for the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. The adversary's father was a regional official, a high-ranking minister of the court, while the Lin family was merely a modest merchant household. The opponent's father was of innate strength, commanding numerous experts at his beck and call, while the Lin family's strongest member could only manage a cleansing of marrow. It was a futile comparison. Any random group sent by the adversary could obliterate the Lin family. At this moment, someone rose to speak. I believe we should not be so pessimistic. The general is a person of reason. It was indeed because of him that Wang Russian dared not act recklessly, only scheming from the shadows. This incident has escalated, and it was the general who uncovered it, resulting in confinement. Therefore, if we elucidate the matter to the general, he will surely understand our plight and restrain his son. However, Lin Zun did not share such optimism. If that esteemed general truly possessed discernment and recognized his son's transgressions, he ought to send someone to express his apologies. Even a mere gesture would suffice. Yet, to this day, he has shown no indication of concern, which clearly demonstrates that he does not regard the Lin family with any seriousness. In other words, he is entirely indifferent to the potential ruin of the Lin family. Even if his son were to bring about our destruction, he would merely offer a few admonitions and impose a brief confinement. It is hardly conceivable that he would sacrifice his own son to atone for the Lin family's misfortunes. Moreover, he cannot perpetually keep his son in check. Wang Russian will always find opportunities to emerge and continue to trouble the Lin family. He may suffer multiple defeats, but should the Lin family falter just once, it would spell their end. At that moment, another bearer of ill tidings arrived. I have heard that the situation along the southwestern border has become perilous, and it is highly likely that the court will dispatch the general there. When that occurs, without the general's oversight, Wang Russian will. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. After the meeting concluded, Lin Zun returned to his chamber, his countenance heavy with concern. It was a matter of insufficient strength. If only he possessed the requisite power, such troubles would be effortlessly swept aside. Lin Zun's heart brimmed with urgency, intensifying his yearning for strength. However, the enhancement of power is not an effortless endeavor. It does not simply transform with a mere beep like a system upgrade. At present, the swiftest method to augment one's strength lies in weaponry, modern weaponry. To be precise, it is time to procure firearms. with a few guns in hand. One could eliminate foes with innate ease. And should one be equipped with heavier artillery, even the innately gifted may not stand a chance. However, firearms can only be acquired abroad. Lin Zun conducted a brief search and found that numerous countries allow the purchase of guns, but the most convenient option is Siam, due to its proximity and visa exemption, enabling immediate travel. Yet, to acquire firearms from a legitimate gun shop necessitates extensive documentation, which Lin Zun, as an outsider, lacks. Thus, he must resort to the black market. A man of considerable initiative, Lin Zun promptly booked a flight to Siam after reaching this conclusion. Upon disembarking from the plane, he was approached by a middle-aged man with dark yellow skin and gaunt cheeks, who spoke in a peculiar accent. "Sir, are you from Huaxia, here for tourism?" Lin Zun nodded, replying, "Indeed, I am here for sightseeing and require a local guide who speaks Mandarin. Money is no object." At this declaration, several individuals nearby converged upon him like sharks sensing blood in the water, each speaking in fluent Mandarin. "Sir, if you need a guide, look no further. I am also from Huaxia. Sir, choose me. I have lived here for over a decade. I know this place inside and out. There's so much to explore. Come with me, for Huaxia people do not deceive one another." Lin Zun regarded this throng with a bemused smile. Despite their seemingly benevolent and amicable demeanor, Lin Zun, a master of spiritual refinement, keenly sensed that most of them harbored malice towards him. Some sought his wealth, others coveted his very essence, while a few were intent on claiming both. Should he choose to accompany them, he might never return. Alas, this society is indeed surreal, often. It is one's own kind that ensnares them in treachery. Thus, Lin Zun chose to maintain his distance from these individuals, offering them no attention. "You there? Become my guide and translator," he declared, selecting a vibrant young woman from the crowd. Among the throng, only two bore noble towards him. One was a rather unattractive male, while the other was a strikingly beautiful female, and naturally, he opted for the latter. It was not mere lust that guided his choice. Rather, in the bloom of youth and beauty, to overlook her would be to disregard the allure of the moment. "Me?" the girl exclaimed, astonished, pointing to herself in disbelief. Lin Zun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you. Come with me." Overjoyed, the girl bowed repeatedly, her voice slightly awkward as she spoke in broken Mandarin. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for this precious opportunity. By the way, my name is Lika Katie Man. You can just call me Lika. I am Lin Zun." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lika immediately embraced her role, her enthusiasm palpable. "You must be visiting our Siam for the first time, am I right? Let me tell you, there are countless delightful places to explore in Siam. Just follow my lead, and I assure you, you will feel right at home and utterly enchanted." She began to regale him with tales of the local customs and culture. Lin Zun observed her with an inscrutable expression. Standing at 168 meters tall, her long, straight black hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her curvaceous figure and fair complexion. Her delicate features reflected the beauty typical of Eastern women. Yet there was a hint of mixed heritage that lent her an exotic allure. She appeared youthful, likely around 18 years of age, the perfect age for schooling, as evidenced by her JK uniform that radiated the essence of youth. She worked with fervor, her smile bright, yet a trace of sorrow lingered in her eyes. It seemed that her family had encountered some difficulties, compelling her to seek employment. However, such matters were of no concern to Lin Zun, who was here for more pressing business. "Do you know where there is a shooting range? Take me there for some fun." "Certainly, I'll take you there right away." 20 minutes later, Rika led Lin Zun to a well-known shooting range nearby. Here, shooting was quite affordable. Lin Zun spent just over 1,000 yuan to experience all the firearms available. Rika clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, your aim was remarkable. Every shot hit the target. And astonishingly, all were in the tin ring. You are the most accurate shooter I have ever seen." The attendant nearby chimed in, "What this lady says is true. You are the most talented shooter I have encountered among our patrons, and you learned exceptionally quickly. Had I not seen you struggle with the firearms initially, I would have suspected you had military experience." Lin Zun chuckled with pride. His current state of mental cultivation enhanced his spiritual strength, and his senses were remarkably sharp, allowing him to control his body with precision. Mastering the art of shooting came naturally to him. He felt confident that once he wielded a real firearm, he would transform into a sharpshooter. "Enough flattery. It is getting late. Let us go for a meal. Mr. Lin, allow me to assist you." Rika escorted Lin Zun to a well-known and quaint restaurant nearby, where they indulged in Siamese cuisine, characterized by its sweet and sour notes with a hint of spice. Siamese fare proved to be quite agreeable to the palates of the Chinese. Lin Zun, with his appetite stimulated by martial arts practice, savored the meal with relish. Rika accompanied him, subtly observing him throughout the dinner. Among the individuals she had encountered, Lin Zun possessed the most striking appearance and captivating aura. Standing tall at 185 meters, with a perfectly proportioned physique, he was the epitome of sartorial elegance. His face was remarkably handsome, his smile radiant, and his countenance exuded an air of cool detachment when he was not smiling. As he walked, he was often mistaken for a celebrity, with people requesting photographs and seeking his contact information. Moreover, he was not only aesthetically pleasing but also financially affluent. He never glanced at prices when making purchases, and he offered her 10,000 Thai baht per day, equivalent to over 2,000 yuan. This sum was sufficient to cover her living expenses for 2 months. Before her family's misfortune, she earned a similar amount in a month, and even then, her income was unstable. If she could accompany him for a month or two, earning hundreds of thousands of Thai baht, her family's problems would be readily resolved. Rika's thoughts took flight as she gazed at Lin Zun, who had finished his meal. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my service today?" Chapter 15. Acquiring a firearm is as simple as purchasing groceries. Lin Zun, while wiping his mouth with a napkin, nodded in affirmation, satisfied. Very satisfied. Rika's heart leaped with joy. "I'm glad to hear that you're pleased. Do you have any places you wish to visit or activities you long to engage in? Share with me, and I shall orchestrate an experience that will leave you utterly enchanted. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. At this moment, I find myself yearning for your assistance. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall express my gratitude handsomely. Mr. Lin, what is it that you require my help with?" Lika glanced over in confusion, her gaze meeting Lin Zun's piercing, aggressive eyes, stirring something within her. Could it be that Mr. Lin harbors? Lika's face flushed crimson. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise, why would he offer such a substantial sum? It was evident he had intentions towards her. Lika found herself in a quandary, contemplating whether to acquiesce. Her initial instinct was to refuse. Despite the country's liberal nature, where casual encounters between genders are commonplace, she had been raised with traditional values instilled by her mother, making such actions unfathomable for her. After all, with her looks, she certainly did not lack for financial means and could easily avoid the rigors of earning a living. Yet, if she declined, what would become of this lucrative opportunity? She had entertained numerous guests, yet none had been as affluent and generous as this one. As she pondered, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Zun's handsome visage and robust physique, leading her to contemplate that perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. After all, there was little to lose. "Oh, Lika, what are you truly contemplating?" No need for such trepidation. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Lin Zun cut through the haze. "I wish to purchase a firearm. Can you guide me to where I might procure one?" "Ah, you wish to buy a gun?" Lika snapped back to reality, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. "I am aware of several gun shops in the vicinity, and I shall take you there." Lin Zun waved his hand. "Lika, you have misunderstood me. Given my status, it is impossible for me to acquire firearms through legitimate means. Therefore, I implore you to guide me to the black market for this purpose." Lika's eyes widened in shock. "What? You intend to purchase a firearm on the black market? This is illegal." Lin Zun calmly sipped his tea. "I am fully aware of that. However, if you lead the way, I shall reward you with 100,000 Thai baht." Lika was momentarily taken aback. 100,000 baht was sufficient to sustain her for several months of hard work. She was in dire need of such funds. Lin Zun continued, "If the endeavor is successful, I shall provide you with another 100,000 baht." This left Lika speechless, yet her heart was stirred with desire. Her expression fluctuated between indecision and conflict. She was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, yet equally hesitant to engage in unlawful activities. After considerable contemplation, she finally resolved, lowering her head and whispering, "Very well, I shall take you tomorrow." Lin Zun's face brightened with a smile. "Thank you." The following day, as he had pressing matters to attend to, Lin Zun did not wander elsewhere. He merely withdrew some money from the bank and returned to his hotel to rest. Lika indicated that she needed to prepare, thus she did not arrive in the morning, but came in the afternoon. Upon seeing her for the first time, Lin Zun nearly failed to recognize her. "What have you done to your appearance?" At that moment, Lika was clad in an exceedingly flamboyant outfit, adorned with a garish wig, and her face was heavily made up with smoky eyes, resembling a rather eccentric character. her beauty diminished by several degrees. Lika blushed. After all, this undertaking is illegal. And I still have my studies. I do not wish for anyone to find out. Lin Zun nodded in acknowledgement. Lika opened a bag and produced some cosmetics. Let me apply some makeup for you, she offered. Lin Zun graciously accepted her kind gesture, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Zun's appearance had transformed significantly. His charm diminished by 2 grades, making him appear a decade older. Once they were ready, the duo set off. Their destination was not far, merely a 20-minute journey from the hotel, adjacent to the shooting range they had visited the previous day. Lin Zun blinked, as if he had come to a realization. Instead of entering through the main entrance, they slipped through a small side door. Inside, a burly man clad in a suit greeted them with a broad smile. Speaking in rapid-fire words, Lika translated, "Esteemed guests, are you here to purchase firearms?" Lin Zun nodded, prompting an even brighter smile from the man, who gestured for them to enter. "Please, come inside." As they traversed a long corridor, they arrived at a spacious room adorned with an array of firearms, showcasing a dazzling collection. A staff member raised a handgun enthusiastically, proclaiming, "This is the Beretta 92, also known as the M9, the most popular handgun worldwide. It boasts high accuracy, low malfunction rates, and excellent handling, capable of holding 15 rounds with an effective range of 50 meters. If you are interested, it can be yours for 100,000 Thai baht, and we will include 30 rounds of ammunition." Lin Zun recalled that in a legitimate store, this firearm would typically cost around 20,000 Thai baht, making this price 4 times higher. However, within the context of the black market, it seemed somewhat justifiable. He no longer cared about the trivial amount of money and inquired, "May I give it a try?" "Of course, please do." Here, there was a modest shooting range. Lin Zun fired several rounds and was exceedingly satisfied. "This firearm is impressive. Please provide me with 2 of these, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition." "Certainly." Following this, the staff introduced additional firearms. Lin Zun, thoroughly captivated, entered a buying frenzy. Ultimately, he selected 6 guns, 2 M9s, 2 Glock 17 handguns, and 2 striking Desert Eagles. As for the ammunition, he opted for 5,000 rounds. There was no denying it, he suffered from a fear of inadequate firepower. So it was quite reasonable to acquire a little extra. Had the bullets not been so heavy, he would have considered purchasing even more. When the final tally was completed, he had spent a mere 1.5 million Thai baht, which converted to approximately 320,000 yuan, a trifling sum for him, perhaps due to the substantial transaction. The staff was in high spirits and asked, "Sir, will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer?" Lin Zun retrieved his wallet and replied, "I brought cash. I will settle the bill in cash." "Excellent. We do prefer cash. Would you like an invoice?" Lin Zun was taken aback. "You can issue an invoice here?" "Of course. We are a legitimate enterprise. However, due to the unique nature of your purchase, we can only list it under a different category. Do you require it?" "No. That won't be necessary." In the end, Lin Zun completed the transaction and departed, burdened with heavy firearms and ammunition. As he stepped outside, the blinding sunlight made him feel somewhat disoriented. Before his arrival, he had mentally prepared himself, expecting to encounter numerous obstacles. To his astonishment, everything proceeded far more smoothly than he had envisioned. Within a mere 20-minute drive, he reached the gun shop, where the staff provided warm and enthusiastic service throughout his visit. There was no need for subterfuge. He could shop as any ordinary person might. Ultimately, he spent just over 300,000, acquiring firearms with ease. It felt simpler than purchasing groceries, where one often faces discrepancies in weight. Yet here he received several hundred rounds of ammunition as a bonus. As Lin Zun gazed at the large box in his hands, an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction washed over him. A lack of fulfillment lingered. At that moment, a staff member stood at the entrance, waving farewell with reluctance. "Sir, we look forward to your next visit." Lin Zun nodded vacantly. "Certainly." The two departed. Beside him, Lika murmured that shooting range has military affiliations, which is why there are no regulations. As long as you can afford it, you can purchase any weapon you desire. However, you must exercise caution with the police. Should they discover your acquisition, your firearm will be confiscated. Additionally, you cannot bring this gun back to Huaxia, so be mindful. Lin Zun nodded. "I understand." Regardless, he deemed his foreign mission a resounding success. "Lika, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I will transfer you 200,000 Thai baht shortly." Lika beamed with delight. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Chapter 16. Immersed in tranquility, consciousness unbound. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Zun promptly concealed the firearm beneath the bed in the otherworldly room, then reclined, enveloped in a profound sense of security. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be a vulnerable figure easily manipulated. While I cannot guarantee the prowess of those at the level of marrow cleansing, I can assure you that for every practitioner below that level, I shall vanquish them without hesitation. Perhaps it is a fortuitous omen. That very night, his accumulated resentment reached a critical mass. He sat in meditation, taking a significant step forward to attain the realm of spiritual oblivion. The concept of sitting in oblivion entails transcending one's physical self, relinquishing one's intellect, and shedding all constraints to embrace the essence of nature, merging with the cosmos. In this exalted state, his mental energy transformed into spiritual awareness, allowing him to perceive the world around him, hear the faintest sounds, and savor the subtlest aromas. Any fluctuation of energy would be felt, akin to possessing an all-seeing eye with a panoramic view. While this ability may not directly enhance his combat prowess, its supportive effects are profoundly potent, especially considering he wields a firearm. Although he has just stepped into the realm of oblivion, and his spiritual awareness encompasses merely a radius of 10 zhang, it suffices, as it coincides with the effective range of his weapon. There is no need for meticulous aiming. He can strike his target effortlessly, even if they attempt to conceal themselves behind him. In essence, within this 10 zhang radius, he is virtually invincible, unless confronted by someone unperturbed by firearms. Lin Zun's eyes sparkled with clarity, his heart brimming with joy. Furthermore, spiritual awareness possesses another significant capability, the ability to draw energy from the external world. Generally, individuals replenish their internal energy through sustenance, yet this method is fraught with limitations, as one may perish from starvation if food is scarce. Possessing divine consciousness alleviates such troubles, for the environment surrounding humanity is replete with energy. Substances such as sunlight, air, water, and fire are all infused with vitality. Any form of energy can be absorbed by the divine consciousness, replenishing the body as depletions. Consequently, one finds it exceedingly difficult to perish from hunger, significantly enhancing one's survival capabilities. This state is commonly referred to as abstinence from grain. This ability proves immensely beneficial to Lin Zun, as he is currently engaged in martial arts training, which demands substantial energy and requires frequent nourishment. With this newfound capacity, he no longer needs to eat as often, thus conserving both resources and effort. Armed with his weapon and having transcended to a higher realm of spiritual cultivation, Lin Zun's spirits are exceptionally high, prompting him to consider venturing out for some enjoyment. He promptly reaches out to Lika. The esteemed clients had already made their demands, and how could Lika possibly refuse? She promptly accompanied Lin Zun to the performance venue. Unfortunately, they arrived a bit late, and the place was nearly filled to capacity, forcing them to share a table with others. The individual at their table was a fellow Huaxia man, in his 40s, of short stature, sporting a shaved head, a robust neck, and a broad waist. He donned a flamboyant floral shirt and matching shorts, adorned with golden chains and a gold watch, exuding the aura of a successful small business owner. Notably, he was accompanied by a local female companion, who appeared quite charming, welcoming Lin Zun and Lika's presence. He enthusiastically poured drinks for Lin Zun and, conversing in his native dialect, inquired, "Young brother, are you here for leisure as well?" With a smile, Lin Zun nodded. "Indeed. My friend, are you not here for the same reason? I have heard that this is a paradise for men, so I came to experience it myself." However, the bald man cast a glance at his female companion, and then at Lika. Filled with envy, he remarked, "Young brother, your companion is of exceptional quality, youthful and radiant, like a university student. Where did you find her? Could you introduce her to me?" Lika, understanding the implication of his words, felt a surge of anger within, yet maintained a smile on her face. Lin Zun quickly interjected, "My friend, you misunderstand. She is my tour guide and translator, a respectable person still pursuing her studies." "Is she truly a student?" The man's eyes brightened at this revelation. Throughout the evening, the bald man frequently flaunted his wealth, boasting about the number of properties he owned, the cars in his possession, and the scale of his business, while Lin Zun observed his performance with a cheerful demeanor. "Blow away, keep boasting, and before long, you'll match my 12-year-old financial prowess. I have faith in you." Lika is also laughing, albeit merely out of politeness, having witnessed Lin Zun's wealth and charm. The local tycoon fails to captivate her interest in the slightest. The bald man feels deflated, as if he had cast flirtatious glances at a blind person. Then, the performance commenced, drawing his attention to the stage. As a group of tall, particularly alluring women took the stage, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Among them, the bald man was the most animated, rushing forward with a loud shout, even going so far as to reach out and touch. Then, he felt a pang of inferiority. Lin Zun nearly laughed his teeth out at the sight. The bald man, filled with embarrassment and anger, retorted, "What are you laughing at? Perhaps you are even worse off than I am." "Indeed, I am younger than you," Lin Zun replied with a chuckle. At that moment, Lin Zun's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly grasped Lika's hand. "We must go." Lika, bewildered, asked, "Mr. Lin, what is wrong?" "No time for chatter. Follow me at once." The bald man, perplexed, exclaimed, "What is going on? Surely he hasn't fled out of embarrassment, has he? Young man, you must toughen your skin." At this juncture, Lin Zun hurriedly led Lika forward. But the crowd was too dense, making his pace slow to a crawl, with the exit still far out of reach. After running for approximately 10 seconds, Lin Zun's expression shifted once more, and he changed direction towards the restroom. Adjacent to it was a storage room, into which Lin Zun pulled Lika without hesitation, shutting the door behind them. Just as the door clicked shut, four armed youths burst into the ballroom and promptly sealed the entrance. Two individuals ascended the stage, brandishing submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The venue erupted in a cacophony of screams, and blood spilled profusely. Chapter 17. The Shooting Kidnapping Incident. This sudden turn of events rendered everyone paralyzed with shock. Once reality set in, chaos ensued as people frantically sought to escape. The 6 youths, stationed at each corner, fired indiscriminately while shouting incoherently. Hiding in the storage room, Lika was equally stunned, trembling all over as she clung tightly to Lin Zun, longing to meld her delicate form into his. Lin Zun gently patted her back, offering reassurance. "Do not be afraid. We are relatively safe here." Lika responded softly, yet her grip only tightened. After a while, as the gunfire subsided, Lika lifted her head, her face etched with terror, and in a faint voice inquired, "Mr. Lin, did you sense something was amiss earlier, prompting you to pull me away?" Lin Zun nodded, expressing regret. "Indeed, but I did not anticipate it would be too late." As a powerful practitioner, he possessed an acute sensitivity to danger. At that moment, he sensed an anomaly and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness, swiftly identifying the threat. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to escape. However, the sheer number of people had obstructed all possible exits, leaving him trapped. Reflecting on the situation, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had intended to immerse himself in local culture, only to find himself entangled in a shooting incident. Such is the unfortunate reality of a gun-infested nation. Yet, despite being in peril, Lin Zun remained unperturbed, for he could effortlessly retreat to another realm, assured of his safety. If all else fails, resorting to firearms to eliminate them remains an option. Perhaps Rika was affected by Lin Zun's composure, as she inquired softly, "Mr. Lin, do you believe we can escape? Or rather, will we survive?" "Yes, with me here, we certainly will," Lin Zun declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, the gunfire ceased, and the armed adolescent stood on the stage, vociferously shouting. Lin Zun, unable to comprehend, requested, "Rika, could you translate what they're saying for me?" "Yes, certainly." Apparently, these 6 youths belonged to a gang. Their leader had been apprehended, prompting them to orchestrate this assault, abducting the tourists and spectators as bargaining chips in negotiations with the police to secure their leader's release. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun scoffed. "What era is this? Still engaging in terrorist attacks and kidnappings to rescue people?" The police, representing the authority of the state, would never concede. Thus, in Lin Zun's estimation, there was only one outcome. Their incarcerated leader would remain imprisoned. With his offenses compounded, the 6 of them would either perish or face life imprisonment. The police would face repercussions for their unsuccessful rescue attempt, leading to the resignation of several officials, and the tourists present, utterly innocent, would become casualties of the conflict, their fate hanging in the balance. Virtually no one would emerge victorious. Lin Zun suspected that these 6 individuals were being manipulated. As for the identity of the mastermind, it remained unknown. "Rika, let's remain composed here. The police should extricate us soon." Despite possessing some capabilities, he would abstain from recklessness. Even a seasoned master could succumb to a flurry of blows, let alone gunfire. "Yes, very well," Rika responded, concurring with his sentiment. However, a familiar scream echoed from outside. "Stop hitting me. I beg you, please stop. I was wrong. I truly was." Lin Zun inquired with curiosity. What provoked that bald man to attract the thugs? Why is he the only one in trouble? Lika, with a peculiar expression, explained, the boss just touched a ladyboy, who happens to be the girlfriend of one of them. Naturally, he must retaliate after his girlfriend was taken advantage of. Lin Zun broke into a sweat, realizing the chaos of the elite circle. At that moment, the bald man continued to shout, "Brave heroes, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Could you please refrain from beating me? There are still 2 others in the storage room of the restroom. If you must hit someone, let it be them." Lin Zun cursed inwardly, "That fat fool. You sold me out." Indeed, when one is outside, one must be most wary of their own kind. "Mr. Lin, what shall we do now?" Lika's face turned pale with fear. "Fear not. Let us observe the unfolding events." At that moment, others began to step forward and make identifications. In times of peril, human nature proves to be fragile. A gun-wielding youth approached, kicking the door with force while babbling incessantly. Lin Zun turned to Lika in his arms. "What is he saying?" "He demands we open the door, or else he will shoot." Lin Zun pondered for a moment. "I have a message for him. Please translate it for me." "What is it?" "Go to hell." Upon hearing this, the youth became even angrier, raising his gun and firing at the door. Lika screamed, curling up in Lin Zun's embrace. Lin Zun remained remarkably composed, for he had thoroughly inspected the door and found it to be exceedingly sturdy. Ordinary firearms would prove ineffective against it, unless heavy weaponry were employed. Yet, they possessed none of such artillery, rendering their position quite secure. As Lin Zun had anticipated, after a futile barrage of gunfire, the assailants ultimately yielded to frustration, resorting to profane tirades at the entrance. The invectives were particularly vulgar, and even without Lika's translation, Lin Zun could discern their essence. "Lika, assist me with the translation. As long as that rotund brute has all his teeth knocked out, we shall surrender. But, Mr. Lin, do as I instruct." Upon hearing this, the armed youth approached the corpulent proprietor with a blend of skepticism and resolve, raising his hand to deliver a series of slaps that left the unfortunate man scrambling for his teeth. Lin Zun felt a sense of satisfaction. This is the fate of those who betray me. Betrayers shall never find peace in death. At that moment, the armed youth returned, babbling incoherently. "He demands that we open the door." "Tell him, not a chance." It was evident that this only incited further rage. He kicked the door repeatedly and unleashed a volley of bullets, all to no avail. The only outcome was the infliction of pain upon that unfortunate rotund figure. Lika's heart finally eased somewhat as she nestled her small head against Lin Zun's chest, seeking solace in his presence. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Mr. Lin, shall we remain hidden here indefinitely?" Lin Zun shook his head. "Certainly not. One can never predict the depths of depravity to which those villains might sink. We must not place our hopes in the mercy of our foes. I await an opportunity." "What opportunity?" "The opportunity has arrived." Lin Zun hurried to the back of the storage room, clearing away an array of clutter to reveal a wall adorned with newspaper clippings. Upon tearing away the newspaper, he discovered a small window concealed behind it. He swiftly fetched a ladder from the side, ascended, and opened the window, only to find himself face to face with a special police officer scaling the wall. They exchanged astonished glances, caught in a moment of sheer bewilderment. Lin Zun, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Officer, I have finally awaited your arrival." The special police officer responded with a flurry of words, conveying, "Although this is not my homeland, I am certain that all police officers across the world are united, and I knew you would come to our aid." The officer continued, "Do you require my assistance?" To which he replied, "No need for thanks. It is my duty." Amidst this exchange, Lika, standing behind, could not suppress a laugh, remarking, "What are you two saying? It's completely nonsensical, like a chicken talking to a duck." Turning to Lin Zun, she added, "Allow me to take over the translation." Chapter 18. Even at this moment, "You dare to provoke us?" After translation, the wariness on the special officer's face finally faded away. Lin Zun extended his hand, pulling him inside, followed by 3 more special police officers who were also drawn into the circle. The 6 of them crouched together, with Lika nestled beside Lin Zun, serving as the translator. The situation unfolded as follows. Lin Zun sketched lines on the ground while explaining, "We were just watching a performance when this group suddenly barged in, sealing off all exits and recklessly firing their weapons. Currently, there are 16 individuals severely injured or deceased. There are a total of 6 individuals, all male, aged between 16 and 18, positioned as follows." After a thorough explanation, the 4 special police officers gained a deeper understanding of the situation at hand. They relayed the information and deliberated on a rescue plan. Ultimately, they concluded that the task of saving the hostages remained exceedingly challenging. This was due to the fact that there were 6 assailants, each armed with firearms, and standing in a widely dispersed manner, making it imperative to neutralize them simultaneously. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I do have a strategy," Lin exclaimed. "What strategy do you propose, Mr. Lin?" he was asked. "I can divert their attention, allowing for a coordinated strike. With internal and external efforts combined, we can surely achieve a successful rescue." Lin Zun articulated his plan. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of hope. Thus, Lin Zun commenced his operation. He picked up a stone from the ground, stealthily opened the door, and hurled it outside. From the outside, witnesses observed the storage room door crack open slightly, followed by a stone soaring through the air, striking one of the assailants squarely on the head, causing blood to spill. All the assailants were taken aback. How could they dare to provoke us at such a moment? This was utterly audacious, unforgivable. The assailant who had been struck was seething with rage, charging forward while cursing and firing at the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing the futility of his actions and wasting ammunition, he resorted to kicking the door instead. Thud, thud. However, just as he prepared to deliver a third kick, the door suddenly swung open. Unable to arrest his momentum, he stumbled forward, executing a forceful split. A sharp tear echoed as his trousers gave way, his legs extending to an astonishing 180 degrees. "Ah!" he bellowed in agony, a sound that would stir the deepest sympathies. Spectators suspected a more delicate injury. Given the excruciating nature of his cry, a pain akin to the trials of gestation. At that moment, a resounding thud reverberated as a brick struck him, rendering him unconscious. He was promptly dragged inside, the entire sequence unfolding with seamless efficiency. The remaining assailants outside were initially dumbfounded, then erupted in vehement outrage. 2 of the criminals charged forward menacingly. Instantly, twin gunshots rang out as the external sniper seized the opportunity, obliterating their heads. The remaining trio, in a frenzy of alarm and fury, scrambled for cover. However, their defenses were inadequate. Special Forces officers burst from the storage room, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the surviving criminals. The situation was swiftly resolved. Righteousness prevailed as the Special Forces neutralized the criminals, liberating all hostages. Subsequently, law enforcement personnel entered the scene to reassure the rescued individuals. Ambulances arrived to provide medical assistance, and journalists began their coverage. Lin Zun, remarkably unscathed, was approached by a dignified, middle-aged man in police uniform who courteously stated, "Mr. Lin, we are indebted to you for your assistance. Please accompany me. A person of considerable importance wishes to meet you." Judging by the man's attire, Lin Zun deduced that he was the local police commissioner. He complied, and they proceeded to a distinguished, formally dressed middle-aged man with a piercing gaze. "Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce our mayor, Mr. Dian." The latter extended his hand warmly and spoke in fluent Mandarin. "Mr. Lin, thank you. I truly appreciate your assistance." Mr. Lin was somewhat taken aback. "You speak Mandarin?" The mayor burst into laughter. "Of course. I once studied in Huaxiao, and my ancestors hail from there, so it is quite natural for me to speak Mandarin." "Oh, that explains it. You seem very familiar." "I feel the same way." Mayor Dian continued to shake Mr. Lin's hand enthusiastically, solemnly expressing, "Mr. Lin, I am genuinely grateful for your help. Had it not been for you, the situation here could have worsened, causing countless families to lose their loved ones. As the mayor, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Thank you. You have truly rendered me a great service." Tilting his head with a smile, Mr. Lin inquired, "In that case, is there any reward?" Mayor Dian was momentarily taken aback by the directness of the question. However, true to his position, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Indeed. First, we will bestow upon you an honorary citizenship award and publicly commend you for your contributions. Additionally, we will grant you a monetary reward of approximately 500,000 Thai baht. Furthermore, should you decide to live or invest here in the future, we will provide you with certain conveniences." Mr. Lin pondered for a moment. He was not a local and did not intend to reside here long-term, so the honor seemed of little use to him. As for the monetary reward, 500,000 baht was not a significant amount in his eyes. Thus, this reward felt almost negligible. Consequently, Mr. Lin nudged his companion, Lika, forward. "She is a cherished friend of mine here, named Rika, and she has been of immense assistance to me. Please allocate my reward to her." Rika, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, you allow me to elucidate. As a citizen of China, I am destined to return home eventually. rendering this reward inconsequential to me. However, your circumstances differ significantly. You reside here, and your family is facing adversity. This reward should prove instrumental in alleviating your challenges. Rika parted her lips, unable to utter a word of refusal. Her gaze upon Lin Zun intensified, brimming with affection that surged forth like a torrential river. The mayor of Tianshui City, casting an ambiguous glance at the pair, addressed Rika with a smile. Young lady, do not hesitate to approach me with any needs you may have, provided they are reasonable and lawful. I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability. Rika was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lin Zun and Rika departed joyfully. The smile vanished from the mayor's face as he inquired, Has there been an investigation into whether this incident was accidental or the result of malicious intent? The director, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, stammered, We are currently investigating, but it will require some time. Expedite the process. I demand an answer promptly. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Furthermore, there is a matter I wish to bring to your attention. What is it? The director lowered his voice. The aforementioned Lin Zun is no ordinary individual. He was the first to detect the anomaly, and he played a pivotal role in resolving the situation and rescuing the hostages. It appears that individuals of his caliber are typically cultivated by specialized agencies. The mayor of Tianshui City furrowed his brow. What is his purpose here? And has he exhibited any unusual behavior? He seems to be here for leisure purposes, having spent the past few days engaging in recreational activities, indistinguishable from other tourists. Save for his lavish spending habits. Today, as events appear to be fortuitously timed. The mayor relaxed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. In Huaxia, there are hidden talents everywhere. Since there are no anomalies, there is no need for concern. We have a multitude of pressing matters to address. Let us attend to these first. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. Chapter 19. Strengthening the Body and Achieving Greatness. Danger approaches. This incident has stirred considerable commotion in the Kingdom of Siam. The police are preoccupied with damage control, the hospitals are busy saving lives, and the Tourism Bureau is striving to restore Siam's international reputation. Yet, none of this bears any relevance to Lin Zun, who has already boarded a flight back to his homeland. Although this journey had its share of turbulence, the outcome remains quite gratifying. He successfully acquired firearms, made breakthroughs in his cultivation, and significantly enhanced his overall prowess. Furthermore, it seems he has unwittingly gained the affection of a charming young lady. Remembering the reluctant gaze of Lika during their farewell, Lin Zun felt a flutter of emotion. However, he knows he cannot linger here, nor can he pause for any individual. His future encompasses the stars and the vast seas, the pursuit of immortality and a life of carefree transcendence. He shall not be halted by matters of the heart. As for Lika, he shall leave it to fate. Upon returning home, Lin Zun resumed his diligent cultivation as before. His beloved son, Qian Xiaoshui, is also putting in great effort. He has arranged for the script to be finalized and has assembled the production team, which is currently engaged in intensive filming. This project demands meticulous attention to detail. Thus the pace is slower, with his scenes expected to be shot in approximately 2 weeks. Lin Zun wholeheartedly supports this, for a well-crafted production will attract a larger audience. The more people watch, the more detractors there will inevitably be. After a week in this otherworldly realm, Lin Zun stood firmly in a horse stance. His body taut with tension, muscles rippling, beads of sweat rising on his forehead. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch that resonated like thunder. The wooden plank before him, an inch thick, shattered under the force of his blow. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Xiaofeng approached, applauding. Impressive. A sound like that is invaluable. Your strength has reached a remarkable peak. If you were to enter a meditative state, you could contend with even those who have tempered their bones. All thanks to your guidance, Miss Lin. I shall remember it deeply. Lin Zun replied with a smile. I have taught you little. It is your extraordinary talent that has led you to self-mastery. If only I possessed half of your gifts, I would have already ascended to the blood exchange realm. With innate potential, Lin Xiaofeng said, her face filled with envy. Though her own talent was not lacking, having refined her organs at a young age, she still paled in comparison to Lin Zun, who had achieved in a mere month what she had in 2 years. The prowess of a spiritual refinement expert is indeed terrifying. Now, let us cease our mutual flattery. What is the situation in the southwest? Lin Xiaofeng's expression turned grave as she continued. I have noticed many in the residence appearing anxious, hurrying about with furrowed brows. The border conflicts are escalating. Both sides have amassed an army of 100,000 poised for battle at any moment. The general of Qingzhou may soon be dispatched to the front lines. If he departs, Chaos may ensue in Qingzhou, making commerce exceedingly difficult. Moreover, without the constraints imposed by the commander, Wang Rushan might once again take action against us. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. It was precisely for this reason that he had made extensive preparations to confront such eventualities. Enough of these disheartening matters. Young Master Lin, I shall now impart to you the technique of bone tempering. Listen attentively, and you should master it swiftly, one taught diligently, while the other learned earnestly. And Lin Zun grasped the technique with remarkable speed. In essence, the art of bone tempering strengthens the bones within one's body, rendering them as resilient as steel. With fortified bones, the power exerted becomes greater, and the impact of strikes more painful. However, bones are the hardest components of the body, nestled beneath the flesh, supporting the entire frame. Thus, mastery is not easily attained. From initiation to mastery, one should not expect success in less than 8 or 9 years. Many martial artists find themselves hindered at this stage. Yet, with the consumption of a secret elixir for bone tempering, the time required for cultivation can be significantly reduced. Young Master Lin, our Lin family possesses a unique formula for this elixir. If you take it twice daily, once before and once after training, you could achieve mastery in less than 3 years. Given your exceptional talent, you may even progress more swiftly. I have heard that the elixir for bone tempering is priceless. Might this be too extravagant? From my studies, I have learned that such elixirs are closely guarded secrets among various sects and esteemed families. Even if one were to offer a fortune of 10,000 taels of silver, acquiring a formula would still be uncertain. Additionally, the materials required for concocting these elixirs are exceedingly costly, making them quite valuable. Even the most commonplace elixir necessitates 10 taels of silver for a month's supply, which is equivalent to over 5 years' income for an ordinary family, and it may still prove elusive to obtain. Lin Xiaofeng waved her hand, resolutely stating, Young Master Lin, there is no need for further words. You possess a natural talent in this regard, and we shall undoubtedly offer our full support. I only hope that in the future, as you achieve success in your cultivation, you will extend your benevolence towards the Lin family. The gratitude of this humble maiden will know no bounds. Lin Zun found himself unable to decline her goodwill and accepted her offer. He devoted himself to diligent study and rigorous practice, consuming large quantities of the bone-enhancing elixir and utilizing his spiritual consciousness to facilitate absorption and digestion, thereby transforming his bones and swiftly augmenting his strength. 3 years? I will achieve mastery in merely 3 months. No, in 2 months. Lin Zun declared with unwavering confidence. 3 days passed, and indeed, General Wang Zhantian of Qingzhou was summoned away by an official order. With the absence of innate martial artists to maintain order, and in light of the escalating tensions of war, chaos soon descended upon Qizhou. The number of bandits increased, leading to rampant incidents of robbery and theft, prompting stricter curfews and regulations. Additionally, the prices of essential goods such as grain and oil surged by 20%, a significant burden for many. Even the Lin family, a prominent household in Qinghe Prefecture, felt the impact. The threat of banditry rendered trade outside the city untenable, and they had to manage their stock cautiously, selling only what they could afford. But how can we sustain our several thousand mouths to feed? We may not endure for long. Then we shall cut expenses, reduce monthly allowances, and prioritize the distribution of rice and flour. We must all weather this storm together. Other matters can wait until we surmount this crisis. Alas, at present, this was their only recourse. They could only hope for a swift resolution to the conflict. Observing the crestfallen visages of everyone present, Lin Zun was reminded of a poignant adage. A particle of history's dust, when it settles upon an individual, becomes a weighty burden. Meanwhile, in Qinghe Prefecture, at the Drunken Immortal Inn, a gaunt man with a somber countenance hastily entered, followed by several others. A portly middle-aged man, adorned in the attire of a wealthy landowner, scurried over with obsequious haste, exclaiming, Young Master Wang, what brings you here? The youth retorted with a displeased snort, Could I have avoided it? Had I not come? You might have forgotten your allegiance to me. How can you be of any use if you cannot even manage such a trivial matter? The landowner trembled. His face contorted in distress, and pleaded, Young Master Wang, it is not that we have not exerted ourselves, but the Lin family is so cunning. They have managed to bind the Han and Li families together through a reward, making their fortunes inseparable. We have had no opportunity to strike. The youth paused, conceding that the blame could not be placed entirely on him. Very well, let us discuss this inside. Young Master Wang, allow me to lead the way. Moments later, they entered a lavishly decorated room. Several others were present, clad in exquisite silks and adorned with jeweled crowns, their refined manners indicating their elevated status. Yet, before the young man, they all bowed in deference. Greetings, young Master Wang. For this youth was none other than Wang Rushan, the son of Wang Zhantian, the general commander of Qingzhou. He had come for the Lin family. 6 years prior, he had been captivated by the beauty of Lin Xiaofeng of the Lin family, and immediately sent emissaries to propose marriage. However, the Lin family had refused without hesitation. He is, after all, the son of the general of Qizhou, a person of noble status. To propose marriage to you, a mere merchant of lowly standing, is already a sign of favor, and yet you dare to refuse? Enraged by this affront, he initially sought revenge. However, restrained by his father, he endured for 2 long years until he could no longer contain himself, covertly retaliating. Today he would sabotage one individual, tomorrow another, secretly undermining their businesses, relishing the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game. The Lin family was on the brink of ruin due to his machinations, yet they devised a cunning strategy, uniting the Han and Li families along with the local magistrate, miraculously ensuring their survival. His anger mounted, leading him to orchestrate an assassination, which ultimately ended in failure. The situation escalated, reaching his father's ears, resulting in a reprimand and confinement. Consequently, his resentment towards the Lin family deepened. Had his father not been reassigned, he would still be imprisoned. Thus, his fury was immense. And the first thing upon his release was to bring down the Lin family. Everyone, no need for pleasantries, please take a seat, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Wang Rushan took his place at the head of the table, while the others arranged themselves according to their rank. Wang Rushan, straightforward and unambiguous, declared, "The Lin family has brought disgrace upon me. It is time for their annihilation. If anyone possesses a viable strategy, do not hesitate to share. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall bestow generous rewards." The assembly exchanged glances, their expressions revealing hesitation. My lord, it is not that we are unwilling, but rather that the Lin family is indeed a formidable adversary. They have established their roots here for a century, deeply entrenched and flourishing. Uprooting them is no simple task. Furthermore, they have cunningly ensnared the Han and Li families in their schemes. Moreover, the local governor now stands alongside the Lin family. We truly find ourselves in a predicament. Hence, I have arrived. I possess a scheme that could render the Lin family utterly annihilated, but it necessitates your cooperation. The crowd exchanged glances. Young master, what is your plan? Wang Rushan replied with calm composure. I intend to host a banquet for the local governor, officials, and all prominent families. Out of respect for my father, they will undoubtedly feel compelled to attend. At that moment, you shall unite to launch a surprise attack on the Lin family. By then, it will be too late for the governor and the Han and Li families to intervene. Young master, a brilliant strategy. However, someone hesitated, relying solely on ourselves. We may not be able to eradicate the Lin family. If the governor and the others catch wind of our intentions, our efforts could be in vain. Wang Rushan snorted disdainfully. I have already anticipated this. Currently, banditry runs rampant, with many claiming dominion over the mountains. Yet, a thief remains a thief. They have long sought to ally with my Wang family, and now it is time to enlist their aid. With numerous heroes from Liaoshan at our disposal, coupled with your inside assistance, I refuse to believe we cannot bring down the insignificant Lin family. The crowd exchanged determined glances. Rising to bow, we are willing to offer our humble services. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. On the following day, Wang Rushan extended invitations to the local governor and the prominent families for a banquet in his name. Despite lacking any official title and possessing only mediocre martial skills, his father held the position of the chief military officer of Qizhou and was a formidable innate martial artist. Thus, everyone felt obliged to grant him a modicum of respect and promptly accepted the invitation. This news swiftly reached the Lin family. Wang Rushan has arrived. He invited a multitude, conspicuously omitting my Lin family, a clear indication of his intentions towards us. The Lin family, is this the end for us? A pall of gloom descended upon the Lin household. Perhaps, I shall implore Wang Rushan, beseeching him to spare the Lin family. Lin Xiaofeng uttered with difficulty. The assembled company, observing Lin Xiaofeng's somber countenance, parted their lips, yet found themselves incapable of uttering a single word. For virtually all of Lin Xiaofeng's kin had perished at the hands of Wang Rushan, and to suggest that she entreat her nemesis was a proposition too devoid of conscience for them to articulate. Yet, should they abstain, the Lin family would meet its demise, and they too would be swept away in its wake. Lin Zun shook his head. It is to no avail. This is no longer a mere matter of personal grievance, but a struggle for survival. Your supplications would only serve to demean yourself, affording him nothing but amusement. Lin Xiaofeng's spirits waned. Then I shall take Wang Rushan's life. One arose, declaring, with his demise, all animosity shall dissipate, and I shall bear the entirety of the culpability, ensuring that the Lin family and the young mistress remain untainted. His name was Lin Fu, a member of the Lin household by birth, having been raised within its walls since his youth, and possessing unwavering loyalty towards the family. Ling Zun once again shook his head. Let us not be presumptuous. While Wang Rushan may lack in prowess, he is surrounded by formidable experts. Before you could even approach him, you would be decapitated. Furthermore, his father is a prominent court official, currently engaged in warfare abroad, and the court would undoubtedly favor him. Should Wang Rushan perish, the Lin family would suffer the same wretched fate. Is there truly nothing we can do? Someone lamented in anguish. The countenances of the assembly grew even more despondent. It is not to say that we are entirely impotent. Lin Zun chuckled and remarked, haven't you all noticed? Wang Rushan has consistently resorted to petty tricks in the shadows, acting furtively as if afraid of being discovered. His father's position as the general of Qizhou not only bestows upon him power but also imposes constraints. Thus, he dares not overreach. As long as we withstand his minor schemes, we shall be unscathed. Is that truly the case, young Master Lin? Indeed. After all, his father is not invincible, and he possesses rivals within the court. Should he escalate matters and his adversaries seize upon his vulnerabilities, they would undoubtedly face ruin. It stands to reason that the general of Qizhou frequently restrains his son, likely considering this very point. Therefore, we ought not to trouble ourselves unnecessarily or frighten ourselves with idle worries. The old steward clapped his hands in hearty laughter. Young Master Lin, your words illuminate my mind. I feel considerably lighter. Indeed, I had thought Wang Rushan formidable, only to discover he is but a paper tiger. We need not fear him excessively. Young Master Lin, your insights are remarkable. You are truly a modern-day Zhuge Liang. I am in awe. Lin Zun smiled faintly. In truth, these truths are exceedingly simple, easily comprehensible. The Lin family, ensnared within their own fears, had been plagued by anxiety and uncertainty, preventing them from seeing clearly. Unlike him, who, from an outsider's perspective, could grasp the larger picture, thus dispelling the fog of confusion. Most crucially, he wielded power. Authority emerges from the barrel of a gun. As long as the opponent's father does not confront him personally, he holds no fear whatsoever. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed loudly, young Master Lin speaks the truth. As Wang Rushan has arrived, there is no need for us to succumb to fear. From this day forth, we shall remain vigilant and adopt a cautious demeanor, ensuring our defenses are tight while appearing relaxed outwardly, leaving no opportunity for Wang Rushan to exploit. Indeed, miss. The crowd responded in unison. Chapter 21. With guns in hand. A bloodbath unleashed. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the enforcement of a curfew, the citizens of Qinghe Prefecture returned home early, and the night felt particularly desolate. However, the drunken immortal pavilion was ablaze with light. Today marked the day when General Wang Rushan of Qizhou hosted a banquet, and all invited local officials, prominent family heads, and significant figures attended with solemnity. Amidst the revelry at the drunken immortal pavilion, a group stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the Lin residence. Leading them was a burly man with a thick beard, towering in stature and wielding a 4-foot-long blade. Gazing at the imposing walls before him, he declared, esteemed leaders, this is the Lin residence. Please rest for a moment. Once the signal sounds, we shall charge in. Why rest? Let us storm in directly. One scoffed. Though their numbers were few, merely 80, they were all elite fighters. For at the marrow cleansing stage, 12 at the organ refining stage, 30 who had forged their bones, while the remainder were all masters of muscle refinement. Such a force would not fear even a well-equipped army of 1,000, let alone a mere Lin family. However, the burly man held a differing opinion. This is the command of young Master Wang. We must comply. Otherwise, if young Master were to take offense, we would be unable to bear the consequences. The others considered his words and replied, very well, we shall proceed as you say. Indeed, I have heard that the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofeng, possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden, captivating countless hearts. Thus, while others of the Lin family may be slain, Lin Xiaofeng must be spared, to be presented to our young master, who would undoubtedly be elated. This reasoning is sound. Aha! They patiently awaited, and after roughly half a stick of incense, a resplendent firework ascended from the drunken immortal pavilion. exchanging glances. They swiftly vaulted over the high wall. Attack! The Lin residence was instantly roused, cries of alarm filling the air. Assassins! Murder! Quickly, summon aid. A crimson firework shot up rapidly. The patrons at the drunken immortal pavilion beheld the blossoming firework, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they rose from their seats. Esteemed gentlemen, are you departing? Is the meal unsatisfactory? Came the sardonic voice of Wang Rushan. The magistrate hastily replied, No, no, no. Young Master Wang, it is not dissatisfaction, but rather an urgent matter at home that compels me to return. If there has been any negligence, I beg your forgiveness. The others offered similar excuses, eager to take their leave. There's no need for haste. Wang Rushan waved his hand. And immediately 4 masters of cleansing marrow stepped forward to block all exits. Young Master Wang, what is the meaning of this? Wang Rushan, fanning himself with a smile, replied, I have longed to meet you all. Thus I wish to indulge in merriment and fine wine until dawn. I implore you, esteemed gentlemen, to oblige. But I truly have pressing matters at home. Wang Rushan's expression darkened. Even so urgent, can one not spare the time for a single meal? Enough, everyone. Let us partake in this repast together before we proceed further. And to the dancers, continue the music and dance. Is there anyone here who can perform ambush from 10 sides? I desire to hear it. Meanwhile, within the Lin Manor, the conflict had already commenced. With combatants engaged in close quarters, the air was thick with battle cries and permeated with an intense aura of carnage, resulting in utter pandemonium. I anticipated your arrival. Lin Zun roused himself from his meditative state, alighting from the bed and retrieving a chest from beneath it. Upon opening it, he produced a firearm. Just then, with a resounding crash, a stranger kicked open the door. Upon seeing Lin Zun, he sneered menacingly and raised his blade. Your fate has run out, kid. Prepare to die. It is you whose fate has run out. Lin Zun calmly raised his weapon. Bang! The assailant collapsed, a bullet lodged in his forehead. His eyes wide with disbelief as he breathed his last. Lin Zun stepped over the freshly fallen corpse and ventured forth. Bang! 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 Wherever he went, his adversaries fell, each shot claiming a life. Lin Zun could not help but marvel at the superiority of modern weaponry. Against ordinary martial artists, it was akin to a cataclysmic strike. No wonder few in the modern world practiced martial arts. They were simply obsolete. Before long, the ground was littered with bodies. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this really young Master Lin? How had he become so formidable? Had he truly slain all these men? Just then, an assassin descended from the rafters, attempting a surprise attack. I will kill you. Without even turning his head, Lin Zun fired a shot with a swift backhand motion. A gunshot reverberated, and he clutched his forehead, collapsing to the ground in agonizing cries. He was still alive? Ah, a bone-forging expert. His bones were exceptionally resilient. Not to worry. A few more shots would suffice. Lin Zun turned with an impassive countenance, raising his firearm and firing several shots in rapid succession. The bullets struck his eyes, nose, and throat, finally ending his life. Resilient bones were inconsequential. The body invariably possessed vulnerable points, and those were where he would aim. Lin Zun replicated this method, continuously firing with unerring accuracy, eliminating all the remaining bandits. The Lin family watched in utter astonishment. There were 30 bandits in total, the weakest of whom possessed muscle-strengthening prowess. Yet within a fraction of an hour, 28 had fallen at Lin Zun's hand. His lethality surpassed even that of a marrow-cleansing expert. Lin Zun exhaled on the barrel of his gun and inquired, Where's the young mistress? The maidservant, her face filled with reverence, replied, In the front courtyard. They are all in the front courtyard. Very well, I shall proceed there immediately. Lin Zun advanced, cutting down anyone in his path, encountering no opposition. In a short while, he reached the front courtyard. A fierce battle was raging, with nearly all the experts gathered there. The most formidable among them was a woman who appeared to be around 30 years of age. Her face was round and fair, her hair was raven and thick, coiled behind her head. Her figure was voluptuous, yet she was clad in loose black garments, exuding an aura of murderous intent. This individual was Shui Quanjiao, the sole marrow-cleansing expert in the Lin mansion. Despite her youthful appearance, she was likely already 50 years old, as marrow-cleansing experts possess the ability to retard aging and live longer than ordinary individuals. At that moment, she was wielding dual swords, confronting 3 marrow-cleansing experts head-on. Regrettably, the disparity in strength has placed us at a disadvantage. Lin Xiaofeng, too, is locked in a fierce confrontation with a marrow-cleansing expert. The significant difference in their capabilities leaving her struggling to maintain her ground. The viscera-tempering experts of the Lin family are all engaged here, each facing 2 adversaries. At this rate, the Lin family is destined for defeat. Their astonishment was palpable upon seeing Lin Zun's arrival. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here? This place is perilous. You must leave at once." "Fear not, I am here to assist," Lin Zun declared, raising his firearm and unleashing a furious barrage upon the viscera-tempering expert before him. The adversary, swift as he was, attempted to evade the onslaught. Alas, he was no match for the velocity of the projectiles, each bullet piercing his form. With seasoned precision, Lin Zun targeted the most vulnerable points, ensuring several rounds found their mark between his legs, reducing him to a bloody mess in mere moments. A blood-curdling scream echoed as a viscera-tempering expert, capable of wrestling tigers, met his demise on the spot. The sight was utterly astounding. Chapter 22. Slaying a marrow cleanser with firearms. Reversing the tide. A viscera-tempering expert, no less. A being capable of hunting ferocious beasts in the mountains. Even a marrow-cleansing expert would require several exchanges to fell such a foe. Yet here he lay, vanquished by a martial artist who appeared to have only just stepped into the bone-forging realm? The onlookers were dumbfounded, their actions momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Lin Zun, however, wasted no time. Having dispatched one adversary, he immediately set his sights on the next viscera-tempering expert. Terror gripped the man's face as he desperately sought to evade the inevitable. Again, a volley of shots rang out, sending him to join his predecessor in the afterlife. "Young Master Lin," Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. The enemy, finally recovering from their shock, cautioned, "That lad is treacherous. Beware his hidden weapon." As Lin Zun reloaded, he sneered, "What good is caution? All shall perish by my gun." He then raised his weapon and commenced firing. Bang, bang. 6 experts at the viscera refining stage fell, their lives extinguished in rapid succession, instantly reversing the situation. I'll kill you." A marrow-cleansing expert, locked in combat with Lin Xiaofeng, abandoned his opponent and charged furiously toward Lin Zun, enraged by the loss of his subordinates. "Young Master Lin, be careful." Lin Zun calmly raised his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shots rang out in quick succession, each aimed at a vital point. However, with swift, subtle movements, his adversary evaded 4 bullets, then deflected the remaining 2 with a pair of precise cuts. Can he evade bullets? Let's see how you evade this time. Lin Zun produced another pistol, firing both simultaneously, one aimed at a vital point, the other targeting any potential escape route. Unable to evade, the marrow-cleansing expert sustained several hits. However, his body proved remarkably resilient, the bullets unable to penetrate, lodging instead in the surface. With a ripple of muscle, he expelled the projectiles, shedding a bit of blood that quickly clotted. Lin Zun was astonished. Is that even possible? His opponent sneered. "Boy, you have no conception of the power of a marrow-cleansing expert. What harm can such petty weapons do?" "Is that so?" Lin Zun drew a desert eagle. "What about this, then?" A sense of impending doom washed over the expert. He tried to evade, but his body couldn't keep pace with his reaction. As Lin Zun discharged his firearm, the projectile hurtled forth with celerity, impacting directly upon one of his ocular orbs, eliciting a sanguine efflorescence. "Ah, my eye." Without hesitation, Lin Zun unleashed a fusillade of shots. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, he terminated the adversary's existence. The assembly of onlookers was utterly flabbergasted. A marrow-cleansing expert, extinguished in such a manner? At the hands of young Master Lin? Bear in mind, this was a marrow-cleansing paragon, a combatant of 100 souls on the battlefield, a figure of renown even within Qinghe Prefecture. And yet, he perished in this fashion? Succumbing to a callow youth barely initiated into the bone-forging realm. The onlookers felt their sanity teetering, their worldview irrevocably shattered. At that juncture, Lin Zun pivoted, directing his gaze towards the principal theater of conflict, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Are you prepared?" The remaining trio of marrow-cleansing elites inwardly lamented their predicament. They sought flight. Shui Quanjiao, discerning their intent, interposed herself before one, exclaiming, "Whither do you believe you are going?" Lin Xiaofeng, equally swift in her response, surged forth to intercept the second. Only one managed to breach the encirclement. Gazing upon the towering ramparts mere paces away, he was overcome with elation. Soon, I shall soon escape." At that instant, Lin Zun calmly raised his weapon. Bang, bang. The second marrow cleansing expert met his demise. Meanwhile, within the drunken immortal pavilion, Wang Rushan unfurled the casement, casting his gaze southeastward. There, the environs were steeped in tenebrosity, save for the resplendent illumination emanating from the Lin Manor, which suffused the firmament with its glow. He could not help but muse. A truly beauteous vista. Wouldn't you concur? Esteemed prefect? Indeed, indeed. The prefect, mopping the perspiration from his brow, assented. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed, resembling the roar of an explosion. Wang Rushan closed his eyes and, enraptured, remarked, "What a splendid sound. It is akin to firecrackers. I sense that with every bang, a soul departs. Do you not agree?" Indeed, indeed, you speak the truth, young Master Wang. The others replied, bowing and expressing their fears. So this is the consequence of offending me. Wang Rushan turned with a frosty demeanor and stated, "I hope you will conduct yourselves wisely in the future and refrain from actions that displease me." "We dare not." The crowd quivered in trepidation. At that moment, the commotion from the Lin family gradually subsided. With a sharp snap, Wang Rushan elegantly unfurled his folding fan and began to fan himself with a serene demeanor, proclaiming, "Dear guests, we have imbibed sufficiently and the performance has concluded. Let us disperse. No need for farewells. Thank you, young Master Wang." The crowd fled as if granted a reprieve. Upon exiting the drunken immortal pavilion, they instinctively made their way to the Lin residence. Among them was the governor, Lu Tianbao. He galloped forward, his heart heavy with despair. "It's over, it's truly over. This time, that man named Wang has brought about our doom. The Lin family has been annihilated. The Wind and Rain Pavilion will surely not spare us." As they contemplated their grim futures, the expressions of the others mirrored his gloom. After a brief respite, they all arrived at the Lin estate. The governor sensed something was amiss, for there were guards stationed at the entrance, and those guards were none other than the Lin family's martial artists. Upon seeing the gathering, they greeted respectfully. "We pay our respects to the esteemed governor and acknowledge all the honored lords. What are you doing stationed here?" Some were perplexed and inquired. Previously, a band of ruthless villains had intruded upon the Lin family at night. Fortunately, they were vanquished by our esteemed young lady leading her entourage. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, the young lady commanded us to remain on guard here. Everyone exchanged glances, and the governor asked, "Is the Lin family truly unharmed?" At that moment, the grand gate swung open, revealing Lin Xiaofeng, bloodied yet resolute, accompanied by her companions. She clasped her hands in gratitude and stated, "We sincerely appreciate your concern, governor and esteemed guests. Currently, our residence is secure, albeit in disarray. Therefore, we are unable to host you at this time, and we hope for your understanding." Observing the unscathed Lin Xiaofeng and her kin, the governor suppressed his lingering doubts, exhaled in relief, and bellowed with laughter, "No matter. As long as you are unharmed. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Farewell to all, and I shall not see you off." With thoughts varied, the gathering dispersed. Meanwhile, news swiftly reached the Zuasian Lu. Wang Rushan, amidst his revelry, was struck with astonishment, his wine cup falling from his grasp. Oblivious to its descent. "What did you just say? You mentioned the Lin family is unharmed while our dispatch forces were annihilated?" "Yes, indeed, young master. Please forgive me." The informant prostrated on the ground, sweat streaming down his brow. Wang Rushan erupted in fury. "What nonsense is this? There were 80 of them. 4 skilled in marrow cleansing, 12 adept in internal alchemy, and now you tell me they are all dead? How could they perish? How could the Lin family possess the capability to slay them?" The informant, drenched in perspiration, replied, "I report to you, young master. The governor and his entourage have already visited. This matter is indisputable. The Lin family has concealed their depths far beyond our comprehension." In a fit of rage, Wang Rushan smashed anything within reach, leaving the room in utter disarray. The memory of his earlier pretense before others only fueled his fury further. The humiliation was unbearable. Surely, they were mocking me behind my back, were they not? No, I refused to believe it. Wang Rushan, seething with anger, pointed at the 2 marrow-cleansing guards. "You too. Go investigate the Lin family. I demand to see them alive or their remains." "Yes, young master." They accepted the command and swiftly made their way to the Lin residence. Just as they were about to stealthily scale the high wall, they were detected by Lin Zun's spiritual awareness. There are 2 more." Quietly, he drew his Desert Eagle. Bang, bang. Chapter 23. Shift in Status, a Divine Gun for a Fair Lady. The events that transpired at the Lin residence that night quickly spread throughout Qinghe Prefecture, stirring a considerable uproar. 80 bandits had infiltrated the Lin estate, among them 4 marrow-cleansed, 12 refining organs, 20 forging bones, with the rest being formidable warriors. Yet, this formidable force was utterly annihilated. The Lin family incurred only a negligible cost while dispatching them all. The prefect and the heads of the Han and Li families visited, returning sleepless and deeply troubled. The Lin family is indeed a hidden powerhouse. They had long assumed the Lin family was in decline, only to discover their terrifying strength combined. The Han and Li families pale in comparison. The sky over Qinghe Prefecture has changed. It is said that this incident is related to Wang Rushan, the son of the general from Qizhou, who orchestrated this affair in secret. Yet, in the end, the endeavor proved futile, revealing the true strength of the Lin family, instilling a profound fear that compelled him to flee under the cover of night. Among them were 2 guards of the Washing Marrow realm, now absent. The Lin family had reclaimed its status as the foremost clan in Qinghe Prefecture, perhaps even surpassing its former glory. The citizens of Qinghe Prefecture regarded the Lin family with a newfound awe, as guests arrived in a continuous stream, presenting gifts that filled 3 houses to the brim. The ominous clouds that had long loomed over the Lin family seemed to dissipate. The members of the Lin family regained their confidence, walking with heads held high, exuding an air of arrogance toward all they encountered. We are the Lin family, the preeminent clan of Qinghe Prefecture. Even a dog from our household holds more nobility than any outsider. However, upon encountering Lin Zun, they would promptly lower their proud heads, eager to serve him. Young Master Lin, where are you headed? Allow me to guide you. No need, just taking a stroll. Young Master Lin, have you eaten? The newly arrived honey dates are particularly sweet. May I bring you some to taste? Thank you, I just finished my meal. Young Master Lin, your physique is delicate. Why are you carrying things yourself? Allow me to assist you. This item is not heavy. I can manage it myself. As he journeyed forth, Lin Zun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ever since he had unbeknownst to him, Lin Zun arrived at Lin Xiaofeng's courtyard. Young Master Lin, are you here to see the young lady? Inquired a charming maid at the entrance. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with her, Lin Zun nodded in response. The young lady specifically instructed that you need not announce your arrival. You may enter directly. Please, young Master Lin, come in. Oh, I see, Lin Zun said, somewhat taken aback by the warm welcome, as he stepped inside and encountered Lin Xiaofeng in her study. She was engrossed in her affairs, but upon noticing him, she looked up with a radiant smile. Young Master Lin, you've arrived. Have you finished your work? Lin Zun asked with a grin. She shook her head with a hint of bitterness. Not so quickly. I was nearly done, but after last night's events, my workload has doubled. I estimate it will take over a month to finish. Despite her complaints, her tone was light and content. After all, following the events of the previous night, the Lin family had undergone a transformation. The burden she bore had also lightened considerably, all thanks to the man before her. He had ushered in change for the Lin family and instilled hope within her. By the way, young Master Lin, Lin Xiaofeng's expression grew serious. I have issued a gag order to prevent any disclosure of your matters. However, with so many people around, I fear that this affair may eventually come to light. So you must exercise caution. It's all right, I am indifferent to it. Since the moment he brandished his gun, he had braced himself to confront all eventualities. For he had acquired the means to establish himself in this world, his formidable strength, the profound realm of meditation, and, of course, his gun. These elements combined could vanquish even the most formidable foes. There was little left to fear. If all else fails, one can always retreat. Once one's strength has increased, advanced weaponry can be acquired to return with vengeance. Indeed, I have come here to present you with a gift. What gift? Lin Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Lin Zun set down a small box he had been holding and opened it, revealing the contents within. Lin Xiaofeng lowered her gaze, her pupils dilating. This is a gun. A gun? Its full name is a pistol, but I prefer to call it simply a gun. Lin Zun smiled, expressing his gratitude for the care he had received from the Lin family. However, considering the Lin family's vast wealth, he pondered long and hard before deciding that this gift was the only appropriate offering, hoping she would appreciate it. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at the exquisite pistol, gleaming with a metallic sheen, her heart racing. Just last night, she had witnessed Lin Zun wielding this formidable weapon, effortlessly dispatching any foe that dared to cross his path. Even those at the pinnacle of strength fell victim to this extraordinary artifact. Such a treasure is truly priceless, capable of altering the very dynamics of Qinghe Prefecture. How could Lin Gongzi possibly part with it? No, no, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I implore you, Lin Gongzi, please take it back. Lin Xiaofeng hastily declined. Lin Zun urged her once more. Accept it. This is the first gift I am bestowing upon you. Fear not, for I possess others. Moreover, your Lin family could greatly benefit from this gun. Lin Xiaofeng was swayed. Well then, I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. She grasped the pistol, unable to put it down as she examined it with fascination. Lin Gongzi, how does one use this gun? Allow me to teach you. Subsequently, Lin Zun meticulously instructed Lin Xiaofeng on the art of handling firearms. The weapon he provided was a Desert Eagle, as it was the only firearm capable of posing a threat during the process of marrow washing, thus proving invaluable to the Lin family. The advantages of this firearm lay in its immense power, capable of taking down wild boars even from a distance of 200 meters. However, its drawbacks included a loud report and significant recoil, which could be difficult for even an adult male to manage without inflicting injury upon himself. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofeng was on the cusp of entering the realm of marrow washing as a skilled practitioner, making her well-equipped to endure these shortcomings. Not one to be easily daunted, Lin Xiaofeng quickly grasped the fundamentals under Lin Zun's guidance, eager to put her newfound skills to the test. The pair hurried to the courtyard where she excitedly aimed and fired at a large tree in the corner. The sound of gunfire echoed, punctuated by the sharp cracks of the shots. Within the span of a tea break, the tree was reduced to splinters. Lin Zun nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent. Your aim has already improved considerably. With a bit more practice, you'll master it in no time. Now, let us continue." However, glancing at the remaining ammunition, Lin Xiaofeng hesitated, saying, "There are not many bullets left. Perhaps we should refrain from further practice. Each bullet is precious and could prove pivotal in a critical moment." In response, Lin Zun produced an additional 300 rounds, stating, "There's no need to worry. I have plenty of ammunition. Once you finish these, I have more." After firing another 30 rounds, Lin Xiaofeng resolutely decided against using any more bullets, despite Lin Zun's insistence. She carefully returned the firearm to its case and, with a respectful bow, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your generous gift. However, I find myself with an urgent question that I must voice." "Miss Lin, do not hesitate to ask your question," Lin Zun encouraged. "It is as follows. I wish to inquire how young Master Lin, who has remained confined within the estate, came into possession of that firearm." Lin Xiaofeng cast a fleeting glance at Lin Zun and quickly added, "It is perfectly acceptable if young Master Lin prefers not to divulge. I am not one to pry excessively, merely driven by curiosity." Chapter 24. The Beautiful Heart Awakens. Lin Zun was already prepared. Upon hearing this, he adopted a melancholic demeanor, exclaiming, "Alas, my family has come seeking me, and this is the means they left for my protection." "Ah, your family has arrived?" Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment, urgently asking, "When did they come, and why did they not visit my Lin residence? My family member is rather reclusive and prefers to avoid interaction with outsiders. Thus, they came and departed discreetly. I hope you can forgive them." Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback once more. The fact that they infiltrated the Lin residence without detection indicated they possessed at least the strength of the blood exchange realm. Indeed, young Master Lin's origins are extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Zun continued, "Miss Lin, to be candid, I have actually run away from home." "Ah, you have run away from home?" "The situation is as follows. I was born in a remote village, far removed from worldly affairs, blessed with dozens of siblings. And my uncles and aunts treated me with great kindness. However, ever since my father, the clan leader, passed away, everything changed. In their relentless pursuit of the leadership position, my relatives engaged in deceitful machinations, ostracizing me in the process." Lin Zun's face was etched with bitterness as he recounted, in despair. "I chose to leave that place, wandering from one location to another, enjoying the sights. It was only after an unfortunate incident that I lost my memory. And I am fortunate to have been rescued by your esteemed Lin family. Not long ago, my closest uncle sought me out, and with his assistance, I regained my memories." So that was it. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at Lin Zun with a newfound sympathy. Although, as an only daughter, she had not experienced the ruthless competition among siblings. She was well aware of the cruelty and helplessness that often accompanied such familial strife. With the passing of his father and the subsequent ostracism from his family, Lin Zun must have felt profoundly sorrowful and desolate. "Lin Zun, you must try to let it go." Lin Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. Recognizing that such experiences could only be truly understood through personal experience, As an outsider, she felt powerless to intervene in the familial discord. Lin Zun forced a faint smile, saying, "Miss Lin, I appreciate your comforting words. It has been quite some time since those events unfolded. I have long since come to terms with it." "That is good to hear. Will you return?" After posing the question, Lin Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable tension arise within her. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. "I will not return. That place holds too many painful memories for me. Besides, what I achieved by going back, engaging in further power struggles with my siblings and uncles, I am not suited for such endeavors. Indeed, it seems best to refrain from entangling ourselves in such matters." "You are truly a magnanimous and kind-hearted individual, Mr. Lin." Lin Xiaofeng sighed with relief, her laughter returning. "I plan to start anew here." Lin Zun's spirits lifted. "Although I have only just arrived, I have already felt the warmth of home in this place. I love it here, I cherish this city, and thus I intend to reside here long-term." Lin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. This place is indeed pleasant. Though it lacks the splendor of the capital and the wealth of Jiangnan, it boasts abundant resources and a stable environment for establishing a home. However, there is a matter that requires your assistance, Miss Lin. "What is it? Please feel free to speak." Lin Zun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to settle here. "I must possess an identity. Yet, I remain unregistered, which complicates many matters. I hope the Lin family can assist me in resolving this issue." Lin Xiaofeng smiled. "This is a simple matter. I shall personally take care of it for you." Lin Zun's spirits lifted. "Thank you, Miss Lin. Once my household registration is completed, I will move out." This had always been his intention. Although he felt at ease here, it was not truly his home, and he felt somewhat constrained in his actions. He would need to traverse both realms frequently, and having his own territory would be more convenient. However, Lin Xiaofeng was unaware of his thoughts. Upon hearing this, her expression changed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lin, why must you move out? Have we not hosted you adequately?" Lin Zun waved his hand, gently clarifying, "No. You have been exceedingly gracious. However, since I intend to settle here, I will eventually marry and start a family, and remaining in the Lin household would be rather inconvenient." Lin Xiaofeng reflected on this and agreed. A man must have his own home to build a life and raise a family. "Very well. I will also assist you with the housing matter, and I hope you will not refuse. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Lin." Lin Zun departed with great joy. Lin Xiaofeng watched his retreating figure and smiled softly. Once again, she retrieved the gun from the box, her heart brimming with joy as she toyed with it. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, smirking, and remarked, "I heard everything you just said. That scoundrel is nothing but a liar. Be cautious. Do not let him deceive you." "Is this really significant, Aunt Shui?" Lin Xiaofeng inquired. Still playing with the gun, a smile gracing her lips. Shui Guangjiao pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, it is not of great importance. During the most perilous times for our Lin family, he never abandoned us. In fact, he devised strategies to help us extricate ourselves from danger. Without him, our family would have perished long ago. This lad is both loyal and righteous. His assistance was not in vain." Lin Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully. "A hero's actions are judged by their deeds, not their hearts. Who among us is without secrets? As long as Master Lin stands by our family, nothing else truly matters. Indeed, he is our future son-in-law. If he does not support us, who else would?" Shui Guangjiao remarked with a twinkle in her eye. Lin Xiaofeng's face flushed crimson, and she retorted in embarrassment, "And Shui, what nonsense are you spouting? I speak no falsehoods. I have never seen you treat any man with such kindness. You brought him home at your first meeting, ensured he was well cared for, frequently inquired about his well-being, and even personally taught him martial arts. How intriguing." Lin Xiaofeng's cheeks deepened in color, and she softly pleaded, "Aunt Shui, I beg you, please stop." Yet, Shui Guangjiao showed no sign of restraint. Instead, her excitement grew. "When you think about it, you two are truly a match made in heaven. You are of similar age, you are stunningly beautiful, and he is quite the dashing gentleman. Your martial prowess is remarkable, while his talents are extraordinary. You are the head of the Lin family, and he possesses a refined demeanor, likely hailing from a distinguished background. The most crucial aspect is, he also bears the surname Lin. Xiaofeng, you are the sole heir of the Lin family, destined to take a husband. With both of you sharing the Lin surname, there will be no discord in raising children, ensuring a harmonious and blissful family life." "Kiki." Lin Xiaofeng's face flushed crimson, her beauty striking beyond compare. Shui Guangjiu cast a sly glance at the pistol and teased, "Xiaofeng, this extraordinary artifact must be your token of love, right? He has bestowed such a precious item upon you. he may very well harbor feelings for you. Why not take a step further right now? Unable to endure any longer, Lin Xiaofeng retorted angrily. Aunt Shui, you mustn't say another word. Go, go, go. I do not wish to see you at this moment. Leave, just leave. As Shui Quanzhao laughed heartily while teasing her, Lin Xiaofeng slammed the door shut. Blushing, she leaned against the doorframe, cradling the pistol and clutching her chest, her heart racing wildly. Chapter 25. It turns out I am already so wealthy. Lin Xiaofeng acted swiftly. Within just 2 days, she had completed the household registration and prepared the house. However, when Lin Zun surveyed the spacious and bright courtyard before him, he blinked in disbelief. Is this truly the house that your young mistress has prepared for me? Surely, there must be some mistake? The two maidservants, Xiao Cui and Xiao Hong, stifled their laughter. Indeed, there is no error. Our young lady does not wish to be too distant from the young master, so she has gifted this courtyard to him, facilitating future visits. It is indeed quite convenient. Lin Zun's lips twitched slightly. This courtyard is an integral part of the Lin residence, situated near the corner. Once occupied by the second branch of the family. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, it boasts pavilions and rain shelters. With the front gate leading to the bustling street, and the back gate opening directly into the Lin family's grand estate. Essentially, he has merely relocated within the confines of the Lin household, a change that feels rather solitary. Furthermore, my young lady has instructed that both I and Xiao Cui shall continue to attend to the young master. Should he require anything, he need only command. And the Lin family will ensure his needs are met, Xiao Hong cheerfully remarked. Very well, let it be so, Lin Zun replied with a resigned nod. With no means to resist, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Additionally, here is the property fund prepared for you by my young lady. I kindly ask that you do not refuse it. Suddenly, Xiao Cui presented a tray laden with silver ingots, estimated to total 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels is no trifling sum. For an average family in this area, the annual income barely reaches 2 taels. This amount equates to the earnings of a typical household over 5 centuries. However, Lin Zun declined. I will accept the house, but the money is unnecessary. I can earn my own. Having moved out, he considered himself independent. Accepting the Lin family's money would diminish that autonomy. His pride would not permit such a compromise. Besides, with his capabilities, he had no fear of earning a living. However, he began, but quickly dismissed the thought. Please take it back and convey my gratitude to your young lady. Lin Zun was unfussy about the matter. Foregoing the selection of an auspicious date or the preparation of a housewarming banquet, and moved in that very day. Now that he had established his identity and secured a residence, it was time to contemplate his financial endeavors. With wealth, he could pursue greater aspirations. Many seasoned time travelers have informed us that the most lucrative means of profit across 2 realms lies in the trade of interdimensional resources. However, after diligent research, Lin Zun discovered that he need not exert himself. The currencies of both worlds are indeed interconnected, yet the value of foreign gold and silver is significantly higher. Take silver as an example. Here, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000,001, sufficient for a typical family to sustain themselves for half a year. In contrast, in the modern world, a gram of silver is merely worth 8 yuan, and since 1 tael equals 50 grams, it amounts to 400 yuan, which may barely cover a single meal for an ordinary individual. Given that Lin Zun possesses a fortune nearing 100 million, he could convert this into approximately 200,000 taels of silver, equivalent to half of the Lin family's assets. However, the Lin family must sustain thousands, including numerous martial artists, while he only needs to provide for himself. To think, I am already this wealthy. Is this what they call instant success? Lin Zun felt somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated a long and arduous journey to reach the summit, only to realize he had been standing atop it all along. While some are born as mere cattle and horses, he has resided in Rome all along. This is indeed advantageous, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. Being a man of action, Lin Zun stormed into a silver shop that very day. He slammed his hand on the counter and bellowed, "Quick, hand over all your silver." The shopkeeper, trembling with fear, responded, "Sir, are you attempting to rob me?" "No, I intend to pay with a card," the shopkeeper replied, speechless. That day, Lin Zun visited several stores, spending over 2 million to acquire 500 jin of silver, equivalent to 5,000 taels. He refrained from purchasing gold due to its lower cost-effectiveness, finding silver to be far more practical. With his newfound wealth, he naturally indulged in some shopping. To speak candidly, Lin Zun had spent over 2 months in this otherworldly realm, and he had yet to venture beyond his abode, let alone indulge in the simple pleasure of a leisurely stroll. This was primarily due to his lack of identity and means of self-defense, rendering the outside world perilous. However, the circumstances had now shifted. He possessed an identity, strength, and wealth, transforming the world around him into a welcoming landscape. As he ambled along the bustling streets, his gaze flitted from side to side, captivated by the novelties that surrounded him. The passers-by, too, regarded him with curiosity, for while Qinghe Prefecture was neither vast nor minuscule, its young aristocrats were mostly familiar with one another. Yet, none had encountered a youth of Lin Zun's caliber. Who was he? Which noble family did he belong to? Uncertain whispers floated through the air, but one had observed him emerging from the Lin residence, where the servants had bowed respectfully before him, exuding profound reverence. It was evident that the Lin family had no young master of his stature. Lin Zun, however, paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. He understood that people would express their opinions freely, as long as they did not provoke him. Their words were inconsequential. Continuing on his path, he suddenly spotted something familiar that ignited a spark of recognition in his eyes. With brisk steps, he approached a stall, and upon seeing the small radishes before him, he inquired, "Good sir, what is the price of this ginseng?" Indeed, this world also boasted ginseng, renowned for its capacity to enhance martial prowess and replenish vitality. Logically, such a commodity should command a high price. Yet, it was remarkably more affordable than in the modern world. The primary reason being the abundant spiritual energy in this realm, which nourished all living things and accelerated plant growth, allowing a single year here to equate to 5 or 6 years in reality. Consequently, ginseng was not deemed particularly valuable, with only the aged specimens fetching a premium. As anticipated, the situation was precisely as he had surmised. The vendor clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and courteously stated, "Esteemed young sir, this ginseng has just been unearthed from the depths of the mountains. Aged 7 to 8 years. If you desire it, it is merely 10 taels of silver." 10 taels of silver, equivalent to 4,000 coins, was a trifling sum for him, and he immediately made the purchase, not for himself, but as a gift for Qian Xiaoshui to rejuvenate his health. This fellow toiled relentlessly for profit, indulging in smoking and drinking during social engagements, often burning the midnight oil. While his youth allowed him to endure such excess, age would inevitably take its toll, and no amount of money could restore a deteriorated body. Thus, it was time to commence proper care. Ginseng-infused liquor would be ideal. Subsequently, Lin Zun strolled a few hundred meters further and returned with a jar of pure, natural rice wine. Upon arriving home, Xiao Hong and Xiao Cui approached eagerly. "Young master, what have you brought back?" Lin Zun handed them his acquisitions with a smile, saying, "Not much, just a piece of ginseng, aged 7 to 8 years, and a jar of wine, which I intend to transform into medicinal liquor." Xiao Cui was taken aback. "Young master, why go to such expense? Our Lin family possesses numerous ginseng roots, all over 20 years old. If you require some, a mere word would suffice. Moreover, ginseng is best prepared as a secret remedy. Infusing it in liquor is a waste. 20 years? I fear it may be too potent." "Ah?" Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Do not concern yourselves with my affairs." "Yes, young master." Thereafter, Lin Zun personally washed the ginseng, ground it into a pulp, and immersed it in the wine. Within just one day, its medicinal properties began to manifest. Lin Zun took a sip. The flavor was delightful, warming his insides pleasantly. Ordinary individuals must enhance their physical well-being through prolonged consumption. At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui's call came through. "Brother Lin, are you free in the next couple of days? Your scenes are ready to be shot." Chapter 26. The Goddess of Homebodies, Qiao Weiwei. Lin Zun felt a bit bewildered. So soon? He had been so preoccupied lately that he nearly forgot about it. "Brother Lin, it's not that soon. We've already been filming for over half a month and are nearing completion. I know you're busy, so I've scheduled your scenes to be filmed last. Which day are you available in the next 2 days?" Lin Zun glanced at the time. "How about tomorrow? I happen to have something to bring for you." "Sounds perfect." The following day, Lin Zun arrived early at the filming base. Qian Xiaoshui was, as always, waiting at the entrance, greeting him with an enthusiastic embrace. "Brother Lin, long time no see. I've missed you terribly." "Hey, hold on." Lin Zun stopped him. "I'm holding something in my hands. It's not convenient." Qian Xiaoshui paused, observing the large bottle in front of him, and curiously inquired, "Brother Lin, what is this?" Lin Zun smiled with pride. "This is ginseng wine that I brewed. It nourishes the body, replenishes blood, and enhances vitality. It's a gift for you. Really? Qian Xiaoshui joyfully accepted it. He opened the bottle, took a whiff, and said, enraptured, it smells wonderful. This must be made from the purest rice wine. I haven't had any for ages. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Zun cautioned. Do be careful. This is quite potent. Don't overindulge. A small cup each day will suffice. Once you've finished it, let me know, and I'll find a way to get you more. I am grateful, Lin. You've always been the kindest to me. Qian Xiaoshui escorted Lin Zun to makeup, elucidating the scene's nuances. Lin, your role today is as follows. Wu Tian, the protagonist, arrives seeking vengeance. You emerge, embracing the heroine, inciting the hero's fury, only to be subsequently beaten and abandoned in the wilderness. There, he awakens his dormant phoenix powers, resurrects, and returns for retribution, at which point you personally dispatch him. Of course, the iconic moment must be included, the utterance of kneel, compelling everyone to submit. Lin Zun nodded, amused. Simple enough. I'll take care of it. Qian Xiaoshui leaned in conspiratorially, eyebrows raised with knowing intent. Lin, the heroine we've secured is a great beauty, renowned and exceptionally pure. I've arranged numerous intimate scenes for you both. How will you express your gratitude? Lin Zun glanced at him. How do you propose I thank you? Qian Xiaoshui rubbed his hands together expectantly. At least a feast at the Shaoxin Grand Restaurant. Lin Zun chuckled. Is that all you aspire to? I'll add an extra chicken leg and an egg. Deal? Qian Xiaoshui was overjoyed. Thank you, Lin. You're truly generous. They exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. In reality, they did not crave the meal but yearned for the Shaoxin snacks outside their old school, a place to reminisce and savor the past. Let us return to the matter at hand. Who is the female lead you have arranged? Hiki, Lin, you would never guess. She is the goddess of otaku, Qiao Weiwei. Surprised, Lin Zun exclaimed, is it really her? He was aware of her, having debuted in singing at the tender age of 16. With her sweet, melodious voice and pure, radiant appearance, she quickly captivated the entire internet, winning over many devoted fans. However, her fame was fleeting, plummeting within a year. It was rumored that her humble origins and refusal to succumb to industry favors, coupled with a lack of resources, hindered her rise to stardom. Yet, despite her obscurity, she had once been a star, achieving a secondary level of fame at her peak. To think she would come here to shoot a short drama? Qian Xiaoshui explained, Lin. The film and television industry is currently experiencing a cold winter. Even major stars find it challenging. What more for someone like her, who has fallen from grace? We are offering substantial remuneration, so naturally, she would accept. Understanding dawned upon Lin Zun. After her makeup was completed, he finally met the former goddess of otaku, Qiao Weiwei. At just 20 years of age, standing at 165 meters, with fair skin, a petite face brimming with youthful collagen, and large, sparkling eyes. She looked exactly as she did online, certainly not an illusion. Dressed in an exquisite white princess gown, she gazed at Lin Zun with wide eyes, curiosity lighting up her face. Are you the actor portraying the ancestor of the Zhao family? Lin Zun extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Lin Zun. A pleasure to meet you. A pleasure indeed. She responded warmly. You look so young and handsome, far more charismatic than the starlets I've encountered in the industry, and your acting skills are remarkable. I must confess, I have privately watched your portrayal of Zhao's ancestral figure, and it left me utterly astonished. Lin Zun burst into hearty laughter. I sincerely apologize for that. No harm done. In truth, I have long harbored a question for you. Given your burgeoning fame, why have you yet to establish a Weibo account? I find myself unable to follow you. She inquired with curiosity. I lack the time. I find it tedious. He replied. In reality, he was deliberately evading it. Those who harbor animosity towards him would undoubtedly seek an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, and at that moment, his account would become a target. Yet, he remained without one. Can you imagine how infuriating that must be for them? The more vexed they become, the greater their resentment. He chuckled. After their pleasantries, the short play commenced. Lin Zun and Qiao Weiwei stood behind the door, and according to the script, Lin Zun placed his hand upon Qiao Weiwei's slender waist. She trembled slightly, a flush creeping across her face, her breath quickening. What is it? Lin Zun whispered. Qiao Weiwei replied softly. It's my first time being embraced by a man. I'm a bit unaccustomed. Just give me a moment to adjust. Lin Zun was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated this was her inaugural experience. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Qiao Weiwei had only enjoyed fame for a brief period before it waned, and only after that did she begin her acting career. often relegated to minor roles, thus never having the opportunity to relish such moments. True to her professionalism, Xiao Weiwei took a couple of deep breaths and regained her composure. Their scene commenced, and Lin Zun confidently wrapped his arm around Xiao Weiwei's waist, striding out with an air of superiority. The protagonists standing outside were immediately engulfed in fury at the sight. Who are you? Release your grip at once. Vivi is my beloved, and I shall not permit you to lay a finger on her. Xiao Weiwei immediately immersed herself in the scene, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in panic, Tiangu, please leave. Don't concern yourself with me. He is too formidable. You are no match for him. Just go. The protagonist, fueled by anger, shouted back, Weiwei, do not be afraid. I will surely rescue you. You scoundrel. Release Weiwei at once, or I shall make you regret it. Lin Zun scoffed with disdain, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light as he declared with an air of superiority, kneel. That furious command sliced through the air like a scythe through wheat, compelling all present to bow down. One by one, they fell to their knees, not a soul remained standing. Qian Shaoshuai clenched his fists in excitement, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. This is precisely the energy I seek. Once his words are uttered, all yield in submission. Brother Lin's performance has surpassed all expectations. Boss, your words ring true. But please, rise and speak while standing. Chapter 27. This goddess seems off. Lin Zun's anticipation of the crowd's reaction was entirely within his expectations. After all, he was no longer the person he once was. He had transcended to a state of spiritual tranquility, his mental fortitude vastly superior to what it had been. Even a ferocious tiger would bow before him. Yet, gradually, he sensed something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Xiao Weiwei leaning against him, one hand wrapped around his waist. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, her legs tightly pressed together, and her body trembling slightly. Goodness, she had been so frightened that her legs had gone weak. It is indeed thought-provoking. The individuals before had all knelt down, so how could she, who was closest to him, be any different? Is everything all right? Lin Zun inquired softly. Everything is fine, just a bit startled. Hold me tightly. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing if I fell. All right, no problem, Lin Zun responded, being the considerate gentleman he was. However, as time passed, he sensed something amiss. Glancing down, he noticed Xiao Weiwei trembling more violently, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes gleaming with a hint of springtime allure. Lin Zun mused. Today's filming was quite tumultuous, concluding only by dusk. The primary issue lay with me. My gaze was too intimidating. After a single glare, not only did everyone kneel, but they also forgot their lines, necessitating multiple takes. Xiao Weiwei faced her own tribulations as well. Perhaps due to excessive hydration, she frequently excused herself to the restroom. When the shoot finally wrapped up, she approached Lin Zun, casting him a fierce glare and admonishing, you must not disclose my predicament. Otherwise, I shall confront you. Lin Zun vowed, rest assured, I shall not speak a word. Xiao Weiwei brandished her phone threateningly. I do not trust you. Let us exchange WeChat contacts so I can keep a close watch on you. After adding him, she blushed and hurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Zun shook his head and reflected, beneath her pure exterior lies a sensitive nature. She is indeed quite captivating. At that moment, Qian Shaoshuai approached, a grin illuminating his face. Lin Ge, while we were acting just now, I noticed that Xiao Weiwei's gaze towards you seemed somewhat peculiar, and now she has taken the initiative to add you on WeChat. Could it be that you two are becoming more than friends? Lin Zun cast a speechless glance at Qian Shaoshuai, recognizing the latter's keen insight. He quickly dismissed the notion, asserting, that is not the case. We have only just met. How could there be any affection? He then inquired, by the way, when will this drama be released? Now that filming is wrapped, we are preparing for post-production. If all goes smoothly, it should be available in a week. A week, you say? Excellent. Lin Zun nodded in satisfaction, knowing he could bide his time. By then, his cultivation of the divine refinement would surely advance rapidly. He wondered if he might reach the realm of out-of-body. Once he achieved that, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. The thought alone stirred a hint of excitement within him. With the filming concluded, the cast dispersed. Lin Zun returned home, while Qian Shaoshuai had to attend a social gathering. In the current business climate, success demanded not only skill but also the ability to navigate social obligations with those in power. Otherwise, a single individual could jeopardize your venture, leading to ruin. Fortunately, he had attained financial independence, freeing him from such demeaning tasks. Young Shaoshuai still had the stamina to endure, and he needed the experience. However, later that evening, Qian Xiaoshui unexpectedly called. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Lin Ge, do you still have any of that ginseng wine? Lin Zun was perplexed. No, I don't. Why do you ask? Goodness, that wine is extraordinary. I only had a small cup, and within moments, I felt a surge of warmth coursing through me. Soon after, I was invigorated and bursting with energy, feeling as if I could vanquish a tiger. So I wanted to inquire if you have any left? Lin Zun was even more confused. I provided you with enough wine to last 6 months. Why the urgency? Just wait until you finish it. Lin Ge. It's not my impatience. It's the others who are anxious. The situation unfolded as follows. I attended a gathering where a certain leader had a penchant for fine spirits. Upon noticing the ginseng liquor I held, he expressed a desire to sample it. Initially, I regarded it as merely an ordinary health tonic and, without much thought, permitted him to indulge in a glass. To my astonishment, its potency was remarkable. He relished it immensely. Subsequently, he entrusted me with an inquiry regarding its availability, asserting that financial considerations were inconsequential. Lin Zun replied, "You should simply inform him that it is a rare commodity and no longer obtainable." However, I countered, "But Lin, that leader is a mid-level executive from a prominent platform, with considerable influence, specifically overseeing traffic approvals. If we have any stock, selling him a portion could yield significant advantages for us." Lin Zun insisted, "There truly is none." I pressed further, "Is that genuinely the case? Lin, I am aware that you often like to keep certain matters close to your chest. There are no outsiders here. Please be candid." Lin Zun inquired, "Does he truly have an affinity for the liquor?" I affirmed, "Indeed, he is particularly fond of it." His eyes lit up with desire, as if he wished to snatch the bottle from my grasp. "However, this was a gift from you. How could I allow him to succeed?" A smug smile spread across Qian Xiaoshui's face. Lin Zun conceded with a nod. "Very well, I shall be forthright. I do have a small reserve left." "Aha! I knew it," I exclaimed. Lin Zun continued, "However, you must tell him there is none available. The more easily attainable something is, the less it is appreciated. Thus, we must create a sense of scarcity to enhance our value in his eyes." "Understood. I know how to proceed," I assured him before ending the call. Lin Zun mused to himself, "A leader responsible for traffic approvals, you say? Just when I require such resources, perhaps he could be of service to me." The following day, Qian Xiaoshui's call came through once more. "Lin, he wishes to invite you to dinner." Lin Zun was taken aback that the individual couldn't even bear a single day's delay, which suggested a profound fondness for the libation. "Very well, time and location." That very evening, Lin Zun met the aforementioned leader at a discreet restaurant. To his astonishment, the leader was a young man by the name of Yi Qing. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, and was clad in a black leather jacket. His physique was robust, seemingly untouched by the vices of indulgence. Lin Zun had a strong premonition that the man was a martial arts practitioner. The man was equally surprised to find that Lin Zun was a young man in his 20s, yet unlike other young men, where others might show deference or even apprehension in his presence, Lin Zun's gaze remained composed, as if regarding an ordinary person, unaffected by his status. He had only encountered such composure in the presence of a few prominent figures. Furthermore, he was struck by the young man's erect posture and the balanced, powerful coordination of his movements, which suggested a background in martial arts. The young leader approached him with warmth, clasping Lin Zun's hand in a hearty greeting. "You must be the esteemed Lin that Brother Qian mentioned. I never imagined you'd be so young. I almost didn't recognize you," he exclaimed with a booming laugh. Lin Zun responded with an equally amiable smile. "Manager Yi, I, too, am surprised by your youth. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The man laughed unreservedly. "It's all thanks to family arrangements. Otherwise, how could I have attained this position at such a young age? Mr. Lin, allow me to be so bold as to inquire. Have you perhaps practiced martial arts?" Lin Zun nodded. "Indeed, I have. Merely for physical fitness." The other party suddenly became animated. "Me too. Practitioners of martial arts are indeed quite rare. I am truly delighted to meet Mr. Lin today. Please, take a seat. And you too, Manager Yi." The relationship between them instantly became more intimate. Chapter 28. Why give so much? It's simply tantalizing. Since childhood, I have never been fond of studying. Instead, I have always cherished the practice of martial arts. I began my training at the tender age of 10, and now, after more than a decade, I dedicate 2 hours each day to either standing meditation or practicing various forms. I have sought out many esteemed masters and learned a great deal. As soon as Yi Qing took a seat, he began to eloquently recount his experiences in martial arts. During his narration, he also showcased his skills. Lin Zun observed, quite impressed, noting that Yi Qing had already achieved a modest level of mastery. Though this level of proficiency would not qualify him to guard the Lin family in another realm, it certainly marked him as a formidable expert in the modern world, capable of taking on several adult men without difficulty. Lin Zun also demonstrated a glimpse of his own abilities, astonishing Yi Qing, who expressed a desire to schedule a sparring session. Lin Zun politely declined, explaining that he practiced martial arts solely for physical well-being, not for combat, and he smiled in refusal. In truth, the disparity in their skills was too vast for a meaningful exchange. As the evening progressed with wine flowing and dishes served, they grew quite familiar with one another, calling each other brother and nearly swearing an oath of brotherhood. Yi Qing warmly said, "Brother Lin, we are friends now, both practitioners of martial arts. So I will speak plainly." Lin Zun promptly nodded. "Brother Yi, feel free to say whatever is on your mind. Dear brother, since my youth, I have devoted myself to martial arts, and in pursuit of strengthening my body, I have developed a fondness for medicinal liquor. Over the years, I have consumed no less than 800 bottles of such elixirs, yet none compare to the exquisite brew you possess. That fateful night, after indulging in your liquor, I felt as though every muscle in my body had been awakened, invigorated with the vitality of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Upon returning home, I trained vigorously for an entire hour, and the results were astonishing. My stagnant cultivation has made noticeable progress. As a fellow practitioner, you must comprehend the significance of this to me. Thus, dear Lin." Yi Qing gazed at Lin Zun with fervent anticipation. "Do you still have any of that liquor? Might you procure a jar for me? Rest assured, I would never let you suffer a loss." Lin Zun smiled wryly. "Brother Yi, I truly have none left. To be frank, this liquor is ginseng infused, with the pivotal ingredient being a singular ginseng root that a friend of mine unearthed from the depths of the mountains. I paid a hefty sum and exerted considerable goodwill to acquire it. Whether I could find another such ginseng is beyond my knowledge." Yi Qing appeared somewhat skeptical. "Brother, do not deceive me. If this item is so precious, how could you bear to part with it? I have not given it away lightly, thus far. I have only gifted it to Xiao Shuai, for he is my sole brother, having grown up together. If I do not care for him, who else would I prioritize?" Yi Qing glanced at Lin Zun and then at the taciturn Qian Xiao Shuai behind him, seemingly beginning to believe. Yet, he remained unwilling to relent. "Is there truly none left at all?" "There is none left. What remains has either been consumed by me or generously given to Xiao Shuai. Rest assured, my dear friend, when I procure more next time, I shall surely reserve a portion for you." At this moment, Yi Qing could not deny the pangs of disappointment. Yet, despite repeated assurances that no wine remained, what could he do? Wait, perhaps there is still some. Yi Qing's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Qian Xiao Shuai, who, upon sensing the attention, remained unresponsive, engrossed in his meal. This infuriated Yi Qing. Typically, this fellow possessed a keen sense of awareness and was adept at navigating social situations. Why then was he so oblivious at this moment? Reluctantly, he spoke up. "Brother Qian, I recall you still have a considerable stash of wine. Might you spare a little for me?" Qian Shaoshuai shook his head vigorously. No. I cannot part with it." "Why not?" "I am not asking for it without reason. It truly cannot be done." At this juncture, Lin Zun furrowed his brow and spoke with displeasure. "Xiao Shuai, have you truly not shared? Just last night, I urged you to extend a favor. How can you be so thoughtless?" Qian Xiao Shuai, visibly agitated, retorted, "Brother, how could I bear to part with it? This wine was procured through your painstaking efforts. It is your labor of love. I wouldn't dare to waste a single drop, let alone give it to someone else." Lin Zun promptly adopted a stern demeanor and admonished, "Xiao Shuai, I understand your attachment to this wine. However, one must be generous and learn to share. This fosters friendships. And with more friends, life becomes easier. Yigu is not a stranger. If he is in need, how can we not assist him? I am taking charge now. You shall share some of your wine with Yigu." Yi Qing's heart soared with joy. "Is it true?" Filled with discontent, Qian Xiaoshuai demurred, "Brother." With resolute finality, Lin Zun declared, "It is settled." Then, Yi Qing erupted in hearty laughter, raising his goblet. "Brother Lin, I extend my sincere gratitude. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall endeavor to aid you to the best of my abilities." Lin Zun clinked glasses with him, responding with a smile, "You are too kind, Brother Yi. I shall also urge my acquaintance to expedite his search. Should he procure the ginseng, a portion of the infused wine shall be reserved for you." Yi Qing beamed, his face resembling a chrysanthemum in full bloom. As he incessantly urged Lin Zun to drink, their conversation flowing harmoniously. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoshui discreetly retrieved his mobile device, surreptitiously dispatching a WeChat message to Lin Zun. Qian Xiaoshui, Brother Lin, how much wine are we allocating to Yi Qing? Will 2 caddies suffice? Lin Zun, why such a generous amount? A mere 2 taels will do. Let him yearn for more. Qian Xiaoshui. And who was it that advocated generosity just moments ago? The repast proved to be a delightful occasion for all in attendance. While an evening foot massage had been proposed, Lin Zun, constrained by his impending return to the other realm, was compelled to decline with regret. Upon arriving home, Lin Zun cleansed himself of the lingering sin of alcohol, changed his attire, and traversed back to the alternate dimension. In that realm, day had already dawned. 2 winsome maids entered to attend to Lin Zun's ablutions. Young master, the eldest young lady has requested your presence at a meal, as she wishes to discuss a matter with you. Very well, I understand. Having completed his toilette and donned a fresh set of clothes, Lin Zun traversed the back gate, making his way with practiced familiarity to Lin Xiaofeng's courtyard. Lin Xiaofeng had been awaiting his arrival for some time, garbed in her customary purple attire, exuding an air of refined charm. Upon beholding Lin Zun's arrival, she arose and bestowed a radiant smile. Esteemed Lin, please come in. Thank you, Miss Lin. The breakfast spread was abundant, featuring not only steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, and soy milk, but also a selection of meats and broths, filling the entire table. For an ordinary person, consuming such a feast might take 2 days. However, for these 2 martial artists, it was just right. They sat down and ate leisurely. Lin Xiaofeng sighed. Although Wang Rushan has fled, my Lin family has temporarily weathered the crisis, yet war has arrived. According to the latest news I have received, fighting has already erupted at the border. Currently, our nation is experiencing some setbacks, and the repercussions have reached Qinghe Prefecture. Resources have become increasingly scarce, prices have surged by 10%, and business has grown difficult. Additionally, there are now more refugees outside the city, and banditry has escalated, leading to chaos. Alas, life for the common people has become arduous. Lin Zun could not help but express his sentiments as well. Although he rarely ventured out, he was aware of the hardships faced by the world outside. Under the looming shadow of war, the lives of the common folk deteriorated day by day, with some unable to afford even a single meal. Indeed, regardless of the era, the common people often endure great difficulties, yet in times of peace, they at least have something to eat. Though their lives may be tight, they can still manage. However, in times of turmoil, even survival becomes a luxury. In such circumstances, my Lin family, being prominent and prosperous, cannot remain indifferent. Thus, I invited you here, hoping to hear your insights to help the Lin family navigate through this crisis. After Lin Xiaofeng spoke, her beautiful eyes turned towards him, brimming with anticipation. Lin Zun inquired with calm composure, Miss Lin, what are your plans? Chapter 29. The heavens have perished. It is time for the yellow sky to rise. Lin Xiaofeng sighed again. Alas, what more can I do now? The essence lies in reducing expenditures, minimizing outings, stockpiling supplies, and intensifying training to elevate the martial prowess of the Guardians. And I also intend to rescind the order from the Wind and Rain Tower and reclaim the bounty. This is the extent of my capabilities as the head of the household at present. Lin Zun consoled. You have performed admirably. I would do the same in your position. The rest must be left to fate. Lin Xiaofeng nodded slightly, finding a measure of solace in his words. Just then, a deafening cry erupted from outside. The heavens have perished. Let the yellow heavens arise. This year marks the dawn of a new era. Fortune shall reign across the land. Both Lin Zun and Lin Xiaofeng's expressions shifted, for such utterances were considered taboo. The nation they inhabited was known as the Ditsong dynasty. Proclaiming the death of the heavens was akin to cursing the nation's demise. They stepped outside to find several individuals clad in black robes, chanting fervently as they walked. The heavens have perished. Let the yellow heavens arise. This year marks the dawn of a new era. Fortune shall reign across the land. Their demeanor appeared eccentric, suggesting a disturbance in their mental state. Furthermore, they scattered papers about, one of which drifted into Lin Zun's line of sight. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a flyer. Apart from the aforementioned proclamation, it bore an engraving of a deity, the Yellow Heaven God. These individuals were adherents of the Yellow Heaven sect, fervently promoting their doctrine. At that moment, a group of constables rushed forth, one towering at 7 feet with a squared jaw, exuding an intimidating presence. Pointing at the crowd, he bellowed, You spread heretical words and mislead the populace. Seize them at once. Yes, Captain. The constables charged forward. The Yellow Heaven sect followers resisted. But the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and they were all apprehended. The crowd dispersed, offering little of interest. The leading constable cleared the common folk. But upon noticing Lin Xiaofeng's presence, he promptly approached her, clasping his hands in a gesture of courtesy. Lin Matriarch, you are here as well. I hope I did not disturb you just now? This individual was Sun Jing, the chief constable of the area, a man of considerable skill and experience. Having held his position for over a decade, known for his adeptness in navigating various social circles. Lin Xiaofeng shook her head, not at all. However, I must inquire. When did the Yellow Heaven sect emerge? Constable Sun, perplexed, replied, I too am unaware. It has appeared quite suddenly, and this marks the third group I have apprehended. It is said that similar occurrences are happening in other jurisdictions as well. Understanding dawned on her. Lin Xiaofeng fell silent, contemplating the impending chaos and the rise of malevolent forces, yet such thoughts seemed inappropriate to voice in the presence of officials, thus she refrained from speaking further. By the way, I must bring an important matter to your attention, Lin Matriarch. What is it? Recently, a band of thieves has infiltrated our Qinghe prefecture, operating with audacity and particularly targeting affluent households. Their agility is remarkable, allowing them to evade capture repeatedly. Please be vigilant and safeguard your valuables. Thank you, Constable Sun, for the warning. I shall remember your kindness, Lin Xiaofeng replied. You are too kind, Lin Matriarch. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Constable Sun offered a final bow, casting a curious glance at Lin Zun before departing. Lin Xiaofeng sighed, shaking her head. Truly, the world is on the brink of chaos. As for Lin Zun, he remained largely indifferent to the state of the world, provided it did not impede his cultivation. After a period of diligent practice, he had made notable progress, advancing his bone-forging technique to a minor success. Although his appearance seemed unchanged, the scale revealed a significant increase in weight. This was due to the enhanced strength and density of his bones, enabling him to exert formidable power, capable of effortlessly wielding over 600 pounds of force, easily contending with a dozen adult men. He was filled with joy, utterly enthralled by the sensation of growing stronger through sheer effort. Meanwhile, the band of thieves became increasingly audacious, targeting renowned households in Qinghe Prefecture. Even the local magistrate's office fell victim, with treasures worth thousands of taels vanishing without a trace. The magistrate, infuriated, vowed to apprehend the culprits. In a secluded dwelling, a group of individuals clad in black gathered, bowing respectfully before a woman. We pay our respects to the Protector. The Protector, a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, reclined gracefully on a couch, dressed in a flowing black garment. Her figure was somewhat ample, embodying a generous beauty that concealed her toes. Her hair was elegantly styled in an elaborate bun, with a few strands cascading loosely. Her complexion was fair, and though her features were not exceptionally refined, they harmonized exquisitely. She possessed captivating, soul-piercing fox-like eyes, which, with a mere glance, exuded a bewitching charm. However, those beneath her did not dare to raise their gazes, for those eyes could be lethal. With a tone laced with languor and allure, she inquired, "How has the mission progressed?" One of the figures in black, bowing his head, respectfully replied, "Honorable Protector, we have successfully pilfered from 9 households, acquiring treasures worth 180,000 taels of silver." 9 households, and only 180,000 taels? The woman clad in black tilted her head slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing her features as she inquired, "I recall that there are 10 prominent families in Qinghe Prefecture, including the governor's. Which family remains untouched?" "The Lin family, the largest of them all. Why have they not been targeted? I have issued multiple decrees. None of Qinghe's noble families are to be spared." As she spoke, the black-clad woman lowered her gaze slightly, a hint of crimson light flickering in her eyes, transforming her demeanor into one of perilous intent. "Do you not take my words to heart?" The assembled individuals trembled in fear at her tone. It was the same figure in black who, under immense pressure, spoke up, "Esteemed Protector, the reason we have refrained from action is due to our lack of certainty. Previously, a band of robbers invaded the Lin family estate, armed with 4 skilled in marrow washing, over 10 adept in refining organs, and numerous others proficient in bone tempering. Yet, they met with complete annihilation, and the Lin family suffered only negligible losses. Their depths are unfathomable. We are but weaklings, and to rashly intrude would spell great danger. We beseech your discerning judgment." "Oh, I see. The crimson glimmer in the woman's eyes faded, her voice returning to a languid tone. The master is urging us. Time is of the essence. You shall act tonight. I will observe from the shadows. I refuse to believe that a mere Lin family can withstand my authority. The figures in black exchanged glances. Responding in unison, yes, protector. Night soon enveloped the land. As the hour grew late and silence descended, the group of black-clad individuals commenced their operation, stealthily infiltrating the Lin family estate to pilfer gold, silver, and jewels. Their agility was remarkable, and they possessed an exceptional talent for concealment, melding seamlessly with their surroundings. Moving undetected. However, one individual remained aware of their presence. Lin Zun had just returned from the modern world and instinctively scanned his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Thieves. Chapter 30. The sorceress is fierce, grasping bullets. Lin Zun quietly drew his gun. Bang! The tremendous noise startled the entire Lin residence. The first to arrive was the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofeng, who hurried over in her white nightgown, draped in a purple coat. Upon seeing Lin Zun standing at the entrance, gun in hand, she anxiously inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you unharmed? What transpired just now that necessitated gunfire?" "I am fine," Lin Zun replied, gesturing towards the corner. "I discovered a thief had intruded, so I fired my weapon." In the corner lay a man, bloodied and writhing in pain. He was not dead but incapacitated by Lin Zun. Apart from his mouth, he could not move a single limb. Lin Xiaofeng crouched down to examine him, exclaiming in astonishment, "A master of the refining arts. Moreover, his leg muscles are exceptionally developed. His lightness skills must be considerable. Recently, all the prominent families in Qinghe Prefecture have been plagued by thieves. I suspect this individual is one of them." Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofeng rose to her feet and addressed the martial guards who had just arrived. "These thieves operate in groups. Spare no effort in searching for them. Let not a single one escape." "Understood, miss." The Lin residents sprang into action. Through the collective efforts of the household, the lurking thieves were swiftly exposed, and a fierce battle ensued. However, this group of flying thieves, despite their mere proficiency in the art of stealth, possessed remarkable agility, capable of scaling cliffs and traversing walls, moving with the grace of a wraith. Even Shui Yi and Shui Kuangjiao, masters of the cleansing marrow realm, found themselves quite troubled in their presence. Yet, no matter how swift they were, could they outpace a bullet? Lin Zun calmly raised his firearm. Bang! Bang! His consciousness functioned like a radar, precisely locking onto each assailant. Each shot was a guaranteed hit, with every 5 shots incapacitating one adversary. In less than a minute, he effectively neutralized the majority of the attackers. "Young Master Lin, one has escaped," someone shouted. Unperturbed, Lin Zun reloaded his weapon. "No matter, I allowed him to flee an additional 20 paces. In approximately 5 seconds, Lin Zun had finished reloading, yet the adversary had already covered 30 paces, leaving only a diminutive figure in sight, seemingly on the verge of vaulting over the high wall to escape. At that moment, Lin Zun leisurely raised his firearm. Bang! The bullet struck the back of the fugitive's head, and he plummeted from the air. The onlookers gazed at Lin Zun with awe. To hit such a distant target was nothing short of extraordinary marksmanship. 100 paces and still hitting the mark. Such skill was unparalleled. Lin Xiaofeng, who had trained in marksmanship herself, was even more impressed, for she knew that had she been in his position, it would have been impossible to shoot with such precision, especially from 100 paces away, a feat that required innate talent. "All right, let's capture these individuals and interrogate them thoroughly," commanded Lin Xiaofeng. "Yes, miss." However, an irate voice echoed from afar. "Wait, who dares to lay a hand on my people?" Following the direction of the voice, the crowd beheld a stunning woman clad in black, standing atop a distant high wall, her gaze icy and filled with fury as she regarded them. Upon encountering the woman, Lin Zun could not help but think of 2 words: danger. She was the most perilous individual he had ever seen. With a swift motion of his left hand, a desert eagle appeared. She leaped from the towering wall, each stride covering 3 paces, and in merely 10 steps, she stood before the cloaked figures. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. "Protect the young lady. Safeguard young Master Lin." The woman in black cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers, then lowered her gaze to the moaning figures before her, stating, "Although they are a pitiful lot, it is not for you to execute them." One of the cloaked men, filled with dread, pleaded, "Guardian, please don't." Without a flicker of emotion, the woman in black struck down with her palm, shattering the skull of the nearest cloaked man. She continued her assault, and in the blink of an eye, all those around her lay lifeless. The sight sent chills through the onlookers. Who exactly are you? And what business do you have in my Lin estate? Lin Xiaofeng demanded loudly. The woman in black turned to face her, observing Lin Xiaofeng's wary expression and the fear etched on the faces of the crowd. With a light chuckle, she remarked, initially, I merely intended to procure some wealth from this place, yet you have harmed my people. Such an affront cannot go unpunished. It was you who killed them. Someone shouted. Indeed, I took their lives, but I revel in placing the blame upon you. What can you do about it? The woman in black laughed uproariously. Boom. Seizing the initiative. Lin Zun, the sixth of his name, fired the first shot. The woman in black neither dodged nor braced herself. Instead, she swiftly extended her hand and astonishingly caught the bullet. Lin Zun's heart sank. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone catch bullets in reality. Particularly the bullets from a desert eagle, a feat unattainable even by the most formidable of practitioners. The woman before him was undeniably perilous. As she examined the bullet in her hand, her gaze flickered toward Lin Zun, and with a hint of amusement, she remarked, Little one, is this what you used to injure my subordinate? Quite impressive, yet it does not pose a threat to me. Lin Zun, however, exhaled a breath of relief in secret. He noticed that the woman's hand was slightly swollen and blood was oozing, a testament to the bullet's effectiveness. It indicated that the Desert Eagle had indeed proven useful, as long as it held some efficacy that was sufficient. Though its power might be lacking, he could compensate with quantity. He continued to raise his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the woman clad in black dared not confront him directly, opting instead to evade. Her reflexes were astute, her speed akin to a specter, seamlessly merging her dark attire with the night, rendering her nearly invisible. Each bullet missed its mark, but he had nonetheless managed to force her back several paces, leaving her disheveled and somewhat flustered. With a ferocious grin, she exclaimed, Very well. Little one, you are the first to push me to such an extent with mere bone-forging prowess. It appears I must show you a glimpse of my true power. As she spoke, a faint crimson glow emanated from her eyes. Lin Zun was taken aback. This was a manifestation of psychic energy. His adversary was also a master of spiritual refinement, yet she traversed a path of unorthodox practices. This so-called unorthodox path sought not longevity, but sheer offensive capability, allowing for rapid cultivation and an initial possession of formidable strength. The shortcomings lie in the singularity of the attack methods, resulting in diminished potential, making the situation increasingly arduous as time progresses. Just as words were spoken, the adversary's psychic force transformed into a myriad of bloody daggers, piercing directly into the hearts and minds of the crowd through their very pupils. This represents the most direct confrontation of wills, should one falter. The choices become either descent into madness or death. Alas, many have already succumbed to anguished cries. Lin Zun, no longer hesitating, immediately projected his consciousness outward. Although his psychic force bore no offensive capability, it was sufficient for protection. Beneath his safeguard, the group became immune to the enemy's mental assaults, gradually recovering. The cloaked woman, taken aback, exclaimed, You are indeed a master of spiritual refinement, and yet, are you not as well? Lin Zun had entered a state of deep meditation, his expression remaining neutral. In this state, he was intensely composed, his latent potential ignited, and his strength surged almost twofold. Even if a formidable practitioner of spiritual refinement were to arrive, he would not shy away from a contest. He swiftly reloaded his weapon, taking aim once more at the cloaked woman. Yet, she withdrew her psychic force in haste, pleading, Wait. No more fighting. I have something to convey. Speak, you wretched creature. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 31. It is time to prepare heavy artillery. The cloaked woman once again evaded in disarray. Young Master Lin, I am here to assist you. Lin Xiaofeng brandished a desert eagle. However, after merely 2 shots, she realized her marksmanship was woefully inadequate to pose any threat to the cloaked woman. At that moment, Lin Zun extended his hand, and Lin Xiaofeng, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly handed over her firearm. With dual weapons in hand, Lin Zun's prowess ascended yet again. This time, I shall witness how you evade. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Zun's frenzied gunfire, the ebony-haired woman's locks were scattered, her garments torn, and her body marred with wounds. Yet, she remained unscathed, her life still intact. Her prowess was indeed formidable. She had likely reached the threshold of blood transformation. In the entire Qinghe prefecture, there was not a single individual who could rival her. At this moment, she had ascended the high walls, casting a complex gaze upon Lin Zun from afar. I am aware, she mused, that we are now adversaries rather than allies, no matter what I utter. You shall not heed my words. I shall take my leave now, and when you have regained your composure, we shall meet again." With a swift turn, she vanished without a trace. Lin Zun refrained from pursuing her, for he understood that even if he caught up, it would be futile. Forcing her to retreat was already a considerable achievement. As he gazed into the enveloping darkness, akin to a beast gaping wide to consume all, a renewed sense of peril surged within him. It appeared that preparations for heavy weaponry were in order. Lin Zun retired to his chamber to rest, while Lin Xiaofeng managed the aftermath. The events of that night spread like wildfire throughout Xinghe Prefecture. The populace was astounded. They had not anticipated that even the formidable Lin family would fall victim to thieves. Even more astonishing was the fact that this band of notorious flying bandits, which had caused countless noble families distress, had met their demise at the Lin household. Except for one enigmatic leader who managed to escape, the rest were captured. Consequently, the respect for the Lin family intensified. Visitors flocked once more, and the family head, Lin Xiaofeng, found herself inundated with responsibilities. Meanwhile, Lin Zun returned to the modern world, securing a ticket to the Kingdom of Siam. However, he soon discovered that the repercussions of the previous shooting and kidnapping incident had led to the cancellation of numerous flights to Siam. The remaining tickets had been sold out, leaving him with no choice but to purchase a ticket for a flight 2 weeks later. "I shall have to wait," Lin Zun remarked with reluctance. 2 weeks was not an excessively long time. He could afford to bide his time. After all, he possessed a Desert Eagle, which, while lacking in offensive capability, was sufficient for self-defense. As long as he could delay for a second or two, he would be able to return to the present world. At that moment, the maid, Xiaozue, entered, carrying a letter and looking somewhat perplexed. "Young master, a person just delivered this letter, specifically requesting it be given to you." "Who is it?" Lin Zun asked, puzzled, as he had no acquaintances in this place. Apart from his family, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Xiaozue appeared equally bemused. "I do not know." It was a stranger who seemed rather dazed and left promptly after delivering the letter. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Lin Zun, maintaining his vigilance, refrained from taking the letter with his hands and instead scanned it with his spiritual sense. The letter posed no issues, yet he sensed a familiar mental energy emanating from it. The woman in black from that night. What could be her purpose in sending this letter? Lin Zun opened the envelope, which contained no message, merely an address. A frown creased his brow. This woman clearly wished to meet him, employing this method to summon him. Although her intentions remained unclear, Lin Zun resolved to accept the invitation and discern her motives. After making some preparations, he set off, taking no one with him, only his firearm and sufficient ammunition. After approximately the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Lin Zun arrived at a secluded dwelling. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned that the interior was relatively safe, occupied solely by a woman clad in black, who was seated cross-legged on a couch, meditating. Upon sensing Lin Zun's presence, she rose with a hint of delight and said, "The door is unlatched. Please enter, young Master Lin." Lin Zun stepped inside, his gaze icy as he regarded her. "What business do you have in summoning me?" The woman in black smiled charmingly. "It is nothing of great import. I merely wish to befriend you, young Master Lin." Lin Zun let out a cold chuckle. "I have injured you and indirectly caused the demise of your kin. In other words, we are adversaries. It would be a feat to refrain from violence. How could we possibly be friends? Why is that not possible?" The woman spread her hands, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "The harm you inflicted upon me was but a superficial wound, healed within the hour. As for those who perished, they were merely my servants. Their loss is of no consequence to me. However, a cultivator of your caliber, a master of spirit and tranquility, is a rarity. Moreover, you are remarkably young. What exactly are you scheming?" Lin Zun retorted coldly. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to transform our hostilities into camaraderie and forge a friendship." She continued, "By the way, I am Li Meier. I hope for your guidance, young Master Lin." She inclined her body in a respectful bow. "My name is Lin Zun. If you have no matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." He turned to exit. The woman in black, known as Li Meier, quickly called out, "Young Master Lin, please wait. There are indeed pressing matters to deliberate." Lin Zun turned back. "Speak then." Li Meier, her expression serious, proclaimed, "I wish to propose a transaction with you, young Master Lin." "I refuse," Lin Zun retorted sharply. Li Meier, feeling somewhat taken aback, responded, "But I have not even stated my terms." Why do you reject me so hastily? Lin Zun scoffed. Do I need to ponder? What good could possibly arise from dealing with you, a sorceress? Engaging in business with you can only lead to dire consequences. Li Meyer felt a deep sense of helplessness. Young Master Lin, your prejudice against me is far too profound. While I may be a bit ruthless and have taken lives, I am still a woman of my word. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to assist you with 3 tasks within my capability, and in return, you would help me eliminate 1 person. Would that be agreeable? Who do you wish for me to kill? A divine manifestation. Goodbye. Wait. Young master, do not leave so abruptly. Li Meyer blocked the door, exasperated. Lin Zun exclaimed in anger, You expect me to kill a divine manifestation? I am currently in the state of forgetfulness. 2 major realms beneath him. How could I possibly achieve that? If you wish for my demise, just say so directly without all this circumlocution. Young Master Lin, do not be vexed. Just because you are unable now does not mean you will always be so. Li Meyer insisted anxiously. You are still so young, and you have already attained the state of forgetfulness. Your potential is immense. I estimate that within 40 years, you will achieve divine manifestation and become a true sovereign of this era, commanding respect throughout the world. Lin Zun silently scoffed. 40 years? Who do you think you are looking down upon? If it takes more than 2 years, I shall consider myself defeated. At this moment, Li Meyer remarked, Master Lin, I shall assist you with 3 matters first, and only then will you aid me in my quest for vengeance. The initiative lies entirely with you. This transaction is undoubtedly advantageous for you. Lin Zun pondered her words, recognizing the truth in them. It seemed that she was indeed desperate, resorting to such inequitable terms. It was prudent to seize the benefits before proceeding. Lin Zun returned, Please, share your concerns with me. Li Meyer's face lit up with joy, and she smiled brightly. Master Lin, please. Chapter 32. An old ox grazes on tender grass. Bah. The 2 knelt upon the couch. Li Meyer attentively poured tea for Lin Zun, then began to recount her tale. The narrative was rather cliché. She once had a blissful family, with parents deeply in love, who cherished her like a princess. However, one fateful day, a master of spirit refinement arrived, coveting her family's unique techniques. He ruthlessly plundered their resources and took her parents' lives. Fortunately, her father had sensed impending doom and secretly sent her away, allowing her to escape a tragic fate. For years, she had devoted herself to cultivation while seeking opportunities for revenge. Yet, how difficult it was to slay a master of divine revelation. Not only was the adversary immensely powerful, but he also possessed the ability to sense impending danger, evading capture with ease. Locating him was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Only a master of divine revelation could contend with another of his kind. Li Meyer's countenance was filled with determination as she declared, over the years, I have traversed mountains and rivers, attempting countless methods to find him, all to no avail. It was not until I joined the Yellow Heaven sect that I became a protector of the faith. Lin Zun felt a jolt of surprise. The Yellow Heaven sect? A protector of the faith? In that case, are the recent events all orchestrated by you? Indeed, Li Meyer candidly confessed. The leader of the Huangtian sect is also a master in the art of spirit refinement, currently having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the out-of-body realm. If he takes one more step forward, he will attain the status of a true sage. He has promised that as long as I assist him, once he achieves divine manifestation, he will help me track down my enemies and eliminate them. Lin Zun shook his head in lament. That step is not an easy one. It is indeed challenging, she replied, which is why he emulates the ancient deities and has established the Huangtian sect, gathering the fervent wishes of millions to ascend the divine path and achieve the title of true sage. Li Meyer's words were astonishing. Now it all makes sense. Lin Zun suddenly realized, comprehending many matters. So this is how the Huangtian sect came to be, primarily because its leader aspires to become a true sage. The path of spirit refinement is vast and profound. Apart from diligent training, there exists another method, cultivating through the power of faith, akin to how the Western world collects belief to ascend to divinity. The former is a slow process, reliant on talent and fortune, while the latter accelerates cultivation significantly, being a pathway to transcendence, yet it is frowned upon by the imperial court. This is quite understandable, as both the court and the divine wield supreme power, subjugating the populace and compelling them to labor. When their commands eventually conflict, whom do you suppose the common people will heed? This is a collision between divine authority and royal power. It's a matter of either your demise or mine. Frankly, I hold little optimism for him. Though the current Song is flourishing, It is not without its issues. The people manage to scrape by, yet faith is scarce, leaving him little opportunity for resurgence. Lin Zun remarked. Li Meyer shook her head, expressing her skepticism. I too harbor doubts, yet I find myself with no alternative. It was only later that I encountered you. You are young, with immense potential. Hence, I have decided to place my bets on you. Lin Zun chuckled. You are quite candid. Are you not concerned that your master will hold you accountable for your acts of defection? And if he discovers it, what of it? Li Meyer replied nonchalantly. Although I am ostensibly his subordinate, in truth, I am his collaborator. He relies heavily on me for many matters. Without my assistance, his endeavors would falter. Lin Zun questioned. Are you truly that formidable? Indeed. Li Meyer's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Lin Zun felt a surge of mental energy attempting to invade his mind, seeking to control his consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, it was repelled by his own spiritual awareness. This is the psychic prowess I have cultivated, capable not only of ending lives, but also of ensnaring others. Anyone whose mental strength is inferior to mine will be influenced and manipulated by me. Lin Zun realized. Such an ability is well suited for proselytization. No wonder he needs you. Precisely. He cannot do without me. However, that old codger, despite his age, remains lecherous, continually coveting me. Were it not for my utility to him, I would have departed long ago. She vented her frustrations, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Zun, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. Yet, if it were you, young Master Lin, I might be persuaded to reconsider. If you were to aid me in avenging my grievances, I would be wholly yours. Lin Zun looked up in astonishment, taking in Li Meyer's enchanting visage, her delicate waist, her long, graceful legs, and her generous bosom. Before scoffing, you are dreaming. Li Meyer, I am in the prime of my youth, while you have already aged considerably. I shall never grant you the opportunity of an old bull grazing on tender grass. Li Meyer, growing anxious, retorted, This year, I have just turned 30, having entered the realm of rejuvenation, refining my entire being to the very tips of my hair. My vitality is abundant, impervious to 100 evils, and I can live for 150 years. At 30, I am akin to a mere 20 years in the life of an ordinary woman. Truly in the bloom of youth. If that pleases you, so be it. Lin Zun rose from the couch, brushing off his garments. There is nothing pressing. I shall take my leave. Wait, Lord Lin, do you not require anything at present? Perhaps a tome of divine arts, exquisite weaponry, or miraculous elixirs. Whatever you desire. I can procure it for you. Li Meyer confidently proclaimed. Lin Zun shook his head. I have no immediate needs. I shall inform you when something arises. Very well. Whenever you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall leave a few individuals here, and through them, you can reach me. Understood. That presents no issue, Lin Zun acknowledged with a nod. Please hold on, for I have a gift to present. What gift? Li Meyer unveiled a hidden passage beneath the bed, and the two descended into it. Before long, they arrived at a secluded chamber brimming with gold and jewels, with two chests overflowing with glimmering gold, a sight most enchanting. Lin Zun, astonished, asked, Pray tell, these treasures are not the spoils of theft, are they? With a subtle smile, Li Meyer waved her hand. Indeed, they are valued at a total of 180,000 taels of silver, now offered as a token of apology to you, esteemed sir. I hope you graciously accept. Lin Zun, taken aback once more, remarked, You are indeed remarkably generous. Li Meyer smiled brightly and remarked, To make the acquaintance of a young master is already a fortunate event for me. Mere wealth is inconsequential. Are you not afraid of your leader's wrath? Not at all. If necessary, I can simply rob a few more families, for they are abundant in riches. Lin Zun silently mourned for the unfortunate noble families that were soon to face calamity. Very well, I shall accept this. However, there is too much to carry. Let us leave it here for now. How could he refuse such an opportunity presented to him? If blame were to be assigned, it should rest on Li Meyer and the Huantian sect, for they were the true culprits, and Lin Zun bears no responsibility. Having received a considerable sum, Lin Zun felt elated, and his gaze towards Li Meyer softened considerably. Although she was somewhat ruthless and had taken many lives, she was undeniably a remarkable woman. Chapter 33. The short play premieres. That infuriating man has returned. Lin Zun departed in high spirits. Although a cooperative relationship had been established, he held no trust in Li Meyer. He was merely engaging in a fade with her, allowing himself ample time to grow. When the moment arrived, regardless of the veracity of her claims or any hidden schemes, he would possess the strength to overcome them. Li Meyer watched Lin Zun's retreating figure, her expression contemplative. She too held reservations about Lin Zun. After all, the foundation of this collaboration was exceedingly fragile, relying solely on goodwill. Thus, she required time to scrutinize Lin Zun's character and determine whether he was worthy of her trust. Should he prove unworthy, she would be prepared to cut her losses. I hope you do not disappoint me. With no more gains to be had, Li Meyer departed from Qinghe Prefecture to wreak havoc in other regions, granting a brief respite to Qinghe Prefecture. At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui called to inform him that the post-production of the short drama had been completed and it was about to be launched. Lin Zun was filled with joy. The release of the short drama signified a substantial enhancement in his cultivation realm. Have you informed Yi Qing? I mentioned it. During my last visit to deliver the wine, I inadvertently let it slip. If he still desires our ginseng wine, he will certainly pay close attention. Then I can rest easy. After hanging up, Qian Xiaoshui promptly set about marketing the short drama. At the headquarters of a prominent social media company, Yi Qing inquired of a staff member, "So, has the second part of Dragon King Returns for Retribution been launched?" The staff member nodded while typing. "It has just gone live. It appears they have also purchased traffic and are currently promoting it. How is the promotion performing? It's just begun, so we cannot ascertain the results yet. We need to observe." Without hesitation, Yi Qing declared, "Provide it with A-level traffic immediately." The staff member looked up, astonished. "What? Sir, are we granting A-level traffic right now? We typically approve traffic in stages based on performance. Granting top-tier traffic at this moment does not adhere to protocol. My word is the protocol. Follow my instructions, and I will take responsibility for any issues." Understood. The staff member swiftly began to execute the orders. Yi Qing, feeling relieved, cautiously retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket. The vial contained nothing other than the ginseng wine he had procured from Lin Zun. He uncorked a glass bottle and poured a modest cup of wine, savoring a sip that invigorated every cell in his body. He exclaimed, "This wine is exquisite, yet regrettably insufficient for my thirst." That scoundrel Qian Xiaoshui, even with Lin Ji's consent, only provided a mere 2 taels. How miserly! He hoped that Lin Laodi would exert himself and swiftly procure some ginseng for infusion into the wine. Under Yi Qing's dedicated efforts, the promotional campaign for the return of the Dragon King, Avenge the Snow Part 2, was overwhelming, generating explosive traffic. 3 years and 3 years later, today the Dragon King, Return to Avenge the Snow Part 2, is set to make a stunning debut. The Zhao family's elder, Zhao Wudi, is not truly invincible. He too has his nemesis. Watch as our second part's protagonist slays the Zhao family elder, wins the heart of a beauty, and revels in a carefree existence. This advertisement reached Lin Zun's most ardent critic, Wang Haotian, who was incensed. Such a dreadful short drama dares to produce a sequel? Moreover, the actor portraying the Zhao family elder hasn't he even been replaced? I have no desire to watch anything featuring him. He recalled the day he and 3 brothers had stalked Lin Zun. At that time, they merely intended to teach Lin Zun a lesson, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a lesson instead, kneeling in public, and even now, his knees throb with lingering pain. From that moment on, he transformed into Lin Zun's foremost detractor, seeking to disparage him at every turn. However, Lin Zun lacked an official profile, rendering him elusive. Moreover, Lin Zun disregarded him, treating him as if he were invisible. This often left him feeling stifled, as though his punches landed on cotton, a frustrating sensation of power without direction. Now, he dared to return? Was he not afraid of being thoroughly criticized? To be honest, he had no desire to watch the second installment. However, the promotional slogans are quite captivating. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family is not truly invincible. He too has a nemesis, the slaying of the Zhao family's ancestor. Below are several promotional clips. The Zhao family ancestor kneeling in supplication. The Zhao family ancestor under the protagonist's foot. The Zhao family ancestor bleeding to death. Witnessing Lin Zun's dire predicament, his heart stirred with intensity. Observing does not incur a loss. Having been bullied in reality, is it not permissible to seek solace in a short drama? He reassured himself, harboring hopeful anticipation as he clicked to play the short film. The opening was rather cliché, with the male and female leads being childhood friends, journeying from a small town to the bustling metropolis for their studies. At that moment, he noticed the female lead, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Upon reflection, excitement surged within him. Is that not my goddess Qiao Weiwei? To his astonishment, she too had come to participate in this short drama. Her appearance in a school uniform was strikingly pure, precisely to his liking. He sat upright, engrossed in the viewing. The true narrative commenced as the female lead, Xiao Xiaowei, due to her unique physique, was captured by the Zhao family to serve as a furnace for their ancestor. The male lead was infuriated, demanding her release, and soon a confrontation ensued. True to his role, the male lead exhibited remarkable martial prowess, defeating numerous adversaries. Finally, Lin Zun, portraying the Zhao family ancestor, made a grand entrance. Yet, to his dismay, he emerged with his arm wrapped around Qiao Weiwei's slender waist. Not only the protagonist but also Wang Haotian was consumed with envy, his countenance twisted with rage. How infuriating! That is my pure goddess. Ensnared in the embrace of this scoundrel, truly outrageous. Protagonist, eliminate him swiftly. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Kneel. Wang Haotian shuddered involuntarily, instinctively dropping to his knees. Curse it. Here it comes again. He felt completely numb. In fact, when he first clicked on the short drama, he had prepared himself, determined to avoid another instance of kneeling. Yet, he fell into Lin Zun's trap. The command to kneel seemed to descend from the heavens, imbued with an air of authority that sent shivers through his very soul, compelling him to submit. Truly, no matter how one guards against it, Lin Zun remains an unpredictable foe. Wang Haotian nonchalantly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his knees, and reassured himself, it's fine. Consider it a premature farewell. After all, in the end, he would undoubtedly be slain by the protagonist. The promotional material indicated as much. Surely, it wouldn't he deceive him? He continued to watch with eager anticipation. Soon after, the protagonist was struck down with a single blow, discarded in a desolate wilderness. However, possessing the ancient bloodline of the Phoenix, this encounter awakened his dormant powers, allowing him to be reborn and return stronger than ever. He became an unstoppable force, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, ultimately confronting the ancestral patriarch of the Zhao family. Wang Haotian leapt to his feet in excitement. Yes, exactly. Ignite my little cosmos. And let me obliterate that Lin fellow, ensuring he meets a most unfortunate end. Kneel. Thud. Wang Haotian exclaimed. Damn it. Just when it reaches a formidable warrior, born of the Phoenix bloodline, embarks on a quest to vanquish the vile dragon and avenge our grievances. Alas, the protagonist meets his demise once more. Wang Haotian, the venerable ancestor of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wudi, treads upon the protagonist's face, cradling a beauty in his arms, and erupts into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. The end. Wang Haotian. Chapter 34. A surge of resentment arises as the third level of the divine refinement meditation is breached. The defenses have crumbled once more. Wang Haotian had anticipated witnessing this second protagonist slay Lin Zun to alleviate his frustrations. Unexpectedly, he knelt faster than the first protagonist, and his own beloved was snatched away. Such humiliation, such frustration. Wang Haotian seethes with anger. A bitter resentment churns within him, leaving him uncertain whether to express it or suppress it. Damn it. Wang Haotian vented his frustrations, cursing for 10 minutes without a single repetition. Ultimately, he logged into his account. Call me handsome. The Dragon King's Return for Revenge Part 2. Has everyone seen it? Let me tell you, this short drama is utterly dreadful. The storyline is completely at odds with the promotion, luring us in only to slay us. Do not be deceived. Wang Haotian, with little to occupy his time, has also managed an account. Over the years, due to his ostentatious displays of wealth and down-to-earth demeanor, he has amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. Thus, when he speaks, he instantly captivates a multitude. Sensual cockroach. Oh, why is Handsome up so early today? Has he taken on an advertisement? Is he short on cash? Handsome's elder sister. My Handsome owns several rental properties. How could he possibly be in need? He must have watched that short drama and found it unappealing, which is why he urged everyone not to watch it. The contrarian athlete remarked, Really? Even a handsome guy like him says that. I must see just how terrible the show truly is. The spirited girl chimed in. Hearing you say that, I too am intrigued to take a look. The rebellious singleton added, Count me in. Even if it's a pile of rubbish, I want to taste its flavor. Wang Haotian watched in exasperation. I told you not to watch, yet you still do. Fans these days are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Just wait, when the time comes. Don't blame me if you're all on your knees. With the assistance of the detractors, this freshly launched short drama experienced a surge in viewership. Everyone clicked on it out of sheer curiosity. The backlash was immediate and overwhelming, with an avalanche of insults pouring forth. a cacophony of every imaginable profanity. Although Lin Zun did not open his phone, he could still feel the fervor, which brought him immense joy. In less than a day, over 500,000 grievances had accumulated, surpassing all previous totals. Haha, with such a wealth of resentment, I can ascend once more. Lin Zun promptly settled down to harness the accumulated negativity, aiming to grow stronger and achieve new heights. Resentment minus 200,000. The realm that had confined him for so long began to shift, allowing him to take a small step forward, reaching the second layer of sitting forgetfulness. His consciousness expanded, extending 20 zhang and enveloping a radius of 30 zhang. Yet, this was not the end. Resentment minus 300,000. He took another small step forward, attaining the third layer of refining spirit and sitting forgetfully. His consciousness extended another 30 zhang, covering a radius of 60 zhang, approximately 200 meters. The scope is truly terrifying, encompassing the entire neighborhood, with every movement of its inhabitants under his vigilant surveillance. There is no action that escapes his watchful gaze. Ha! Lin Zun burst into laughter. Although the expansion of his consciousness did not directly enhance his combat prowess, when paired with sufficient firearms, he would undoubtedly become a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Even a single individual could easily overpower an entire army. At that moment, the phone rang. Lin Zun answered, and the excited voice of Qian Xiaoshui resonated from the other end. Brother Lin, have you seen it? The short drama we produced has gone viral. In just one day, the revenue from recharges has exceeded 5 million, astonishing the entire short drama industry. We even made it to the trending searches. Lin Zun smiled and nodded. I can feel it. Qian Xiaoshui continued with fervor. At this rate, the revenue for this short drama could potentially surpass 100 million, becoming the blockbuster of the year. Brother Lin, we could at least earn 20 million from this. 20 million may seem substantial to many, yet Lin Zun regarded it with indifference. After all, his assets across two worlds nearly totaled 200 million. Nevertheless, the prospect of profit brought him joy. All right, Xiaoshui, keep a close watch and report any new developments immediately. Understood. Moments later, the phone rang again. It was Yi Qing. Lin Zun answered, and Yi Qing's hearty laughter filled the line. Brother Yi, congratulations on your success. The short drama has indeed gone viral. My colleagues have been discussing it all day, praising the quality of the production. Particularly, your portrayal of the ancestral figure of the Zhao family was exceptional, bringing to life the essence of an invincible master with remarkable depth. Lin Zun, understanding the situation, noted that Yi Qing, while ostensibly here to offer congratulations, was actually seeking to claim credit. Lin Zun remarked, this film is indeed well crafted. However, it would not have achieved such rapid and fervent success without your support behind the scenes, my dear brother. I am truly grateful. Let me treat you to a meal soon. Yi Laoge readily agreed. Absolutely. I shall accompany you without hesitation. Lin Zun continued. Today is indeed a day of double joy. Just moments ago, I received wonderful news. A friend of mine has made some progress after extensive research and is preparing to venture into the mountains once more in search of ginseng. In other words, dear brother, your hopes for the wine are about to be realized. Really? Yi Qing exclaimed with delight. Lin Zun feigned displeasure. Of course it's true. Would I jest about such matters? Yi Qing quickly apologized. Yes, I was overly excited and somewhat incoherent. Please do not take it to heart. Next time we drink, I shall pour 3 cups for myself as an apology. Consider it settled. After a brief pause, another call came through. It must be said, the volume of calls today is rather high. Perhaps this is the price of fame. The call was from Xiao Weiwei. As soon as he answered, Lin Zun was startled and pulled the phone away. Once the other party calmed down, he responded with irritation. What on earth are you shouting about in broad daylight? I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Weiwei exclaimed with excitement. Do you know? The short drama we filmed has gone viral, trending on social media. I've also gained a bit of fame, adding 300,000 followers in just one day. Advertisers have started reaching out to me. Is it really such a big deal? How can it not be a big deal? This translates to money. Moreover, this situation holds immense significance for me. As you know, I was once a second-tier star, but within a year, I plummeted to the 18th tier. The contrast is staggering. I've been harboring a determination to rise again. I want to prove to everyone that I can succeed. With my follower count skyrocketing, I'm one step closer to my dreams. Well then, I wish you all the best. Though Lin Zun couldn't fully comprehend her emotions, He sincerely offered his blessings. By the way, many of your fans have flocked to my account, inquiring when you will open a Weibo account. What would I open it for? Just to let them insult me. Xiao Weiwei laughed heartily. So you were aware? Of course. Lin Zun gazed at the sky, feeling the resentment that was drifting towards him. Great. His haters had multiplied again. Chapter 35. Sitting in forgetfulness on the 7th floor. Consciousness spanning over 900 meters. After ending the call, Lin Zun continued to excitedly scan the neighborhood with his consciousness. At that moment, he made a startling discovery. Wait, there are actually haters among the residents? He spotted a rebellious-looking youth, around 16 or 17 years old, kneeling as he watched Lin Zun's short drama, cursing under his breath while simultaneously pulling out his phone to join a group chat, where he joined in the collective denunciation. The group was abuzz with fervor, filled with his seasoned detractors, who fervently berated him, their words incessantly invoking his ancestors. In that moment, Lin Zun felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. Quietly noting down the QQ number, he joined the fray. Family, I have arrived. Due to an explosion of viewership, the Dragon King's return, Avenge the Snow continued to thrive, maintaining its fervor until a week later when its popularity began to wane. Within that week, the short drama garnered over 40 million in revenue. It seemed entirely plausible, as predicted by Qian Xiaoshui, that the final earnings of this short drama would surpass 100 million, yielding unimaginable rewards. For Lin Zun, however, the most significant gain was the accumulation of resentment. In just 1 week, he amassed millions of resentment points, propelling his cultivation to the 7th layer of the sitting forgetting realm, with his divine consciousness covering an impressive radius of 280 zhang, approximately 900 meters, a truly formidable feat. He could perceive everything with astonishing clarity, as if viewed through a microscope. Lin Zun brimmed with confidence. Within 2 weeks, he believed he could take a monumental step forward into the out-of-body realm. At that juncture, his strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation, with his powers newly enhanced. Lin Zun felt elated. Upon returning to the alternate realm, he could not resist the urge to step outside and explore. While wandering, he stumbled upon a wilted, malnourished little ginseng. Without hesitation, he purchased it, intending to brew it into a tonic for Yi Qing. After all, without Yi Qing's assistance, the short drama would never have achieved such success, nor would he have been able to elevate his cultivation so swiftly. One must always remember to express gratitude, and this ginseng was perfect for that purpose. Brother Yi, do not fault me for being frugal. Your current strength is low, and consuming such a potent ginseng may harm your health. Take it slow. In the future, I promise to procure something even better for you. As I wandered further, I found the atmosphere to be desolate. Lin Zun felt a sense of disinterest and decided to return home. Currently, due to the impact of war, the streets have become forlorn, with many shops shuttered even during daylight hours. Pedestrians hurried along, reluctant to linger. This desolation is mirrored in other areas, perhaps even worse. It is said that the followers of the Yellow Heaven sect in other regions are not content with trivial disturbances and have begun to stir up trouble. From state capitals to small villages, the presence of the Yellow Heaven sect is ubiquitous. They gather in crowds to worship, spread their doctrines, and distribute money and resources, leading many impoverished citizens to join their ranks, swelling their numbers to a staggering 100,000. The authorities have attempted to suppress them repeatedly, yet with little effect, causing considerable frustration. Consequently, the Yellow Heaven sect has grown increasingly audacious. Li Meier is truly a master of manipulation. Were it not for her, the Yellow Heaven sect might not have expanded so swiftly. However, it is feared that it will not be long before the court dispatches genuine experts to deal with them. I wonder if they will withstand such challenges, Lin Zun mused. At that moment, a familiar, melodious laugh echoed in the air. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Lin Zun was taken aback. It was indeed Li Meier, who had returned after only a brief absence of a few days. Gazing at her ethereal presence before him, Lin Zun remarked with irritation, "You truly cannot bear to be mentioned. I had just been thinking of you. And here you are." Li Meier, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, covered her mouth and smiled coyly. "Does this mean we are in tune with each other? More like fated adversaries, wouldn't you say?" replied Lin Zun. "Oh, young Master Lin, you certainly have a way with words." She chuckled. Li Meier effortlessly transitioned the topic, her beautiful eyes lingering on Lin Zun, suddenly startled. "Young Master Lin, you haven't broken through, have you?" Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Do you think breakthroughs are as common as cabbages, readily available at will? Is that so? Lee Myers skeptically glanced at Lin Zun, muttering, I can't shake the feeling that you haven't spoken a single truth. Lin Zun gestured grandly. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Now, tell me what brings you here. Lee Meyer adjusted her posture, speaking with utmost seriousness. I have come to remind you, young master, that the court may not withstand the pressure much longer. You ought to prepare in advance. Lin Zun was taken aback. What do you mean? Lee Meyer's words were startling. Because our leader is preparing to take action. Lin Zun grew anxious. What does he intend to do? Currently, the border issues are consuming the court's attention, and by the time they react, they will undoubtedly strike hard at our sect. Thus, our esteemed leader plans to take the initiative to complicate matters for the army of Ditsong, creating internal disruptions. He is a formidable being on the verge of divine revelation. Once he acts, the border will be in peril. Lin Zun's mood darkened. Though a peak out-of-body realm cultivator may not match the absolute strength of innate martial artists, their techniques are undoubtedly the most diverse and enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Once they make their move, the border could indeed face grave danger. The consequences of a border collapse are unfathomable. The distance from here to the border is not considerable, merely 800 miles apart. If a formidable warrior were to ride day and night, they would arrive within a day. Should it be an army, they could reach the city within a week. Young Master Lin, I confide in you solely out of trust. I implore you to keep this matter confidential, Lee Meyer advised. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Of course, if he were to divulge this information, regardless of its accuracy, he would remain under suspicion. If you are not affiliated with the Huangtian sect, how could you possibly be aware of their affairs? Pray tell, what is your connection to them? Is there some unmentionable secret between you? Troubles seem to arise one after another. At that moment, the court would not concern itself with your innocence. They would apprehend you first and inquire later. Thank you for the warning, Miss Lee. Lin Zun bowed respectfully. Upon my return, I shall make the necessary preparations to confront this impending crisis. Lee Meyer slightly nodded. It is good that you understand, young Master Lin. Remember, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Under the heavens, none are my equal. I appreciate your kind offer, and I am well aware. Upon returning, Lin Zun promptly reminded Lin Xiaofeng to expedite the procurement of grain, no matter the cost. He also instructed her to devise an escape plan, ensuring a timely retreat should danger arise. Although Lin Xiaofeng was perplexed, she complied. Lin Zun was also making preparations, intending to acquire another batch of weaponry to brace for the looming peril. Coincidentally, at this juncture, his airline ticket was about to expire, prompting him to board a flight to Siam. Chapter 36. Barrett, submachine guns, all arrangements in place. As the plane descended gradually, Lin Zun stepped out of the airport. At a glance, Lika stood out amidst the crowd. She had evidently taken great care in her appearance, her delicate features accentuated by a touch of makeup. Her long, straight black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, with a few wisps of bangs playfully fluttering in the breeze. She wore a light green sleeveless dress that revealed her smooth arms and highlighted her slender waist, complemented by a pair of whimsical white sneakers. Her overall look was refreshingly natural, drawing the attention of passers-by. Mr. Lin, I'm over here, she exclaimed excitedly, waving her hand as she jogged towards Lin Zun, arms outstretched as if to embrace him. Yet, at the last moment, she hesitated, stopping short and gazing at him with bright, eager eyes. Lin Zun extended his hand for a brief shake, offering a gentle smile. Lika, it's been a long time. Indeed, Mr. Lin, it's been too long, Lika replied, her enthusiasm palpable as she nodded vigorously. She opened her mouth, wanting to express a plethora of thoughts, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her gaze to her toes, a stark contrast to her former poised demeanor. It seems I must trouble you once again, Lin Zun remarked. Lika's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lifted her head, exclaiming, Not at all. I am more than willing to assist you, Mr. Lin. Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us find a place to dine, he suggested. What would you like to eat? I can lead the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at a seaside inn to indulge in seafood. Throughout the meal, Lika displayed an air of grace and elegance, sitting upright and savoring her food with dainty bites. Speaking little, when Lin Zun refrained from asking questions, she remained silent, content to enjoy the moment, occasionally lifting her head to steal a glance at Lin Zun. She would quickly lower it again, her earlobes tinged with a slight blush. As he ate, Lin Zun remarked, Lika, I have two main purposes for this visit. Firstly, I didn't fully enjoy myself last time, so I intend to stay a few more days. Secondly, I need to procure some weapons, which will require your assistance. Lika inwardly rolled her eyes. The acquisition of weapons was undoubtedly his primary objective, while the vacation was merely an afterthought. She had long recognized that Lin Zun was no ordinary man. Having purchased a considerable arsenal, it remained a mystery how he managed to transfer them without drawing any attention. His remarkable performance during the recent shooting incident further confirmed his extraordinary nature. Mysterious, powerful, affluent, handsome, and tender-hearted, each attribute captivated her deeply, ensnaring her in a web of infatuation. In truth, Lin Zun's penchant for weapon procurement was a fortunate circumstance for her, as it afforded her the opportunity to see him frequently. No problem, I'll take you tomorrow. Just like last time. Lika eagerly agreed. Lin Zun nodded with a smile. Excellent. And upon completion, I shall reward you with 200,000 Thai baht. His current wealth rendered him indifferent to such sums. Lika shook her head in refusal. Mr. Lin, I cannot accept your money. You have already assisted me greatly. It is my genuine pleasure to be of service to you, so please refrain from mentioning money in the future. Lin Zun did not press the matter further. Very well. Should you need anything else, do let me know. By the way, how are things at home? Has that mayor been able to resolve your issues? Previously, he had heard from Lika that her father was originally a porter, but unfortunately, he suffered an accident that resulted in a broken leg. Not only did he lose his income, but he also had to spend money on medical treatment, which compelled her to seek employment. Lika expressed her gratitude, stating, "The mayor of the embankment city has intervened to assist me by applying for substantial hardship subsidies and disability benefits. And he has also arranged for my father to receive treatment at the finest hospital in the city." Subsequently, she was uncertain whether it was the mayor's influence, but she received a first-class scholarship and additional financial aid at school, which essentially resolved her issues. Lin Zun chuckled, "That's wonderful. My family is immensely grateful to you and would like to invite you to dinner. All right, let's go after we finish our errands." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin." Lika replied with a bright smile. "They will surely be very happy to hear this." The following morning, Lika arrived early. Once again, she transformed herself into the guise of a blonde girl and also made Lin Zun appear as he had during their previous encounter when they purchased the firearms. Before they set out together. At this moment, Lika's cheeks flushed slightly as she timidly extended her trembling hand to grasp Lin Zun's arm. Lin Zun turned in astonishment to look at her. "You." Lika quickly retorted, "We are portraying a couple. This makes it more authentic." "Is that so? Why didn't you do this last time?" "Last time, I was too nervous and forgot." Lin Zun narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to see through her heart. Lika was frightened and lowered her head. However, after a moment, she bravely lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with affection, locking onto Lin Zun's. This time, it was Lin Zun who found himself evading her stare, with a heart full of emotions. He marveled at the audacity of contemporary young women, who now boldly expressed their desires. In contrast, he, as a youth of the new era in China, appeared somewhat conservative. Lika smiled with pride, tightening her grip on Lin Zun's hand and placing it over her heart. "Mr. Lin, let us be on our way," she urged. What could he do in response? He resigned himself to her wishes. After all, one cannot oppose a woman's intentions. He was not a villain. The two strolled leisurely, sharing laughter and admiring the scenery along the way, truly resembling a couple on a shopping outing. It took them an hour to reach the shooting range from their previous visit. By a stroke of coincidence, they were greeted by the same staff member as before. Upon seeing Lin Zun, the staff member's eyes lit up as if he were encountering a deity of wealth. He approached them with enthusiasm. "Welcome back, esteemed guests. Are you here to procure more weapons?" Lin Zun nodded affirmatively. "Bring me some heavy artillery, something powerful. Money is no object." The staff member's smile broadened even more, "Of course. Please come right in." As they entered the exhibition hall, the staff member passionately introduced the various firearms. Ultimately, Lin Zun selected a Barrett rifle tailored to his needs. The Barrett is a renowned sniper rifle, capable of reaching a range of 2,000 meters, with high-velocity rounds capable of penetrating armor. This weapon was specifically intended for dealing with martial artists of the blood exchange level and above. Next, he chose an MP5 submachine gun. Famed for its firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, high accuracy, and minimal recoil, effective within a 100-meter range, ideal for crowd control. Following this, he also selected a Desert Eagle. Lin Zun had personally experienced the efficacy of these firearms, and they proved to be remarkably effective. When wielding dual pistols, He was capable of posing a threat even to martial artists at the blood exchange stage. Consequently, he purchased 3 more for convenient rotation. The bullets for these guns were relatively large, so he only acquired 2.000 rounds. As for the more powerful cannons, they were unavailable here, and Lin Zun had no intention of buying them, as their size made them cumbersome to carry, rendering them less practical than his firearms. Ultimately, he settled the bill, parting with over 9 million Thai baht, equivalent to more than 2 million Chinese yuan. Although this expenditure was substantial, Lin Zun remained elated, for with these weapons, his prowess had surged significantly. Who could stand against him beneath the heavens? Chapter 37. Someone wants him dead. Rika, please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom, Lin Zun announced as he departed with 2 large cases in tow. Moments later, he returned, the cases no longer in his possession. Rika's gaze shifted subtly, realizing he had just disposed of stolen goods. She refrained from probing further, instead wrapping her arm around Lin Zun's with a radiant smile. Mr. Lin, now that your business is concluded, where shall we go? Lin Zun was quite pleased with Rika's response. She was indeed a remarkably astute young woman. Intelligent individuals are inherently endearing. They continued to explore the scenic surroundings, and when dinner time arrived, Lin Zun visited Rika's home as promised. Her residence, situated in a modest neighborhood, had stood for 20 years and bore an air of age. Mr. Lin, my humble abode may be lacking in luxury. I hope you won't find it displeasing, Rika said, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, apprehensive that Lin Zun might look down upon her living conditions. Lin Zun was quite indifferent. Having lived 2 lives, he had experienced much and viewed things with great clarity. He could reside in a luxurious mansion or a modest abode. He could savor gourmet delicacies or enjoy street food. What mattered most to him was his inner peace. As long as he felt comfortable, that sufficed. Although the surroundings here were somewhat lacking, they exuded a warmth that evoked a sense of home. To be candid, I grew up in poverty, living with my grandmother in a humble 40-square-meter apartment, Lin Zun remarked with a smile. Is that so? Rika responded, taken aback. She had never imagined that the affluent Mr. Lin had such a humble past. Indeed, that is my journey. I have no reason to deceive you. However, while I have since attained great wealth, my grandmother has departed from this world forever. Alas, Lin Zun sighed softly. Life has always posed such dilemmas. Rika quickly offered her condolences. Mr. Lin, please accept my sympathies. Rest assured, I am stronger than you might think. Minor hardships cannot bring me down. We have arrived home. Let us go inside. Yes, indeed. Rika's family came out to greet them. Her family dynamics were relatively simple. Aside from her parents, she had a 15-year-old brother. Her father, a local, stood under 7 meters tall, quite slender with dark skin, yet one could discern from his features that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. He had been recuperating in the hospital, but had returned specifically upon hearing of Lin Zun's arrival. The mother, a woman of Huaxia descent, possesses refined features and fair skin, exuding an aura of gentleness. In her youth, she came to this place with her family for work, and over time, she fell in love with Rika's father, eventually marrying him and giving birth to a son and a daughter. It is evident that Rika has inherited her parents' virtues, while her brother has unfortunately mirrored their flaws, rendering further introduction unnecessary. Upon Lin Zun's arrival, they were filled with joy, and their warmth intensified upon seeing Rika holding his hand. Mr. Lin, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, come in. Lin Zun was invited inside and took his seat at the head of the table, with others gathering around him, expressing their gratitude while subtly inquiring about his family situation. Lin Zun felt rather uncomfortable, sensing that he was not merely a guest, but rather a suitor. Meanwhile, Rika sat demurely beside him, her cheeks flushed. Her brother, seated next to Rika, cast glances between her and Lin Zun, seemingly discerning something. He smirked and winked, only to be met with Rika's playful retaliation. After the playful scuffle, he realized his folly, his face paling as he hastily explained to Lin Zun, I assure you, I am usually quite gentle. It was clear that there was no need for pretense. Rika responded with silence. The meal was served, bountiful and diverse, featuring local and Huaxia dishes. Rika's father, somewhat reserved in conversation, frequently raised his glass and toasts. However, due to an injury, he was soon restrained after a few drinks, and his son subsequently found himself outmatched by Lin Zun in drinking. An hour later, having enjoyed a hearty meal and drinks, Lin Zun felt it was time to take his leave. Mr. Lin, allow me to see you off, Rika offered. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. You are already home. There is no need to venture out. I shall return alone. Lika hesitated. But you have consumed quite a bit of alcohol. He replied confidently, 1,000 cups cannot intoxicate me. What is this trifling amount? Worry not for my well-being. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With a wave, Lin Zun bid farewell. As night enveloped the city, some streets fell eerily silent. Lin Zun strolled leisurely through the desolate thoroughfare, yet his spirits soared with a remarkable elation. For he wielded a formidable weapon now, his prowess elevated. While he could not claim to be innately powerful, he felt assured that any warrior beneath that realm would fall before him. One would perish, and two would meet the same fate. At that moment, however, an instinctive alarm rang within him. Danger approached. He immediately expanded his consciousness and sensed a black motorcycle hurtling toward him. Although they could not comprehend Lin Zun's words, they felt the overwhelming power he exuded. Their minds went blank, their legs weakened, and their bodies lost all strength. In such a perilous moment, losing strength was exceedingly dangerous. The rider could not control the speeding motorcycle, which swerved uncontrollably, hurtling towards a nearby tree. With a thunderous crash, the motorcycle shattered into pieces, igniting a fierce blaze. The two individuals aboard were thrown several meters away, landing heavily on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, their fates uncertain. Everything transpired too swiftly, only to be discovered by onlookers after the calamity had unfolded. A chorus of screams erupted. Following this, calls to the police and ambulance ensued. Yet, Lin Zun had already vanished without a trace. The next morning, Lika arrived at the hotel as usual, adorned in a pink t-shirt, form-fitting 7-point jeans, and white sneakers. Her hair styled in a ponytail cascading down her back, exuding youthful vibrance. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Zun replied with a smile. "I slept quite well, considering I had some drinks to aid my slumber." Lika breathed a sigh of relief, responding, "That puts my mind at ease. What are your plans for today? I'll follow your lead. However, I do have something to inquire of you." "What is it?" Lin Zun retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph. "Do you recognize this person?" Chapter 38. A gunshot to the head from 800 meters away. The image depicted a middle-aged man in his 50s, standing at 1.6 meters tall, with a large head, thick neck, and a protruding belly. His dark yellow skin was marred with excess flesh, and his forehead was partially bald. Dressed in a loose-fitting, lace-adorned white shirt and flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, Lin Zun exuded an undeniable air of authority. This was the culmination of his endeavors from the previous night. Following the car accident, he sensed that someone harbored ill intentions towards him, prompting him to discreetly trail the two injured individuals to the hospital, where he discovered one of them accompanied by a group of visitors. Stealthily, he captured their likeness with his camera. However, feeling out of place in this unfamiliar environment and lacking proficiency in the local language, he found himself at a loss for leads and decided to consult with Lika. Initially, he held little hope, yet to his astonishment, Lika recognized the individual. "Ah, that is Mr. Feynman," she exclaimed. Lin Zun, taken aback, inquired, "Is he well known?" Lika nodded vigorously. "Indeed, he is quite prominent. He is a businessman in our region, operating on a grand scale. Moreover, he is deeply involved in philanthropy and has donated substantial sums, often gracing the pages of the news." "But," Lin Zun probed. Lika cautiously glanced around to ensure their conversation remained private before whispering, "I have heard that while Feynman presents himself as a respectable businessman, he is, in fact, engaged in nefarious enterprises, including fraud and human trafficking. He operates a large factory in that industrial park, housing thousands of individuals." Lin Zun was taken aback. "How did you come to know of such clandestine affairs?" With an unruffled demeanor, Lika replied, "This is, in essence, an open secret within our community. For a long time, Feynman primarily targeted foreigners, never causing harm to locals. Additionally, his philanthropic efforts and good relations with those in power have allowed him to operate with impunity, as most people prefer to turn a blind eye. However, since the new mayor of Dian City took office, circumstances have begun to shift. In order to uphold the image of Siam, the mayor has resolutely intensified his crackdown on fraud and human trafficking, leading Feynman to adopt a notably low profile of late. By the way, Mr. Lin, what is your interest in his affairs?" Lin Zun put away his phone. "Nothing much, merely out of curiosity. Let us proceed to enjoy ourselves." At this moment, Lin Zun was already about 70 to 80% certain that he had not mistaken his target. Feynman was indeed after him. Previously, He had aimed to leverage a shooting and kidnapping incident to force the mayor from office, only to inadvertently thwart his own plan, which left him seething with resentment. Unable to exact revenge on the mayor, he sought to retaliate against Lin Zun instead. This was nothing short of a celestial conflict, with collateral damage to the innocent. Such a situation could not be left unaddressed. Upon discerning the identity of his adversary, matters became considerably easier. Lin Zun took to the internet, discovering details about Feynman's company, familial connections, and even his residential address. He resided in an estate on the outskirts, surrounded by numerous attractions where many flocked to take pictures. Consequently, Lin Zun instructed Lika to accompany him there for leisure, while also scouting the location. It must be said that as a figure entangled with the underworld, Feynman's security measures were remarkably formidable. Wherever he went, he was shadowed by 4 bodyguards, with even stronger security at his residence. Approaching him was no simple task, let alone taking lethal action. However, with a firearm in hand, the dynamics shifted entirely. As night fell once more, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, Lin Zun sent Liko away, slipped into a secluded corner, traversed into another realm, and after changing his attire and donning a hat and mask, returned. With his consciousness extended outward, he evaded all surveillance and pedestrians, ultimately arriving atop a small hill. From this vantage point, he surveyed Feynman's estate in its entirety. However, the distance was considerable, reaching 800 meters between the two parties. From afar, the mansion appeared diminutive, resembling the size of a fingernail, let alone the individuals within. Nevertheless, Lin Zun showed no concern. He stepped forward and vanished. Upon reappearing, he wielded a long rifle, the Barrett. This sniper rifle could achieve a velocity of 800 meters per second, with an effective range of 2,000 meters. Of course, this was theoretical, as factors such as ambient temperature, light, and atmospheric pressure, along with the sniper's personal condition, made it a remarkable feat to hit a target beyond 500 meters. At 800 meters, one would be considered an extraordinary marksman, a rarity in the world. Yet, for Lin Zun, this posed no challenge, as his spiritual awareness extended beyond 900 meters, allowing him to perceive everything clearly within his mental grasp. He leisurely adjusted the Barrett while calibrating his own state. Feynman, today I shall guide you on your journey. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed when a luxury vehicle slowly entered the estate. Feynman had returned. Lin Zun rose, cradling the Barrett in one hand while using the other to steady the scope's trajectory. At that moment, a fierce wind roared past, causing his sleeves to flutter. Yet, Lin Zun remained utterly still, narrowing his eyes as he aimed before squeezing the trigger. The gunshot echoed as the bullet surged forth, traversing the 800 meters in an instant. Feynman had just exited the vehicle when a single shot struck him in the head. Chaos erupted within the mansion as its occupants panicked, screaming in terror as they sought to evade the threat. The bodyguards were preoccupied with rescuing Feynman and planning to apprehend the sniper. However, all of this had little to do with Lin Zun. He returned the firearm to another realm, swiftly descended the mountain, evaded all surveillance and crowds, and found a secluded corner to change back into his own attire before returning to the hotel to rest. The following day, news of Feynman's assassination spread across the nation, reaching even foreign shores. Mr. Lin, did you hear? The Feynman you inquired about yesterday has been murdered. It was said that he fell victim to a sniper's bullet, dying on his estate. His life extinguished the moment he stepped out of his vehicle. Early that morning, Lika rushed over to share the news she had learned. Lin Zun maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, "So what if he is dead? What does it have to do with us? Perhaps he met his fate due to his own misdeeds. We need not concern ourselves with him. That is indeed a point." Lika nodded in agreement. Yet, as she gazed at Lin Zun's composed visage, a daring thought suddenly sparked in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Lin was responsible for Feynman's demise? After all, he had inquired about Feynman the previous morning, and that very night, Feynman met his end. Such a coincidence seemed too uncanny. However, upon further reflection, it appeared improbable. The two bore no grievances against one another. Why would Mr. Lin wish to take his life? That simply defied logic. Lika secretly exhaled in relief. Her smile reinstated as she asked, "Mr. Lin, where shall we venture today? We might not be able to go anywhere for the time being." "Why not? Look who has arrived." Lika turned her gaze towards the door, astonished as she exclaimed, "Mr. Mayor, what brings you here?" The individual in question is indeed the local mayor, Dian. He strode in confidently, grasped Lin Zun's hand, and with a hearty laugh exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, it has been a long time. Why did you not let me know you were coming? I would have treated you to a meal. Lin Zun replied courteously, Mayor Dian. You are extremely busy with your affairs. I merely came here for a brief visit. I truly feel it would be inappropriate to impose. Feigning displeasure, Mayor Dian retorted. How can this be considered an imposition? Last time, I was preoccupied and could not extend my hospitality to you, which has weighed heavily on my conscience. Now that we have the chance to meet again, I must make amends. Please, grant me the opportunity. Have you had breakfast yet, Mr. Lin? I know a wonderful place. Shall we go together? Very well, I shall defer to your preference. Chapter 39, A Test. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an exclusive dim sum restaurant, having reserved a private room to savor the local delicacies. Within the room were only 3 individuals, Lin Zun, Li Ka, and Mayor Dian, with a secretary stationed outside as a sentinel. As Lin Zun and Mayor Dian dined, they engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Li Ka, seated between the 2 prominent figures, felt somewhat dazed by the experience. She had never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to share breakfast with the mayor. Even more astonishing was witnessing Mr. Lin, in the presence of such an esteemed individual, remain utterly unflustered, exuding an aura that matched that of the mayor. Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive, she thought, filled with admiration, yet too timid to interject amidst such distinguished company. She could only focus on her meal. The breakfast was undeniably exquisite. She resolved to indulge further. The mayor of Dian, with a modest appetite, put down his utensils after a few bites and, wiping his mouth with a napkin, casually inquired, Mr. Lin, have you seen today's news? Lin Zun nodded. Yes, I did. Lika informed me that a prominent local businessman was murdered. Indeed, the mayor continued. The individual in question was named Feynman. He was quite a significant figure, with extensive business dealings and strong connections. It can be said he was a man of considerable influence. By the way, he possessed a grand estate here. And it was there that he met his demise, shot in the head. Without a chance for resuscitation, his body could simply be cremated. What is your perspective on this, Mr. Lin? The mayor asked, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zun's reaction. Lin Zun blinked in confusion, responding, well, what can I say? I do not know this person. I can only observe the spectacle. At most, I suppose I feel it is somewhat regrettable. Regrettable about what? The mayor pressed. He was a wealthy businessman, having amassed considerable fortune, yet he lost his life. Doesn't that strike you as unfortunate? It is indeed unfortunate, yet he has met his just deserts. Why do you say that? Lin Zun inquired, bewildered. The mayor chuckled, his smile laced with irony. His rise to power was drenched in blood. He was among the earliest practitioners of telecom fraud in our region, particularly preying upon individuals from Huaxia. Those who defied him often found themselves subjected to organ trafficking, with at least 100 lives claimed by his hand. Why has he not been apprehended? Lin Zun questioned. He is exceedingly shrewd, avoiding direct involvement in these nefarious activities, leaving no tangible evidence to convict him. Moreover, the web of interests is deeply intertwined, with powerful connections shielding him, rendering the authorities powerless against him. These matters are not mere fabrications of mine. Many outside are already aware. I heard from Lika, and initially, I found it hard to believe. But your words suggest a high probability of truth. Lin Zun lamented, truly, hell is barren, and demons roam the earth. Such a poignant statement. Mayor Deegan applauded in admiration and continued. Moreover, according to my investigation, he may be linked to the recent kidnapping case. Oh, Lika exclaimed, lifting her gaze in astonishment. The 2 imposing men immediately turned to look at her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Lika chuckled awkwardly. Please, continue. Do not mind me. Since my ascension to office, I have tirelessly strived to restore the reputation of Siam by combating telecommunications fraud and human trafficking. Feynman stands as my most formidable adversary. He loathes me deeply and has perpetually sought to undermine my position. Although there is no direct evidence at present, I have uncovered that Feynman's subordinates had clandestinely contacted those kidnappers not long ago. I cannot believe there is no connection between them. Just as I was preparing to delve deeper into the investigation, he was unexpectedly shot dead. What a relief. Mr. Lin, who do you think that individual could be? Well, Lin Zun furrowed his brow. Mayor Deegan, how could I, an outsider, possibly know? Given that Feynman engages in such enterprises, it is certain he has made many enemies. I have no way of discerning who they might be. No. You are not an outsider, for he has previously attempted to harm you. Oh, when did this happen? Lin Zun was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Lika's face turned pale with fright, and she could no longer eat. She turned her head, filled with concern, and looked at Lin Zun, gripping his hand tightly as if that alone could provide her with a sense of security. The mayor remarked, "Do you recall the night before last when a motorcycle sped towards you?" Lin Zun nodded, a shiver running down his spine. "Of course, I remember. I nearly got hit. The person on that motorcycle was Feynman," the mayor continued. "He sought to take revenge on you because you thwarted his plans. Fortunately, the motorcycle seemed to have encountered a minor mishap and veered off course, sparing you from harm. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a fortunate soul. I was quite lucky," Lin Zun admitted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "It seems you left without filing a report?" Lin Zun replied nervously, "Yes, I was terrified. And being in an unfamiliar place without the ability to communicate with others, I felt I had no choice but to flee." "Mayor, is there a problem?" "No issue at all. Your reaction is entirely understandable," the mayor chuckled lightly. "Now, with Feynman deceased, his organization is effectively leaderless. His son and subordinates are embroiled in a struggle for power and cannot focus on your affairs. Moreover, I will keep a close watch on them. Mr. Lin, you can consider yourself safe now." "Really? That is wonderful news," Lin Zun exclaimed, gripping the mayor's hand tightly. "Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your assistance." "No, I should be the one thanking you," the mayor replied with a knowing smile. "Mayor of Dike City, it is getting late, and we have nearly finished our breakfast, so we shall not disturb you any longer." Lin Zun took his leave. "Very well, I shall not keep you. I wish you a delightful time. Wait, shall we exchange contact information? Is that permissible?" "It would be my honor." The mayor of Dike City provided Lin Zun with his personal contact details, expressing a desire for frequent communication. Lin Zun departed with Lika, and the sheriff entered the room. "What have you discovered?" The sheriff replied with a grimace. "We have yet to uncover anything. The sniper is exceedingly vigilant. All surveillance footage yields nothing, and there are no eyewitnesses. It seems he appeared out of thin air and vanished just as mysteriously, leaving us at a loss for how to proceed. The Feynman group is in an uproar. Suspecting rival factions are involved and are prepared to resort to extreme measures." The mayor shook his head with a smile. What a formidable young man. When the incident with Feynman occurred last night, he promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. Eventually, it was revealed that Feynman had been shot by a sniper from 800 meters away. At that hour, visibility was low, the air was humid, and the wind was gusting at 4 to 5 levels. Under such adverse conditions, the assailant still managed to eliminate Feynman with remarkable precision. Moreover, it was a swift execution, truly astounding. In the end, the bodyguards responded quickly, sending people to App upon awakening. They recounted that they had been tasked with eliminating Lin Zun, yet an unforeseen incident transpired, resulting in their failure to carry out the assassination, leaving them grievously injured instead. In the previous kidnapping incident, Lin Zun had left an indelible impression on him. He harbored suspicions that this matter was intertwined with Lin Zun, who was likely the very sniper in question, prompting his arrival. After a series of subtle probes, he discerned nothing amiss. The other party exhibited impeccable composure, devoid of any flaws. Nevertheless, he became increasingly convinced of his theory, as that sniper also demonstrated extraordinary precision. Lin Zun was indeed the individual he sought. Chapter 40. As the war turned unfavorable, the number of displaced persons exceeded 10,000. Prompting the government to call for grain donations. Yet, what difference would it make if they were to uncover the truth? The targets of the assassination were either scoundrels or his adversaries. Which side should he take? Regardless, without evidence, his younger brother Lin remains innocent. The mayor of Dien first chuckled lightly, then donned a serious expression. "Conduct a thorough investigation into this case. We must not wrong an innocent person, nor let a villain escape. Do you understand?" As the mayor's trusted aide, the sheriff comprehended the gravity of the situation. The members of the Feynman group were indeed villains, deserving of no mercy. The sniper, however, was a good person. A mere facade would suffice. "Mayor, I assure you the mission will be accomplished." The mayor of Dien chuckled. His appetite whetted as he indulged in a few more bites before exiting the dining hall. He raised his gaze to the heavens, noticing that the dark clouds had dissipated, revealing a much clearer sky. Sunlight would soon pierce through. Meanwhile, Lin Zun and his companion had already proceeded to their next destination. Along the way, Lika clutched Lin Zun's hand tightly, her small face pale and devoid of color. Lin Zun found himself at a loss for words. There is no need for anxiety. The ordeal has passed. Can you not see me standing here, perfectly unharmed? Lika, filled with trepidation, replied, "I fear they may still target you in the future. Mr. Lin, perhaps we should take a flight back to Huaxia today. It is considerably safer there, and their reach does not extend that far. Truly, there is no cause for concern. Feynman is no longer a threat. He has perished. The remaining factions are merely scrambling for power, a disjointed assembly, with little inclination to concern themselves with me." Did the mayor not just declare that he would keep a vigilant watch over the Feynman group? It will not be long before the group collapses into oblivion, and thus, I am safe for now. Well, I must sincerely thank the esteemed mayor. Lin Zun secretly chuckled, reflecting that it was he who ought to be thanked for alleviating a significant burden from the mayor. One must admit, this mayor possesses a certain level of acumen. His efforts were so clandestine that they had been detected, prompting him to probe further. Even when Lin Zun presented himself impeccably, the mayor remained convinced of his involvement. However, as there were no entangled interests between them, they could be regarded as comrades in the same trench, and thus, the mayor chose not to pursue the matter further, instead exchanging contact information and extending goodwill. So what was there to fear? With such thoughts in mind, Lin Zun spent another couple of days in Siam. As anticipated, the Feynman group was too preoccupied with their own funeral arrangements to pay him any mind, embroiled in conflicts with others. The mayor of Dian City, under the guise of maintaining order, launched a vigorous crackdown against them. At this point, Lin Zun had had his fill of leisure, bid a reluctant farewell to Lika, and returned to Huaxia. At this moment in Huaxia, the fervor surrounding the second part of the return of the Dragon King has subsided. Yet it continues to attract a considerable number of detractors who incessantly fuel his resentment. Drawing upon this overwhelming negativity, Lin Zun has made a slight advancement in his spiritual refinement, currently at the 8th layer of the realm of spiritual oblivion. His consciousness can extend to a radius of 360 zhang, nearly 1,200 meters. With this newfound prowess, he could eliminate targets from a kilometer away with a sniper rifle. Much to his delight, each increment in strength enhances his survival capabilities in this foreign realm. With a buoyant spirit, Lin Zun traversed the celestial spheres to another world. However, the circumstances here were far from favorable. On the front lines, it was uncertain whether the leader of the Huangtian sect had intervened. But the Great Song army was encountering severe difficulties, often succumbing to poison or consuming spoiled provisions. Supplies mysteriously vanished, and fires frequently erupted at night. Whispers circulated that specters roamed after dark, seeking vengeance for their grievances. This turmoil instilled a deep sense of unease among the populace, diminishing the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Furious, the generals proclaimed that malevolent forces were at play, urging the troops to maintain their composure. To quell the unrest, they executed several individuals who spread alarming rumors, sealing off information to prevent it from disseminating. Despite these efforts, the border inhabitants sensed impending doom and began to flee with their families. A portion of these refugees sought refuge within the Huangtian sect, which rapidly gained strength, while many others became displaced, streaming into various counties. Even in the distant Qinghe prefecture, within a mere few days, 20,000 refugees surged forth, stranded at the city gates. "Please, let me in. I have not eaten for 3 days. Grant me but a morsel of food, and I shall willingly comply with any request." They have become mere shadows of themselves, pleading on bended knee, yearning to enter the city in search of sustenance. Yet, the authorities remain resolute, unwilling to yield an inch. Presently, our city manages to maintain a fragile stability. However, should we permit even a few to enter, chaos would ensue, and the common folk would undoubtedly cast aspersions upon my character. As the local magistrate, I must prioritize the welfare of my constituents. The governor's words are both reasonable and substantiated. Although we have managed to contain the situation, prices within the city have soared once more, with the cost of grain nearly doubling. Yet, it has become a seller's market. There is no grain available for purchase, and everyone is guarding their provisions closely. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng approached gracefully, bowing to Lin Zun with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Lin. Were it not for your timely warning, our Lin family would be facing a dire shortage of grain. Is it truly sufficient?" Lin Zun inquired with concern. Lin Xiaofeng nodded. "Indeed, it is enough. If we ration it wisely, it will last us for 2 years. That puts my mind at ease." When Li Meyer had previously come to offer her counsel, he had advised Lin Xiaofeng to procure grain, even at a premium, for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Xiaofeng heeded his advice promptly, investing in grain supplies. Now, as the situation has indeed taken a turn for the worse, With refugees flooding in and grain becoming a coveted commodity, she felt profound gratitude towards Lin Zun. At that moment, an invitation was presented before Lin Xiaofeng. She glanced at it and furrowed her brow. "What is it?" Lin Zun inquired. Lin Xiaofeng extended the invitation. It was from the governor, who summoned our families to the Yamen to discuss the opening of granaries and the provision of relief for the disaster-stricken populace. To put it plainly, he seeks our contribution of grain. How do you intend to respond? We must contribute something, for we cannot disregard the governor's face. However, there are currently 20,000 victims outside the city, and there may be even more in the future. Our donations might prove utterly insufficient. Lin Zun nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. The number of victims outside is overwhelming, and it is likely to increase. Even if he could bridge the two realms, his desire to assist the afflicted would be futile. He is unable to transport goods freely between the realms. Only items he can physically touch and lift can be moved. At present, he has achieved a moderate proficiency in his art, allowing him to lift a mere 700 pounds. Yet, with over 20,000 victims outside, if each requires a pound of grain per day, they would consume 20,000 pounds in a single day. How long would it take him to transport such quantities? Moreover, the more he moves, the greater his exposure and consequently, his peril. Questions would inevitably arise. Where did this grain originate? The roads are treacherous, and the area is rife with victims. How could he possibly transport grain here? Does he maintain a clandestine force? Is he plotting rebellion? Such matters are incomprehensible to explain. He came here to cultivate and pursue immortality, not to assume the role of a savior. He must first attain sufficient strength to be unafraid of danger before he can undertake more significant efforts. Yet, the inaction weighs heavily on his conscience. I shall accompany you. Chapter 41. I shall exchange my heirloom for grain. An hour later, Lin Zun accompanied Lin Xiaofeng to the magistrate's office. The heads of several other families had also arrived. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofeng enter, they merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, the moment they laid eyes on Lin Zun, their composure faltered. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here?" In recent days, the Lin family had grown increasingly powerful and enigmatic. Their curiosity mingled with trepidation, as through discreet inquiries, they discerned that the Lin family's transformation was closely tied to a singular individual, the young man before them, Lin Zun. His origins were shrouded in mystery. Yet he wielded a terrifying weapon capable of slaying those who had undergone the marrow cleansing, having repeatedly aided the Lin family in their most desperate times. They had long desired to engage with Lin Zun, but he had remained reclusive, granting them no opportunity. Now, he had unexpectedly made an appearance. In response to their fervent interest, Lin Zun simply smiled. "I heard that the magistrate wishes to discuss disaster relief. So I accompanied the head of the Lin family to observe, hoping to lend a modest hand. Young Master Lin truly possesses a noble heart. I am in awe." At this moment, a resounding voice echoed. "The magistrate has arrived." Everyone turned their attention to the rear entrance of the main hall, their expressions turning solemn as they clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. "We pay our respects to the magistrate." Magistrate Lu Tianbao entered, greeting them courteously. "No need for formalities, esteemed heads of families." "Ah, young Master Lin, you are here as well?" He was genuinely taken aback to encounter Lin Zun in this setting. The prowess of Lin Zun was well known among the other families, and as the magistrate, he could not possibly be unaware. This was a formidable individual. It was said that the number of martial artists who had perished at his hands had exceeded 100, including several formidable practitioners at the marrow cleansing level. Once this individual unleashes his wrath, armed with his formidable weapon, none present can rival him. In response to the governor's inquiry, Lin Zun reiterated the purpose of his visit. The governor erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You are most welcome. We are in dire need of discerning individuals like you, young Master Lin. However, I am presently occupied with pressing matters and cannot personally extend my hospitality. I hope for your understanding." Lin Zun cupped his hands in acknowledgement, signaling his comprehension. One by one, they took their seats. Surprisingly, Lin Zun, a solitary figure devoid of familial support, occupied the esteemed position at the upper left, positioned above all the prominent families, who displayed no objections. Such is the stature of the strong. Respect follows them wherever they tread. As the situation outside is well understood by all, I shall be brief. After taking a sip of tea, the governor stated with gravity, "I wish to open the granaries to provide relief for the suffering populace. However, our stock is limited. and I implore all present to generously contribute grain to weather this crisis. On behalf of the citizens beyond the city walls, I thank you all." At this moment, Han Dongliang, the head of the Han family, abruptly rose, declaring, "The governor speaks wisely. Witnessing the plight of the people outside, shivering in rags and starving, weighs heavily on my heart. Therefore, I shall represent the Han family and donate 8 stones of grain." The assembly was left in stunned silence. A mere 8 stones, equating to approximately 200 pounds, scarcely enough to fill a cart. Why the grandiosity in his proclamation? It seemed he was attempting to portray himself as exceedingly generous. Unfazed by the disdainful glances from the crowd, the head of the Han family calmly sipped his tea, having fulfilled his pledge, leaving the rest to their own devices. After all, he had set the precedent, securing his place of merit. The governor would not dare to trouble him. Lin Xiaofeng then spoke, "On behalf of the Lin family, I pledge a donation of 50 stones of grain." 50 stones of grain may not seem excessive, yet it represents the utmost limit of her capacity at present. She must prioritize the Lin family's welfare before considering the plight of the external victims. Other family heads followed suit, contributing between 10 to 30 stones. However, the total amount of grain collected barely reached 300 stones, insufficient to sustain the outside victims for even 2 or 3 days. The governor, feeling utterly helpless, made another appeal. Consequently, the head of the Han family added 2 stones to round up the total. After that, no one else stepped forward. The greater good of the nation is significant, yet their own interests weighed heavier in their hearts. Lin Zun sensed that the moment to act had arrived and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed officials, please lend me your ears." Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they turned their attention to him. "Lin Gongzi, you." Lin Zun rose to his feet, his voice imbued with compassion. "Though I hail from a wealthy family and have never known want, witnessing the common folk outside deprived of food, resorting to eating dirt and digging for roots, pains my heart profoundly. However, bereft of grain myself, what can I do? Thus, I am willing to part with my family heirloom to procure grain. To the one who donates the most, I shall gladly offer my treasured possession." A wave of intrigue swept through the assembly. What heirloom does young Master Lin intend to exchange for grain? It is this. Lin Zun revealed a beautifully crafted box from his sleeve. With utmost care, he opened it before the gathering eyes, revealing a smooth, egg-sized transparent crystal within. Under the sunlight, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. The crowd was left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Thereupon, the head of the Li family inquired with trepidation, "This is?" Lin Zun, with his head held high and chest puffed out, proudly proclaimed, "This is my family's heirloom, the crystalline orb." Crystal. Just as I surmised, it is indeed crystal. The head of the Han family exclaimed excitedly, "I have beheld crystals before, but never one so limpid, so devoid of any blemish, and so perfectly spherical. It is truly a sight to behold. An invaluable treasure, indeed." The assembly gazed upon the crystalline sphere, enraptured, showering it with effusive praise. Lin Zun continued with pride, "This is my family's crystalline orb, passed down through 8 generations. It is, without a doubt, a singular treasure under the heavens. Once, a prince sought to barter it for 10,000 taels of gold, yet I refused." Hiss, 10,000 taels of gold, and he refused? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 10,000 taels of gold amounted to nearly 100,000 taels of silver, a staggering sum. Many present could not afford such a treasure, even if they liquidated all their assets. However, given the plight of the populace outside the city, a sacrifice was necessary. Lin Zun, with evident reluctance, declared, "As I have stated, I wish to exchange it for grain. The highest bidder shall claim this priceless artifact." The crowd was filled with solemn respect. Noble is young Master Lin. The governor cupped his fist in salute. This humble official extends his gratitude to young Master Lin on behalf of the citizens beyond the city walls. Then, allow this old man to make the first offer. The head of the Han family eagerly announced, "I bid 100 sure of grain." Just moments ago, when he donated grain, he was quite miserly, ultimately offering only 10 stones of grain. Now, however, he boldly proclaims a figure of 100 stones, nearly a 10-fold increase. Yet, the crowd regards this with disdain. A mere 100 stones of grain, and he hopes to acquire this priceless treasure? Master Han, you are truly stingy. I will bid 300 stones. Do not contest with me. I shall offer 500 stones. 500 stones, is that so impressive? I shall raise it to 600 stones. The competition intensified, and the price swiftly ascended beyond 1,000 stones. At that moment, the long-silent Lin Xiaofeng finally spoke. "Everyone, cease your bidding. I shall take this crystal for 3,000 stones." A hush fell over the crowd, and silence enveloped them. 3,000 stones of grain, in ordinary times, might not have commanded much attention. However, amidst the ongoing war, the uncertainty of its conclusion, and the unpredictability of when production might resume, sustenance for a family becomes paramount and cannot be overlooked. In wartime, grain is the essence of survival, and exchanging it for a presently trivial crystal seems rather unwise. Lin Xiaofeng's audacious offer intimidated many, yet it did not deter several prominent families. Master Han gazed at the crystal ball before him, his eyes gleaming with avarice, and gritted his teeth. "I shall bid 3,000 plus 100 stones." Master Li glanced at Lin Xiaofeng, then at Master Han, and declared, "My family will offer 3,200 stones." Lin Xiaofeng maintained her composure. 3,500 stones. The bidding continued unabated. However, this time, only the Lin, Li, and Han families participated, as they were the wealthiest among them, possessing ample grain. Amidst the fierce competition among the three families, the price of the crystal ball soared. The head of the Han family exclaimed, "I bid 100 stones." His breath quickened, for this price had crossed his family's threshold. If the war did not conclude within 3 months, peril would befall them. The Li family had also reached their limit. The head of the Li family, observing the flushed and hurried-breathing Han family head, glanced at the composed Lin Xiaofeng and felt that some matters were best left untouched. With a resigned sigh and a bitter smile, he declared, "I concede." At that moment, only 2 buyers remained. Lin Xiaofeng calmly stated, "I bid 200 stones." The Han family head's breathing became even more labored. Gazing at the poised Lin Xiaofeng and the impassive Lin Zun, a wave of suspicion washed over him. Could they be collaborating? Was Lin Xiaofeng merely a pawn, with one promoting the sale of the crystal while the other inflated the price? However, upon deeper reflection, he found this unlikely. The crystal ball was exceedingly rare and immensely desirable, indeed an invaluable treasure. Selling it for several tens of thousands of taels would not be excessive. To acquire it for merely a few thousand stones of grain was far too cheap. Had it not been for young Master Lin offering it in exchange for grain, they would not have had this opportunity to compete. He resolved to make one final bid. "I offer 7,000 stones. Beyond this price, I shall withdraw." Just as Lin Xiaofeng was about to call out her bid, she noticed Lin Zun discreetly signaling her, prompting her to fall silent, seemingly relinquishing her position. Lin Zun raised the crystal ball high, surveying the crowd, and proclaimed loudly, 7,000 stones of grain. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? If not, this one-of-a-kind crystal ball shall belong to the head of the Han family. After a brief pause, no one responded. Lin Zun reluctantly delivered the crystal ball to the head of the Han family, expressing, "Congratulations, esteemed Han. This exquisite crystal ball is now yours. I hope you will cherish it." The head of the Han family, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "Teach, thank you, young Master Lin." The onlookers began to offer their congratulations, and the head of the Han family beamed with delight. Though the expense was considerable, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. This precious item could easily serve as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Alternatively, it could be sold for a handsome profit of tens of thousands of taels of silver. It could even be presented to those in higher echelons, paving the way for rapid advancement. No matter how one looked at it, there were no losses to be had. He truly felt grateful for this war and the misfortunes of the people, for without them, he would not have had such a lucrative opportunity. The Han family was destined to rise to prominence this time. Ha ha ha. At that moment, someone nudged Lin Zun, inquiring, "Young Master Lin, you have even sold a family heirloom. Will you also part with your weapon?" Lin Zun was taken aback. "Huh? What weapon?" "The one that makes a firecracker sound upon use, and can take a person's head from 30 paces away." Lin Zun realized. "Oh, you mean the gun?" Yes, yes. "The gun. That is what I heard others call it." The eager head of the family asked, "So, will you sell the gun?" "If you are willing, I would offer 1,000 taels of silver." Everyone turned their eager gazes towards Lin Zun, yearning for the firearm. A divine weapon capable of slaying even those with profound cultivation. It could shatter skulls from 30 paces away. With such a weapon, their family's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. "Young Master Lin, is that gun for sale? The price is negotiable. Should you be willing to part with it? My family's treasures await your selection. Even grain can be offered in exchange." Lin Zun, clasping his hands together, shook his head apologetically. I regret to inform you all that I must keep this gun for my own protection. It is not for sale. Though the firearm may prove ineffective against the pinnacle of masters, it is lethal to any martial artist beneath the level of marrow washing. Even he would find it arduous to survive a bullet's impact. Why would he relinquish something that poses a threat to his safety? Thus far, he had only gifted the gun to Lin Xiaofeng. Her kindness towards him, the bond they shared, and his unwavering trust that she would never turn the weapon against him solidified his decision. Others could entertain no such thoughts. Alas, what a pity! The crowd felt a profound sense of regret, yet they understood completely. Were they in his position, they would never sell the gun. It is the very foundation of their existence. As the fundraising event concluded, the attendees departed the courthouse, and Lin Zun walked alongside Lin Xiaofeng. However, she appeared somewhat displeased. Young Master Lin, why consider parting with the family heirloom? Lin Zun sighed, his expression one of compassion. I have always possessed a gentle heart, unable to bear the suffering of others. Tens of thousands of citizens beyond the city walls are starving. What use is this trifling object to me? It is far more valuable to exchange it for grain to aid the disaster-stricken, as that is its greatest worth. Lin Xiaofeng was increasingly agitated. Then why are you unwilling to sell it to me? What purpose would it serve to sell it to you? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofeng replied, because it is your family heirloom of great significance, and it should not be lost to the outside world. Therefore, I wish to purchase it and return it to you. Lin Zun was deeply touched. She truly was a considerate young lady. Yet, he yearned to inform her that it was unnecessary, for it was not a crystal ball, but rather a mere glass orb, which he had procured from a discount site for a mere 9 yuan, complete with free shipping. If he left a favorable review, he would even receive a refund of 1 yuan. Such a trivial item, barely worthy of occupying space on a table. How could he bear to let Lin Xiaofeng be taken for a fool? He could deceive others, but not her. The paltry sum of 9 yuan had exchanged for 7,000 stone of grain. One must ponder its worth. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have laughed heartily. Dear Miss Lin, I appreciate your kind intentions, but given the uncertainty of the situation, it is prudent to hold onto the grain for now. Lin Xiaofeng felt a sense of reluctance, but no buts. I acknowledge your sentiments. Lin Zun placed his hands gently on Lin Xiaofeng's frail shoulders and earnestly declared, you do not wish for me to lose my family heirloom, and I do not wish for you to suffer a financial loss. To me, you are far more important than any heirloom. Lin Xiaofeng's heart raced, feeling as though she had imbibed wine, slightly dizzy. When Lin Gongzi said that she was more important than his family heirloom, it resonated within her like a confession of affection. She felt an overwhelming joy, a deep fondness, and a profound happiness. Her earlier anger dissipated in an instant. She dared not meet Lin Zun's gaze, her shyness compelling her to lower her head and fix her eyes upon her toes. In a gentle voice, she inquired, young Master Lin, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall have the servants prepare it. Chapter 43, The Escaping Princess. The following day, the government opened its granaries. Wagon after wagon of grain was transported through the city gates, where large cauldrons were set up to boil the grain into porridge, which was then distributed to each disaster-stricken individual. The steaming broth, though lacking in rice and accompanied by scanty ingredients, was a welcome reprieve, signifying that the court had not forsaken them. The fears and anxieties of the victims began to dissipate, leading to a decrease in disturbances. As they quietly queued to receive their porridge, Lin Zun arrived as well, there to oversee the proceedings. After all, this grain had been exchanged for his family heirloom, and he wished to ensure that no one would exploit it for personal gain. After a thorough inspection, he found himself somewhat satisfied. Although the governor exhibited a touch of greed, he recognized that this matter pertained to his political achievements and the preservation of his esteemed position. Thus, he approached the task with diligence and a sense of duty. The Han family, despite contributing aged and inferior rice that had begun to harbor insects, provided a sufficient quantity without any shortfall. The Lin and Li families, among others, also complied with the request for grain and dispatched individuals to assist. This presented a splendid opportunity for the enhancement of their reputations. With heightened prestige, their paths would be smoothed, and such prominent families would not let this advantageous moment slip by. Numerous noble families seized the chance to recruit servants. At this juncture, hiring servants was particularly cost-effective. As for the impoverished disaster victims, merely having a meal was a great relief. Thus, These noble families could employ individuals at a significantly reduced cost, enticing them to work in their households. Many disaster victims responded enthusiastically. Do not presume that servitude is undesirable. For many impoverished and unskilled displaced individuals, it represents the optimal choice, akin to securing guaranteed lifetime employment. These aristocratic families regard their servants as personal property, providing meticulous care and benevolent treatment to ensure their longevity. To maximize their utility, they must be adequately nourished, lest their demise render them incapable of labor. In antiquity, access to sufficient sustenance elevated one above 90 of the populace. Such was the ethos of the Lin family, where benevolence engendered unwavering fealty among the lower echelons, who remained steadfast even when the family faced existential threats. Observing the selection process, Lin Zun's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach. How do you discern the suitability of potential servants? He inquired. The Lin family's steward, upon hearing the query, responded with a respectful bow and a smile. Esteemed young Master Lin, the selection of servants is a nuanced endeavor. Firstly, age is paramount. Advanced age precludes vigorous labor. Similarly, any physical impairments disqualify candidates for the same reason. Lin Zun concurred. Indeed, youth and physical integrity are essential. Precisely, the younger, the better, as early cultivation fosters unwavering loyalty. Next, the condition of the teeth is assessed as an indicator of overall health. Physical appearance is also considered. Candidates should possess a presentable demeanor, reflecting well upon the master's household. Furthermore, one must scrutinize their background, familial connections, and any literacy or specialized skills, which are highly advantageous. Excellent, excellent, Lin Zun remarked, nodding in appreciation, perceiving the profound intricacies involved, and immediately desiring to partake in the process. His method of exploration was remarkably straightforward yet effective. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he could discern nearly any situation. To expedite the process, he unleashed his full power, sweeping his awareness across a radius of 200 meters. To his surprise, among the victims, he detected 2 practitioners of marrow washing and a young girl in deep meditation. In a secluded hollow far from the city gates, a 7-foot-tall man, clad as a hunter, approached a small girl with a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Your Highness, please enjoy, he offered. Set it down for now. Let it cool before I partake. The girl replied. She appeared to be around 12 years old, dressed in tattered, thick garments that made her look round and plump. Her face, small as a palm, bore delicate features with a hint of baby fat, yet it was covered in dirt and grime, as if she had just rolled on the ground, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Only her eyes shone brightly, like stars in the night sky, despite her diminutive stature. She spoke and carried herself with an air of poise and nobility. Beside her stood another woman, dressed in ragged gray-blue attire, her hair and face equally soiled, resembling a village peasant. As she gazed at the murky porridge before her, she noticed 2 rice weevils floating atop, unable to restrain her tears. Your Highness, I apologize for this indignity. The young girl calmly waved her hand. It is of no consequence. After a day of travel, I have little appetite. A bit of porridge will suffice. Please do not concern yourselves solely with me. Find something to eat for yourselves. With that, she carefully lifted the bowl of rice soup, blowing gently on it to cool it down. The woman hastily responded, Your Highness, please wait. I shall help you remove the weevils. No, I have endured so much suffering. Can I not even withstand a mere rice weevil? Ignoring the woman's objections, the little girl cautiously took a sip of the murky rice porridge. As it slid down her throat, she felt a hint of bitterness and astringency, causing her delicate face to scrunch slightly, yet she swallowed it nonetheless. The burly man, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow. If it weren't for the third prince, we would not have ended up like this. The little girl slammed down her bowl with a thud, suppressing her anger as she hissed, Do not mention him. The man and woman exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deeper anguish, and although they opened their mouths to speak, all that escaped was a heavy sigh. The little girl ate slowly, savoring each mouthful, taking the time of a tea break to finish the rice porridge before her. This porridge is quite good. You should partake as well. Yes, Your Highness. Yet at that moment, the little girl's expression changed abruptly. This is not good. The other 2 looked on in confusion. Your Highness, what is the matter? The little girl, her face pale, replied, I just felt a presence sweep past us. We have been discovered. What? The 2 were thrown into a state of shock and panic. Have they come after us? It is not them. They cannot send such a person. The little girl quickly regained her composure. Then who could it be? She fell silent, gradually climbing up a small hill, her gaze directed towards the city gate, where she locked eyes with a young man. The little girl exclaimed in astonishment, "I never expected to find a formidable master of the divine refinement sitting in oblivion here. And so youthful as well." The woman spoke fiercely, "Your Highness, he has noticed us. Should we?" The little girl hurriedly interjected, "No, absolutely not. He gives me a profoundly dangerous impression. If you make a move, it would be certain death. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should flee. Can we escape? He is a master of divine refinement, possessing an awareness that transcends the ordinary. There is no place to hide from him." Amid their state of panic, the young man casually diverted his gaze elsewhere. The three were instantly engulfed in confusion. What does he mean? It seems as though he does not regard us at all. Chapter 44. Disrupting my grand plan. This individual must be eradicated. The young man was none other than Lin Zun. To his surprise, a mere sweep of his consciousness revealed an unexpected discovery. A runaway princess? Quite intriguing. However, what concern is that of mine? Lin Zun had no desire to engage with them. Despite their lofty status, they were, in his eyes, no different from common folk. Yet, they were more troublesome than the average citizen. Provoking them would bring about endless complications. He was averse to trouble, and thus would not undertake any endeavors that would yield no reward. After spending most of the day in trepidation, the three finally realized that he truly did not regard them as significant, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, shall we still attempt to escape?" The little girl furrowed her brows, expressing concern. "We are unfamiliar with our surroundings. It would be wiser not to flee just yet. It is safer to conceal ourselves among the refugees." "Indeed, Your Highness." They continued to mask their identities, lurking among the displaced populace. 2 days swiftly passed. As the war raged on, the number of refugees swelled. However, provisions remained sufficient, as rations were distributed regularly, preventing any unrest. Everyone remained quietly outside the city. Amidst the refugees, a group of individuals stealthily concealed themselves. They exchanged glances and proceeded, one after another, to a secluded grove. Within the grove stood a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Though she wore simple attire, it did little to disguise her alluring figure and captivating visage. Yet, her eyes bore a fierce intensity that somewhat marred her overall appearance. Upon seeing her, they instinctively knelt down. "We pay our respects to the guardian," one of them inquired. "Have you gathered the necessary intelligence?" the woman asked. A man responded with reverence, "Esteemed guardian, we have gathered the information. The magistrate has called upon the populace to contribute grain to aid the victims, but the wealthy families in the city are reluctant to part with their resources. Only when a certain Lord Lin offered his ancestral treasure, a crystal orb, was he able to procure 7,000 stones of grain from the Han family, alleviating the plight of the refugees." "Huh." The woman scoffed coldly. "I never imagined there were still such benevolent souls in this world. However, good deeds are seldom rewarded. He stands in the way of our grand design, and thus he must perish. As for the magistrate, he too shall meet his end. Only amidst chaos can my teachings flourish. However, Protector, this territory is under the jurisdiction of Protector Li. We should not intrude recklessly." The woman's expression darkened instantly. "Silence. Do not mention her in my presence. We are both protectors. Why should she meddle in my affairs?" Yes, Protector," the crowd murmured, bowing their heads in trepidation. The woman, known as Sun Yang, is another protector of the Huangtian sect. Within the sect, her status is one of superiority, second only to the leader. Yet, the leader has continuously favored another protector, Li Meyer, consulting her first in matters of significance. It is unjust, for she was the one who arrived first. Moreover, she has shared the leader's bed. Why should Li Meyer receive such preferential treatment? A wave of resentment and jealousy surged within her. As the refugees scattered and chaos erupted across the lands, only Qinghe Prefecture remained tranquil and largely unaffected. Li Meyer had once faltered here, returning in defeat. Thus, she resolved to come. The tasks that Li Meyer could not accomplish, she would succeed in, and the leader would surely regard her with newfound esteem. What place would Li Meyer hold then? Contemplating a bright future, she declared, "You will continue to blend in with the disaster victims, inciting chaos, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Zun, the magistrate, and others. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall bestow generous rewards." But Protector, Lin Zun wields formidable weapons, capable of striking down foes from a distance. "We fear Do not fret. I shall take the lead myself. Sun Nyang clenched her fist, gazing into the distance with unwavering confidence. Now, I have undergone a transformation. My body is akin to an indomitable weapon, invulnerable and unyielding. Though the weapons of the esteemed Lin Zun's progeny may be formidable, can they truly surpass my own prowess? The crowd exchanged glances and, with a respectful gesture, replied, Your words ring true, protector. You shall once again infiltrate among the afflicted, bowls in hand, forming an extensive queue behind the porridge stall. Thank you. A refugee, clad in the garb of a hunter, had just collected his porridge when he inadvertently caught sight of several disciples of the Huang Tian sect concealed within the throng. Startled, he quickly lowered his gaze and pretended to walk nonchalantly forward. Only after he had distanced himself did he quicken his pace, arriving at a small hollow in the hills, exclaiming, Just now, I noticed several formidable warriors hidden among the disaster victims. The two women were taken aback, and one of them exclaimed, Surely, they cannot be here for us. It is unlikely. The hunter furrowed his brow, stating, If they were indeed here for us, why would they bother to queue for porridge? That defies logic. I sense that their intentions lie elsewhere. Their murderous intent lies dormant, perhaps preparing for mischief. Let us not concern ourselves with their affairs. Did they discover you? One of the women inquired anxiously. I doubt it. You are aware that my ability to conceal my presence has reached an extraordinary level. Even a blood-transformed warrior would not perceive me. Unless... He left the thought unfinished, but all understood, unless one were to encounter a transcendent spirit cultivator beyond the realm of oblivion. Their spiritual awareness would render any concealment futile. Let us set aside such matters. It suffices that we can safeguard ourselves. The little girl waved her hand. What the princess has stated is indeed so. At this moment, a group of yellow sky cultists followed the lengthy procession, gradually approaching the porridge stall. Inside the stall, the governor, Lin Zun, and several other family heads were present, observing the orderly line with great satisfaction. Governor Lu Tianbao clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Zun, exclaiming, I must sincerely thank you, young Master Lin. Were it not for your generous contributions, we would not witness such a serene and harmonious scene today. You are truly a living Buddha of our time, with boundless merit. Yet, the governor has also made significant contributions. Lin Zun responded with a reciprocal compliment. When the disaster first struck, you took immediate action, urging everyone to donate grain and skillfully managing the situation to prevent its deterioration. Truly, you are the revered parent official of Qinghe Prefecture. I believe the court will certainly take note of all this, and promotions and honors are just around the corner. The governor could not help but smile broadly. While chaos reigned in other regions as the victims scattered, his domain remained remarkably orderly, standing out like a singular blossom. Such exceptional performance would surely be recognized by higher authorities, and the prospect of promotion and wealth seemed imminent. With these thoughts, his face beamed with a radiant smile, akin to the brilliance of chrysanthemums. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward confidently, chest puffed out, ready to deliver some inspiring words. At that moment, the yellow sky cultists reached the edge of the porridge stall, merely 3 paces away from Lin Zun and the others, with their target within reach. A fierce murderous intent erupted. Kill. The governor, standing at the forefront, was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Alas, his official hat fell, and the sight was rather unseemly. However, this fall fortuitously saved his life, allowing him to narrowly evade the cultists' initial assault. The sudden scene left everyone astounded. Ah, a murder! The shrieks echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 45. A gunman takes down a formidable opponent from 1,000 meters away. What was that sound? The hunter, concealed in the valley, remained vigilant. He swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point, gazing towards the porridge stall, exclaiming, Come quickly. It seems a brawl has erupted over there, just as I mentioned earlier. The two women exchanged glances and, without hesitation, climbed up to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, at the porridge stall, the victims had already fled in terror. Governor Lu Tianbao cowered on the ground, shrieking in fear, Help! Someone is attempting to assassinate me. Yet, the young masters present appeared unfazed by the situation. With unwavering resolve, they declared, Do not worry, Governor. We shall rescue you at once. A surge of energy emanated from them, revealing the formidable aura of cultivated warriors. How about that? Are you frightened now? They sought to intimidate the assailants with their presence. The members of the Huangtian sect exchanged glances, then released their own powerful aura, characteristic of their cultivation. The young master's pupils constricted, and they quickly retracted their energy. Governor, hold on for just a moment. I shall summon help immediately. This is not fear. It is a strategic retreat. They assured him, rest assured. I will return to save you. As they spoke, they retreated, ultimately fleeing before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The governor was left dumbfounded. After a moment, he reacted with wrath, cursing, "You cowards! You spineless wretches! Leave if you must, but do not ever return. I do not need your assistance." Only Lin Zun remained at the scene. The prefect pleaded, "Young Master Lin, you wouldn't abandon this official as well, would you?" Lin Zun smiled faintly. "Your Honor. Please rest assured. A few petty bandits won't scare me away." "Excellent, excellent." The prefect placed all his hopes on Lin Zun. The Yellow Sky sect disciples wasted no time and charged menacingly towards Lin Zun. "Kill." Lin Zun's expression remained unchanged, but 2 desert eagles had materialized in his hands. After a stylish flourish, he fired. Bang, bang, bang. The dual pistols fired in rapid succession, each shot finding its mark. The charging Qi condensation realm experts were struck in the eyes, noses, mouths, throats, hearts, and other vital areas, transforming into crimson figures before collapsing at Lin Zun's feet. Gasped. The prefect inhaled sharply. He had always known Lin Zun was formidable, but he hadn't realized just how terrifying he was. Several Qi condensation realm experts, joining forces, had been wiped out in a single exchange in less than a breath's time. However, well done. These rebellious traitors deserve to die. As the prefect was about to rise, an angry roar echoed from afar. "You dare to kill my people?" The voice was filled with immense rage and piercing killing intent, causing the prefect to collapse to the ground once more, lamenting his misfortune. As the voice subsided, a woman with a face full of murderous intent leaped out of the forest, traversing 3 zhang with each step, rapidly approaching. This person was Sun Yang, a protector of the Yellow Sky sect. Although she had heard of Lin Zun's prowess, she had never taken him seriously. Believing that her opponent's strength relied entirely on the advantage of weaponry, she dismissed him as utterly inferior without his arms. A mere master at the blood exchange realm. She thought she could easily subdue him. However, she was taken aback by the sheer terror of his weapon, which swiftly annihilated her companions. Humiliated, her fury swelled to an unbearable level. Today, if she did not eliminate Lin Zun, she would never quell her rage. Confronted by the murderous intent of Sun Yang, Lin Zun smirked coldly. "I've been waiting for you." He immediately entered a state of deep concentration and raised his dual pistols once more. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fiery serpents erupted forth. Sun Yang's pupils constricted. Such a formidable weapon. No wonder my incompetent subordinates perished at your hands. Avoiding a direct confrontation, she swiftly evaded, moving like a serpent. Yet Lin Zun would not grant her such an opportunity. One gun aimed at her every vulnera gradually. More and more bullet holes appeared on Madame Sun's body. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, evading vital areas. However, with an increasing number of wounds, neglecting them for too long would lead to significant complications. She had no choice but to temporarily abandon her homicidal intentions. "Boy, I'll spare you for now. A gentleman takes vengeance, even if it takes a decade. Sooner or later, you will meet your end at my hands." With a whoosh, she darted into the grove and vanished. Why wait 10 years? I only believe in settling matters on the same day. Lin Zun opened the long case beside him, revealing his favorite sniper rifle, a Barrett, which he had once used to eliminate a black market dealer from 800 meters away. This was specially prepared for experts at the blood exchange stage, and today was the day to test it. He raised the Barrett with both hands, aiming toward the grove. Madame Sun, who was fleeing, felt a deadly sense of crisis enveloping her. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Zun holding something she didn't recognize as a conventional weapon, yet the dangerous sensation emanated from it. At that moment, Lin Zun fired. Bang! The bullet traversed over 300 meters, piercing Madame Sun's shoulder. Actually, Lin Zun had originally aimed for her heart, but the heightened sixth sense of a blood exchange martial artist allowed her to sense the danger, causing her body to shift unexpectedly, avoiding a fatal hit. Madame Sun clutched her wound, her heart filled with terror. Just what kind of weapon is this? Capable of injuring someone from 100 yards away? Had she not reacted quickly, she would likely be dead. Run. I must run. Far away, or I'm doomed. She unleashed her body's potential, increasing her speed several-fold, instantly covering 30 yards. At that moment, Lin Zun discharged another shot. Bang! The projectile traversed over 400 meters, severing one of Sun Yang's ears. Ah! she shrieked as blood splattered forth. Originally, Lin Zun had intended for this shot to penetrate her skull, but she narrowly evaded it. Humph. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Lin Zun continued firing. Bang. Bang. With each bullet discharged, Sun Yang suffered further grievous injuries, a fractured arm, a crippled leg, a pierced waist. Ultimately, she was unable to continue fleeing. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Lin Zun terminated her life with a gunshot. Chapter 46. Surpassing the innate, though not innate. Glurk. Upon the hillside, the male guard, having witnessed the entire sequence of events, swallowed hard. His face pallid and his heart chilled. Previously, even when confronted with innate martial artists, he had never experienced such trepidation, confident that he could escape even if victory eluded him. Yet, observing the frigid young man and the mangled, bloodied figure in the distance, he was overcome with fear. The little girl, unable to discern clearly, inquired, "Is that person deceased?" The female guard nodded ruefully, "Yes. Slain by that man with that peculiar weapon from a distance of 300 zhang. That woman possessed the strength to exchange blood, yet she perished. I have never before witnessed such a terrifying weapon. Indeed, it is truly terrifying." The male guard, filled with lingering fear, exclaimed. Even an innate martial artist would find it utterly impossible to slay an adversary from a distance of 300 zhang. The princess is indeed correct. He is exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, we refrained from acting at that moment otherwise. And those individuals from earlier all possessed formidable capabilities similar to ours. Yet, with a mere glance, that man had effortlessly annihilated them. He is truly, not merely innate, but surpasses the innate. The more they spoke, the more fear enveloped them. The young girl listened intently, her head bowed in silence. After a brief moment, she raised her gaze. "Do you think, should I seek his allegiance, he would accept me?" The two guards were taken aback. "Your Highness, you. Please, listen to me." The young girl gestured for calm, analyzing the situation with poise. "He has noticed us, yet remains unmoved, indicating he harbors no ill will. His ability to slay blood-swapping warriors suggests he possesses the means to protect us. He stood alongside the governor moments ago and even saved his life. His status must be considerable. If we approach him, I am confident I would gain his acceptance." The male guard, growing anxious, implored, "But your Highness, you are of noble birth, a treasure of the realm. How could you seek the favor of another? He should be the one to support us." Indeed, the female guard nodded vigorously in agreement. The young girl's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. A dragon in shallow waters is taunted by shrimp, and a tiger fallen on the plains is bullied by dogs. Ever since we embarked on this path of peril, all that once was has vanished. Clinging to the identity of a princess is futile now. The two guards exchanged glances, succumbing to a resigned silence. Since their escape, they have never looked back, drifting like a water lily, aimlessly wandering without knowledge of their destination or the time of their demise. They could face death, yet their thoughts remained tethered to the princess. She was still so young. How would she care for herself? The thought of their absence was too dreadful to contemplate, rather than perpetually fleeing. It might be wiser to seek a refuge where all could thrive. And the little girl gazed into the distance at Lin Zun's silhouette, her tranquil eyes suddenly alight with a spark. From the moment she encountered him, she sensed his extraordinary nature, akin to a dragon lurking in the depths. Destined to soar one day? Aligning with him seemed a prudent choice. The female guard advised, "Your Highness, this matter is of great significance. Do not rush your decision. It would be wise to observe for a few more days and gather further information before making a judgment." The little girl pondered for a moment and ultimately acquiesced. "Very well." At that moment, in the porridge shed, Lin Zun assisted Governor Lu Tianbao to his feet. The governor, drenched in sweat and as pale as a sheet, felt as limp as a puddle of mud. Yet, his hands clung to Lin Zun with desperation, as if grasping the last thread of salvation. He asked fearfully, "Master Lin, is that person dead?" Lin Zun smiled gently. "Rest assured, esteemed governor, the villain has perished. His corpse lies in the woods 300 paces away. Should you doubt, I can summon others to verify." "Dead? Good riddance. Excellent news." The governor's face lit up with joy, a surge of strength coursing through him, enabling him to rise and laugh maniacally. It seemed as though he wanted to laugh away all the grievances he had just endured. After his laughter subsided, he bowed deeply to Lin Zun, expressing his heartfelt gratitude with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life. I shall forever etch this kindness in my heart. Should you ever require assistance in the future, Do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall brave any danger without hesitation." Lin Zun's smile blossomed even brighter. "You are too kind, esteemed governor." At that moment, the several young masters returned. Upon seeing them, Governor Liu Tianbao's expression darkened, and he pointed an accusatory finger at them, scolding, "How dare you return?" The young masters, looking somewhat disheartened, hastily explained, "Governor, we merely went to seek reinforcements." The governor sneered, "Reinforcements? Where are they?" "On their way, I presume. Now be gone." The governor, feeling too weary to pursue the matter further, understood that the instinct for self-preservation was a natural human reaction. Their retreat was excusable. However, they would undoubtedly face repercussions in the future. He then instructed his subordinates to handle the aftermath, while also investigating the origins of the group of ruffians. Meanwhile, Lin Zun's reputation soared to great heights following this confrontation. Previously, many had heard of his exploits, but the news circulated only within limited circles. Now, everyone had witnessed his prowess firsthand, leaving them awestruck and terrified. Even formidable bloodline warriors had fallen by his hand. Thus, what were they in comparison? A continuous stream of individuals came to pay their respects, forming a long queue. Naturally, there were whispers behind closed doors, suggesting that his strength stemmed solely from his weaponry, and that his innate abilities were lacking. They claimed that if they possessed such a weapon, they too could slay foes as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin Zun, however, paid no mind to such remarks. He acknowledged that his current achievements were indeed reliant upon his firearm. However, possessing a firearm does not necessarily equate to possessing his current prowess. For all the firearm's might, if one fails to hit their target, it is rendered utterly futile. The bodies of those martial artists are remarkably resilient, and their reflexes are astoundingly swift. Even a moment's hesitation is intolerable. Lin Xiaofeng also wields a gun, yet it poses no threat to the blood-changing warriors. Only he, a master of the art of sitting in forgetfulness with an externalized consciousness, can fully harness the firearm's potential. Moreover, for him, the gun serves merely as a transitional tool. Once he attains sufficient strength, the weapon will become unnecessary, as he will be able to suppress all dissent through sheer might. As 2 days passed, tranquility gradually returned to the outskirts of the city. In a small valley, the princess's attendant addressed the little girl with utmost respect. "Your Highness, I have gathered the relevant information. The individual is named Lin Zun, and he is not a local. 2 months ago, he was rescued by the Lin family outside the city and has since resided with them, forming a close bond with the family head, Lin Xiaofeng. He is shrouded in mystery, wielding a terrifying weapon known as a gun, capable of inflicting fatality from 30 paces away. He is also a practitioner of martial arts and appears to have recently attained the bone-forging realm. However, little is known about his spiritual cultivation in the art of sitting in forgetfulness. By the way, regarding the disaster relief efforts, his contributions have been immense. It is said that in order to aid the victims, he relinquished a family heirloom, a crystal orb valued at a fortune, in exchange for 7,000 measures of grain. In other words, the food we consume is a result of his generosity. The little girl, inspired by his noble actions, exclaimed, "Excellent." To aid the disaster victims, he even offered his family treasure. He seems to be a virtuous man, worthy of trust. Please invite him to join us for a conversation. "Yes, Your Highness." Approximately half an incense stick's worth of time passed before Lin Zun arrived, a smile barely concealed as he regarded the young girl before him. "What brings you to seek my presence?" Initially, he had no intention of coming, yet his curiosity piqued. He decided to investigate. The little girl rose to her feet, her delicate face taking on a serious expression as she formally greeted him. "I am Liang Yuxiu, the 7th princess of the great Liang dynasty. I have the honor of meeting you, Lin Zun." Chapter 47. The Causes of War, the Princess's Defection. Observing the diminutive figure before him, clad in oversized, tattered garments, yet adhering rigidly to court etiquette, Lin Zun felt an irresistible urge to laugh. However, he quickly suppressed it, recognizing that such a display would be impolite. "I have the pleasure of meeting Your Highness," he replied, his tone devoid of reverence, as casual as inquiring about someone's well-being. The young princess, Liang Yuxiu, took his words lightly and replied with a hint of bitterness, "You flatter me, Sir Lin. Currently, I am but a fugitive, living in uncertainty. How could I possibly be worthy of such a title? Oh, if you are living well, what compels you to assume the role of a fugitive?" The young princess sighed as if burdened by the weight of her circumstances. "It is because I have committed an act that has incited the wrath of the emperor, forcing me to flee. Surely, you have heard of the coup in the Great Liang? Lin Zun nodded. Indeed, I have. The Great Liang dynasty lies to the southwest of the Great Song dynasty, and the two nations are presently engaged in war. However, the reasons behind this conflict seem rather perplexing. 3 months prior, a coup transpired in the Liang kingdom, during which the third prince, at a court gathering, led troops into the palace, assassinating the reigning emperor, the crown prince, and all other princes to seize the supreme throne. At that juncture, the court was unstable, and the nation was in turmoil, necessitating a focus on stability to avert conflict. Yet, this new emperor, in a fit of folly, dispatched numerous skilled warriors to infiltrate the Great Song, only to be discovered. Initially, the two nations experienced mere friction, but this soon escalated into war. What does this coup have to do with you? Lin Zun inquired. I was present at the scene of the palace coup, the young princess exclaimed. Her eyes reddened with hatred. At that moment, I witnessed my third royal brother, the heartless wretch, thrust a dagger into our father's chest, subsequently slaughtering my other royal brothers. He is no human being. Due to my tender age and my status as a daughter, I was overlooked by him. Seizing the opportunity when he was distracted, I stealthily took the imperial seal and fled to the Great Song. He later discovered my flight and dispatched many skilled fighters to pursue me. Lin Zun was taken aback. So the war between the two nations was instigated by you? Indeed. The young princess nodded, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. He aspires to be emperor. Yet I shall thwart his ambitions. Without the imperial seal, his claim to the throne is illegitimate. Let us see how he will rule. Aha. Lin Zun mused inwardly. How could he not ascend? With the talent akin to that of Li Shimin, even if one were to commit regicide or fratricide. Lacking the imperial seal would not impede one's ability to firmly secure the throne. However, it appeared that the new emperor of Liang was rather incompetent. The little princess shared a similar sentiment. With a heart full of disdain, she remarked, I never anticipated that he could be so utterly deranged, committing patricide and fratricide, and, due to minor grievances, recklessly igniting a war without regard for the precarious state of the realm or the safety of the common people. The dynasty of Liang is destined for ruin at his hands. Lin Zun, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I am aware of your predicament. But I am indifferent to it. What I wish to know is why you have sought me out. If you expect me to join you in opposing your royal brother, I am unable and unwilling to do so. Lin Gongzi, the little princess, performed another respectful bow. We understand your difficulties and would never impose upon you. We are acutely aware of the futility of vengeance and the impossibility of restoring our country. The reason I have requested your company is that we wish to no longer endure a life of wandering and uncertainty. It is said that you are a benevolent individual of exceptional skill. We humbly beseech you to grant refuge to us. Lin Zun declined. Your identities are precarious. Should you be discovered, it would mean certain death. We would never wish for you to labor in vain, the little princess insisted, gesturing to the two guards behind her. They were once esteemed royal guards of the Liang court, steadfastly loyal, and possessed the strength of a marrow-cleansing warrior, with the potential for renewal within 5 years. They could pledge their allegiance to you, ready to obey your commands. Lin Zun felt a flicker of interest, yet it was still insufficient to sway him. The little princess continued, I possess a supreme cultivation technique that allows one to ascend from novice to innate mastery. I could entrust it to you. Lin Zun's heart stirred once more. After all, he was currently practicing the Lin family's method, which, while commendable, only allowed cultivation up to the marrow-cleansing level, necessitating a change in the future. If I could acquire the supreme cultivation technique held by the little princess, it would save me considerable effort. The little princess continued. I possess an exceptional method for refining the spirit as well. However, judging by your demeanor, it appears you may not require it. Nevertheless, I shall present it to you as well. Indeed, Lin Zun found little need for the spirit refining technique, as the Dead Man's Sutra was already a top-tier method for spirit refinement. Yet, it was a practice that none dared to undertake, for the faster one practiced, the sooner one met their demise. Those who had attempted it all faced grim fates, save for him, who could traverse 2 realms. Nonetheless, having an additional method for reference was advantageous. Should you desire it, I am prepared to serve you. The little princess raised her head confidently and declared, I can enter a meditative state in 3 hours. I have already achieved spirit refinement. While I may not surpass you, attaining a state of transcendence in the future will not pose a challenge. A future adept in transcendence. Surely, you would not refuse such an opportunity? Very well. This proposition is indeed enticing, and Lin Zun felt a profound stirring within. Individuals capable of spirit refinement were rare, and those who could cultivate to the realm of transcendence were even rarer. He required someone of such caliber, for in his quest to attain immortality and become a progenitor, it was impractical for him to handle every matter personally. It was essential to enlist a gifted subordinate. All right, your sincerity has swayed me, Lin Zun exclaimed with a smile. From this moment forth, you shall be in my service. Little princess, if you prove yourself worthy, I shall assist you in avenging your grievances. The little princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, do you truly, genuinely wish to help me seek revenge? Certainly. Why would I deceive you regarding such a matter? Lin Zun replied with a smile. If the little princess truly fulfills her promise, remains loyal to him, and diligently toils away, he would not hesitate to lend a helping hand once she becomes sufficiently powerful. After all, it is prudent to paint the prospect first. This would inspire the little princess to exert herself more in her endeavors. Upon careful reflection, she realizes that there is no necessity for him to deceive her, as the decision to act or not lies solely with him. His willingness to make a promise has already filled her with unexpected joy, and her imagination begins to wander. Lin Zun, at the age of 20, has already achieved the state of forgetting the self through meditation, with the potential to transcend or manifest divine powers in the future. She, being only 12, has already entered a state of deep concentration, with hopes of transcending as well. Together, they may indeed accomplish something remarkable. She expresses her gratitude to young Master Lin with a courteous bow. However, she stipulates that it is only when she has gained enough strength that she can assist him in avenging his grievances. The little princess comprehends this perfectly, naturally. At that moment, the two guards kneel and, in unison, proclaim, we pay our respects to young Master Lin. There is no need for such formalities, please rise. Lin Zun replies graciously. Thank you, young master. They stand upright, drawing blades from their hands, and carve several gashes across their faces, blood gushing forth, rendering their visages grotesque. Lin Zun gasps in shock. What are you doing? The male guard smiles and replies, from this day forth, we shall serve you, young master. But our appearances may attract unwanted attention, hence the need for a transformation. Fear not, for when we enter the blood exchange realm, we shall be able to restore our original appearances. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun feels a wave of relief wash over him. Once a martial artist steps into the blood exchange realm, all bodily tea come. Follow me now. Chapter 48. She is my long-lost sister. The three of them accompanied Lin Zun to the city gate. Now a renowned figure, having saved the governor's life, Lin Zun was permitted to pass without hindrance from the guards. The four of them smoothly made their way to the Lin family villa. Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong. From today onwards, these three will live with us. Quickly prepare a set of clean and suitable clothing for them, along with bathing water. The two maids were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, young master. Everyone immediately set to work. After a thorough grooming and dressing, the three transformed entirely. The male guard, clad in the attire of a martial artist from the Lin family, appeared tall and formidable, exuding an aura of strength. The scars etched across his face, instead of detracting from his appearance, added a rugged charm. The female guard donned the garb of a maid, and though she was undeniably feminine, she radiated an impressive vigor. If one were to overlook the scars on her face, she could indeed be considered a young beauty. Most surprising to Lin Zun was the little princess. Delicately carved like jade, with bright, expressive eyes, she resembled an adorable little girl. Particularly endearing was her tendency to maintain a serious expression, sitting upright like an adult, which only heightened her charm. Lin Zun was tempted to poke her plump cheeks, yet refrained, fearing she might chastise him as a pervert. At that moment, the little princess led the two individuals before Lin Zun and bowed, saying, "Thank you, young master, for your hospitality." Lin Zun smiled and replied, "Now that you are here, consider this place your home and settle in comfortably. I cannot promise safety elsewhere, but within this small domain, I can guarantee your protection." "Thank you, my lord." They bowed once more, displaying remarkable courtesy. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng arrived upon hearing the news. "Young Master Lin, they are." Her captivating eyes swiftly swept across the scene. She merely glanced at the two guards, surprised by their appearance, but uttering no further comments. However, upon catching sight of the little princess, her gaze became irrevocably fixed. She had never encountered a girl as exquisitely beautiful as this one, even in her own childhood. She felt herself somewhat eclipsed by this child's radiance. Moreover, The girl exuded an indescribable air of nobility, reminiscent of royalty. This was no ordinary girl. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaofeng felt a profound sense of threat emanating from the child, akin to the sensation of being robbed. "Miss Lin, you have arrived." Lin Zun greeted with a smile. "Young Master Lin, you have yet to answer my question. Who are they? Might you introduce me?" Lin Xiaofeng inquired, her eyes persistently fixed on the little princess, a radiant smile gracing her lips. The little princess, having attained a remarkable level of spiritual refinement, sensed the subtle hostility emanating from Lin Xiaofeng. She glanced at Lin Xiaofeng, then at Lin Zun, her mind swirling with contemplation. Lin Zun pointed to the two guards and cheerfully introduced them. "They are my family's martial guardians from the Lin clan, named Zhang Long and Yu Hu, both possessing the strength of marrow cleansing. They have come to ally with me." Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the two martial artists casually dispatched by young Master Lin would possess such formidable prowess. Yet, considering Lin Zun's enigmatic background, it seemed entirely reasonable. "I see. It is an honor to meet such heroes." They exchanged a curt bow, their demeanor aloof. As former imperial guards, they held themselves with a certain disdain, accustomed to serving in the emperor's inner circle and regarding most others with indifference, save for Lin Zun and the young princess. Lin Xiaofeng was unperturbed, recognizing the characteristic pride of skilled individuals. She turned her attention to the princess, inquiring, "And this is?" Lin Zun paused, then sighed with resignation. "She is my long-lost sister." Lin Xiaofeng's face registered astonishment. She scrutinized the princess, then Lin Zun, finding no discernible resemblance between them. The princess, equally taken aback, wondered silently, "Since when did I acquire a brother? Would father approve from beyond the grave?" Lin Zun approached the princess, affectionately stroking her head and playfully pinching her cheek. After a moment, he offered a wry smile. "My father, in his youth, was quite the libertine, engaging in numerous indiscretions. My sister is a product of one such liaison. As she was born out of wedlock and a daughter, my family never embraced her. Now that I have distanced myself from the Lin family, she is my only remaining blood relative, so I have taken her in to care for her. Isn't that right, sister?" With a touch of timidity, the princess uttered, "Brother." She sought refuge behind Lin Zun, clutching his arm with an air of dependence. Lin Zun inwardly commended her, recognizing the quick wit of a woman who had survived palace intrigues. "I understand," Lin Xiaofeng responded. Lin Zun's sister would be her future sister-in-law. Any animosity she had felt dissipated, replaced by a warm regard for the young princess. However, the little princess, still somewhat apprehensive, remained in place. Her limpid eyes fixed on Lin Xiaofeng with childlike curiosity, and inquired in a crystalline voice, "Brother, is this your betrothed?" Lin Zun was taken aback. He knew of her quick wit, but had not anticipated such alacrity. Before he could even proffer an introduction, she had already spoken the appellation. Were all children these days so astute? That single utterance of sister-in-law utterly captivated Lin Xiaofeng, rendering her enraptured. She demurred, her heart brimming with delight, and stammered, "I am called Lin Xiaofeng, the matriarch of the Lin family here. Your brother and I are good friends, but I am not yet your sister-in-law." The little princess blinked her large eyes. "Not yet, but you will be in the future?" At that, Lin Xiaofeng became even more bashful, at a loss for words. The little princess emerged from behind Lin Zun, revealing an endearing, winsome smile, and said sweetly, "Greetings, sister-in-law. I am called Liang, Lin Yuxiu, and I am 12 years of age." "Yuxiu, a felicitous name. Your name is also pleasing to the ear, sister-in-law, Xiaofeng, so deft and skillful. Like the mystical nine heavens, Xianfeng. Is that so?" Haha. Before long, the two women were conversing and laughing, as intimate as sisters. Lin Zun watched in astonishment. The little princess's level of sophistication was truly extraordinary. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had beguiled Lin Xiaofeng into a state of blissful foolishness. Were all women who emerged from the imperial court so enchanting? Or was the little princess simply an anomaly? Under the hypnotic influence of being addressed as sister-in-law, Lin Xiaofeng had lost herself, developing a profound fondness for the little princess. She insisted on preparing a welcoming banquet to celebrate the princess's arrival. After Lin Xiaofeng departed, the little princess regained her dignified composure and bowed her head to Lin Zun in apology. "I employed a slight ruse to conceal my identity earlier. Please forgive me, young master." Lin Zun affectionately caressed the little princess's head and cheeks, saying, "There's no need to apologize. Your performance was excellent. From now on, we shall refer to each other as siblings to better deceive others." The little princess replied impassively, as young Master Lin suggests. "However, it is improper for men and women to have such contact. Would the young master be so kind as to remove his hand from my face? It is quite impolite." Ignoring her, Lin Zun justified his actions. "Indeed, it is generally inappropriate for men and women to touch. However, it is perfectly acceptable for an elder brother to pinch his younger sister's cheek. There's no need to be concerned." Little Princess. Chapter 49. 2 Supreme Cultivation Methods. The little princess and the others settled in. The following day, the little princess presented the meticulously compiled Supreme Cultivation Method. "This is our royal family's martial art, the Great Sun Divine Illumination Scripture. Upon mastering it, one can directly attain the innate realm, possessing the power of scorching, capable of incinerating rivers and boiling seas. Of course, mastering this martial art is no easy feat, requiring one to endure the torment of burning flames. Our royal family has possessed this martial art for 3 centuries, yet fewer than 5 individuals have successfully cultivated it. Let me see." Lin Zun took it and examined it carefully. It was a comprehensive and systematic martial art, encompassing practice, combat, and nurturing techniques. Among them, nurturing techniques were crucial. To achieve mastery in cultivation, one must endure the searing essence of fierce flames, necessitating the infusion of fire into the body. However, as mere mortals of flesh and blood, being consumed by flames would spell one's demise. Thus, the maintenance of one's physical form becomes paramount. This process encompasses numerous steps and secret elixirs designed to mend the body, enabling one to cultivate uninterrupted. Nevertheless, the agony of being scorched by the flames is an inevitable trial. Consequently, few among the pampered nobility can endure such torment. Indeed, this is a supreme martial art. Yet Lin Zun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and inquired, "Is there a more formidable martial art that leads directly to the realm of Grandmaster or Martial Sage?" The young princess widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "My lord, are you jesting? Such a transcendent skill leading straight to Grandmaster or Martial Sage is non-existent in this world, let alone Martial Sage, even to reach Grandmaster. A Grandmaster is one who establishes a school and creates a unique path in martial arts. It is not merely a matter of cultivation, but rather walking a path untraveled by predecessors, forging an unparalleled martial art to attain the title of Grandmaster. Hence, the highest cultivation method can only lead one to the innate stage. To become a Grandmaster, one must innovate their own techniques. If becoming a Grandmaster is such a formidable challenge, then Martial Sage is an exalted being beyond comprehension." Lin Zun felt a tinge of embarrassment, momentarily humbled by his ignorance. However, possessing a thick skin, he brushed it off. Subsequently, the young princess presented him with a premier cultivation method. "My lord, this is the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Jing, a technique that refines spiritual power through the visualization of the celestial bodies. I am currently practicing this method myself. Upon mastery, one can ascend to the realm of the manifested sage." Lin Zun began to observe earnestly, finally grasping the essence of a genuine cultivation method. This particular mental discipline was practiced with a sense of balance and tranquility, exuding grandeur and dignity, leading directly to the path of enlightenment, impervious to external malevolence. It was nearly impossible to stray into the depths of madness while engaging with it. In contrast, the dead man's scripture he had been practicing often felt like a pursuit of demise, or at best, a path leading toward it. However, if given a choice, he would still opt for the dead man's scripture. After all, its cultivation was remarkably swift and bore minimal side effects for someone like him, who traversed 2 realms. Moreover, he sensed that the dead man's scripture was not as simplistic as it appeared. It likely harbored some profound secrets. With his current limited cultivation, he could only delve deeper into its mysteries at a later time. "Indeed, dear princess, you have honored your promise," Lin Zun praised. "As a daughter of the royal family of Daliang, I naturally uphold my word and follow through on my actions," the princess replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Furthermore, residing under another's roof necessitates such an understanding." Lin Zun felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He reached out with a gentle hand to affectionately stroke her head, offering comfort. "Do not be so pessimistic, dear princess. If viewed from another perspective, this may well be a fortuitous turn of events. In the past, despite your esteemed status as a princess, residing within the palace, indulging in delicacies, and donning silks and satins, your life appeared splendid yet devoid of freedom. Your marriage was not your own choice. Your education was constrained. Friendships were limited. And even the simplest of expressions and actions were dictated. You lived like a marionette, entirely orchestrated by others. Yet now, you have broken free from your confines, no longer needing to live in trepidation and strict adherence to rules. At least in my presence, you are free. I shall impose no restrictions upon you. You may pursue whatever life you desire. Upon hearing this, the little princess gazed into the distance, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of yearning. Subsequently, she gracefully bowed to Lin Zun and expressed, "Thank you, noble sir, for your comforting words. They have greatly eased my heart." Lin Zun chuckled, "That's the spirit. However, for the time being, my priority remains revenge and cultivation." The little princess's spirit soared as she looked at Lin Zun with anticipation. "Noble sir, you are in the bloom of youth, yet you have already achieved a state of tranquil enlightenment. Your talent is extraordinary. Might you offer me some guidance? I would be immensely grateful." Lin Zun blinked in confusion. Is there really a need for instruction? It simply requires one to think. The little princess was rendered speechless, her heart stung by 1,000 needles. In comparison to the noble sir, she indeed felt her own aptitude lacking. Yet, she possessed a fervent desire to learn. And upon mastering her skills, she wished to repay him. "Please, noble sir, I implore you to assist me," she earnestly added. Lin Zun smiled wryly. "I truly have little to teach you. Do not be deceived by my higher realm. My time spent in cultivation is far less than yours. I might inadvertently lead you astray." As Lin Zun remained silent, the little princess's spirits dampened. She lowered her head, her eyes misty and on the verge of tears. "I understand now. I am foolish and unworthy in your eyes. I shall return to my cultivation and will not disturb you any further." "You seem to be on the verge of tears." The little princess lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Of course I am saddened by your rejection, but rest assured, I can manage my emotions. It is fine. I will just cry for a month, and then I shall be all right." Lin Zun was taken aback. What a remarkable tactic of retreating to advance, of using softness to conquer hardness. No wonder she hailed from the palace. She was adept at such strategies, a born manipulator. While she may indulge in her games, it was intolerable for them to be played at my expense. Lin Zun felt it necessary to teach her a lesson. "Do not be disheartened, princess. The reason for my prolonged silence is my lack of experience in teaching. I am uncertain how to instruct you without hindering your progress. How about this? I shall demonstrate live, and you can learn alongside me. What do you say?" "Thank you for your kindness, young master." The little princess nodded with joy, her tears mysteriously vanishing. The two sat facing each other in a meditative posture. Lin Zun opened the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Jing, utilizing this profound technique to enable the little princess to truly feel how he cultivated, extracting insights and lessons from the experience. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, as tranquil as a statue, merging seamlessly with his surroundings. After a moment, the area behind him grew dim, as if a black hole were poised to consume everything. The little princess was astonished. This was a celestial phenomenon. The Zhou Tian Xing Chen Jing possessed a unique characteristic. The deeper one comprehended this scripture, the faster the cultivation progressed, often resulting in extraordinary manifestations that depicted the transformation of the celestial bodies. It had taken her an entire year to evoke such a cosmic spectacle, earning her the title of a super genius, much to the delight of her royal parents, who hosted a grand feast for the officials. Yet now, Lin Zun achieved it in the span of a single tea break. What a prodigy! Then, even more astonishing events unfolded. Glimmers of white light appeared amidst the black phenomenon behind Lin Zun, flickering delicately, evanescent like stars in the night sky. "This is a celestial phenomenon." The young princess expressed her astonishment, for she had just attained this level of cultivation, enabling her to manifest 49 radiant stars within the extraordinary display. She could not help but feel envious of Lin Zun and his remarkable talent. However, her mindset remained optimistic. She reassured herself that although the young man cultivated rapidly, his realm did not surpass hers. After all, it took her 4 years to reach this level, and he still had a way to go. Hee. Yet, not long after, her smile faded. Chapter 50. The True Method of Cultivation in the Great Sun Divine Illuminating Scripture. The number of stars within the celestial phenomenon continued to increase, swiftly surpassing the count of 49, presenting no apparent challenge. The young princess felt her resolve waver. How could it progress so swiftly? She had originally dreamed of achieving this level by the age of 20, only to find that Lin Zun effortlessly exceeded her aspirations. A sense of disillusionment washed over her, akin to having her dreams sullied by another. Perhaps I should establish a new dream? Nonetheless, the subsequent step is not easily surmountable. Many remain stuck at this juncture. Even if the young man possesses extraordinary talent, it would be impossible for him as well. She once again found solace in her thoughts. In essence, her psychological state could be summarized as fearing both the struggles of her peers and their extraordinary achievements. Just then, the stars behind Lin Zun began to move, forming a strikingly realistic celestial map. This was the cosmic phenomenon of the surrounding stars. The young princess's defenses crumbled. Her defenses shattered completely. She pondered whether she would ever cultivate to such an extent in her lifetime. Before him, the figure blinked and vanished. After approximately half an hour, Lin Zun opened his eyes and remarked, "Truly, the supreme cultivation technique, the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Jing, is vast and profound. At present, I can only cultivate to this extent. I feel a sense of shame. Little princess, have you mastered it?" The little princess nodded absently. "I have wasted my efforts." "Very well, then let us practice together henceforth, complementing each other's strengths and advancing together." Suddenly, the little princess appeared flustered, exclaiming, "No need. I shall practice alone from now on." Lin Zun, puzzled, asked why. "Isn't it better together?" The princess replied, "I fear that my heart's resolve will be shattered by your overwhelming prowess, leading to my ruin. Farewell." In a state of disarray, the little princess fled. Observing her hasty retreat, Lin Zun chuckled and diligently began to study the Da Ri Shin Zhao Jing. The deeper he delved, the more extraordinary he found this cultivation method. Yet, he also uncovered certain discrepancies. This technique, named Da Ri Shin Zhao Jing, is evidently related to the sun. Why then, must fire be employed for cultivation? While utilizing fire may be effective, the side effects are excessively severe, necessitating the endurance of the torment of searing flames. Beyond the agony, the body suffers grievous harm, and even with elixirs, restoration to its original state proves arduous. Only those who practice the Lian Shin Tai Shime have the potential to heal all their wounds. Yet, how many possess the capability to do so? Lin Zun increasingly sensed the inconsistencies, feeling that this method of cultivation was not intended to be practiced in such a manner. It might have been altered by later generations. As for the reasons behind the tampering, there are various possibilities. Yet Lin Zun harbored a suspicion that it might stem from the extraordinary difficulty of the technique. Without modification, there would be no opportunity for cultivation at all. This raises another question. Why are ordinary individuals unable to practice it? Lin Zun was seized by a compelling intuition that this cultivation method was likely not conceived by an ordinary master, but rather by a transcendent master who had achieved the state of sitting and forgetting. It is said that once one attains this state, they can harness the energy of sunlight through their spiritual awareness. Is this not a far more secure and reliable method than direct fire cultivation? Without hesitation, Lin Zun commenced his experiment. He extended his spiritual awareness outward, capturing the particles of sunlight from the external environment and infusing them into his body, practicing according to the Great Sun Divine Illumination Sutra. Initially, he merely felt a gentle warmth, with no other sensations. However, as the particles of sunlight accumulated within him, they coalesced into a warm current coursing through his entire being. Wherever this current flowed, his cells became increasingly vibrant, his metabolism accelerated, and he experienced a sensation akin to an adrenaline rush. Simultaneously, his body flushed with heat, and beads of sweat began to rise. At that moment, it seemed the particles of sunlight within him had reached saturation, ready to erupt. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Zun struck the stone slab beneath him with an open palm. With a resounding crash, the slab shattered and sank 3 inches deeper. Furthermore, the area surrounding the slab darkened, giving off a burnt appearance and emitting wisps of black smoke. Lin Zun was filled with immense joy. My intuition was indeed correct. This technique was crafted by a predecessor adept in spiritual refinement, utilizing the capture of sunlight particles for cultivation rather than relying on fire. Moreover, this martial art possesses some remarkable applications, allowing one to accumulate solar energy within the body, which can then erupt with tremendous force at critical moments, amplifying its power manifold. Haha, Lin Zun was utterly elated. This martial technique seemed to have been crafted specifically for him, or rather, for all practitioners of divine tranquility. However, for a long time, this technique had been monopolized by the royal family of Daliang, with only direct descendants permitted to practice it. They may have lacked practitioners of divine tranquility, thus failing to recognize its potential, ultimately benefiting him without cost. Consequently, Lin Zun promptly resolved to practice the Great Sun Divine Illumination Sutra. His cultivation speed inexplicably surged by 30%. Previously, he would require a month to achieve mastery of bone refinement, but now he could accomplish this 10 days earlier. Furthermore, he made a staggering discovery: he might become invincible among his peers. Originally, he could enter a meditative state and project his consciousness externally, his strength exceeding that of ordinary warriors of the same rank by more than double. Now, with the ability to accumulate solar power within him and unleash it explosively at crucial moments, his strength had once again doubled. By this calculation, his power had more than doubled. Such overwhelming strength could easily crush opponents. What then of double the strength? Could this be the privilege of a transmigrator? He could only comfort himself with this thought. Otherwise, he feared becoming too arrogant to maintain control. Night soon descended, with the moon shining brightly amidst a sparse starry sky, and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Due to the curfew imposed in this foreign realm during the night, tranquility swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Apart from a few barks from dogs and the crowing of roosters, there was scarcely any other sound. At that moment, Lin Zun felt a stirring within his heart, prompting him to step out of the courtyard and into the humble abode where he concealed his wealth. There, a captivating woman clad in black awaited, smiling gracefully as she bowed. "Young Master Lin, it has been a long time. Your elegance surpasses that of the past. Miss Li, what brings you here again? Surely you are not planning something significant?" Lin Zun inquired directly. The woman before him was none other than Li Meyer, a guardian of the Huangtian sect with whom Lin Zun had dealings. Li Meyer's expression turned grave. "I have not come for any grand affair. I merely wish to caution you. Trouble looms." "What trouble? Do you recall the blood-exchanging woman you killed at the porridge stall?" "Of course I remember. Is there an issue?" Li Meyer forced a smile, her face etched with concern. "She was another guardian of our Huangtian sect, Sun Yang, and also the paramour of our sect leader. You have slain her. How grave do you think the problem is?" Lin Zun remained unfazed. "She sought to take my life. I had no choice but to eliminate her, irrespective of her status. You should not have killed her. Even driving her away would have sufficed. The sect leader has been informed and is furious. An impending divine being, when enraged, is truly terrifying. Were it not for the constraints of time, you would already be in dire straits. Thus, I have come to urge you to hide swiftly. As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Chapter 51. With your current strength, do you truly believe you can eliminate a half-step divine being? Suggesting he should hide? If there were a significant disparity in power, he might consider retreat. However, the situation is not so clear-cut. With his present capabilities and various means, even blood-exchanging warriors pose no threat to him. Though the leader of the Huangtian sect is on the verge of manifesting divinity, he currently remains in a mortal state, vulnerable to death even from a single bullet. If one bullet is insufficient, then several will surely suffice, given a little more time to develop. It is conceivable that a formidable being could indeed perish at the hands of a divine aspirant. Thus, why should one retreat? "I appreciate your concern, but I have my own plans," Lin Zun stated calmly. Li Meyer sighed in exasperation. "My lord, with your extraordinary talent, if you were to find a secluded place to cultivate for several decades, you could refine your spirit and attain divinity, standing equal to him. Why cling stubbornly to momentary bravado?" Her genuine worry for Lin Zun was evident. Should he perish, her hopes for vengeance would diminish. She harbored doubts about the lecherous leader of the Huangtian sect assisting her against another divine being. Lin Zun replied with unwavering resolve, "My decision is made. There is no need for further persuasion. By the way, what has the leader of the Huangtian sect been preoccupied with lately? Surely it pertains to his impending divinity? What else could it possibly be?" She retorted, her irritation kindled by his refusal. "When will he manifest, and where?" Li Meyer regarded him with suspicion. "Why do you inquire about this?" Lin Zun smiled. "The refinement of the spirit and the ascension to divinity, a rare occurrence that leads one to the rank of true monarch, is indeed a sight worth witnessing. As a young spirit refiner, I naturally wish to broaden my horizons." "Is that so?" Li Meyer scrutinized him. "Indeed, what other purpose could there be? Surely it is not to slay him," Lin Zun proclaimed with utmost sincerity. "To slay him?" Li Meyer, in disbelief, scoffed and remarked, "With your current strength, you could never defeat him. Not even a congenital powerhouse could accomplish such a feat." His might surpasses your very comprehension. Furthermore, once he successfully manifests his divine presence, he will become even more terrifying. There will be scarcely anyone capable of subduing him under heaven. Given this, what do you have to fear? Share with me the time and place of his manifestation, so I may witness for myself what a divine powerhouse truly is. It will surely invigorate my own practice. After a moment of contemplation, Mayer continued. The time should be in approximately 2 months, certainly no more than 3. As for the location, it remains undecided. However, the manifestation cannot be concealed. With some inquiry, you shall learn the details. Lin Zun nodded, considering that within 2 months, he ought to advance into the out-of-body realm, experiencing a profound transformation in strength. By then, he would gather some formidable allies, convinced that they could ultimately vanquish him. After bidding farewell to Mayer, Lin Zun returned to his bedroom. In a twist of time and space, he found himself in the modern era. A surge of resentment rushed in, filling his body once more. Lin Zun was elated, exclaiming, after several days of accumulation, my reservoir of resentment is sufficient once again. He promptly sat down to refine the resentment for cultivation. Resentment, -900,000. Lin Zun had finally taken another small step forward, reaching the 9th level of the state of oblivion. At this stage, his spiritual awareness expanded outward, covering a radius of 450 zhang, nearly 500 meters. This indicated that his sniping range had significantly increased. Within 500 meters, armed with his Barrett, he could eliminate anyone he chose. As long as one has not attained innate strength, they shall inevitably fall victim to his might. The 9th layer of oblivion signifies that he is merely a step away from transcending into the realm of the ethereal. This step represents a transformation from mere mortals to semi-divine beings. Once he crosses this threshold, even without a weapon in hand, he becomes an indomitable master who commands attention. Having acquired supreme martial arts and surpassed the realm of spirit refinement, Lin Zun is in high spirits. It is time to present a gift. He must not keep Brother Yi waiting. The following day, Lin Zun hosted a banquet for Yi Qing in a private room at the Golden Honor Hotel. He arrived early, and upon seeing Lin Zun, Yi Qing excitedly inquired, "Brother Lin, did you truly bring the wine?" Lin Zun laughed heartily, "Of course. Why would I deceive you regarding such a matter? Behold, what I have here." He handed over a jar of wine, and Yi Qing eagerly opened it, inhaling its aroma deeply. Indeed, this is the wine. It smells even stronger than before. The effects must surely be enhanced. Qian Xiaoshui, who was nearby, interjected with a hint of envy. Of course the effects are superior. Brother Lin specifically instructed the maker, knowing you are a martial artist, to add extra ingredients for potency. This wine is unparalleled. I am not even worthy to partake. Is that so? Thank you, my brother. Yi Qing replied, bursting into hearty laughter. He then placed the wine beside him as if it were a treasured gem and beckoned, "It's getting late. Let us all take our seats and enjoy the meal. Brother Lin, how much does this wine cost? I shall transfer the payment to you later." With a grand gesture, Lin Zun declared, "No need for payment. Consider it a gift from your elder brother." Yi Qing sighed in dissatisfaction. "Lin, my dear brother, could you assist me in locating the wine? I have already benefited greatly, and it would be improper for me to impose further expenses on you." He had previously sought such health wines before. Given his status and background, procuring a health wine should not have proven difficult. Alas, he found himself unable to locate even a substitute. Thus, he came to the profound realization that this wine was truly one of a kind, exceedingly difficult to acquire even with wealth. Lin Zun must have invested considerable sums and favors to obtain it. For individuals like them, financial matters could be easily settled. Yet the burden of personal debts was a different story altogether. While he could not precisely quantify the weight of such debts, he was resolute in ensuring that his brother did not suffer financially. Otherwise, future endeavors would become strained, and camaraderie would falter. "Brother, name your price. For I cannot accept this wine otherwise," Yi Qing stated, gently pushing the bottle towards Lin Zun, even as reluctance flickered in his eyes. Lin Zun silently admired Yi Qing, recognizing him as a discerning and principled gentleman, someone truly worthy of deep friendship. The primary ingredient of this wine was a ginseng root, sourced from the depths of the mountains, approximately 30 years old. "If you insist on compensating me, let us value it according to the ginseng's worth. 300,000 will suffice." Yi Qing chuckled. "Now that is more agreeable." With the matter settled, everyone joyfully indulged in the wine. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zun extended an invitation. "Brother Yi, Our short play has been a tremendous success. We will hold a celebration banquet tomorrow. Would you honor us with your presence? Yi Qing looked up in surprise. So soon? I recall that your short drama has only been online for 20 days, and yet you are already hosting a celebratory banquet? Qian Xiaoshui replied with a triumphant smile, because the revenue from our short drama has exceeded 100 million, a milestone achievement. Thus, we wish to seize this opportunity to host a banquet to inspire everyone. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, expressing his difficulty. Tomorrow, I have an important dinner engagement. Where will the banquet be held? Right here, but in a different private room. Yi Qing relaxed his brow and replied with a smile. No problem. I will also be dining here tomorrow, and will find time to come over for a few drinks. Lin Zun laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Yi, for your graciousness. And thus, the matter was joyously settled. Chapter 52. The Celebration Banquet. The beautiful director arrives. The following day, at the Golden Splendor Hotel, in the Hall of Abundant Wealth, the entire cast and crew of The Return of the Dragon King, Blood and Revenge Part 2, along with all the principal actors, were invited to this celebratory banquet. Everyone dressed elegantly, gathering to crack golden eggs and distribute sweet candies, then raised their glasses together. Congratulations to the boss. The short drama has been a tremendous success. As the star of the banquet, Qian Xiaoshui was immensely pleased and downed his drink in one gulp. He then took to the stage, passionately delivering a speech. The Return of the Dragon King, Blood and Revenge Part 2 has, thus far, generated over 100 million in revenue, becoming this year's blockbuster short drama. This achievement is entirely due to everyone's support and hard work, and I want to express my gratitude to all of you. I hope everyone enjoys good food, good drinks, and good fun here today. Additionally, I have prepared generous red envelopes for everyone, each containing at least 10,000 yuan. There is something for everyone. I hope everyone tonight will return home not inebriated, but rather laden with joy. A heartfelt thank you to the boss. The crowd erupts in applause. Well, I shall not ramble on any further. Feel free to enjoy yourselves without concern for me. Though it is said to be casual, Qian Xiaoshui is anything but relaxed. As everyone approaches to toast, he revels in the moment, welcoming all and drinking until his face glows crimson. Meanwhile, Lin Zun leisurely savors the dishes below, a serene smile gracing his lips as he observes the lively spectacle, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After all, in this foreign realm, he is either engaged in cultivation or embroiled in conflict, never affording himself a moment's respite. Here, however, he is free from the constant trepidation, allowing himself a brief indulgence in leisure. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei approaches, gently nudging Lin Zun with her delicate arm. Why do you look so glum? You are now an actor in the year's hottest short drama. Although not the lead, it is widely acknowledged that this drama rose to fame because of you. You are now a sensation. If you were to open a Weibo account, your followers would undoubtedly surpass 1 million, filled with enviable active fans. Lin Zun shoots her a glance, unimpressed. What is there to be joyful about? Although I have gained fame, my followers are all detractors, each one wishing for my downfall, forcing me to wear a mask whenever I step outside. Xiao Weiwei bursts into laughter. Black fame is still fame. Many wish for recognition yet do not possess the fortune to attain it. Have you considered venturing further into the industry? As an experienced individual, I could guide you. Lin Zun chuckles at her. You are already forgotten. How could you possibly lead me? Xiao Weiwei, undeterred, places her hands on her hips and retorts. Do not judge others through a colored lens. In the past, I was quite obscure, but thanks to my role as the campus belle in the drama, I have now risen to prominence, receiving an abundance of offers and numerous advertisements seeking my presence. I can now consider myself a 3rd or 4th tier star. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Zun immediately raised his glass in salute, exclaiming, impressive. Congratulations on your hard-earned success, superstar. Thank you. Xiao Weiwei replied, her eyes sparkling with delight as she sipped her drink. She added, actually, I am here on behalf of a friend. She is a talent agent and holds you in high regard, wanting to sign you as an artist. I wonder if you would be interested? Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. No thanks. Acting is merely a hobby for me. I have no desire to pursue it as a profession. Besides, how much can one earn as an artist? I might as well do something more casual. Xiao Weiwei clenched her fists in frustration, declaring, how infuriating. I absolutely detest pretentious individuals, especially those who possess genuine talent yet choose to act aloof. Let me tell you, if you continue this charade, you will lose me forever. Lin Zun responded with a calm smile. If I have another role next time, I'll still seek you out. Xiao Weiwei's demeanor shifted instantly as she grinned. Then you shall be my eternal good friend. What is the big deal about pretending? Youth is wasted if one doesn't show off a little. Lin Gu, are you thirsty? Would you like a drink? Let me pour it for you. Lin Zun replied with dissatisfaction. Simply pouring drinks is not enough. What else would you like me to do? Lin Zun placed his hand on her shoulder and said, I've been practicing martial arts lately, and my shoulders are a bit sore. Could you give me a massage? Xiao Weiwei widened her eyes in disbelief. Don't push your luck. Lin Zun shot her a sidelong glance. So, will you do it or not? Fine, I will. Jovi approached Lin Zun from behind, her hands gently kneading his shoulders. Although her strength was somewhat mild, Lin Zun relished the sensation. As she massaged him, Jovi hummed, I'm only helping you to express my gratitude for pulling me up when I needed it, allowing me to rise again. Don't get any misconceptions. Lin Zun chuckled and replied, Rest assured, I won't misunderstand. I know you're merely tempted by my physique. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang. A long-legged woman wearing a baseball cap stormed in. Is this the celebration for the Dragon King's return to avenge? Is Lin Zun here? Where is he? Everyone was taken aback. Who was this woman? Why did she come in searching for Lin Zun? Silence enveloped the room as all eyes instinctively turned to Lin Zun. He too was bewildered, pondering who this woman was and why she was looking for him. Surely, she couldn't be a disgruntled fan, yet she bore no signs of animosity. Only Jovi, standing behind Lin Zun, felt a sense of familiarity with the woman, though she couldn't quite place her. The woman's gaze finally fell upon Lin Zun, her eyes lighting up as she rushed towards him. In that moment, Lin Zun clearly discerned her features, a classic oval face with prominent, striking features that exuded elegance. Though she wore no makeup, her flawless skin radiated beauty, suggesting she was a natural beauty who would dazzle with the slightest adornment. However, what truly captured attention were her long, slender legs clad in blue jeans, perfectly proportioned and quintessentially captivating, truly a classic embodiment of leggy allure. Due to her long legs, she swiftly approached Lin Zun in just a few strides, exclaiming with excitement, Lin Zun, I am so glad to have found you. Lin Zun furrowed his brow and replied, Miss, may I inquire who you are? Do we know each other? What brings you to seek me? Of course, I have my reasons for seeking you. I have watched your short plays and must say, you have brilliantly portrayed the formidable character Zhao Wudi. I truly admire your presence and exceptional acting skills. It would be a shame to limit your talents to short plays. Come with me to film. I have a role that suits you perfectly. Oh, by the way, the beautiful woman snapped her fingers, a sheepish smile on her face as she extended her hand. I got so caught up in the moment that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qin Mingwei, and I am a film director. It is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Lin Zun replied, bewildered as he shook her hand. Truth be told, he was utterly confused. He was simply enjoying his meal and the delightful massage from a beautiful woman when suddenly, a director appeared out of nowhere, asking him to join a film. Who wouldn't be perplexed? Lin Zun diplomatically declined, saying, Director Qin, I have other matters to attend to at the moment. Perhaps we could exchange contact information and discuss this later? However, Qin Mingwei seemed to perceive Lin Zun's hesitation. With a wave of her hand, she insisted. Let us not wait until later. Let us talk now. I happen to be quite hungry. We can eat and chat simultaneously. With that, she took a seat and requested utensils from those nearby. Lin Zun was left speechless. This woman certainly has no reservations. Surely, she isn't here just to indulge in food and drink? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in the air. Isn't that Director Qin? What wind has blown you here, crashing into someone else's celebration to indulge in food and drink without even inquiring if you are welcome? Truly, your impetuousness remains unchanged. Qin Mingyue's expression stiffened as she turned to see Yi Qing looking at her with a teasing smile, causing her demeanor to become somewhat awkward. With a displeased huff, she exclaimed, Yi Qing, what are you doing here? Yi Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped further into the room, saying, I am an old friend of Lin Zun and Qin Xiaoshuai. They invited me to their celebration. How could I possibly refuse? Qin Mingyue's gaze darted between Yi Qing and Lin Zun in surprise, exclaiming, So you two are acquainted? Yi Qing and Lin Zun exchanged a knowing glance and nodded with smiles. Seeing Yi Qing had dampened her spirits, Qin Mingyue scoffed at him, then turned to Lin Zun, pulling out her phone. Let us exchange contact information. We can connect later. Lin Zun glanced at Yi Qing, who nodded in agreement. Thus, they added each other on WeChat. I must take my leave. We shall meet another day. Qin Mingyue waved her phone and hurriedly exited the banquet hall, mirroring her earlier entrance. Lin Zun looked at Yi Qing in confusion, asking, Who is she? Yi Qing sat down with a wry smile, raising his glass to clink with Lin Zun's before replying. She is an old friend. We grew up as playmates in the same neighborhood. She's always been rather straightforward in her speech and actions, often oblivious to others' feelings. However, she is not a bad person. She treats her friends well and is always there for them. In the past, due to our similar ages, our parents even thought of bringing us together. But we never felt that spark. I am fond of gentle, kind-hearted women who cherish their homes, those who can warm a meal for me upon my return. However, she is a career-oriented woman, consumed by her ambitions to the point of neglecting her household. Fearing my persistence, she greets me with hostility and rudeness during our encounters. Ah, I see. Lin Zun realized. What then of this director? She harbors a passion for directing, and filmmaking is her pursuit. To this end, she enrolled in the directing department of an art academy and began her cinematic ventures even before graduation. Quite impressive. I wonder what films she has made. Lin Zun's curiosity was piqued. Yi Qing raised 3 fingers. So far, she has directed 3 films: The Legend of the Swordsman, Tomorrow Arrives, and a refreshing romantic film titled The Promised Date. Lin Zun appeared bewildered. Why have I not heard of these? Yi Qing slapped his thigh and chuckled. It's no surprise you haven't, as all 3 films flopped miserably, not making even a ripple. Thus, she has acquired an ironic moniker in the industry. What is it? The industry's Crimson Crane. She appears stunning, yet possesses a lethal touch. Those who collaborate with her meet their demise. Yi Qing lamented with a wry smile. The quality of her films is commendable, yet they fail at the box office, leaving investors in ruin. Furthermore, the actors who have worked with her seem cursed, either facing scandals, fading from relevance, or even ending up in prison. Few escape unscathed. Hence, this title was bestowed upon her. Lin Zun shook his head and sighed. The title Crimson on the crane's head is truly apartment. Oh, I finally recalled who she is. Xiao Weiwei exclaimed, smacking her forehead. The crowd turned to look at her. With a hint of trepidation, Xiao Weiwei remarked, no wonder she seemed familiar. I once auditioned for her production. Thankfully, I wasn't selected, or I would have faced utter ruin. Sometimes I wonder if my misfortune stemmed from that audition. Perhaps it truly did. Yi Qing patted Lin Zun on the shoulder, saying, my brother, the situation is as such. You must exercise caution while engaging with her. Friendship is sufficient. If she tries to coax you into acting, do not agree. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Xiao Weiwei wholeheartedly concurred. Yes, do not go. Such matters are quite ominous. It's better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them. Lin Zun nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the warning, my friend. I shall be vigilant. At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui approached, winking at Yi Qing and teasing, Brother Yi, how do you know so much about her? You even remember the names of her flopped films, and yet you claim to have no interest in her? Just admit it. Yi Qing shot Qian Xiaoshui an irritated glance and retorted, do you think I wanted to remember all that? Let me tell you, I am one of her investors. I funded all 3 of her films. I was swayed and impulsively invested 5 million, and to this day, not a single cent has returned. Reflecting on it now, my heart still aches. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Over 5 million. Not a single point was retrieved. How tragic. Lin Zun sympathetically patted Yi Qing's shoulder and poured him a glass of wine. Everything was unspoken. 2 hours later, the celebration banquet concluded, and Lin Zun returned home. Just as he was about to take a shower and then traverse to another realm, his phone chimed, indicating a new WeChat message. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was from the recently acquainted Qin Mingwei. Qin Mingwei, Mr. Lin, do you have some free time in the next few days? I have a movie script that is quite exceptional, and I would like to discuss it with you. Lin Zun recalled Yi Qing's words and replied, I'm afraid I'm not interested in filmmaking. You might want to seek someone else. Qin Mingwei, but how do you manage to film short dramas then? Lin Zun, it's merely a matter of interest. Acting can be quite enjoyable. But I have no desire to pursue it as a profession. After a while, she had yet to respond. Lin Zun decided to take a shower, and upon his exit, he received a direct phone call from her. He answered with ease, only to hear Qin Mingyue's exasperated voice on the other end. Mr. Lin, did that scoundrel Yi Qing say something to you? Without thinking, Lin Zun replied, that is not the case, Miss He Dinghong. Qin Mingwei. Huh, I knew it. He has been speaking ill of me behind my back. Her cold laughter echoed. Lin Zun awkwardly attempted to clarify. It wasn't what he said. Rather, it was information I discovered myself. Please don't misjudge the good-hearted. Very well, let us consider it as your own discovery, she retorted. Qin Mingwei spoke sincerely into the phone, Mr. Lin, my previous performance was indeed lacking. My judgment in selecting scripts and actors was insufficient. However, I have learned from my experiences and am now confident in my ability to create an exceptional film. Moreover, I hold you in high regard and believe there is potential for collaboration between us. Let us meet in person to discuss the script. If you still disagree at that time, I shall not trouble you further. After some contemplation, Lin Zun acquiesced. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the other party was a friend of Yu Qing, and such a courtesy must be extended. Additionally, he sought to explore new markets. While short dramas were currently all the rage, films and television series remained the mainstream, garnering the largest audiences. To amass further insights, he knew he would eventually enter this industry. Given the opportunity to engage with cinema, it was essential for him to familiarize himself in preparation for the future. Chapter 54, A New Role in Film. Prepare to be terrified. The two arranged to meet at the Phoenix Tea House. Qin Mingwei reserved a tranquil tea room there, and, upon their initial meeting, presented Lin Zun with a script. Please take a look while I prepare some tea. She busied herself, somewhat flustered, as though this was not a frequent endeavor for her. Although it was not her usual activity, her enthusiasm was palpable, driven by a desire to embrace spontaneity. Lin Zun chose to ignore her commotion and focused intently on the script. Titled Feathered Serpent, the narrative intertwined mythology, suspense, and adventure. The story's backdrop unfolds as follows. It is said that long ago, there existed a formidable serpent demon capable of summoning winds and rains. Revered by an ancient tribe as the feathered serpent god, to whom they offered daily prayers and devout tributes. However, this serpent was exceedingly ruthless, devouring numerous individuals each day, leading the populace to a breaking point. Consequently, they united all the warriors to vanquish the beast and seal it away. Yet, the legend of the feathered serpent persisted, with tales suggesting that drinking its blood could cure all ailments and grant immortality. Millennia later, two exploration teams emerged, embarking into the primordial jungle in search of the feathered serpent. Naturally, a fierce competition ensued between them, encompassing gunfights, betrayals, life and death escapades, and even a hint of tantalizing allure to captivate the more discerning audience. Ultimately, the expedition team led by the protagonist emerged victorious, having also defeated the awakened feathered serpent. At this juncture, Qin Mingwei had prepared tea and handed a cup to Lin Zun, inquiring eagerly, "How's the script?" Lin Zun scoffed, "It is exceedingly cliché." Qin Mingwei pouted, "The story indeed leans towards the conventional, yet if executed well, it will undoubtedly yield rewards. My previous films were too avant-garde, resulting in audiences being unresponsive. I have now come to realize that a touch of familiarity is beneficial. A more commercial approach to filmmaking is preferable. Even if the film is mediocre, it can still achieve box office success. This script, one could argue, amalgamates elements of mythology, suspense, adventure, action, comedy, and a dash of risque appeal, components that are currently the most sought after in cinema. As long as it is well crafted, it is assured that it will generate at least modest profits." Lin Zun concurred, acknowledging that one should not overestimate the audience. Their tastes are rather pedestrian, fixated on a handful of familiar themes. As long as a few handsome men and beautiful women are gathered, engaging in some flirtatious antics, coupled with a touch of acting prowess, the box office will undoubtedly thrive. This is the undeniable power of the seasoned connoisseur. When they unite, they can conjure miracles at the box office. Noticing that Lin Zun was engaged, Qin Mingwei continued, "In this film, the protagonist is a descendant of ancient martial arts. This necessitates that the actor portraying the lead must be tall, handsome, proficient in martial arts, and exude the aura of a master. I have searched extensively and found many unsuitable candidates until I laid eyes on you. Your portrayal of the formidable ancestor Zhao Wudi was not only charismatic, but also cold, domineering, and invincible, exactly the image I envisioned for the lead role. Furthermore, I learned from Yi Qing that you possess martial arts skills, which is even more desirable. Therefore, I wish to invite you to take on the role of the protagonist." Lin Zun immediately shook his head. "No, thank you. You should seek someone else." Qin Mingwei, flustered, inquired why. "Is it because of my reputation?" "Not at all. It's primarily because I do not wish to play the lead role," Lin Zun replied with a wry smile. "I have already stated that acting is merely a hobby for me, a pastime I indulge in occasionally, without the intention of dedicating too much time to it. To portray the lead would require at least 2 to 3 months of commitment, which I simply cannot afford." Qin Mingwei countered, "It won't take that long. I've already assembled the crew. If all goes well, we could wrap up in a month. Not even a month is feasible. I truly have no time. The remuneration is negotiable. However, I am not in need of money. Lin Zun placed a set of keys on the table. Upon seeing the key to the Bentley, Qin Mingwei realized that mere money could not sway Lin Zun, yet she remained unwilling to accept defeat. Is there truly no possibility for collaboration? It was not entirely impossible, for I have a profound interest in a particular role. What role? The feathered serpent god. Qin Mingwei was taken aback. What? You wish to portray the feathered serpent god? Lin Zun nodded with a smile. His choice of this character stemmed from its complete alignment with his criteria. Firstly, this role serves as the principal antagonist in the film. A role characterized by its brevity, all scenes would be filmed in a studio, allowing for completion within a day or two. Secondly, the character embodies malevolence and tyranny, and if portrayed effectively, would undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on the audience. By that time, would there not be ample resentment? Thirdly, a transformation was imperative. A shift in his artistic direction was necessary. Previously, the Zhao family's elder had offended numerous detractors, who had become astute and would not be easily deceived again. Thus, he must venture into a new artistic path, or even explore a different market, to continue to engage his audience. This time, I shall not have you kneel. I intend to instill fear within you. Are you surprised? Is it thrilling? Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. However, this was a villainous role with limited opportunities for expression, lacking substantial depth, Qin Mingwei remarked, still hoping Lin Zun would take on the leading role. Lin Zun countered. Who says there is no room for performance? If executed well, it will undoubtedly become a memorable and iconic character. Observing teacher Li's portrayal of the character Rong Mama, one cannot help but acknowledge how the piercing needle scene has become a haunting shadow in the childhoods of countless individuals. For 2 decades, it has been a topic of incessant discussion, although it was ultimately revealed that she did not pierce the wrong person. Qin Mingwei remarked. And then there is that domestic abuser from Do Not Speak to Strangers. His violent image has turned into a nightmare for many women. I wish to experiment and see if I can create a similarly iconic character. Qin Mingwei eyed Lin Zun with suspicion, sensing his ulterior motives. Then let us give it a try, she declared, placing her hands on her abdomen and gazing earnestly at Lin Zun. Though this role may not demand much acting skill, I still wish to witness the level of your performance. Just watch closely, Lin Zun replied, turning to meet Qin Mingwei's gaze. His eyes narrowing slightly as a chilling aura of menace enveloped him. In this alternate realm, he had dispatched over 100 foes. His aura of death was already formidable. Coupled with his immense mental prowess, he could nearly manifest his killing intent into a tangible form, radiating outward. Qin Mingwei was instantaneously struck with terror. Her complexion draining as she screamed, "Ah, do not come any closer." Her cry reverberated throughout the tea house, prompting the staff to rush in, only to withdraw upon realizing it was a misunderstanding. As she gasped for breath, her face pale, Lin Zun smirked triumphantly. So, how does it feel? Enjoyable? Fury ignited within Qin Mingwei, and she seized a cushion, hurling it at him. Enjoyable, you say? I'll make you pay for this. Chapter 55, Investing in Film. She must not be allowed to live too comfortably. In the end, Lin Zun agreed to portray the feathered serpent god for free, allowing Qin Mingwei to relent. In truth, Lin Zun held little regard for the meager remuneration. His primary interest lay in discerning whether the character of Quetzalcoatl could elicit a substantial amount of resentment. When would filming commence? When would it conclude? And when could it be released? Lin Zun posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mingwei replied, "Initially, we could have commenced shooting tomorrow with you in the lead role. However, I now need to find someone else, which will take around 3 to 4 days. This is a low-budget web film, and we anticipate the shooting will take approximately a month. Post-production will require 1 to 2 months, meaning it could potentially be released in 3 months." Upon hearing this, Lin Zun expressed his dissatisfaction. 3 months? That is far too long. He was accustomed to completing short dramas within a month. If pressed for time, working overtime could yield results in less than a week. The prospect of waiting 3 months was intolerable. He simply lacked the patience for such an extended delay. Qin Mingwei rolled her eyes. There's nothing I can do. I wish it could be faster, but with such limited funds, there's little motivation for the crew. If the budget were higher, we could expedite the process. Lin Zun inquired. What is the total investment for this film? Qin Mingwei raised 3 fingers, 3 million, 1.5 million for filming, 1 million for post-production, and another 500,000 for promotional expenses. Lin Zun frowned. So little? In my recollection, Films typically require investments in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even low-budget films tend to exceed 10 million effortlessly. The most notorious example being a film devoid of special effects or technical merit, which boldly claimed an investment of over 300 million. The budget for this film is merely 3 million. How disheartening. I can hardly fathom it. Qin Mingwei chuckled helplessly. I too wish to secure more funding. In the past, attracting several million in investments was rather effortless. However, ever since I acquired the rather unfortunate title of Crane Top Red, no one is willing to invest in me. This 3 million was painstakingly saved through frugality. If this endeavor fails, I shall have no choice but to return and inherit a vast fortune. Listen to her plight. It is truly pitiful. Lin Zun felt a strong urge to help her realize her aspirations. She must not be allowed to live too comfortably. If I were to invest in your film, could you expedite the production process? Qin Mingyue was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with surprise. The individual before her was undoubtedly affluent. She was uncertain of the exact amount of his wealth, but anyone who could casually produce the keys to a Bentley must possess assets in the millions. Surely, parting with a couple $100,000 should not pose a problem. Clearing her throat, she straightened up, adopting a serious negotiating posture. Mr. Lin, if you are willing to invest, we can certainly accelerate the production timeline while simultaneously enhancing the quality. However, the amount we require is not insignificant. Lin Zun raised a finger. 1 million. Qin Mingyue's eyes lit up. In that case, we could advance the premiere by half a month. An additional 100,000. Her eyes sparkled even brighter. I could move it up by an entire month. Another 100,000. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, esteemed benefactor, I can hasten it by another 10 days. It will undoubtedly be released within 50 days. As Lin Zun insisted on increasing the budget, Qin Mingyue grew anxious and promptly pressed his hand down. That's enough. I cannot allocate any more. This is already my limit. No matter how quickly we proceed, it will compromise the quality of the film. Please, spare me. Lin Zun relented. Very well, we shall settle on 3 million. However, I expect the film to be released within 50 days. Qin Mingyue immediately saluted. I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Subsequently, they discussed various collaboration details and signed a contract, after which Lin Zun transferred the funds. Observing the additional money in her account, Qin Mingyue beamed with delight. Gripping Lin Zun's hand tightly, Mr. Lin, collaborating with you is truly exhilarating. Unlike those miserly individuals like Yi Qing, who act as if parting with $1 million or $2 million would cost them their lives. Such a lack of masculinity. Lin Zun chuckled inwardly. Recognizing that she had already swindled them out of millions, no wonder they hesitated to invest further. It was only he, with an abundance of wealth, who wished to exchange cash for efficiency. He was eager to discover the extent of the resentment his portrayal of the feathered serpent deity would evoke upon its release. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration. Feel free to reach out if needed. Qin Mingwei hurried off, wasting no time. Later that afternoon, a call from Yi Qing came through, laden with reproach. Lin, my brother, I must ask, how did you end up entangled with that woman, Qin Mingyue? Not only are you filming with her, but you've also invested money. Is this not absurd? Lin Zun understood the concern behind the words and replied with a smile. I primarily wish to test the waters, as I intend to venture into the film industry sooner or later. There is no need to collaborate with her. She is indeed the epitome of peril in the industry, bringing doom to anyone who crosses her path. Lin Zun chuckled. It's of no concern. It's merely 3 million. I've recouped that from the short films. Primarily, I believe in Qin Mingyue's capabilities. She is diligent and responsible, hence my support. Furthermore, I have confidence in this film. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Just be more cautious next time. Yi Qing remarked, shifting the conversation to the medicinal liquor, exclaiming its remarkable effects that have significantly enhanced his strength. He promised to procure some more for Lin Zun when the opportunity arises, to which Lin Zun readily agreed. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoshui, Xiao Weiwei, and others called, expressing their concern regarding his collaboration with Qin Mingyue, fearing he might squander his money. They urged him to reconsider, but Lin Zun deftly brushed off their worries. To them, money held paramount importance, yet to him, strength was the true essence. Trading money for power is worthwhile. Lin Ge, when are you free in the next few days? The third installment of Dragon King Returns to Avenges set to commence filming. Qin Xiaoshui inquired over the phone. Indeed, the third part of Dragon King Returns to Avenges underway. Although the first 2 installments left many in dire straits, the skeptics will be more cautious this time. Nonetheless, The release of the third part still holds the potential for profit. Thus, following the explosive success of the second part, the quick-witted Qian Xiaoshui promptly set about finding a scriptwriter and assembling the production team. The storyline unfolds as such due to the tyrannical misdeeds of the Zhao family patriarch, who has committed numerous abhorrent acts. Three exceptionally gifted young individuals unite to form the strongest protagonist group to confront him collectively. Certainly, the conclusion remains unchanged. They were ultimately subdued by the ancestral figure of the Zhao family. Subsequently, the three individuals were transformed into women through a method of altering day and night, forcibly incorporated into the harem. Upon witnessing this narrative, Lin Zun was nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. What an absurd and melodramatic plot. Who could possibly conceive such a thing? Surely, it must be a jobless web novelist seeking to make a quick buck. In that moment, Lin Zun contemplated confronting the scriptwriter. However, upon reflection, realizing that he himself was on the verge of a breakdown, he pondered how enraged the audience would be. What an immense tide of resentment that would evoke. Thus, he quickly composed himself. Furthermore, with Qian Xiaoshui's assurance of inviting three beautiful actresses to portray the transformed protagonists, he acquiesced. Xiaoshui, I'm available over the next few days. You may arrange accordingly. Very well, Brother Lin. Let's schedule for tomorrow. The scenes are quite simple and can be completed in a day. Thereafter, Lin Zun, as was his custom, traversed back to the alternate realm. At that moment, dawn had just broken, the sunlight warm and pleasant, the air neither arid nor humid, and a gentle breeze wafted through, truly the finest hour of the day. Yet, he received distressing news. The southwestern border had fallen. Chapter 56, The Southwest Falls. A nation mobilized for defense. The Southwest has already succumbed? Lin Zun felt a wave of disorientation. He was aware that under the covert machinations of the leader of the Huangtian sect, the border would inevitably fall, but he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Indeed, Lin Xiaofeng spoke gravely. We have just received word that on the night before last, a peculiar and dense fog suddenly enveloped the southwestern fortress. This fog is toxic. Soldiers who came into contact with it experienced dizziness and profound fatigue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the army of Daliang seized the stronghold, advancing relentlessly, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage. If the court fails to dispatch troops to obstruct them, within a mere week, they shall reach our domain. Alas, what are we to do? A cloud of worry descended upon the crowd. Should we not flee? Before the forces of Daliang arrive, we could escape far away. But can we truly evade them? Is there any sanctuary left in this vast world? Moreover, should we depart, we would be rendered refugees. Would any place accept us? I believe we ought to defend the city, holding out until the court sends reinforcements to our aid. The assembly remained divided, unable to reach a consensus. Lin Zun lowered his head and inquired of Lin Xiaofeng. Have you prepared an escape route? Lin Xiaofeng nodded slightly. It has long been arranged. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, I wish to avoid leaving. Lin Zun understood her sentiment. The Lin family possessed vast wealth, amounting to several 100,000 taels, predominantly tied up in property and land. To leave would mean forsaking these assets. Who could bear such a loss? Furthermore, the Lin family encompassed thousands, most of whom were ordinary folk. Departing would equate to abandoning them. Who could find it in their heart to do so? Yet remaining could lead to total ruin. As the head of the family, Lin Xiaofeng was indeed in a difficult position. Lin Zun too felt reluctant to depart. He had only just established himself here. To leave would mean starting anew. At that moment, the old steward entered, bowing respectfully. Miss, young Master Lin, the governor requests your presence at the yamen for a discussion. Half a stick of incense later, they arrived at the governor's office. The heads of several other families were also present, their faces etched with concern, clearly aware of the troubles at the border. Governor Lu Tianbao entered, appearing more distressed than ever, his brow furrowed and his demeanor listless, as if he had not slept a wink throughout the night. After greeting everyone present, he proceeded directly to the point. You are all likely aware of the situation at the border. Therefore, I shall be succinct. I implore each of you to set aside past grievances and unite in fortifying our defenses together. The day the city falls will be the day of our demise. The forces of the Daliang army are upon us. Everyone here may flee, but I, as the governor, cannot. Should I abandon my post, I would face severe punishment, even bringing disgrace upon my family. Thus, I urge you all to join me in defending our city, for it is our only hope for survival. Master Li responded with a salute, saying, the governor is absolutely right. Our immediate task is to unite and defend the city. By combining our strengths, we may yet hold our ground. If we can endure just a few more days, the imperial troops will arrive to rescue us. Master Han added, indeed. We must defend the city. The chaos outside poses great peril. Escaping may not guarantee our safety. Remaining within the walls grants us a glimmer of hope. And we are not without the means to fight. Defend the city. We must defend the city. Those who hold the title of family head possess a modicum of insight. While fleeing may offer a chance at survival, it would mean sacrificing the legacies they have built over decades, even centuries. Who among them would willingly relinquish such hard-earned prosperity? It is only sensible to remain and strive for victory. One should not abandon their post without exhausting all possibilities. With the support of the esteemed heads of families, the governor breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Zun, saying, Young Master Lin, you. Lin Zun replied with a smile. As a citizen of Qinghe Prefecture, it is only natural for me to remain and defend the city. The governor chuckled lightly, with young Master Lin here. Our city gates should be as steadfast as Mount Tai, unshakable. The others also exhaled in relief, their brows unfurling. Lin Zun was indeed the undisputed foremost expert of Qinghe Prefecture, having vanquished more than a dozen masters of the cleansing marrow technique. And with a blood transfusion adept having perished at his hands, his accomplishments were well documented. Although he relied on the might of his weaponry, the results were undeniably effective. With him present, the task of defending the city should be considerably easier. The governor clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, On behalf of the citizens of Qinghe Prefecture, I extend my thanks to young Master Lin and to all the heroes present. However, a pressing issue remained. What should be done about the refugees outside the city? The assembly fell silent, pondering. After a moment, one individual grunted, What else can we do? We can barely look after ourselves. They must fend for themselves. Indeed, at this juncture, there was little room for compassion. We cannot afford to be overly sentimental. Most had resolved to abandon the refugees outside and prioritize their own well-being. The governor opened his mouth to speak, but upon witnessing the resolute expressions of the crowd, he swallowed his words. I believe we should allow them entry into the city, exclaimed Lin Zun. The governor looked at Lin Zun in astonishment, for those words had just escaped his lips. Lin Zun continued, If we abandon the refugees outside to the slaughter of the enemy, how will that affect our own morale? What if the refugees harbor resentment and turn to support the great Liang army? What shall we do? The crowd exchanged glances, some appearing at a loss. Therefore, at this juncture, keeping the refugees outside the city is not a prudent choice. It would be wiser to allow them entry, as this could garner public support and enable them to partake in defending the city, thus alleviating our burdens. However, the food supplies are rather inadequate. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. We do not need to sustain them indefinitely. Holding out for 10 to 15 days will suffice. By then, the court will undoubtedly take action and dispatch troops for reinforcements. The great Liang army, deprived of provisions, will naturally retreat. The prefect slapped his thigh in excitement and exclaimed, What you say, young Master Lin, is indeed true. I was previously hesitant, but your words have enlightened me. We shall proceed as you suggest. There were no objections from the others, for they could not conceive a better plan than Lin Zun's. Unless they were to eliminate all the refugees, they had no alternative but to proceed with this course of action. After reaching a decision, everyone returned to their respective homes to prepare for the impending conflict. Lin Zun also returned home to make his preparations. Upon arriving, he discovered the little princess lingering at his doorstep, her small face reflecting confusion and fear. Lin Zun beckoned. Is there something you wish to discuss, little princess? The princess gracefully approached, intending to speak, but realizing it was somewhat inappropriate, she swiftly bowed and then, with a sense of trepidation, ventured, Young Master Lin. I am aware of the situation at the border. Will you hand me over? Lin Zun was taken aback. Why do you say such a thing? The little princess wore a face of despondency. This conflict arose because of me. Only by surrendering myself can the wrath of the great Liang be appeased, thus halting the war and minimizing the suffering of the common folk. Lin Zun, caught between laughter and tears, responded, So this is what has been troubling you. You are overestimating the simplicity of the situation. Surrendering you would serve no purpose. Why not? The little princess looked up in astonishment. Chapter 57. The Battle at the City Gates. The ferocious advance of the great Liang army. At the outset, the war indeed stemmed from you. But now that is no longer the case. The borders have fallen, and the great Liang forces have invaded. It is a prime opportunity for them to achieve glory. What they seek at this moment is military merit, not you. Even if you were to be surrendered, they would not cease their assault. so do not torment yourself with such worries. The little princess's eyes brightened. Really, it is not because of me? Certainly not because of you. You are merely a catalyst. Your presence or absence does not influence the current state of the war. Besides the Great Liang army, he was also aware of a certain Huang Tian, a master of chaos, stirring up trouble in the shadows. This individual has no desire for the war to cease, and thus it will not. Enough of these thoughts. Lin Zun lowered his gaze, gently caressing the little princess's head, his voice tender as he said, "You are no longer a princess of Great Liang. You are my sister, Lin Zun's sister. I will never surrender you, not even to the heavenly king himself. Stay here in peace, and I shall handle all other matters, so you need not worry." As she observed Lin Zun's earnest expression and listened to his comforting words, a peculiar warmth blossomed within the little princess's heart. She had never before experienced such a sensation with her royal parents or siblings. A delicate, tingling, and reassuring feeling that she found herself captivated by. Upon regaining her composure, she noticed Lin Zun gazing intently at her. A blush crept across the princess's face, and an unfamiliar shyness overwhelmed her, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. Then I shall return to my cultivation. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. Go on. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. Although I have only recently begun studying the Zhou Tian Xing, I am confident in my ability to guide you. Yes, I understand. Farewell. The little princess hastily departed. Only after retreating to her chambers and securing the door did she release a sigh of relief, yet a sense of wistful longing lingered. Meanwhile, the entirety of Qinghe Prefecture mobilized. Streets were cleared, spaces were vacated, and the city gates were opened to welcome the refugees. Simultaneously, provisions and supplies from outside the city were relocated within the walls, lest they fall into the hands of the Great Liang army. Fortifications were reinforced, weaponry was forged, and the militia underwent rigorous training. In essence, a scorched earth policy was enacted in preparation for the impending conflict. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On this particular day, a messenger on horseback galloped frantically into the city. The Great Liang army is approaching. Lin Zun, the prefect, and others ascended the city walls to observe. In the distance, from the edge of the forest, a contingent of cavalry emerged, numbering approximately 500. They were clad entirely in black armor. Even their steeds were armored. They thundered along the official road, raising a cloud of dust. These must be the Xuanjia troops of Great Liang. Beside them, a person dressed as a scribe spoke. The Xuanjia soldiers are the elite cavalry of the Great Liang, numbering no more than 5,000. Each soldier possesses strength surpassing that of a formidable warrior, clad in armor forged from black iron, impervious to all but the most skilled of fighters. Their steeds are not ordinary horses. They ride the unique black-winged horses of Great Liang, which are 30% larger than average and possess remarkable speed and endurance, capable of carrying a rider for 300 miles in a single day. Typically, they form teams of 500, easily capable of overwhelming an infantry regiment of 5,000. They are a cavalry force that strikes fear into the hearts of their adversaries on the battlefield. As he spoke, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grave. At that moment, the Xuanjia soldiers approached, halting approximately 50 paces from the city gate, their gaze fixed upon it. The commanding general, standing 7 feet tall with a square face, dark complexion, and a bushy beard, brandished a halberd in one hand as he rode forth. His voice resounding with authority, "I am Pan Yu, the vanguard commander of the Great Liang Xuanjia soldiers. You would do well to open the city gates and submit humbly. Otherwise, the day we breach your walls will be the day of your demise. The day we breach your walls will be the day of your demise," echoed his subordinates, their voices a thunderous chorus, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. The crowd at the city gate became even more apprehensive, for they discerned the strength within those voices. Commander Pan Yu himself possessed the prowess of a blood transformation warrior, with over 10 individuals at the level of marrow cleansing and more than 50 at the level of organ refinement. The remainder were all warriors of exceptional strength. Such a small battalion can utterly cleanse Qinghe Prefecture. The Xuanjia soldiers are indeed deserving of their reputation. Can we defend this city? Anxiety pervaded the crowd, and a sense of confusion and fear regarding the future lingered. The governor shared their trepidation, although visibly frightened, under the scrutiny of the onlookers. He mustered the courage to step forward and proclaimed, "I am Lu Tianbao, the governor of Qinghe Prefecture. You, soldiers of the Great Liang, have trespassed upon the territory of our great Song. Considering that you have yet to harm anyone, I urge you to retreat swiftly, and I shall hold no grudge." Otherwise, you shall find no return." The Xuanjia soldiers exchanged glances and burst into laughter, seemingly mocking the governor's audacity. "It appears you are unwilling to negotiate?" Pan Yu forcefully swung his halberd and bellowed, "Where are the 10 vanguard generals?" From among the cavalry emerged 10 formidable warriors, leaping from their mounts to stand before Pan Yu, clasping their hands in salute, in unison declaring, "We are here." Pan Yu raised his halberd, pointing towards the distant city gate, and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby command you to ascend the city walls, open the gates, and allow my troops to enter and overwhelm Qinghe Prefecture. We shall obey the command." They turned and charged fiercely towards the city gates. The battle commenced, and the governor panicked, hastily retreating behind Lin Zun, shouting, "They are coming! Quickly, fire arrows for me! Shoot them down!" With a flurry of arrows raining down, and stones hurled from the city walls, neither the arrows nor the stones inflicted any harm upon the 10 generals. They were so indifferent that they boldly charged forward. Pan Yu, the commander, laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "A mere shower of arrows! How can it possibly hinder the illustrious 10 vanguard?" Clad in dark armor and having mastered protective techniques, they were impervious to blades and arrows alike. Once they ascended the city gates, it would be the moment of demise for you all. These words dampened the spirits of many. The governor, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What shall we do?" He instinctively turned to Lin Zun. In such dire circumstances, he seemed to be the only one capable of resolving the crisis. Lin Zun did not disappoint. With a tranquil smile, he reassured, "Governor, do not panic. Everyone, remain calm. Although these 10 individuals appear formidable, many have met their end at my hands. Grant me 10 breaths of time, and I shall ensure they return no more." "Is that truly possible?" The governor's eyes sparkled with hope. "Have I ever let you down?" Like a magician, Lin Zun produced 2 desert eagles in his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 58. Let us harm one another. The resounding booms of gunfire echoed across the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Pan Yu, who had been laughing uproariously, witnessed the figures of the 10 vanguard, charging towards the city gates, tremble violently before collapsing one after another, blood gushing from their heads and staining the ground red. What would have happened to them? Could they be dead? The armored soldiers were thrown into disarray, their eyes filled with horror. Even the horses beneath them grew restless, stamping their hooves and retreating. Meanwhile, those atop the city tower gazed at Lin Zun with awe, though it was not the first time witnessing his prowess. Each display left them utterly astounded. 10 experts of the washing marrow realm, clad in mysterious armor and adept in the art of protective techniques, were swiftly brought to their knees upon a mere encounter, an unsettling sight that sent chills down the spine. Lin Zun exhaled gently into the slightly heated barrel of his weapon, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, esteemed ones, as long as I am here, they shall not cross even a step beyond the thunder pool." "Thank you, young Master Lin." The crowd echoed in unison, their trepidation alleviated, and laughter bubbled forth. At that moment, Pan Yu's gaze fell upon Lin Zun atop the city tower, as well as the peculiar weapon in his grasp. Just moments ago, his valiant vanguard of 10 had perished at the hands of this individual, struck down from a considerable distance by that strange armament. Observing the lifeless bodies of the vanguard, Pan Yu's heart ached with sorrow. These men were his most trusted generals, painstakingly nurtured over the years, each having contributed immensely to his cause. To see them fall without even encountering the enemy was a monumental loss. Even if he were to conquer Qinghe Prefecture, such a loss could never be rectified. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face the ire of the general. In a fit of fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Zun atop the tower and bellowed, "Archers, take aim. Shoot that man above to avenge our vanguard." "Yes, Commander." This elite battalion of armored soldiers, specially trained, excelled not only in cavalry charges but also in archery. At the command, they swiftly lowered their bows and aimed at the figure atop the tower. The prefect was alarmed and shouted, "Shield bearers, to the front." "Yes, my lord." With a whoosh, arrows rained down, but this time, the onslaught was directed from outside the city towards the tower. As the principal architect behind the demise of the 10 vanguard generals, Lin Zun found himself the target of a relentless barrage of arrows. Out of the 10 projectiles, 7 or 8 were aimed directly at his head, a veritable storm of lethal intent. "Young Master Lin, perhaps it would be prudent to take cover for the time being," urged the governor, seeking refuge behind a shield. Lin Zun chuckled lightly. "It is of no concern. This rain of arrows poses no threat to me." Under the expansive reach of his spiritual awareness, he could discern the trajectory of each arrow with remarkable clarity, allowing him to evade them with utmost ease. However, evasion was not in his nature. His ethos was rooted in aggression. Attack, attack, and attack again. He believed in offense as a form of defense. Determined to annihilate his foes entirely, he opened a large box beside him, retrieving a firearm. This was the MP5 submachine gun, a weapon meticulously crafted for the battlefield. Boasting an effective range of 150 to 200 meters and a theoretical firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, an instrument of sheer terror. To wield such a weapon against ancient cavalry was akin to a dimensional assault. You shoot at me, and I shall return fire. Let us engage in mutual destruction. With the submachine gun hoisted, Lin Zun unleashed a torrent of fire upon the ranks below. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from the ranks of the armored soldiers. Every shot found its mark upon the heads of the adversaries, striking eyes, noses, or mouths, hitting the most vulnerable points that armor could not shield. In a single volley, he incapacitated or fatally wounded over 90 men, with scarcely a bullet wasted. Panyu, observing the carnage, felt a surge of rage, shouting, "Get out of the way. You must take cover." Huh, can you truly evade this? Lin Zun had already reloaded his magazine, preparing for a second wave of annihilation. Da-da-da. Another contingent has been vanquished. The garrison atop the city walls is filled with profound admiration for Lin Zun. Behold the dreaded Xuanjia soldiers below, who, in his hands, are as easily felled as chives. A multitude of them eradicated in the blink of an eye. At this rate, it may not take even the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before the Xuanjia soldiers beneath the city walls are entirely annihilated. The prowess of young Master Lin is truly beyond our reach. With young Master Lin and others like him, we can rest easy below the city walls. Panyu seethed with fury. He had led his troops here with great effort, rushing day and night, only to lose half his men before even reaching the city gates. If this continued, he would not even need to fight. He might as well commit suicide on the spot to avoid the shame of returning. Alas, I shall slay you. Panyu spurred his horse forward, intent on tearing Lin Zun limb from limb. Lin Zun promptly handed the submachine gun in his hands to Lin Xiaofeng. You deal with the cavalry. I will deal with Panyu. Lin Xiaofeng was initially taken aback, but then eagerly accepted the submachine gun. No problem, watch me. After a brief examination, she began to fire. Lin Zun then embraced his most cherished Barrett. Commander Panyu, I shall send you on your way. Bang. The bullet was discharged. Panyu, sensing the danger, swiftly dodged. Bang, bang. Lin Zun fired several more shots, sealing off all avenues of escape. Panyu could no longer evade. Resplendent blood blossoms bloomed on his body, exceptionally alluring and beautiful. Even the indestructible armor was pierced with several holes. His steed, too, was struck, collapsing to the ground with a mournful cry. Ah, what manner of weapon is this? So terrifying. Struck with utter dismay, Panyu collapsed to the earth. Despite his extensive travels and broad experience, he had never before witnessed such a terrifying weapon, one capable of slaying a man from dozens of yards away with such velocity that even a master of blood exchange could not evade it. Its power was astonishing, piercing clean through his armor. As long as this adversary remained, wielding that dreadful instrument, victory was unattainable. His sole thought now was escape. Preserve the foundation, and all can be rebuilt. Fellow soldiers, disengage. Retreat. He abandoned his expiring steed, fleeing ignominiously. Lin Zun pursued, firing relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. While others might escape, Panyu was destined to remain. Even the Messiah himself could not alter this. Under such ferocious assault, Commander Panyu finally succumbed, slain by Lin Zun's gunfire. Lin Xiaofeng, though less accurate than Lin Zun, still made significant contributions. Of the remaining soldiers, only a handful managed to flee. Lin Zun provided a parting volley. To perish by the Barrett, sharing the fate of your commander, is a fitting end for you all. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 59. The enemy's might demands preparation for astral projection. After a brief interlude, Lin Zun ceased firing. Young Master Lin, what is the situation? Prefect Lu Tianbao inquired on behalf of the group, his voice laden with anticipation. Lin Zun smiled faintly. The enemy has been utterly vanquished. We may now open the city gates, clear the battlefield, and claim our spoils. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. We have triumphed. We have defended Qinghe Prefecture. We are safe. Following the dissipation of their elation, the governor, accompanied by his entourage, stood in orderly formation before Lin Zun. With utmost respect, they bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. We extend our sincere appreciation to young Master Lin. Lin Zun, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood tall and proud. Accepting the accolades of the crowd, Lin Xiaofeng stood beside Lin Zun, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, filled with admiration and affection. In the distance, Princess Liang Yuxiu, leaning against the doorway, secretly gazed at Lin Zun's imposing figure, her eyes lost in reverie. As the war concluded, everyone sprang into action, clearing the battlefield. The possessions of the great Liang soldiers were stripped from their bodies, and their corpses were piled together for burning. The collected wealth was set aside for distribution as rewards based on merit, while the salvaged armor and weaponry were handed over to the government. These items were considered strategic resources, forbidden for private ownership, and highly valued by the imperial court. Donating them would undoubtedly result in royal commendation. As for the war horses, the deceased ones were divided among the people for consumption. The surviving horses were also to be distributed. Lin Zun, having made the greatest contribution, received the largest share of the horses. However, unable to accommodate them all, he kept a few and relinquished the rest to several prominent local families, who compensated him with money. It was essential not to retain all the war horses, leaving several dozen for the governor to present to the imperial court. This practice seemed commonplace. Executed with practiced ease, Lin Zun watched in astonishment, openly admitting that he had learned something new. After a day of relentless activity, night fell. At the Ascendancy Pavilion, Governor Liu Tianbao hosted a celebratory banquet, honoring Lin Zun and the esteemed heads of various families. During the feast, he exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, "Today, I am truly overjoyed. The armored troops of the great Liang have arrived. Initially, I believed that our city would face destruction and death, and I had prepared myself for sacrifice. However, to my astonishment, young Master Lin turned the tide single-handedly, annihilating the entire armored force and safeguarding our Qinghe prefecture. He is indeed our benefactor, as well as the benefactor of all the citizens of Qinghe. Let us raise our glasses in honor of young Master Lin." Upon hearing this, the crowd lifted their cups high. "Young Master Lin, please." Lin Zun stood up to return the gesture. "The esteemed governor is too kind. Everyone is too courteous, please." After a few rounds of wine, the banquet grew lively. After all, we had just emerged victorious, and spirits were high. Even past grievances could be temporarily set aside. As cups clinked together and casual conversations ensued. Although we have claimed victory in this battle, we must remain vigilant. Seizing the moment, the governor spoke. "According to the latest intelligence I have received, these armored troops are merely the vanguard, primarily tasked with reconnaissance. The main force is still to come, and we have a fierce battle ahead." Master Han laughed heartily. "What is there to worry about? As long as young Master Lin is here, our Qinghe prefecture will be as solid as a fortress. Indeed, as long as young Master Lin stands with us, victory is assured." After witnessing Lin Zun's formidable prowess on the battlefield, where he effortlessly dispatched foes as if they were mere obstacles, confidence soared among the assembly, and discussions on the topic became lighthearted, seemingly dismissing the threat of the great Liang. Yet, what if there are innate warriors among their ranks? Someone cast a shadow of doubt. The atmosphere grew somber. Although Lin Zun, wielding his formidable firearm, possesses immense strength, he has never faced an innate warrior, leaving everyone uncertain about who might prevail. However, tales of the innate warrior's prowess have been whispered since their youth. They are no longer considered mere mortals, but rather deities traversing the earth. Without comparable strength, inflicting harm upon them proves exceedingly difficult. Can young Master Lin secure victory? This is a concern that need not trouble anyone. The governor chuckled and remarked, "The innate warriors of the great Liang have already been engaged by our own. Thus, they can only dispatch warriors of the blood exchange realm at most, though their numbers will undoubtedly be considerable, necessitating our cautious approach." The governor's words resonated with everyone, who nodded in agreement as they continued to indulge in food and merriment. Despite the prevailing optimism, Lin Zun harbored an unsettling premonition. Should the great Liang army return, they might not be so easily managed. Even with a firearm in hand, he feared it may prove insufficient. Others might label him as a worrywart. Yet as an adept of spiritual refinement, Lin Zun chose to heed his instincts. He recognized the urgent need to enhance his own capabilities. Engaging in deep contemplation, Lin Zun identified three principal avenues for strengthening his power. The first was martial arts. However, he found himself woefully inadequate in this regard. Currently only at the bone refinement stage, making significant progress in the short term implausible. Thus, this path was not worth pursuing. The second option was weaponry. Presently, this avenue was also unfeasible, as the firearm he possessed was already quite formidable. To acquire more powerful firearms would require procuring artillery or grenades. Yet such items were not available even in Siam, with the black market strictly regulated. The third aspect is the refinement of the spirit, which holds the greatest promise. I am now but a step away from transcending my current state. A single stride forward would unveil an entirely new realm. Even when confronted with innate warriors, I would be able to maneuver with finesse. Upon Lin Zun's return to the modern world, he discovered that the accumulation of resentment was insufficient, leaving him still somewhat distant from his goal. Perhaps in 10 days or half a month he could achieve it, but he could not afford to wait that long. Thus, he called Qian Xiaoshui. When the call connected, Lin Zun directly inquired, "Are there any free channels for the first and second parts of the Dragon King's return, Avenge the Snow?" Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoshui replied, "Of course not. These two short dramas still possess considerable potential, especially the second part. Hence, I plan to release them on a free channel in a month to reap additional profits." Lin Zun insisted, "There's no need to wait. Release it on the free channel now." The short dramas are primarily categorized into paid and free channels, with the paid viewership being substantial. Yet the free viewership is even greater. Once his two short dramas are available on a free platform, it is inevitable that many will flock to watch them. At that point, his resentment would surely surge once more, and the hope for spiritual refinement would be within reach. However, on the other end of the line, Qian Xiaoshui grew anxious. "Brother, this is too rushed. If we release it on a free channel now, we will lose out on several million." "It's merely a few million," Lin Zun reassured him. "Follow my instructions, and I shall help you recover the lost revenue." Qian Xiaoshui was left bewildered. Why was Lin so frantic, unwilling to wait even a month? This course of action seemed devoid of any tangible benefit. Although he could not fully comprehend the situation, Qian Xiaoshui felt an intangible sense that this matter was of utmost importance to Brother Lin, and he could not afford to let him down. Thus, Qian Xiaoshui collected himself and smiled, saying, "Brother, your words seem distant. Is it merely a matter of earning a little less? It is nothing of great consequence. Since you require it, I shall take care of it at once. Await my good news." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." In Chapter 60, as the spirit departed, something remarkable transpired. It was unclear how Qian Xiaoshui managed it, but just 6 hours later, Lin Zun felt a surge of malevolent energy approaching him. He was filled with immense delight. "Excellent, just like that. In another day, I shall take a crucial step forward." In another realm, 150 li from Qinghe Prefecture, a formidable army of 3,000 was stationed upon a vast plain. Flags adorned the perimeter, prominently displaying a large character for Liang. Clearly, this was an army from the Great Liang that had intruded into the territory of the Great Song Kingdom. They had burned, pillaged, and slaughtered their way through, now emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Yet, this unruly force remained steadfastly encamped around a large tent. Within the tent stood a tall, unassuming man dressed in a general's uniform, his hair streaked with gray. He was Zhao Tianyu, the Great Liang general responsible for the assault on the Great Song. He stood in meditation, his eyes closed, as a faint white light emanated from him, enveloping his form like armor. At that moment, someone outside announced, "General, Commander Ding Lan has urgent news to report." Zhao Tianyu, still with his eyes closed, replied, "Let him enter." "Yes, General." As the curtain was drawn aside, a young man clad in armor strode in with great confidence. Upon noticing the faint white glow surrounding Zhao Tianyu, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "General, have you truly stepped into the realm of the innate?" Zhao Tianyu withdrew his energy, the radiance dissipating as he opened his eyes, offering a wry smile. "Is it really that simple? It has been 18 years since I reached the pinnacle of blood transformation. Throughout these years, I have diligently practiced without a single day of neglect, yet I have been unable to take that crucial step. How shameful. But what then is the aura surrounding you?" Ding Lan inquired, puzzled. "Any martial artist who ascends to the innate realm will develop an innate aura. This aura serves as a protective shield and can repel foes. It is a remarkable trait unique to innate warriors." Zhao Tianyu explained, "It is well known that to enter the innate realm, one must open the two innate meridians along the spine, the Ren and Du meridians, thereby connecting with the cosmos and becoming a formidable innate warrior. Both meridians are essential. Lacking even one is inadequate. Although I have remained stagnant over the years, I have fortuitously managed to open one of the meridians, allowing a small amount of aura to form within me. However, this aura is feeble, merely capable of self-protection, unable to manifest outwardly, as you have just witnessed. Now I understand. That is indeed impressive, Ding Lan said, her face brimming with envy. At the very least, you have taken half a step forward. With the innate realm within reach and your strength surpassing that of an ordinary blood transformation warrior, I am uncertain when I will attain such a level. Perhaps I may never hope to in this lifetime. A half step is of no use. Without entering the innate realm, one remains but an ant. Enough of this. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand and, fixing his gaze upon Ding Lan, said with solemnity, "You have come to seek me. What pressing matter do you bring?" Ding Lan's expression turned grave. Yesterday, Pinyu led 500 Xuanjia cavalry to clear a path to Qinghe Prefecture, yet we have heard not a whisper from them since. I suspect they may have encountered trouble. Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow. Not a single message has been conveyed back to us. Indeed, not a whisper, Ding Lan replied, his countenance serious. Even the scouts sent ahead have vanished without a trace. Thus, I hold grave suspicions that they may be in peril. If Pan Yu and his troops have been unable to send word, it surely indicates they have encountered a formidable adversary. Might it be that they faced an innate warrior? Absolutely not. Zhao Tianyu interjected firmly. If the Great Song could deploy any additional innate warriors, they would undoubtedly be dispatched to the main battlefield, where the stakes are perilously high and the outcome between our nations is determined. To remain here would be a gross misallocation of resources. Then you imply they must have fallen into an ambush set by the Great Song forces. A trace of concern flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Pan Yu is no weakling. The Xuanjia soldiers he commands are all elite. To subdue them entirely would require at least 10,000 troops, including blood warriors of equal strength to Pan Yu. It seems the Great Song court has reacted swiftly. Their army has already mobilized. Ding Lan, in a state of urgency, asked, "What shall we do now? Shall we withdraw? We cannot retreat." General Zhao Tianyu turned around and said, "The several innate seniors have already detained the great innate from the Tsang region for us. If we withdraw now, their efforts will be in vain, and they will surely hold us accountable. Moreover, His Majesty is in the prime of his youth, with grand ambitions for territorial expansion. Should we retreat, we will undoubtedly incur His Majesty's wrath. Thus, we have no choice but to advance." Ding Lan, with a pained expression, replied, "But we are outnumbered." "Do not fret just yet." Zhao Tianyu waved his hand. "What has transpired thus far has been deduced by me, but the true circumstances remain unknown. We must not allow ourselves to falter. At that moment," he continued, "I require you to attend to several matters. Please, command away." Ding Lan clasped his hands in respect. "First, dispatch scouts and spies. By any means necessary, ascertain the true situation of Qinghe Prefecture. Second, we are lacking in troops, summon reinforcements from other regions. Third." Once Zhao Tianyu had issued his commands, Ding Lan took his leave. Watching the retreating figure, Zhao Tianyu murmured, "I hope all goes well." This battle was of paramount importance to him. Not only did those above expect him to triumph, but he also wished to earn significant merit through this conflict, thereby securing the divine elixir for breaking through the innate stage from the court. Therefore, in this battle, he could only permit victory, not defeat. A day later, Ding Lan returned, brimming with joy, bringing good news. "General, I have sacrificed the lives of over a dozen spies, but at last, I have uncovered information regarding Qinghe Prefecture. There is no formidable army present. It all stems from one individual. The individual known as Lin Zun possesses a lack of formidable strength, yet wields a weapon of terrifying might, capable of claiming lives from dozens of yards away with remarkable swiftness, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. This weapon, which he has named the gun, has already claimed the lives of Commander Pan and the armored soldiers. If we can eliminate this man, the city of Qinghe will surely fall." General Zhao Tianyu, filled with elation, inquired, "Is it truly so?" "Absolutely, General. I would never deceive you," urged Commander Ding Lan. With a resounding declaration, Zhao Tianyu exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly, the heavens are aiding us. Have you prepared everything I instructed?" "All is ready, General." Zhao Tianyu exited the tent, casting his gaze towards the direction of Qinghe, brimming with vigor, and with a grand gesture commanded, "Onward, march northward. By this time tomorrow, I shall see Qinghe in ruins with not a soul left." Meanwhile, in the modern world, as an increasing tide of resentment surged within him, Lin Zun's eyes lit up with realization. At last, he was fully charged. The moment for the soul to transcend the corporeal realm had arrived. Chapter 61. The soul emerges, power amplified. Lin Zun swiftly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the torrent of resentment. Resentment. -1. 000. 000. With a thunderous roar, akin to the creation of the universe, his mind erupted, and it felt as though he had shed his physical form, breaking free from all constraints, taking a crucial step forward. The soul had emerged. A transparent figure, identical in appearance to Lin Zun, soared from within him. It floated gracefully in the air, exuding a majestic aura, resembling that of a deity. This diminutive figure represents the primordial spirit, a confluence of soul, spirit, thought, and will. The essence of spirit cultivation lies in refining this primordial spirit. It is the foundation of consciousness, my most complete manifestation. One must not underestimate this seemingly insignificant primordial spirit. It is the most intimately connected to nature, a superlative energy entity closest to the Tao. It possesses no weight, allowing it to traverse the air with unparalleled swiftness, due to its profound affinity with nature. When the primordial spirit exits the body, the magical powers it manifests are enhanced by 30%. Furthermore, it grants an additional life, even if the body is destroyed. As long as the primordial spirit endures, one can reincarnate, or even seize another's body for rebirth, thus living a second life. At this moment, the primordial spirit opens its eyes, gazing curiously down at the body 3 feet below. Viewing oneself from this perspective is truly wondrous. Previously, it had only seen itself in a mirror, distinctly aware of its vibrant existence. Now, however, through the eyes of another, it perceives itself as lifeless, motionless, a mere corpse. After playing for a while, the primordial spirit of Lin Zun returned to its corporeal vessel. The newly refined primordial spirit is quite fragile. Even a gust of wind or sunlight could inflict harm upon it. Therefore, many practitioners allow their primordial spirits to emerge only at night. Hence, the primordial spirit is also referred to as the Yin spirit. Only upon reaching the realm of manifest sanctity can the primordial spirit traverse the mortal realm without fear of danger. Upon its return, Lin Zun opened his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind unexpectedly swept through the airtight room, scattering the sheets of white paper strewn across the table. Behold! As he gestured towards the kettle, its contents swiftly dissipated, yet the chamber became rapidly humid, akin to a rising mist, ethereal and dreamlike. Subsequently, with a retracting motion, the vaporous tendrils coalesced into droplets, descending from the firmament to moisten the floor. Elation illuminated Lin Zun's countenance. Such was the mystical potency of a nascent soul adept. With a robust primordial spirit, the divine consciousness burgeoned, enabling dominion over atmospheric energy particles and minute substances, such as air and moisture, orchestrating their movements to conjure breezes, mists, and rainfall. In my nascent state, I am confined to manipulating the motion of localized microparticles. Yet, as my power waxes and my sphere of influence expands, shall I not command the elements themselves? At that juncture, Lin Zun comprehended profoundly why those who cultivated their spirits and achieved astral projection were revered as true persons or demi-immortals. For they possessed the ability to summon winds and rains, akin to deities, altering localized weather patterns and influencing the bounty of harvests. The populace of antiquity was fundamentally reliant on the heavens for sustenance. With such a true person capable of manipulating the elements, who could abstain from veneration? Thereupon, Lin Zun gently touched a nearby cup. Lo and behold, the cup levitated without support, soaring through the room at Lin Zun's behest. This was not telekinesis but rather spiritual infusion, a technique of nascent soul evocation. Upon contact, Lin Zun had imbued the cup with a wisp of spiritual essence. Consequently, the cup was perceived by the primordial spirit as an extension of the corporeal form, manipulated with the same dexterity as one's own limbs. As long as it lies within his sphere of consciousness, this cup may move at his whim. The power of an out-of-body practitioner often derives from this ability. Imagine, if he were to imbue not a cup, but a sword with spirit, an airborne blade capable of severing heads from 1,000 meters away. Who could possibly stand in its path? However, not every object can be endowed with spirit by an out-of-body practitioner. Ideally, the item should possess some degree of sentience for the spirit infusion to be effective. For instance, roots of trees, horns and bones from animals, jade, and various rare treasures are suitable candidates. Quality is also a consideration. If the object is too heavy, it becomes immovable. Given Lin Zun's current level of cultivation, he can only manipulate objects weighing no more than 10 jin. The quantity is unlimited, yet the total weight must not exceed this threshold. Otherwise, he risks losing control. With a swift motion, Lin Zun manifested 4 desert eagles in his hands. He intended to infuse them with spirit. However, each desert eagle weighs approximately 2 kilograms. Thus he could only imbue 2 of them. As he focused, two of the desert eagles soared into the air, performing a graceful loop before landing before him, their barrels directed forward. With but a thought, these two firearms could unleash their fury upon any adversaries that dare to confront him. At this moment, these firearms may be regarded as magical tools. Objects infused with spirit by a practitioner are referred to as magical instruments. As he accumulates more magical instruments, there lies the potential for evolution into magical treasures, wielding even greater power. Consequently, practitioners often select spiritually resonant materials such as jade or peach wood to serve as magical instruments, nurturing them over time into treasures. Yet, Lin Zun is different. His sole pursuit is raw power, which is why he has chosen firearms. In this manner, he is able to control 4 guns, 2 in his hands and 2 hovering in the air. 2 desert eagles could leave the blood exchange warrior in a state of utter disarray. What would happen with 4? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zun's prowess had ascended to new heights. The bullets could be imbued with spiritual energy. The thought crossed Lin Zun's mind that the bullets he fired could injure the blood exchange warrior. What if he were to infuse them with even more spiritual essence? To make them fly faster? To enable them to change direction midair? The mere contemplation of such possibilities set Lin Zun's heart racing. He promptly set to work, extracting 10 bullets, each suffused with spiritual energy, transforming them into magical artifacts. He then ventured into an alternate realm and aimed at a tree 10 paces away. Firing a shot. Bang! The bullet was propelled forth. Under his command, the bullet not only exited the barrel but continued to accelerate. The initial velocity of the Desert Eagle bullet was 400 meters per second, yet under his manipulation, it astonishingly surged to 800 meters per second, nearly rivaling that of a Barrett. With greater distance, it could speed up even further. The bullet struck the trunk of a tree, large enough to be embraced by a person, piercing through it and embedding itself in the wall behind. Good heavens! Lin Zun exclaimed. The power of that shot was already comparable to that of a Barrett, and he could simultaneously wield 4 Desert Eagles. It was akin to controlling 4 Barretts against his foes. Which warrior could withstand such an onslaught? As he pondered deeper, the thought of infusing Barrett's bullets with spiritual energy made Lin Zun shudder. Yet, his excitement was palpable. Chapter 62. You kill my people, I shall take your lives. At that moment, Xiao Chui hurriedly approached, her expression fraught with urgency. Young master, the governor has sent word that the Daliang army is advancing again. He requests your assistance at the city gate. Lin Zun nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, no problem, I shall arrive shortly. With the elevation of his cultivation to the realm of spiritual refinement and transcending into a true practitioner, the sense of impending danger that once lurked in his heart had dissipated. The arrival of the Daliang army presented an opportune moment to test the prowess he had recently acquired. He returned to his chamber, lifted 2 boxes, and proceeded outward. At the entrance, the little princess appeared, her expression tinged with concern. Lin, brother, please ensure your safe return, she implored. Lin Zun affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, do not worry, as long as I remain unscathed, the mere Daliang forces cannot pose a threat to me. Stay safe at home, and I shall return post-haste. With a gentle wave, the little princess bid him farewell. As he stepped outside, Lin Xiaofeng joined him, and together they journeyed towards the city gate. The governor, Lu Tianbao, had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Zun approaching with his weapon in hand, he felt a wave of relief and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. Governor, what is the current situation? Lin Zun inquired. The governor's expression turned grave as he responded. I have just received word that the Daliang army is upon us once more, this time with a considerable force of approximately 10,000. Situated just 10 miles outside the city, they will arrive within the hour. It seems they have indeed come prepared. However, rest assured, Governor, I shall ensure they leave without a trace. Lin Zun declared confidently, but they numbered 10,000. The governor exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Lin Zun smiled calmly. Sometimes, sure numbers do not dictate the outcome of a battle. After reassuring the governor, he opened the boxes, methodically imbuing the bullets with spiritual energy, readying himself for the imminent confrontation. Other clan leaders had also arrived with their warriors, united in their resolve to face the impending war. A full hour swiftly elapsed, and the army of Daliang finally arrived beneath the city gates. Though they numbered merely 10,000, a seemingly modest force, the sight of them gathered together was overwhelming. A vast throng, a veritable sea of humanity. Their sheer presence sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Moreover, these were seasoned warriors. Having carved a bloody path from the frontier to this very spot, the pungent scent of blood clinging to them. Their murderous intent palpable enough to disperse the very clouds above. Upon the city walls, trepidation began to spread among the defenders. With such a multitude, could they withstand the onslaught? Fear not, for we have young Master Lin. We shall prevail. Yet, doubts lingered. These were elite troops. Within a week, they had advanced to Qinghe Prefecture. Ordinary walls would hardly suffice to deter them. Could they truly hold their ground? As the conversation escalated, many felt increasingly uncertain, their eyes involuntarily drawn to Lin Zun, whose calm demeanor offered a semblance of reassurance. With young Master Lin present, surely there would be no cause for concern. The defenders scrutinized the Daliang army, while the Daliang soldiers, in turn, observed the defenders' reactions. General Zhao Tianyu, mounted upon a magnificent black steed, cast a sharp gaze over the city, his heart tinged with disappointment. For among the throng, none posed a genuine threat to him. His attention lingered upon Lin Zun. But his disappointment deepened. He had expected a formidable opponent, only to find a mere novice in the art of combat. Though armed with divine weaponry, it would prove futile against him. Despite not being preternatural, he harbored a formidable aura, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against him. This battle was assuredly his to win. Upon this realization, he urged his steed forward with a buoyant spirit and called out in a resonant voice, "I am General Zhao Tianyu of the Great Liang, dispatched to conquer the Great Song. You would do well to open your city gates wide and kneel to welcome us. Furthermore, bind Lin Zun and allow him to be at our mercy. Otherwise, the day your city falls shall be the day of your demise." His voice was thunderous, clear enough to traverse 50 paces, inciting a tumultuous uproar. The governor, struck with terror, mustered his resolve and retorted, "Silence. You are but barbaric marauders, invading our great song. And yet you dare demand our submission? Such audacity is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Allow me to inform you, even in the face of ruin, I and the citizens of Qinghe shall never bow to you." Cheers erupted from the crowd, their spirits invigorated. However, General Zhao Tianyu merely smiled faintly, an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. With a subtle wave of his hand, he commanded, "Commence the assault." "Yes, General." The Great Liang troops did not advance. Rather, they parted to create a path through which countless ragged and emaciated citizens emerged, bearing siege equipment, driven forth towards the city walls. The onlookers atop the walls were aghast. These are the citizens of our great song. They are being forced to assault their own city. What a cruel heart they possess. What shall we do? Witnessing this scene, General Zhao Tianyu chuckled softly. Though he was confident of victory, he chose this brutal method, as it would not only demoralize the enemy but also exhaust their strength, a dual advantage. Urge them to expedite their actions. Qinghe Prefecture must be seized before nightfall. Yes, General. A centurion rode forward, vigorously wielding his whip, striking those lagging behind with such force as to lacerate their skin. He bellowed, "Move faster. Any laggard will face my whip, even to the point of death." He continued to lash out, the victim lying motionless, blood pooling beneath him. A youth knelt, pleading, "General, please cease. My father is barely clinging to life." The centurion responded with another strike of the whip, "Spare me your pathetic pleas. Move on, or you'll share his fate." Under such brutal coercion, the pace of the populace quickened noticeably. Those on the city walls watched, their eyes burning with rage. Despicable. These men are beasts, lower than swine. At this juncture, the most pragmatic course would undoubtedly be to disregard the lives of the civilians being used as a vanguard in the siege. However, the prefect could not bring himself to such a decision, for these civilians were, without question, the very people under his governance. To turn upon and slaughter his own populace was beyond his capacity. He beseeched Lin Zun with pleading eyes, "Young Master Lin." At that moment, Lin Zun's eyes were likewise ablaze with murderous intent, this being his first encounter with such barbarity. The people were already suffering enough. Yet they were being treated as mere livestock by those in power, used as tools to fulfill their ambitions. The murderous instinct within Lin Zun was fully ignited. He suppressed his fury, stating, "Do not fret, everyone. We shall save the people and slay the enemy. Once they approach the city walls, I will intervene, ensuring the Great Liang army meets its doom." Thousands of besieged citizens gradually gathered beneath the city walls, distancing themselves from the forces of Daliang. Lin Zun no longer had any reservations. He drew forth his submachine gun and unleashed a flurry of fire. His target was the Daliang soldiers who were driving the citizens back. In the wake of that barrage, they were swept away. Cheers erupted from the crowd atop the walls. Young Master Lin, splendid marksmanship. In the distance, General Zhao Tianyu's gaze sharpened. This weapon indeed possessed remarkable prowess, akin to a volley of arrows. Any martial artist below the refinement stage struck by it would surely meet their demise, making it a formidable instrument of war. It appeared that I must intervene to eliminate this individual. The city walls would collapse thereafter. However, at that moment, Lin Zun brandished 2 desert eagles. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he aimed them at the distant Daliang forces. You kill my people, I shall kill yours. Zhao Tianyu felt an ominous premonition rise within him as he beheld the 2 dark muzzles. Chapter 63, The Annihilation of Daliang Commanders, a Divine Might Unmatched. Bang! Lin Zun fired a shot. A young commander to Zhao Tianyu's left was struck in the forehead, plummeting from his horse. Zhao Tianyu gasped in shock. Commander Ding. What has happened? The fallen commander was none other than Ding Lan, who had steadfastly followed him. Though he had recently ascended to the realm of blood transformation, Zhao Tianyu hurried over to inspect, only to discover that he too had been shot in the forehead, lifeless. Alas! Zhao Tianyu clasped his hands to his chest, consumed by grief. These 2 had been his most trusted confidants, bound by a profound camaraderie. And it was unimaginable that they had perished in the blink of an eye. There was no time to mourn, as he realized Lin Zun had fired again. Commander Qian, be careful. He rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Commander Qian, wielding a large machete to slash at the incoming bullets. To his astonishment, the bullets appeared to curve, evading his attempts. Suddenly, the commander behind him was struck, collapsing lifelessly. Zhao Tianyu stood there, bewildered, utterly at a loss as to why such a calamity had befallen them. Meanwhile, Lin Zun erupted into triumphant laughter, for he had imbued the bullets with a spirit, controlling them with his will, bending them at will, accelerating them as desired, targeting whom he pleased. Once fired, hitting the mark was inevitable. No obstruction could thwart their course. Bang! Bang bang! Lin Zun continued to shoot. The commanders of the Daliang army fell one by one, struck down. Zhao Tianyu desperately attempted to intercept. But it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as his commanders succumbed to their fates. In mere moments, the mid-ranking commanders of the Daliang army were entirely annihilated. Upon the city tower, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yun, a subordinate official, inclined his head towards the prefect, murmuring, "This humble servant perceives that Master Lin seems to have become even more formidable than before." The prefect clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is a propitious matter. A most auspicious event. With Master Lin in our midst, we can rest easy. Our Qinghe prefecture is secure." At that moment, with the mid-level officers annihilated, the great Liang army descended into disarray. Were it not for the presence of their general, they might have already fled in terror. All eyes turned towards General Zhao Tianyu, awaiting his command. Yet, Zhao Tianyu stood amidst a pile of corpses, silent and unmoving. Gazing upon the familiar faces now rendered lifeless, his limbs grew cold. These were his comrades who had fought alongside him for over a decade, sharing life and death. Never did he imagine they would all perish before his very eyes. And he could do naught to prevent it. He erupted in fury. He loathed himself. He detested his impotence. And above all, he detested one man, Lin Zun. "I shall slay you." Zhao Tianyu's eyes blazed crimson with a burning hatred. With a single hand, he seized a massive 5-foot-long cleaver, his feet pounding the earth as he charged towards the city gate, radiating an aura of overwhelming murderous intent. "Now it's your turn. Let us embark on this journey together." "So you may have company," Lin Zun said with a faint smile, leveling both pistols at Zhao Tianyu. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Tianyu, fully aware of the weapon's might, knew evasion was futile. A faint luminescence emanated from his body. Every bullet found its mark. Yet they only served to dim the ethereal glow, leaving Zhao Tianyu unscathed as he continued his advance towards the city gate. Lin Zun was astonished. What is the source of the radiance emanating from him? How can he remain unscathed after being shot? Lin Xiaofeng elucidated, that must be innate qi. Innate qi is a unique ability possessed by innate martial artists, capable of both offense and defense, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Just now, he utilized his qi to deflect your bullets. Lin Zun was taken aback. Does this imply that Zhao Tianyu has already attained the level of an innate martial artist? Lin Xiaofeng furrowed her brow. Presumably not yet. His velocity is only marginally superior to that of an ordinary blood exchanger. Were he truly innate, he would have been upon us in an instant, affording us no opportunity to discharge our weapons. Miss Lin, your assessment is astute. Desert Eagle having proven ineffectual, Lin Zun retrieved his cherished Barrett sniper rifle. So, he possesses innate qi, does he? He believes he can withstand my attacks? I shall employ the Barrett to shatter his carapace. With a resounding report, Lin Zun discharged the rifle. Zhao Tianyu, in mid-stride, sensed an impending peril. Danger. Extreme danger. He exerted his utmost, channeling his innate qi. The projectile, with the velocity of a thunderbolt, hurtled toward Zhao Tianyu's torso. With a sickening thud, it pierced through. The gossamer layer of qi surrounding him proved wholly inadequate as a defense. The bullet tore through his heart, leaving a gaping aperture as blood blossomed forth. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, clutching his hemorrhaging chest as he faltered to a halt. Lin Zun was immensely gratified. Truly, the Barrett bullet lives up to its reputation. Augmented with a spirit, its potency is amplified. Unless one is a genuine innate martial artist, death awaits all who dare to oppose it. Lin Zun discharged another round. With a sickening thud, Zhao Tianyu was struck once more, this time in the right pectoral region, the bullet traversing through and through. "Ah!" Lin Zun continued his relentless barrage. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu was riddled with holes. With a resentful gaze towards Lin Zun atop the city tower, he collapsed, lifeless. A pool of blood forming around him. The Liang army, witnessing this scene, was utterly dismayed. "The general is dead. Flee for your lives," they cried, abandoning their armor and weapons in a desperate retreat. The city walls erupted in cheers. "We have triumphed. We have defended Qinghe Prefecture." Lin Zun, sheathing his weapon, addressed the jubilant crowd. "Esteemed comrades, lend me your ears. The enemy's commanders are vanquished, and their soldiers are in disarray. To let them escape would be to invite future troubles. Shall we seize this opportunity to eradicate them entirely? What say you?" The crowd was greatly enticed by the proposition. One expert, his spirit stirred, exclaimed, "Young Master Lin speaks wisely. I have contributed little to this battle and feel a sense of remorse. Now is the perfect moment to strike and quell their arrogance." "Indeed, count me in," another added. "If I cannot fight on the battlefield, I shall find my satisfaction here. Brothers, this is our chance to achieve glory." The governor, equally impassioned, bellowed towards the city gates, "Open the gates. Pursue and annihilate the Liang forces." The city gates swung wide, and a formidable contingent of martial artists surged forth in a relentless pursuit. They returned after a night of relentless hunting. Judging by the smiles on their faces, their efforts had undoubtedly been richly rewarded. Lin Zun did not pursue the enemy for two reasons. Firstly, he lacked the leisure to do so. Secondly, all the generals of the great Liang army had fallen to his blade, and all their possessions now rightfully belonged to him. While he feasted, he believed it only fair to share the broth with others. Through these two fierce battles, Lin Zun expended a considerable amount of ammunition. Yet he also accrued a significant fortune. He estimated that he had made a modest profit of approximately 50,000 taels of silver. This realization stirred deep reflections within him. It was no wonder that throughout history, many have been drawn to war, for it presents a swift path to wealth. With sufficient strength, the harder one labors, the more one reaps. 3 days passed, and finally, the court took notice, dispatching a large contingent of troops to maintain stability in various regions, prompting the retreat of the great Liang army. "Young Master Lin, I have reported the situation in our Qinghe Prefecture," the governor announced. "Due to your valorous deeds in safeguarding the peace, you have received commendation from the court. However, as the conflict persists, the rewards have yet to be dispensed and will require some time." The governor visited to convey the latest developments from the court to Lin Zun. To this, Lin Zun remained indifferent. His actions were not motivated by the desire for imperial accolades, nor did he seek titles or official ranks. Rather, he aimed to remain true to his own conscience. Now that matters had settled, he could finally relax and resume his training, striving towards the pinnacle of excellence. With a fierce shout, Lin Zun propelled himself upward, his legs driving him into the air, soaring over 2 meters high. In midair, he executed a flawless 360-degree spin, forcefully severing a thick branch with a swift kick. Upon landing, he drove his elbow down onto 4 hard blue bricks, which shattered with a series of sharp cracks, as if they were mere bones. "Young Master Lin, catch." Lin Xiaofeng tossed a stone ball toward him. The stone, akin to the size of a wine vat, weighed around 300 pounds. Any ordinary individual would have been crushed beneath its weight. Yet, Lin Zun exhibited no fear, extending his hand to embrace it. Employing the principles of Tai Chi to dissipate the force, he cradled the stone against his chest and began to sway, causing the spherical mass to rotate within his grasp, ensuring it would not touch the ground. Initially, Lin Zun appeared somewhat strained, but gradually he steadied himself. After a minute, Boom. Lin Zun released the stone, which crashed to the ground, creating a significant dent. Lin Xiaofeng clapped her hands and approached, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Lin, on your remarkable achievement in bone forging." Lin Zun gently wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and smiled. "Indeed, after 2 months of diligent effort, I have finally succeeded. My bones are as hard as iron, and my strength has reached 1,000 pounds. However," Lin Xiaofeng countered, "it exceeds 1,000 pounds. Typically, those who master bone forging attain a strength of only 800 to 1,000 pounds. Yet, the ease with which I observed you maneuvering the stone suggests you possess no less than 200 pounds of strength. Young Master Lin, not only are you extraordinarily gifted in the realm of spiritual cultivation, but you also excel in martial prowess." Lin Zun secretly smiled, for it was not merely talent in martial arts that he possessed. Rather, he had subsequently adopted the supreme technique, the Great Sun Divine Radiant Scripture. By reinforcing his sinews and bones anew, his exhibited strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. If he were to enter a state of meditation and employ the offensive techniques of the Great Sun Divine Radiant Scripture, even seasoned practitioners would find themselves no match for him. Setting aside firearms and spiritual cultivation, he had acquired yet another means of self-preservation. Next, he would focus on refining his internal organs. This realm has hindered many individuals, and there are numerous aspects that warrant attention. Young Master Lin, please lend me your ear. I shall impart my methods and experiences in refining the spirit to you. Thank you, Miss Lin. Young Master Lin approached with an earnest desire to learn. Although he possessed top-tier cultivation techniques, the experiences of others held greater significance, enabling him to avoid many unnecessary detours. After his studies, young Master Lin returned to cross-reference with his own cultivation methods, pondering diligently. Ultimately, he concluded that this realm posed little challenge to him. With merely 3 months of dedicated effort, he could achieve mastery in refining the spirit. Thus, young Master Lin once again immersed himself in his training. Fortuitously, the 2 short dramas available through free channels once more bestowed upon him a substantial amount of resentment, an impressive 2 million resentment points. This advancement allowed him to take another small step forward. Having reached the second layer of the out-of-body realm, his spiritual essence had notably expanded. Originally no larger than a fist, it had now grown to the size of 2 fists, becoming increasingly solidified. Once I reach the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, it shall develop to be indistinguishable from my physical form, allowing me to attempt manifestation. The breakthrough in the spirit refining realm has bestowed upon him the greatest benefit, an increase in power. Previously, he could attach his spirit to materials weighing only 10 pounds. Now, that capacity has doubled to 30 pounds. This signifies an increase in the number of firearms he can control. If we were to translate this into Desert Eagles, he could simultaneously manipulate 7, in addition to the 2 in his possession, totaling 9. The destructive potential of this capability is unimaginable. Moreover, his spiritual awareness has expanded, now encompassing a radius of 2,000 meters. Provided he has ample ammunition, he could single-handedly contend against thousands of adversaries. Even innate martial artists would pale in comparison. However, when he compared himself to those of innate talent, he felt an unsettling uncertainty within. After all, those formidable beings were indeed exceedingly powerful. It was said that they could leap 100 feet in a single bound, cleave mountains with a single stroke of their blade, and shatter city walls with a mere punch. Their defenses were astonishing, impervious even to bolts from crossbows, akin to human-shaped missiles. Lin Zun, lacking even missiles at this moment, pondered how he could possibly contend with them. Therefore, he admonished himself not to become complacent, to continue his cultivation, for one day he would surely surpass them. Just as he resolved to resume his training, he noticed a familiar figure swiftly approaching him. Lin Zun stepped out of the courtyard and into a dimly lit alley. In the distance, Li Meier was perched atop a rooftop, hastily making her way toward his abode. Upon spotting Lin Zun, she was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly altered her course, alighting gracefully before him like a wisp of willow fluff. With a beaming smile, Lin Zun greeted, "Miss Li, it has been quite some time. What brings you to seek me?" "You," Li Meier exclaimed, her gaze appraising Lin Zun with astonishment. "Young Master Lin, have you perhaps advanced in your spiritual cultivation? Otherwise, how could you have sensed my presence so swiftly?" "I have not made any breakthroughs. I merely happened to be out for a stroll and chanced upon you," Lin Zun replied, weaving a casual fib. He was resolute in his determination not to reveal his true capabilities. The adversaries lurking in the shadows behind him were numerous. The valiant General Wang Zhantian and his son from Qingzhou, the soon-to-be-revealed leader of the Huangtian sect, and the emperor of the Great Liang, whom he had offended due to the little princess. Each of them was either immensely powerful or wielded tremendous influence. He must conceal his strengths, biding his time for a moment of surprise to strike back. At the very least, he aimed to eliminate one of them before revealing his true prowess. Wasn't he that so? Li Meyer regarded Lin Zun with suspicion. Feeling that he spoke not a single word of truth, this fellow was certainly being duplicitous. Miss Li, might you share the reason for your visit? Chapter 65, The Lord of the Yellow Sky reveals himself early, assuming the role of the feathered serpent. Young Master Lin, I have come primarily to inform you that our sect's leader shall manifest divine presence next month. Should you wish to witness this event, preparations must be made in advance. Li Meyer stated. Lin Zun, taken aback, replied, was it not previously said that this would occur in 2 months? Indeed, that was the original plan. However, circumstances have changed, necessitating an earlier manifestation. She explained. Why is that? It is due to you. Me? Lin Zun exclaimed, pointing to himself in astonishment. Li Meyer cast him a sidelong glance. It stems from your earlier display of prowess upon the city wall, where you vanquished the forces of the Great Liang. The Great Song, emboldened by this, pursued relentlessly, causing the Great Liang army to scatter in disarray. This has rendered the situation exceedingly unfavorable for our sect, and the leader fears a potential failure in divine manifestation. Hence the need to expedite the timing. Understanding dawned upon Lin Zun, and he nodded. Indeed, he bore some responsibility for this predicament. The leader of the Yellow Sky sect had initially intended to draw the attention of the court through warfare, thereby seizing the opportunity to expand the sect and amass 1,000,000 offerings for the divine manifestation. However, his interference had turned the tide against the Great Liang. Once the Great Liang was subdued, the court would swiftly turn its attention toward him. Thus, the timing for the divine manifestation had to be advanced. Li Meyer urged further. Young Master Lin, you have thwarted the leader's plans on 2 occasions now. He harbors a deep-seated animosity toward you. Should the divine manifestation succeed, he shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. It would be wise for you to conceal yourself. After all, while the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Lin Zun once again expressed his gratitude for Li Meyer's kindness. In the past, when he had not yet mastered the art of spirit detachment, she advised him to hide. Now that he had achieved this state, her suggestion to conceal himself seemed redundant. However, to confront the leader of the Huangtian sect, a meticulous strategy was essential. This opponent was an eminent master of the art, deeply immersed in his realm for many years, undoubtedly possessing a more profound foundation and an array of formidable techniques. Ordinary methods would prove futile against him, even if Lin Zun were armed. He felt it would be of little use. He might be detected the moment he approached. It seemed he needed something more substantial. Lin Zun contemplated artillery, various forms of it, such as rocket launchers, howitzers, cannons, and mortars. These weapons could strike from a distance with astonishing power, capable of demolishing structures with a single shell. Moreover, these projectiles often allowed for rapid-fire, area-effect bombardments. Lin Zun could hardly believe that anyone could survive such relentless onslaughts. Yet, acquiring such artillery through conventional means was certainly out of the question. Securing them through less legitimate channels would likely prove equally challenging. This time, he had no intention of making a purchase. In the southwestern region of Huaxia, in the Shan state, warlords frequently clashed, and it was improbable that artillery was absent from such chaos. Although the area was fraught with disorder and peril, having ascended to the realm of spirit detachment, he felt emboldened to venture forth. Lin Zun refrained from acting rashly and first took to the internet to investigate the situation there. Additionally, he sought to learn the intricacies of artillery operation. After all, acquiring such weapons without knowing how to use them could lead to his own demise, which would be quite ironic. At that moment, Qin Mingwei sent a WeChat message. Your scene is coming up. Filming begins in the next couple of days. When will you be free to come? Lin Zun pondered for a moment before responding. So soon? Hasn't the filming just commenced? Qin Mingwei replied. Isn't this what you requested, boss? You want the release to be expedited, so I must prioritize filming your scenes first, followed by the special effects. All of this requires time. Realization dawned on Lin Zun. Throughout the film, he had the most special effects dedicated to his character. Thus, it was imperative to film his scenes first to allow ample time for the post-production effects. Not a problem. I'm free over the next couple of days, Lin Zun assured. Then let us schedule it for tomorrow. I'll send you the time and location shortly, and we shall not miss each other. The following day, Lin Zun arrived at the studio to find Qin Mingyue brimming with energy, already bustling about in the early hours, directing camera positions while coaching the younger actors. Upon spotting Lin Zun, her eyes sparkled, and with her long legs, she swiftly approached him, playfully patting his shoulder. Good morning, big spender. Lin Zun frowned slightly. That title feels rather kitsch. Could you perhaps choose another? What would you prefer? How about Sugar Daddy? With utmost seriousness, Lin Zun replied, that title is acceptable. It would be even better if you could omit the first two words. Go to hell, taking advantage of me. Qin Mingwei playfully punched him again. The entire crew turned their curious gazes toward them. Who was this man who dared to jest with Director Qin in public? Yet, it appeared that Director Qin was not the least bit offended. Come, everyone gather around. Allow me to introduce someone. Qin Mingyue clapped her hands and called out loudly. The crowd quickly converged around them. Qin Mingwei gestured towards Lin Zun and introduced him to everyone. Before you stands this handsome gentleman, our film's principal investor, as well as the illustrious performer of the great antagonist, the feathered serpent, Lin Zun. Let us extend a warm round of applause. The room erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that their financier would be so youthful and strikingly handsome, nor could they have imagined him to be the embodiment of the feathered serpent. Lin Zun greeted them with a genial smile. At that moment, a young actor, captivated by Lin Zun's remarkable beauty, nervously stammered, Mr. Lin, hello. Although this is our first encounter, you seem remarkably familiar. I feel as if I have seen you somewhere before. Another actor interjected, now that you mention it. I too find you familiar. Indeed, I also sense a sense of recognition, and my knees seem to ache slightly. Qin Mingyue burst into laughter. Of course. You recognize him. Let me enlighten you. He is the actor who portrayed the revered ancestor of the Zhao family in the short drama The Dragon King's Return for Retribution. Does it ring a bell? The crowd suddenly understood. So it's him. No wonder he seems so familiar, exclaimed one. Indeed, no wonder my knees ached the moment I laid eyes on him. Mr. Lin, I am a great admirer of your work. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? The attendees were predominantly young actors with little renown. And within this context, Lin Zun was indeed a luminary. Thus, their excitement upon seeing him was palpable. Qin Mingwei quickly dispersed them, saying, all right, enough of this. We must prepare for the shoot. You all go rehearse your lines while I escort our esteemed investor to the makeup room. Lin Zun corrected. You just said 2 extra words. Are you trying to provoke me? Hurry up and come with me. He was led to the makeup room for his transformation. An hour later, the makeup was complete. Lin Zun gazed into the mirror, and his first impression of the makeup was sheer beauty. His face was coated with a layer of white foundation, softening the angles of his features with a sprinkle of luminescent accents. Viewed solely in terms of facial contours, he could easily be mistaken for a woman, and a stunningly exquisite one at that. His second impression of the makeup was one of enchantment. As his lips were painted a striking blue, his eyebrows similarly adorned, and atop his head, he wore a cascade of blue wigs, flowing like a waterfall. Additionally, he sported a serpent-shaped crown. The exposed areas of his neck and arms were embellished with scales resembling serpentine patterns. Altogether, he was a mesmerizing blend of beauty and allure. Difficult to classify by gender. Chapter 66. The Fierce Feathered Serpent God. So what do you think? Do you find it appealing? This look was specially designed for you. Qin Mingwei stood behind Lin Zun, patting his shoulder and smiling, evidently pleased with the transformation. Lin Zun gave a thumbs up. It looks quite impressive. Your aesthetic is commendable. Of course, my years of experience as a director have not been in vain. Now, let us prepare for the shoot. I shall explain the scene to you. Lin Zun's role was quite straightforward. He was to awaken from the coffin that sealed him and engage in a fierce battle with the protagonist group that had arrived. Throughout this process, he would utter not a single word, for he was the feathered serpent god, an ancient deity who deemed it beneath him to converse with mortals. There is little action or combat, merely a wave of the hand, a few evasive movements, or a spin while suspended by wires will suffice, with the rest left to special effects. Thus, the intensity of your gaze is of paramount importance. All your emotions, such as anger, fury, and disdain, must be conveyed through your eyes. Furthermore, there is the element of menace. Qin Mingwei became animated. Your aura of intimidation is simply unparalleled. I have scoured the entire entertainment industry and found no one like you. Therefore, it is essential that you showcase this later. It is the highlight of our film. Lin Zun nodded. Certainly, no problem. Just recently, I eliminated several hundred foes, and my aura of intimidation is quite palpable. Rest assured, you will truly feel it. However, I am somewhat apprehensive at the moment. Could you perhaps demonstrate it for me? Of course. Lin Zun fixed his gaze, then commanded, kneel. Qin Mingyue fell to her knees before him, her mind flooded with questions. Lin Zun quickly apologized. My apologies, I am accustomed to rehearsals. Initially frightened, Qin Mingyue then excitedly replied, no worries, this is precisely the effect I desire. Just perform like that later. Lin Zun awkwardly remarked, I understand. But could you please stand while we converse? Qin Mingyue. Once everything was prepared, they commenced filming. They began with some simple shots to help Lin Zun find his rhythm. For instance, a scene where he awakens from a coffin, slowly opening his eyes. Or another where he stands on a pedestal, with his back to the onlookers. Lin Zun's performances were commendable. Qin Mingyue silently applauded. That was truly magnificent. The portrayal of a divine being, majestic and haughty, is executed with unparalleled finesse. He is inherently a master of performance. Were Lin Zun aware of her thoughts, he would reveal that this is far from mere acting. As a transcendent being, he embodies a deity walking among mortals. Even the feathered serpent deity might find itself vanquished before him. Now, the pivotal scene unfolds, as the ensemble cast prepares to besiege the feathered serpent deity. Follow the choreography I just outlined, and ensure your movements are executed flawlessly. Understood? Understood, Director Qin. The group chorused in unison. That's good to hear. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mingyue added, be prepared, and do not let fear overwhelm you. The cast exchanged puzzled glances. What could possibly frighten them? They were soon to grasp the meaning behind Qin Mingyue's words. As she called out action, Lin Zun's gaze transformed, becoming icy and indifferent. A chilling aura of malevolence sweeping through the air. The entire crew felt the impact, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The cast was most affected, unable to stand. Their hands and feet sprawled upon the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. What an overwhelming aura of menace. Is this truly something a human can enact? I lack the courage to even draw my sword against him. Qin Mingyue called cut. Clearly, the prior performance of the cast did not meet her expectations. As Lin Zun retracted his menacing energy, Qin Mingyue rushed over, exclaiming, what is wrong with you all? Engage. Fight. You all lay down motionless. How can this performance continue? Director Qin, the main issue lies in the terrifying gaze of Mr. Lin. The moment he cast his eyes upon me, I felt utterly drained of strength. Indeed, that stare is truly fearsome, even more so than my spouse's. Director Qin, could we perhaps take a moment to recuperate? Qin Mingyue understood that the actors were not to blame for this predicament. She allowed them a brief respite before resuming. However, after several attempts, success remained elusive. Lin Zun voluntarily offered to temper his menacing aura to facilitate the filming process, yet Qin Mingyue disagreed. A remarkable film must possess unforgettable elements that resonate with audiences, ensuring its commercial success. You are my selling point, thus I cannot permit you to hold back in your performance. Ultimately, they resorted to shooting in segmented frames, with Lin Zun performing separately from the main cast, each group undisturbed by the other, and later edited together to form a cohesive scene. This approach proved effective. By the end of the day, Lin Zun felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, the crew members were all left breathless and weary. Working under Lin Zun's overwhelming presence was undeniably exhausting. It felt akin to stepping into a perilous industrial zone in the southwestern border, with the constant fear of losing one's very essence. Mr. Lin, how is it that your acting is so exceptional? That Mina, so it is. The crowd came to a realization. At that moment, Lin Zun received a WeChat message. Xiao Weiwei, are you filming at the movie studio? Lin Zun, how did you know? Xiao Weiwei, I am also here for a shoot. I think I saw you just now. Do you have some time? Could you do me a favor? Lin Zun, first, tell me what the favor is. Xiao Weiwei, the investor of my film is relentlessly pursuing me, like an unyielding leech, no matter how I try to refuse. He simply won't take no for an answer. Tonight, he has invited me to dinner, along with the crew, claiming it's to discuss film matters. And I cannot turn him down. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend to dissuade him? Lin Zun, my dear, this tactic is rather outdated. If you wish to pursue me, just say so directly without beating around the bush. Xiao Weiwei, what are you talking about? I am being serious. Shakes fist. Lin Zun, then why me? Can't you find someone else? Xiao Weiwei, no one else will do. Lin Zun, why not? Are you implying that you? Blushes. Xiao Weiwei, What nonsense are you thinking? The main reason is that among the people I know, you are the most powerful and influential. So you shouldn't be intimidated by him. Moreover, you are kind-hearted and always willing to help. Most importantly, you are quite handsome. Lin Zun, Xiao Weiwei, please help me with this favor. I will treat you to a lavish feast in return. I beg you. Cute kitten rolling on the ground in desperation. Lin Zun, sigh, you truly leave me no choice. Jie Gu removes his glasses. Lin Zun, time and place. Chapter 67. Young lady, please maintain your dignity. I sell my skills, not my body. As Lin Zun stepped out of the film studio, he spotted Xiao Weiwei. Adorned with a sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, complemented by long sleeves, she presented a picture of complete disguise. Yet, Lin Zun recognized her instantly. Her alabaster skin, radiant amidst the crowd, invariably drew attention. She, in turn, spotted Lin Zun, masked as he was, and with palpable excitement, waved her hand, exclaiming, "Over here. I'm over here." Lin Zun approached with a smile. Together, they were a sight to behold, a couple of striking beauty, eliciting admiration. Pointing towards the adjacent hotel, Xiao Weiwei whispered, "We're dining there. The proprietor and the crew have already ascended, but I lingered to await your arrival. Ensure your performance is convincing, lest our ruse be discovered." Lin Zun gestured in affirmative. "Fear not. I am a professional." "Excellent. Now, place your hand upon my waist." Lin Zun's countenance shifted abruptly. "Madam, I implore you to maintain decorum. My services are artistic, not carnal." Xiao Weiwei playfully landed a gentle blow, retorting, "Cease your nonsense. We are potentially under observation from above. Thus we must commence our charade immediately. We cannot afford to arouse suspicion." Lin Zun remained skeptical. "Is that truly the sole motivation?" Xiao Weiwei retorted, "Hurry. What is taking you so long?" With such an appeal, any further hesitation from Lin Zun would be unchivalrous. He extended his hand, delicately encircling Xiao Weiwei's slender waist. Drawing her closer, like a pliant doll, she leaned into him. Her complexion slightly flushed, and her body trembled ever so slightly. Lin Zun found himself at a loss for words. This woman was indeed sensitive, reacting to such a gentle touch. How could they possibly continue acting under these circumstances? Noticing Lin Zun's peculiar gaze, Xiao Weiwei's cheeks reddened even more. Thankfully, her mask concealed her embarrassment as she lowered her head and shyly suggested, "Let us ascend swiftly." "Certainly." The two of them strolled into the hotel like a couple. Guided by a waiter, they arrived at an opulent private room. Lin Zun surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the round table was nearly filled, populated predominantly by young individuals who appeared rather reserved, engaged in minimal conversation. These were likely members of the film crew, although Lin Zun did not recognize them. He had encountered them at the film base and committed their faces to memory with a sweep of his senses. In the entire room, only one middle-aged man, bald and portly, spoke animatedly, his words punctuated with exuberance. This individual was presumably an investor, as such affluent patrons often exhibited such bravado. Upon their entrance, all eyes simultaneously turned towards the pair. Xiao Weiwei and Lin Zun removed their masks in unison. Then, with a mix of shyness and sweetness, Xiao Weiwei nestled her arm around Lin Zun's and introduced him to the assembly. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Zun. We had originally planned to watch a movie together today, but a last-minute dinner appointment arose, and I did not wish to cancel, so I brought him along." The room fell into stunned silence as everyone gazed at Lin Zun, then collectively shifted their attention to the bald middle-aged man, whose expression visibly darkened at an alarming rate. Such a scene was familiar to Lin Zun, who smiled naturally and said, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Zun, Xiao Weiwei's boyfriend. I've been quite busy these days and haven't had the chance to visit the set. I truly appreciate everyone's care." Applause erupted as a bald man clapped his hands, feigning a smile as he welcomed them. "Welcome. You are both very welcome. Please, take a seat." Lin Zun calmly expressed his gratitude and, taking Xiao Weiwei by the hand, led her to two vacant chairs, demonstrating gentlemanly courtesy. He pulled out a chair for her to sit first before taking his own seat. Xiao Weiwei then proceeded to introduce him to the others. As Lin Zun had anticipated, the bald man with a beer belly was indeed the investor, Mr. Jean Fulai. He had originally started as a contractor and later accumulated a fortune exceeding 100 million through project bids. However, due to the downturn in the real estate market, he had shifted his focus to investing in film projects. The others present were crew members, currently lacking in fame, and thus required no further introduction. Observing the woman he yearned for, Engaging intimately with the striking Lin Zun, Jean Fulai felt a pang of discomfort deep within, jealousy brewing inside him. He inquired, "Mr. Lin, you are truly young and accomplished. Where do you hold a prominent position?" This question carried an underlying trap by asking where he worked. It was intended to elevate Lin Zun's status, making it difficult for him to respond modestly. Young individuals with a strong sense of vanity would likely boast about their prestigious positions. However, Jin's compliment about Lin's youth subtly suggested to the others that his capabilities and status might not be commensurate. A poor response could leave one vulnerable to ridicule. To this, Lin Zun merely smiled faintly and replied with utmost composure, "I am currently unemployed." "What? Do you not have a job?" Jean Fulai's voice rose several decibels. Xiao Weiwei, growing anxious, retorted, "My boyfriend is only 20. It's perfectly normal for him not to have a job. Besides, he isn't truly unemployed. He is an actor, quite renowned for his performances in short dramas." "Oh, I had no idea, Mr. Lin, that you were an actor. Yet, I cannot recall any roles you have portrayed," Jean Fulai said, his brow furrowed with skepticism. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. "Just minor roles, hardly worth mentioning." "Is that so?" Jean Fulai glanced at Xiao Weiwei, his tone laced with provocation, "But Weiwei claims you are quite famous." He continued, "She is young and perhaps naive, easily swayed by a few words, but I, as a friend, must insist on the truth." Lin Zun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "All right then, let me assist you in jogging your memory. Perhaps it will come back to you." Jean Fulai, taken aback, leaned back in surprise. "Oh, how do you intend to help me remember?" Lin Zun fixed his gaze upon Jean Fulai, his expression steely, and commanded, "Kneel." To everyone's astonishment, Jean Fulai, with his rotund figure quivering, pushed aside the chair behind him and, with a thud, knelt down. Jean Fulai exclaimed, "Huh?" The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow. In the midst of their astonishment, Jean Fulai found himself utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? Why am I kneeling before him?" Those nearby hurried to assist him to his feet. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Zun inquired, "Mr. Jean, has anything come to mind?" Jean Fulai awkwardly replied, "I still cannot recall." Lin Zun, feeling a surge of excitement, declared, "Then allow me to help you remember once more." Jean Fulai was taken aback and hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, no, no. That's quite unnecessary. I shall look it up myself shortly. There's no need to trouble you." At that moment, Xiao Weiwei's explanation finally arrived. "My boyfriend is indeed an actor. He portrays the ancestral figure of the Zhao family in this year's most popular short drama, The Dragon King Returns to Avenge, a villain who effortlessly dispatches the protagonists with a single punch and frequently demands others to kneel." The crowd suddenly understood, recognizing him at last. So it's him. No wonder he seemed so familiar. Among the characters in the short drama, the Zhao family ancestor left the most profound impression on me. He compelled me to kneel a dozen times. I have never been so eager even during ancestral offerings. Weiwei, did you two develop feelings from acting together? Upon learning that Lin Zun was a renowned actor, the atmosphere grew warm and lively. Yet, Jean Fulai's gaze towards Lin Zun turned wary. "This fellow appears somewhat treacherous. He is not to be underestimated." Chapter 68. Fear not. I shall not accuse you of impropriety. Jean Fulai remarked, surprised at how famous Mr. Lin had become. "It seems my ignorance has led me astray. Allow me to drink to that." After raising his glass and downing a drink, he casually inquired, "Mr. Lin, given your current fame, I presume your remuneration must be quite substantial? Please do not misconstrue my question. I merely wish to gauge the market rates, as I have also ventured into this industry and seek to make informed investments in the future." In truth, he was acutely aware that the pay for short drama actors was not exceedingly high. Ordinary background actors typically earned around 100 per day, enduring over 12 hours of work without much respite. The remuneration for ordinary lead actors is somewhat elevated, typically ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 per day. For more renowned short drama actors, the daily pay can reach between 8,000 to 10,000, rarely exceeding 20,000. This compensation pales in comparison to that of actors in the entertainment industry. The reason behind his inquiry was to provoke Lin Zun into revealing his own shortcomings, thereby allowing him to belittle and elevate himself in the process. "Look, after toiling for so long, you only earn around 100,000. While a mere investment for him could easily surpass 1 million or even 10 million. Isn't that far more impressive than what you, a minor actor, can achieve?" Facing Jean Fulai's cunning gaze, Lin Zun blinked in confusion. Pay? I don't receive any pay. How can that be? Every acting role comes with compensation. Sitting beside him, Xiao Weiwei, with a smile, interjected, Mr. Jean, my man truly doesn't have a salary. The company that produced that short drama is run by his brother, and he holds shares in it, thus he performed for free. Jean Fulai nodded in understanding. I see. So he must have earned quite a bit then? Indeed, he has, chimed in a young director nearby. I have been closely following that short drama. It exploded upon its market release, receiving overwhelming acclaim and countless views. To date, the combined revenue from both parts of the short drama has nearly reached 200 million. Jean Lifu was astounded. A mere short drama has generated such substantial profits? Lin Zun modestly replied, not quite that much. Mr. Jean, as a businessman, you should recognize that cash flow and profit are two distinct matters. Sometimes, cash flow may be robust, yet profits may not be as high. Our short play follows a similar pattern. The majority of the revenue is allocated for promotional activities, which constitute expenses and costs that must be deducted. When calculated, our actual profit amounts to only 40 million. From this 40 million, taxes must be paid, salaries disbursed, rent covered, and various other obligations met, leaving us with a net sum of merely 30 million. Consequently, when I share this with my brother, my personal gain dwindles to a mere 15 million. Jean Fulai could not help but feel moved. That's still a considerable sum. Having previously worked in construction, he had tirelessly traversed the industry for years, earning a mere 15 million. Yet, here was someone who seemingly, within a span of 2 months and through the production of 2 short plays, had amassed the same fortune. A pang of jealousy pierced through Jean Fulai, who claimed that actors in short plays do not earn. If they dared to confront me, I would not hesitate to retaliate. If Jean Fulai was so astonished, one can only imagine the reactions of others. They had merely regarded Lin Zun as a moderately famous actor, unaware that he was, in fact, a wealthy tycoon, having become a millionaire solely through 2 short plays. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. In comparison to you, I feel as though I exist in the realm of dogs. Amidst the praises from the crowd, Lin Zun remained steadfast, unperturbed by the adulation, exuding calm and composure. Just over 10 million has you all in such a frenzy. Imagine if I were to reveal my entire fortune, would you not be rendered utterly bewildered? Wait a moment. Xiao Weiwei, what kind of gaze is that? Your performance has crossed the line. Jean Fulai observed the obsequious expressions of those around him, and then turned his gaze to the woman he was pursuing, who was casting a lingering glance at Lin Zun, with a resigned touch to his nose. He felt a sense of defeat. Not only was this rival younger and more handsome, but he also possessed considerable wealth. How could anyone compete with that? Nevertheless, Jean Fulai was a seasoned businessman who had fought hard for years. He could handle both victory and defeat with grace. He lifted his glass and solemnly declared, Mr. Lin, you truly are a remarkable young talent. I, old Jean, hold great admiration for individuals like you. Allow me to toast to you. Lin Zun raised his glass in return. To you, Mr. Jean. After finishing his drink, Jean Fulai raised his glass once more. Earlier, I failed to recognize your stature, so I offer you another toast. Once again. Lin Zun raised his glass. Mr. Jean, please. After their drinks were consumed, Jean Fulai poured another round. Thus, they continued to toast one another, with Jean Fulai finding ever more reasons to drink. Internally, he gritted his teeth. If he could not outshine Lin Zun, he would at least drink him under the table. He refused to believe that this newcomer to the professional realm could possibly match his own prowess in the drinking arena. Lin Zun, on the other hand, welcomed every challenge. As a skilled practitioner of martial arts, he was unfazed by mere alcohol. In the end, while Lin Zun remained composed, Jean Fulai was left flushed and dizzy, his eyes swirling with stars. Swaying unsteadily, he waved his hand. I've had enough. I can drink no more. Lin Zun, ever the provocateur, taunted Mr. Jean. Are you unable to continue? How can a man falter? To his surprise, Jean Fulai felt a surge of indignation. Raising his head, he bellowed, Lin Zun, let us continue drinking. If I cannot outlast you today, then I shall take your surname. Bang, bang, bang. After downing 2 more bottles of baijiu, Jean Fulai finally succumbed, collapsing onto the table, utterly unconscious. With the prominent investor incapacitated, the gathering inevitably came to an end. Moments later, Lin Zun and Xiao Weiwei strolled along the desolate, silent street, attempting to dissipate the lingering scent of alcohol. Suddenly, Xiao Weiwei halted, turning to gaze earnestly at Lin Zun's face. She said, Lin Zun, I truly appreciate your help today. From this year onward, he should no longer trouble me. Lin Zun replied with a slight smile. It was nothing for me. If he remains persistent, just let me know, and I shall impart a small lesson that he will remember for a lifetime, ensuring he never dares to approach you again. Xiao Weiwei expressed her gratitude once more, lowering her head as they continued walking, her tone tinged with melancholy. This is the nature of the entertainment industry. Those investors either seek wealth or desire allure. In the past, I was unwilling to compromise, which led to my swift decline. Now that I have regained popularity, they are once again fixated on me. It is so challenging for a woman to navigate this path. Lin Zun felt a surge of sympathy, reflecting, Weiwei, you must have endured much hardship over the years, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Weiwei felt a pang of emotion, an impulse to weep rising within her. She feared not the toil itself, but rather the lack of understanding that often followed it. At that moment, Lin Zun paused, looking at Xiao Weiwei with sincerity, and said, if you truly wish to cry, then let it out. My shoulder is here for you to lean on. A flicker of gratitude emerged within Xiao Weiwei. Despite his usual antics, this man proved to be remarkably dependable in crucial moments. Should she embrace him, even if just for a fleeting moment? At that moment, Lin Zun pondered for a moment and added, it's perfectly all right. I won't accuse you of impropriety. Xiao Weiwei retorted, go to hell. In a fit of anger, she swung a fist towards him. Then, with a playful smile, she resolutely lunged forward. Lin Zun found himself enveloped in her tender embrace. Momentarily stunned. Just a jest, and yet you truly embraced me. At that instant, a soft voice emanated from within his arms. Don't move. I'm so tired. Let me hold you for a while. And don't overthink it. It's merely a hug between friends. Lin Zun chuckled. Rest assured, I won't misconstrue it. With a firm grip, the two shared a heartfelt embrace. Chapter 69. I want to portray Xiao Weiwei's father. Initially, it seemed that the matter concerning Jean Fulai had settled. However, the following day, Xiao Weiwei called to inform him that Jean Fulai had torn up the contract and withdrawn his investment. Lin Zun was taken aback. Could it possibly be because of us? On the line, Xiao Weiwei sounded utterly resigned. Indeed, it is due to us. This morning, when he came to withdraw his investment, he bluntly stated that he had invested in this production solely to pursue me. Now that there is no hope, he naturally wants to reclaim his funds. Additionally, after hearing about your success in the short drama market last night, he expressed a desire to try his luck as well. What a big boss, yet he cannot take a loss. Lin Zun cursed under his breath. Xiao Weiwei let out a bitter laugh. Yes, who could have anticipated his bluntness? He didn't even want to put on a show. Now that the funding has been withdrawn, the entire production has come to a standstill. Actually, the reason I called was to convey another intention. I hope you will take over this production. What? You want me to invest? Lin Zun was momentarily stunned. Xiao Weiwei hurriedly said, listen to me. I have read the script of this drama, and it is truly remarkable. The plot is filled with twists and turns, captivating and enthralling, which is why I decided to participate in this web series. Moreover, since I joined the crew, I have discovered that everyone involved is dedicated and diligent. The actors meticulously refine their characters, while the screenwriters tirelessly ponder over the storyline and dialogue. The director bears the heaviest burden, paying attention to every detail. Working from dawn until dusk, often sleeping on set. This is an exceptionally outstanding web series. If you invest in it, not only will you not incur losses, but you may also have the opportunity to earn substantial profits. Lin Zun pondered thoughtfully. Please give me a brief overview of the story. This is a 16-episode online crime investigation drama titled Heaven's Net, which narrates the tale of three protagonists solving cases together. In this series, Xiao Weiwei portrays a female forensic expert, while the other two young actors play the roles of brilliant detectives. The narrative does not revolve around romance. Rather, it is entirely focused on the intricacies of crime solving, presenting a very hard-hitting storyline. The story begins with the female forensic expert, whose mother mysteriously vanished during her childhood, leaving no clues behind, a profound regret that haunts her throughout her life. She is determined to uncover her mother's fate, regardless of whether she is alive or deceased. Thus, she diligently studies and eventually becomes a forensic expert, utilizing her connections within the police department to investigate the matter. Ultimately, after extensive inquiry, she discovers that her mother has indeed passed away, and shockingly, it was her father who committed the heinous act, unable to bear the pain of his wife's infidelity. Her father, who had always loved her mother, acted irrationally and brutally murdered her, subsequently disposing of her body in a most sinister manner. For years, This matter had been concealed with great care until ultimately it was discovered by his daughter. This web series artfully intertwines elements of crime, romance, familial bonds, and betrayal, presenting a narrative that is both tumultuous and captivating. Lin Zun found himself deeply intrigued after its conclusion. It is worth exploring, but one must first examine the authentic script. Approximately an hour later, Lin Zun arrived at the set of Heaven's Net is Vast, perhaps due to Jean Fulai's recent withdrawal of funding. The atmosphere among the crew was somber, with little enthusiasm for filming. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei entered alongside Lin Zun. Curious glances were cast in their direction, and the director inquired, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" With a smile, Xiao Weiwei replied, "Director Wang, I just shared a brief overview of our script's plot with Lin Zun, and he expressed considerable interest, hence his visit. Should he find it satisfactory, he may consider investing." The director's eyes lit up, his breath quickening with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? Mr. Lin, are you willing to invest in our production?" All present looked on with eager anticipation. Lin Zun addressed them directly, stating, "Allow me to review the script first. If it meets my standards, I would be inclined to take it on." "Excellent. Please come inside. I will fetch the script for you right away." Moments later, Lin Zun received the script and began to peruse it swiftly. The storyline aligned closely with what Xiao Weiwei had described, exhibiting a sound logic, meticulously crafted dialogue, and a moving plot. Indeed, it was a commendable script. Provided the crew performs adequately, earning a profit should pose no difficulty. This production shows promise. I am willing to invest. Is that true? The director leaped up in excitement, grasping Lin Zun's hand tightly, and exclaimed, "I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Lin. You have been an immense help to us." "Thank you. Truly, thank you." Lin Zun replied with a smile, "Hold on to your gratitude for a moment. I have a request." The director's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This web series was of utmost importance to him, a work he had meticulously crafted, and he would never allow anyone to compromise it. He could accommodate minor requests, but if it threatened the quality of the series, he would never yield. Lin Zun continued, "My request is, I wish to portray the father of Xiao Weiwei." Xiao Weiwei gasped, "Huh?" Clearing his throat, Lin Zun corrected himself. "What I mean is, I would like to play the father of the female forensic doctor in the story, depicting his younger self." The director blinked in confusion. Why would he want to take on such a role? It had minimal screen time and offered little room for performance, a role that was easily overlooked. If he were to choose, he should select a principal character to portray. However, when he glanced at Xiao Weiwei, he seemed to grasp the situation. The youth of today are all about flair. He felt somewhat out of touch with the times. In truth, he already had someone in mind for the role of the young father. Nevertheless, since this request came from the financier, a compromise was not out of the question. Given the character's limited screen time, just a few shots, it wouldn't detract from the film's quality. With conviction, the director declared, "No problem." Lin Zun smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration." Subsequently, the contract was signed and the funds transferred. The total investment for this web series amounted to 6 million, with Lin Zun acquiring Jean Fulai's share, investing 4 million. Lin Zun was quite agreeable. Upon signing, he promptly wired the money. The crew members were elated, expressing their gratitude fervently. "Weiwei, thank you. We are grateful for your efforts in securing this investment. Our project has been resurrected. You are our savior." It was evident that they attributed all credit to Xiao Weiwei, for Lin Zun was her boyfriend. Xiao Weiwei remained silent, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Playfully nudging Lin Zun with her delicate arm, she lowered her head, shyly inquiring, "You didn't do this for me, did you?" Lin Zun blinked, responding enigmatically, "What do you think?" In reality, his investment in this series was primarily motivated by the role of the forensic doctor's father. Upon encountering this character, he was reminded of the protagonist from Don't Talk to Strangers, who was similarly irascible and had tragically murdered his wife. Henceforth, this character became a nightmare for all women, remaining unforgettable even after 20 years. Was this not the role he had long desired? If portrayed adeptly, would not the resentment surge forth? However, Xiao Weiwei evidently misunderstood, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Zun before bashfully retreating. Chapter 70, Journey to Shishou, slaying the leader of the Huantian sect. Once he had concluded his affairs in the real world, Lin Zun hastily returned to the alternate realm. During this time, he had been vigilantly monitoring the circumstances outside. The imperial forces arrived, initiating the suppression of the Great Liang army within the realm. The Great Liang army retreated in an orderly fashion, yet left behind a scene of utter devastation. Numerous cities were breached, their wealth plundered, and countless citizens were displaced, becoming a burden upon the imperial court. To cite a nearby example, nearly half of Chisho, where he resided, had fallen, leaving over 1 million people homeless and destitute. However, Qingzhou was not the most severely affected. The neighboring Shishou, closest to the border, suffered the most, with its entire territory falling into enemy hands. 80% of its populace was impoverished overnight, resulting in as many as 3 million displaced persons. Due to abject poverty and precarious existence, instances of cannibalism had already transpired. Tragedies unfolded one after another. To this, Lin Xun could only sigh helplessly. 3 simple words in the history books carried the weight of an era. Therefore, the Yellow Sky cult leader will likely gather adherents in Shizhou, refining his spirit and manifesting divinity. If the Yellow Sky cult leader intends to embark on the path of divinity, he requires a multitude of believers. The worse their circumstances, the greater their need for faith, and the more devout their belief. His previous involvement in the two nations conflict was for this very purpose. With a multitude of refugees in Shizhou, there will naturally be more believers. Therefore, it is reasonable to infer that he will most likely manifest his divinity there, ascending to the position of true lord. A long journey beckons. Although Shizhou is adjacent, it is still 600 or 700 li from his residence in Qinghe Prefecture. Even on horseback, it would take him 2 days to reach it. Upon arriving in Shizhou, he would still need to locate the cult stronghold and make some covert arrangements, all of which would require time. After contemplation, Lin Xun decided to depart immediately. Thus, he bid farewell to Lin Xiaofeng, the little princess, and the others. Lin Xiaofeng was deeply concerned. "Young Master Lin, why must you leave now? The outside world is in chaos. Nowhere is safe. It would be wiser to wait a while until the situation stabilizes before embarking on your journey." The little princess nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Xun smiled and replied, "I cannot tarry. I have an enemy, and I have just learned of his whereabouts. He is hiding in Shizhou. I must confront him immediately, for I cannot predict when the opportunity will arise again. As for my safety, you need not worry, with a firearm in hand. I am no match for anyone but the most formidable of foes." Upon hearing this, both women felt somewhat reassured. Lin Xiaofeng nodded. "Very well, young Master Lin. May you depart swiftly and return safely. I shall instruct my servants to prepare a carriage and provisions." Lin Xun waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. Just 1 horse and myself will suffice." Lin Xiaofeng was astonished. "How can that be? Young master, your journey to Shizhou and back spans over 1,000 miles. The weariness of travel will be too much without proper company to attend to you. Truly unnecessary," he insisted. "I am more than capable on my own. Nothing can daunt me. My primary goal is to make haste. Should I tire, I can simply return to the modern world for rest. How liberating. How comfortable. Having companions would only complicate matters." At that moment, Lin Xun bent down to gently stroke the little princess's head and said softly, "In my absence, you must take good care of yourself. If you require anything, seek out Miss Lin. She will undoubtedly assist you." And, with that, he produced a firearm and placed it in the little princess's hands. "Keep this for your protection. This is merely an ordinary M9 pistol." It is not that Lin Xun is unwilling to provide a larger firearm. Rather, the recoil of a bigger gun is too formidable for the petite princess to manage, potentially causing her harm. This smaller weapon is perfectly suited for her, effective against warriors of the refining dirt level and below. As for those above that level, she can rely on her 2 bodyguards to handle them. "Thank you, brother." The little princess clutched the pistol tightly, her heart brimming with joy. She understood that Lin Xun's gift signified his complete acceptance of her as one of his own. "Very well, then." Lin Xun mounted his horse and waved at the 2 women. "Rest assured, if all goes well, I shall return in half a month." The 2 women waved goodbye reluctantly. "Take care, brother. Safe travels." Once outside the city, Lin Xun urged his horse into a gallop, continuing until nightfall, having covered over 100 miles before halting. Dismounting, he addressed his sturdy steed. "You stay here and take care of yourself. Eat or rest as you please. I will return to find you at dawn." The horse emitted a long whinny and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xun was not concerned about its comprehension, for he had chosen this horse specifically for its impressive stature and remarkable intelligence. It understood his commands quite well. With a swift turn, Lin Xun returned to the modern world, bringing back a large bag of horse feed. He then ventured back to the modern realm, gathered his belongings, and headed to the airport, boarding a flight to Yunnan province. His objective for this journey was Shan State, which borders Yunnan province. He planned to clandestinely cross into Shan State via Yunnan, subsequently seeking to procure some weaponry from the local warlords. The journey from his home to the airport, and then from the airport to Yunnan province, consumed over 6 hours of Lin Zun's time. Upon arrival, he promptly sought a hotel to rest, preparing to traverse into another realm and continue his expedition. This routine persisted for 2 consecutive days. At this juncture, Lin Zun had already entered the territory of Shizhou. The landscape was indeed desolate, marked by countless remnants of crumbled walls and dilapidated structures, with scarcely a single complete house in sight. Along the way, he encountered numerous refugees. Their faces smeared with dirt, their stomachs grumbling with hunger, their eyes gleaming with yearning as they gazed at Lin Zun's magnificent steed, swallowing hard, restless with desire. Yet, they dared not act, for the horse was evidently owned by another. To ride such a noble beast through the streets would either indicate immense wealth or signify a formidable warrior. Nevertheless, some remained undeterred. A group of over a dozen sturdy men approached, wielding farming tools, and positioned themselves before Lin Zun. Among them, one towering figure, standing at 8 feet tall, was particularly imposing. He eyed the horse hungrily and said, "My lord, we have not eaten for over 10 days. Our hunger is unbearable. If you could spare the horse, we would not trouble you." Lin Zun, maintaining an impassive demeanor, commanded, "Kneel." With thuds, the farmers, whose mental fortitude paled in comparison to his, collapsed to the ground, their strength waning. Realizing they had provoked the wrong individual, they immediately bowed their heads in supplication. "My lord, we were mistaken. We beseech you to spare us. Our desperation drove us to this course of action. We are truly sorry." While death may be evaded, the consequences of their actions remained inescapable. Lin Zun, with an impassive expression, drew forth his firearm and discharged a shot. Bang! This bullet instantly severed one of the ears of the hapless farmers. "Ah, my ear. I'm bleeding." They cried out in agony, their eyes filled with terror. Lin Zun reholstered his weapon and uttered a single command. "Scram." "Yes, yes, we will leave at once." They clutched their wounded ears and fled in a panicked haste. This display instilled a sense of dread among the other onlookers, who regarded Lin Zun with awe and retreated to a safe distance. Continuing on his path, Lin Zun unleashed his spiritual awareness in search of the whereabouts of the Huangtian sect. He had found it. In Chapter 71, he would attempt to smuggle himself into Shan State and procure weapons from the warlords. Through his heightened perception, he observed a secluded valley where a group of emaciated citizens were bowing before a stone statue, the very likeness of the Huangtian deity, the revered leader of the Huangtian sect. Once their devotions were completed, they formed a line to receive bowls of gruel. The distributor, a martial artist, proclaimed loudly, "Good people, this gruel is a gift from the Huangtian deity. He witnesses the suffering of humanity and, out of compassion, has conjured rice through his immense powers to fill your bellies. Thus, when you kneel and worship, do so with utmost sincerity, otherwise you shall receive no gruel." "Do you understand?" "Master, we understand," they replied, their eyes fixed on the steaming bowls, swallowing hard in anticipation. After consuming the gruel, they once again knelt reverently before the statue, reciting their prayerful words. For the more devout their display, the greater the bounty of gruel they would receive. At that moment, another warrior approached and quietly inquired, "How many days can the provisions last?" The warrior distributing the porridge replied, "If we are frugal, it can last for another 10 days. That won't be necessary. A week will suffice. After a week, once the leader accomplishes his task, we need not concern ourselves with the fates of these people." This was indeed a valid point, prompting the warrior to declare, "Then I shall summon a few more individuals." Lin Zun keenly grasped the crucial information. Within 1 week, the leader of the Huangtian sect would undoubtedly manifest his divine presence. He refrained from interrupting and continued on his way. Subsequently, he discovered several strongholds of the Huangtian sect. After eavesdropping and compiling all the information, he finally arrived at the intelligence he most desired. The leader of the Huangtian sect would hold a grand sacrificial ceremony in 5 days at Yinshan, gathering 1,000,000 incense offerings to refine his spirit and reveal his divinity. However, accessing Yinshan would prove difficult, as all routes to it had been sealed off, making entry an assured exposure to the Huangtian sect. Just then, a familiar voice filled with curiosity echoed, "Lin Gongzi?" It turned out that Lin Zun had been detected by Li Meier during his mental scanning. "Please wait a moment, Lin Gongzi. I shall come to you right away." After approximately half a tea's worth of time, Lin Zun saw Li Meier approaching on horseback. She got straight to the point, saying, Lin Gongzi, are you here to witness the leader's divine manifestation? Indeed, but I have heard that the roads to Yinshan are all blocked. It won't be easy for me to get a glimpse. Lin Zun replied with a wry smile. Li Meier couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Zun's intentions were not entirely pure. However, after scrutinizing him closely, she concluded that she might have been overly suspicious. He traveled lightly, without even a servant by his side, and lacked any weapon capable of threatening a blood-changing master. What could he possibly intend to do? Young Master Lin, please follow me inside. However, you must exercise caution and conceal yourself well. Do not let your spiritual awareness emanate. If the master discovers you, I will be unable to save you. As if fortune had smiled upon him, Lin Zun exclaimed, Thank you, Miss Li. The two rode side by side on horseback. To avoid detection, Lin Zun donned a black cloak that obscured his entire face. Given Li Meier's esteemed position within the Huangtian sect, she was second only to the master himself. Consequently, the sect members stationed at this checkpoint allowed them passage with just a glance. Thus, Lin Zun entered the Yinshan region with remarkable ease. Afterward, they ascended a secluded hilltop. Li Mei pointed to a mountain 30 miles away, stating, 5 days hence. The master will hold a grand sacrificial ceremony at the foot of that mountain. The area is heavily guarded, and entry is strictly monitored. Even I cannot escort you through. Furthermore, the master places great importance on this event and frequently scans the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Should any unfamiliar presence arise, he will undoubtedly sense it. Thus, young Master Lin, it is best for you to remain here and observe from a distance. Also, once the ceremony concludes, you must depart swiftly without delay. This is imperative. Lin Zun bowed respectfully. Thank you, Miss Li, I understand. Young Master Lin, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Forgive my absence. With that, Li Meier hurried away. Lin Zun watched her retreating figure before quietly shifting to another hilltop. Master Huang, I shall temporarily take my leave. In 5 days, I shall return to present you with a grand surprise. With a turn of his body, Lin Zun returned to the modern era. At this moment, he had arrived at the border of Yunnan province, with the Shan state not far ahead, separated by a wall of electric fencing. Crossing this barrier would grant him passage into Shan state. The night was tranquil, an opportune moment for clandestine crossing. Lin Zun changed into a common set of attire, donned a cap and mask, and after scanning the surroundings with his keen senses, confirming the absence of any onlookers or surveillance, he sprinted forward, accelerating rapidly until he reached the electric fence. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, his body lifting gracefully as he cleared the barrier with ease. The crossing was successful. After orienting himself briefly, he resumed his swift pace, moving with the agility of a cheetah. As dawn approached, he finally glimpsed a town. According to the map, this was the northern region of Shan, dominated by 5 warlord factions. The nearest was the Vaman United Army, boasting a force of approximately 15,000, engaged in all manner of illicit enterprises. If he sought artillery, targeting them would be the prudent course. At that moment, a young man with dark skin, clad in flip-flops, emerged on a motorcycle. Upon spotting Lin Zun by the roadside, he expressed surprise. As he prepared to pass by, he circled back and halted in front of Lin Zun, speaking in halting Mandarin. What is your surname, sir? You must be from out of town. I don't believe I've seen you before. Many in the area spoke Mandarin, as their ancestors hailed from Huaxia. Lin Zun responded with a warm smile. You are not mistaken. I am indeed a stranger here. I have journeyed from Huaxia, drawn by a passion for hiking and exploring the beauty of different locales, and I inadvertently found myself here. Did you come here alone? His countenance was etched with astonishment. Lin Zun inclined his head in affirmation. You possess remarkable audacity. The swarthy youth gesticulated wildly, his tone hyperbolic as he exclaimed, I must apprise you. This locale is fraught with peril. Numerous syndicates operate here, notorious for abducting individuals to perpetrate fraudulent schemes. Disobedience is met with the excision of vital organs. They harbor a predilection for ensnaring foreigners, such as yourself. I implore you, depart from this place with haste. Lin Zun demurred with a shake of his head. I am not easily intimidated, for I have cultivated certain martial skills. Ah, so you are an adept. That puts my mind at ease, the swarthy youth remarked, patting the front of his motorcycle. A guileless grin spread across his face as he offered, Whither do you desire to venture? I would be pleased to escort you. I have no particular destination in mind. Simply convey me to a place of interest. I am in your debt. No gratitude is necessary. We are kindred spirits. Lin Zun straddled the motorcycle and was whisked away by the swarthy youth. After a score of minutes, Lin Zun was led to a dilapidated bus parked by the roadside. Several indolent youths with flaxen hair loitered nearby, idly puffing on cigarettes. Their ennui dissipated upon the arrival of Lin Zun and his companion. Two of them brandished firearms and advanced, aiming them at Lin Zun's cranium. Alight from the vehicle. Cease your idle chatter, or I shall terminate you with a single shot. Chapter 72. Who exactly is abducting whom? The swarthy youth pivoted, a triumphant smirk playing upon his lips. Unforeseen, is it not? I am in league with them. I intend to sell you to the syndicate. Is this not unexpected and delightful? Lin Zun sighed ruefully. I discerned your treachery from the outset. Otherwise, why would I have deigned to engage with you? The swarthy youth faltered, his expression momentarily blank. Eh? What do you imply? Precisely. With swiftness, Lin Zun acted, cleaving his blade upon the necks of the two armed youths, felling them instantly and seizing their weapons. Ah! The swarthy youth panicked, poised to flee, only to be felled by a single blow from Lin Zun's fist. Thereupon, brandishing the firearm, Lin Zun unleashed a volley of shots, extinguishing the lives of the bewildered flaxen-haired youths in the distance. The entire sequence transpired with breathtaking rapidity. By the time the swarthy youth regained his senses, the ordeal had reached its conclusion. Only 3 souls remained alive, the swarthy youth and the 2 armed youths. Petrified, they prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. Esteemed sir, let us parley. Lin Zun, with the firearm leveled at their heads, spoke with cold detachment. I require a favor of you. I desire to journey to the headquarters of the Vaman Allied Army, yet I am unfamiliar with the route. Would you be willing to guide me? One of the armed youths, trembling with fear, stammered, Alas, I am unacquainted with the way. Then you are of no use to me. With a thunderous report, Lin Zun dispatched the armed youth. The remaining 2, overcome with terror, cried out in unison, I know the way. I know the way. Spare me. I beg you. Spare me. Lin Zun turned, his tone glacial. Are you certain? For those who speak falsely shall meet their demise. The swarthy youth knelt, pleading, I swear. I know the way. I once accompanied the manager there, and I even glimpsed General Vaman from afar. I too. The other echoed, nodding fervently. Lin Zun discerned the veracity in the dark-skinned youth's words, contrasting with the falsehoods of the other. Yet, both possessed exploitable value, their demise to follow their utility. Embark now. Immediate departure, he commanded. Furthermore, convey those cadavers onto the vehicle and meticulously cleanse this locale, lest any suspicion arise. Yes. I shall convey them forthwith. With all duly attended to, the assembly embarked in the autobus. The dark-skinned youth, now at the helm, was consumed by remorse, regretting his entanglement with this individual. Mistaking him for a docile lamb, he had instead encountered a formidable wolf, one who dispatched lives with ruthless abandon, extinguishing his cohort upon their very introduction. Could this be retribution for my past transgressions? He mused. The other, ensconced in the vehicle's rear, was equally besieged by regret. Whom have I offended? He lamented. Was I not merely conducting business as usual? Why must I endure such unprovoked misfortune? Occupying the co-pilot's seat, Lin Zun inquired, What is the estimated duration of our journey? The dark-skinned youth, his voice trembling, responded, Barring unforeseen complications, we should arrive by nightfall. Lin Zun's brow furrowed. Such an extended duration? Startled, the dark-skinned youth hastened to clarify. The thoroughfare is rather treacherous, restricting our velocity to a mere 50 kilometers per hour. Expedite your progress, Lin Zun instructed, and should fatigue overcome you, delegate the task. Yes. Thus, they advanced until midday. The stomachs of both the dark-skinned youth and the blonde-haired man emitted audible protests. Lin Zun turned his gaze upon them. And the dark-skinned youth, his countenance etched with distress, pleaded, We have subsisted on naught this forenoon, and our bellies ache with emptiness. Might we indulge in some sustenance ere we resume our journey? The young man with yellow hair seated at the back nodded repeatedly. Lin Zun chuckled. Of course. There is no problem. One must be well fed to embark on a journey. However, they felt an unsettling air around those words. The bus gradually came to a halt in a small town 2 kilometers away, where roadside vendors were selling sweet potatoes and eggs. Lin Zun suggested they purchase some to satisfy their hunger. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred. An elderly man, around 50 or 60 years old, ambled along in his slippers, fanning himself. And upon seeing the young man with dark skin in the bus, he appeared quite astonished. He approached with curiosity and inquired, Agwe, what brings you here? The dark-skinned youth was left momentarily speechless, glancing nervously at Lin Zun, beads of sweat trickling down his face. It was the yellow-haired youth who reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "We've come to the city to take care of some business." Understanding dawned on the old man, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of concern. "Why does your vehicle carry such a foul stench of blood?" The yellow-haired youth hastily explained. "When we picked up our cargo today, a few piglets were unruly. So we had to discipline them a bit, resulting in a little bloodshed. We haven't had the chance to clean the vehicle yet." The old man's furrowed brow relaxed. "Ah, I see. Unruly piglets deserve a lesson, or they will only cause more trouble in the future. By the way, who is this young fellow? I don't believe I've seen him before." He turned his gaze towards Lin Zun, his eyes brimming with curiosity. With a gentle smile, Lin Zun introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I am a new colleague of these two, accompanying them on this endeavor." Indeed, indeed. The other two chimed in with awkward smiles and nods. The swarthy youth hastily interjected, "Venerable elder, the hour grows late, and we must resume our journey. Farewell." "Hold a moment." The old man turned back to his abode and emerged with several ears of corn for the travelers. "These are freshly boiled. Take them for your travels." Lin Zun accepted them with a bow, expressing his gratitude. The elder beamed and chided the swarthy youth. "See how courteous they are? Emulate their manners." The swarthy youth nodded repeatedly, acknowledging their politeness. Indeed, those lacking civility have perished. As the vehicle resumed its course, Lin Zun munched on the corn and remarked, "It seems your elder was no stranger to unsavory deeds in his youth. Like you, your kin are rotten to the core. Were it not for pressing matters, I would have dispatched him with a single shot." The two youths were drenched in a cold sweat, unnerved by his palpable bloodlust. The remainder of the journey progressed uneventfully, and they arrived at the outskirts of the Vamund base by nightfall. It was an opulent, expansive estate, yet heavily guarded, with armed soldiers patrolling incessantly. They could only observe from afar, wary of approaching. It was here that the manager and I met General Vamund. "If you seek the headquarters of the Vamund Allied Forces, I can conceive of no other location," the swarthy youth declared. Lin Zun nodded, already sensing the desired weaponry through his divine consciousness, regardless of its veracity. However, acquiring these arms would prove challenging. The garrison boasted a force of 3,000, supplemented by round-the-clock surveillance from an array of high-tech equipment, precluding any surreptitious infiltration. Thus, they could only "So can we leave now?" The two young men with dark skin gazed eagerly at Lin Zun, their hearts brimming with both desire and trepidation. Lin Zun responded with a warm smile. "Of course, you may depart once I exit the vehicle." The two were overjoyed. Thank you, thank you. Do you require an escort?" They hurriedly shook their heads. No, that won't be necessary. You carry on with your business." "Very well then." As Lin Zun stepped out of the car, they immediately sped away, their velocity as swift as they could muster. Lin Zun slowly retrieved his desert eagle. "Allow me to accompany you for a brief moment." Upon uttering these words, he fired a shot towards the rear of the bus. The bullet struck the fuel tank with precision. Boom! The entire bus erupted in flames, a towering inferno illuminating the sky. Chapter 73, The Moment of the Hunt, commences. The tremendous commotion roused the nearby estate. A contingent of armed soldiers rushed over. Lin Zun fired his weapon, dispatching one with a single shot. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the estate, the bullets seemingly possessing a mind of their own, swiftly disabling all surveillance equipment and lighting systems within, plunging the estate into darkness. The shrill, urgent sound of alarms blared forth. Wail, wail, a chilling smile crept across Lin Zun's face. The moment of the hunt has arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets soared over the high walls, targeting the armed soldiers within the estate. The cries of despair echoed continuously. They encountered no adversaries, nor even a single individual, and thus met their demise in a state of utter confusion. In the depths of the manor, within the most opulent villa, a corpulent man with a sallow complexion awoke from the embrace of two women. He donned a simple coat, secured a firearm at his waist, and strode out, bellowing to those nearby, "What on earth is happening? Why can't anyone sleep soundly at this hour?" "General, we are under attack," responded the soldiers, visibly shaken. The general continued his tirade. "I am well aware it is an assault. What I wish to ascertain is the identity of the aggressors and their numbers. The enemy is ferocious, and we know not their strength. Useless fools." The general berated once more. He intended to command the front lines, to orchestrate the defense. Yet as he gazed into the oppressive darkness that obscured visibility and listened to the chilling cries that echoed through the night, a sense of trepidation took root within him. The atmosphere seemed to devour all that lay beyond, and his foot retreated involuntarily. At that moment, a small contingent of armed forces rushed in. Leading them was his trusted confidant, Darawa, a man who had stood by his side for over a decade, renowned for his valor and lethal prowess. Having claimed the lives of countless foes, earning him the moniker of the God of Death. Yet now, he perceived a flicker of fear upon the face of this once invincible warrior. "General, the enemy is fierce, their firepower overwhelming. We must retreat at once." Without hesitation, the general nodded. "We shall depart." He was a man of reason. If even the God of Death advised retreat, then retreat he would. As they moved, he inquired, "Which faction has struck, and how many have come? How did they arrive, and why had we received no news until now?" "General, I truly do not know." "What? How can it be that even you are unaware?" The general was visibly angered. "They had breached our stronghold, and you claim to know nothing? What use are you then? Has the debauched lifestyle of these past years dulled your senses?" "General, I genuinely do not know. Up to this point, we have not encountered a single person." "The God of Death," Darawa exclaimed with a face full of terror. "When the alarm sounded, I immediately rallied my forces for support. However, upon my arrival at the scene, I found no enemy troops. I only heard the sound of gunfire, and then our soldiers began to fall one after another, all struck in the forehead. I scrutinized the situation for quite some time, yet I could not discern where the bullets were coming from. I suspect we have encountered ghosts." "Absurd. Nonsense. How could there be ghosts in this world?" The general scolded. "If there were ghosts in this world, I would have long been doomed. They must be utilizing highly advanced weaponry. We should retreat to a safe location and settle the score with them later." Yes, you are correct, General. Let us hasten our departure." Just then, a few gunshots rang out from a distance, and the soldiers behind them let out a series of anguished cries before collapsing to the ground. Darawa's face turned ashen. He is pursuing us." The general, perplexed, inquired, "Who is he?" "Why, it is that ghost, of course. He is upon us." Darawa, trembling with fear, abandoned the general and fled. "Humph. Where in this world are there ghosts?" The general remained skeptical of the supernatural, yet his pace quickened as he fled. As the leader of the armed forces, he had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with anyone. Preserving his life was paramount. It afforded him the opportunity for a resurgence and the chance for revenge. Just then, 2 bullets whizzed through the air, simultaneously claiming his life and that of his confidant. Under the barrage of gunfire, all life is rendered equal. No matter how immense your power, in the end, it cannot withstand a single bullet. The gunfire gradually diminished. The once-dim manor fell into a hushed silence. Lin Zun scanned the area with his spiritual awareness, ensuring no one had escaped before holstering his weapon and venturing inside. The path felt like a return home. As he navigated the familiar corridors and hallways, arriving at a stark white building. This was the ammunition depot of the Vaman Armed Forces. Certainly, it was just one of many, yet it was the most crucial. Lin Zun fired several shots at the entrance, shattering the lock and pushing the door open. The first sight that greeted him was an array of firearms: assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns, machine guns, and more. Over 100 in total, all adorning the walls, with crates of ammunition piled on the floor. However, these were not Lin Zun's primary desire. He pressed on, for it was the weapons within that he truly needed: the 63-style towed rocket launcher. Lin Zun joyfully grasped a rocket tube. Its formidable firepower boasted a lethal radius exceeding 10 meters, a maximum flight speed of 370 meters per second, and a range surpassing 8 kilometers. Moreover, it was lightweight and easily portable by a single soldier. Next, Lin Zun picked up a larger weapon, the 11 sniper howitzer. Specifically designed for armor penetration, boasts an initial velocity of up to 450 meters per second, a maximum range of 2,500 meters, and a lethal radius of 7 meters. With an armor-piercing depth of 80 millimeters. Lin Zun set down the howitzer and picked up another weapon, the M224 mortar. This mortar has an initial muzzle velocity of 230 meters per second and a maximum range approaching 3,500 meters, with a similarly impressive lethal radius exceeding 10 meters. It is also remarkably portable, operable by a single individual. Lin Zun meticulously examined each weapon as if recounting cherished possessions. Among the assortment were around 20 cannons, over 100 shells, and various grenades. Although these munitions may seem trivial compared to those of great powers, they were more than sufficient for Lin Zun's needs and perfectly suited to his capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Zun busied himself with swiftly relocating these shells to another realm, ensuring that no firearms or ammunition were overlooked. Though the task proved somewhat cumbersome, he felt an immense sense of joy. In my lifetime, I have never engaged in such a bountiful conflict. If only Li Yunlong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be envious. He could hardly suppress his laughter at the thought of unleashing these munitions upon Huang Tianjiao, that wretched scoundrel. Had it not been for the unsuitability of the surroundings, he would have laughed aloud. Realizing it was time to depart, he conducted a final sweep with his divine sense to ascertain if anything was amiss and to collect any remaining treasures. To his delight, he discovered a plethora of valuable items, including dollars, gold, and jewelry, amounting to approximately 30 million yuan. The dollar holds no utility for him. However, gold and jewelry can be utilized in another realm. What is this? A massive drone. Lin Zun pondered for a moment before deciding to relocate it as well. Ultimately, he doused the area in oil and set it ablaze, incinerating this nefarious place. Chapter 74. The Hunt for the Half-Step Manifest Saint. Shortly after Lin Zun's departure, everything here was eventually discovered by others, inciting significant upheaval. By that time, however, Lin Zun had already distanced himself from the location. He sprinted northward with remarkable speed. Yet, the rugged mountain paths hindered his progress, and he spent an entire night traversing over 60 kilometers before pausing upon sighting a steep mountain. To his astonishment, he ascended it with his bare hands, burrowing into a natural cave within the cliffside. This cave, though naturally formed, was dry and spacious, perched at a vertical height of over 100 meters, making it virtually inaccessible to others. Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased. This place was ideal, a perfect armory transit station. He returned to the other realm to transport the recently looted weapons. Thus, when he initiated his assault in that world, he would be able to draw forth his arms at will. At this juncture, only 2 days remained until the Huang Tian sect leader would manifest his divine prowess. Lin Zun took the time to calm his mind, replenish his energy, and prepare for the impending battle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the grand ceremony for the Huang Tian sect's divine ascension took place. Countless devotees gathered to worship and witness the moment of divine manifestation. The Yinshan Mountains thrummed with activity, teeming with at least 100,000 souls. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the total to ascend to the true monarch status through the path of divine cultivation. A minimum of 100,000 followers was required. Many devotees, hindered by great distances, are unable to gather here and can only worship and offer incense at their respective strongholds. As a protector of the Huang Tian sect, Li Meyer is naturally present at the scene. 2 other men, equally formidable, stand alongside her, presumably fellow protectors, as they maintain order around the altar. In the center of the altar sits a man clad in a robe of purple, gold, and red, meditating upon a lotus pedestal. Though slender, he exudes an aura of ethereal grace. His robe, light as a feather, flutters in the breeze, bestowing upon him an almost celestial appearance, prompting all onlookers to involuntarily exclaim in admiration of his apparent Taoist authenticity. Yet, beneath this seemingly virtuous facade lies a myriad of sordid secrets, Lin Zun muses. At this moment, he hovers above at an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters, observing the proceedings through a telescope. When asked how he manages to soar through the skies, the answer lies in the drone he discovered at the Vaman Manor, a large device capable of carrying a weight of 300 pounds, which he has appropriated to witness the grand ceremony from above. However, he dares not approach too closely, for the Huang Tian sect master possesses spiritual awareness, and discovery would spell trouble. Conversely, he cannot remain too distant, as it would render his efforts to strike ineffective. Ideally, he maintains a straight-line distance of 12 miles, as the spiritual awareness of an adept can reach a maximum of 10 miles. He must rely solely on his eyes, for employing spiritual perception could lead to detection. Fortunately, he has pilfered a military-grade telescope from the manor, enabling him to observe the scene with remarkable clarity. The moment a spiritual adept's essence departs the body and is about to manifest divine presence marks their most vulnerable state. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to deliver a devastating blow, one that will obliterate both his physical form and extinguish his very essence, thereby ensuring that no future calamity may arise. Lin Zun secretly plotted, ever prepared for action. The auspicious moment arrived. The heavens have perished, and the yellow sky shall ascend. This very day, fortune smiles upon the world. The Yellow Sky sect leader, seated upon the altar, opened his eyes and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The suffering of the people weighs heavily upon my heart. Today, I shall harness the incense of the multitude to ascend to divinity, bringing peace and prosperity to the realm. May the Yellow Sky God ascend to the divine throne and bestow upon us an era of tranquility." The masses below fervently bowed, their faith coalescing rapidly into the body of the Yellow Sky sect leader. In tandem, other places held grand sacrificial ceremonies, where the belief of the populace surged forth, swiftly merging into the body of the Yellow Sky sect leader. As the power of faith within him grew ever more abundant, a wave of joy surged through the Yellow Sky sect leader. The ascension to divinity is nigh. High above, Lin Zun readied 2 rocket launchers, with several mortars and howitzers bound to his side, prepared for a comprehensive assault. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his firepower, he halted. Someone was approaching swiftly. From his vantage point, 4 figures streaked across the forest and mountains like missiles, arriving around the altar. They positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, their gazes fixed upon the Yellow Sky sect leader, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, the Yellow Sky sect leader's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Weren't you confronting the innate forces of the Great Liang?" The 4 individuals were, in fact, innate warriors of the great Song dynasty. Among them, one who appeared particularly cultured spoke calmly. "Indeed, we were previously at odds with the innate warriors of the Great Liang. However, upon learning of your circumstances, we have decided to temporarily cease hostilities, albeit at a small cost, to specifically seek your demise." Another, clad in resplendent golden armor and exuding a formidable presence, declared fiercely, "You, treacherous Huang Tian, have sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of my valiant brothers for your selfish gains, and now you have rendered millions of innocent citizens homeless. Your transgressions are boundless. If I do not slay you today, I, Wang Zhantian, shall be shamed before humanity." The third figure, surprisingly a eunuch, wielded a soft sword and spoke in a gentle tone, "I come on the Emperor's orders to claim your head. So I kindly ask that you do not make this difficult for me." The final innate warrior, growing impatient, interrupted, "Enough of this prattle. Let us execute him." With that, he raised his blade and unleashed a golden arc of light that extended for 10 zhong, cleaving the altar in twain. "Ah, the god of death!" Panic ensued among the gathered populace, who fled in all directions. Yet, the leader of the Huang Tian sect remained unfazed, suspended in midair, his countenance fierce as he glared at the 4 innate warriors of the great Song. "You have thwarted my endeavors. Today, I shall ensure your obliteration." He waved his hand, summoning a tempest, and with a mere gesture, summoned over 100 flying swords that materialized behind him. "Attack!" The swords rang out with a resounding clash, accompanied by the howling winds as they surged forth. The 4 innate warriors, undeterred, unleashed their radiant vital energy, enveloping themselves as if clad in armor, and charged forward. In an instant, the air was filled with the gleaming light of blades and the overwhelming aura of battle. Chapter 75. A small sun rising in the sky. Lin Zun concealed himself in the heights, observing the scene below. This time, he truly witnessed the formidable prowess of innate martial artists, a spectacle that left him in awe. With a mere swing, they unleashed a formidable aura stretching several zhong, and one individual wielded a massive blade measuring 40 meters long, effortlessly severing a small forest as if it were mere chives. It is no wonder that some proclaim, "Beneath the innate, all are but ants." Without attaining the innate level, one simply cannot contend with them. Even Lin Zun felt that without resorting to artillery, he could scarcely inflict any harm upon them. However, what astonished him even more was the strength of the Huang Tian sect master, currently at the spirit refinement stage, akin to the blood transformation realm in martial arts. The power he exhibited was surprisingly on par with the innate level. The 4 innate masters, united, could not prevail against him. The clash between the 2 sides resembled a divine battle. If such a master of spirit refinement were to reveal their true strength, how formidable would they become? Lin Zun found himself captivated by the thought. Surely, ordinary innate practitioners would not stand a chance against them, would they? Regaining his composure, Lin Zun continued to observe, absorbing insights from the unfolding conflict. Yet gradually, he sensed something amiss. For Li Meier and the 2 protectors had inexplicably vanished. Although their strength paled in comparison to the innate, One would expect them to at least make an attempt. Abandoning the fray without a fight was hardly appropriate. What would they do if the sect master took offense? Subsequently, Lin Zun uncovered another anomaly. The movements of the Huang Tian sect master lacked fluidity. As a master of spirit refinement, he possessed an intimate understanding of his own body, with control so precise that it extended to the cellular level, rendering any stuttering or hesitation utterly improbable. The Yellow Sky sect master. Could he possibly be an imposter? Lin Zun felt a surge of suspicion. At that moment, he extended his spiritual awareness slightly and discovered that the divine manifestation ritual was still ongoing, as the power of faith from various regions continued to converge rapidly. However, the Yellow Sky sect master was engaged in a battle of spells. How could he possibly have the time to manifest divinity? Thus, it must be a false figure. Most likely a puppet artifact controlled by the true Yellow Sky sect master, who was stealthily maneuvering in the shadows to achieve divine ascendance. This revelation left Lin Zun astounded. He began to observe intently. The puppet artifact moved with remarkable agility, indicating that its master could not be far away. Where could he be hiding? Lin Zun identified a suspicious detail. The mountain wall behind the altar had been reinforced with molten iron. What relevance could the mountain wall have to a ritual of divine ascendance? Why take such unnecessary precautions? Taking a gamble, Lin Zun resolved to take action. Otherwise, if the Yellow Sky sect master succeeded in manifesting divinity, he would face dire consequences. Lin Zun hoisted 2 rocket launchers, aimed them at the mountain wall, and fired. Whoosh! 2 projectiles soared into the air, accompanied by the firing of grenades and mortars from beneath his feet. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive blasts generated immense force, propelling him and the drone several meters away. Fortunately, he managed to control a gentle breeze and stabilized himself swiftly. As the projectiles launched, they carried Lin Zun's hopes, hurtling towards the mountain wall. Initially, the distance was considerable, and the projectiles struggled to reach their target. However, being positioned at such an altitude, his artillery fire achieved greater range and velocity. In less than a dozen seconds, the projectiles found their mark, impacting the mountainside with earth-shattering force. The ensuing collapse of the rock face was accompanied by a heart-rending shriek from within. Concurrently, the hierarch of the Yellow Sky sect, who had been hovering outside, plummeted from the heavens, his eyes devoid of their former luster. This abrupt turn of events left the 4 innate cultivators in a state of utter bewilderment. What transpired? Was there a clandestine intervention? And what could be the rationale behind it? The enigma baffled them all. Yet, one of the innate cultivators, with remarkable alacrity, recognized the imperative to eliminate the hierarch of the Yellow Sky sect without delay. He swiftly advanced towards the fallen figure and delivered a devastating blow. In the aftermath, the hierarch was cleaved in twain, revealing a core of mere timber. Damnation! It was a mere effigy. We have been deceived. At that moment, the mountainside crumbled entirely, exposing a familiar figure, an exact likeness of the hierarch who had been outside. However, this individual was reduced to a mere head and torso, his limbs obliterated in a bloody mess. Above his head hovered a spectral figure, bearing the same countenance, yet appearing frail and wan, like a candle flickering in the wind. One of the innate cultivators exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the true hierarch of the Yellow Sky sect. He has been concealed here all along, on the verge of achieving apotheosis. Indeed, it is him. We were nearly beguiled. Such cunning. This individual must be executed." The Lord of the Yellow Sky disregarded the innate beings, instead lifting his gaze to the heavens, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied thirst for vengeance. Gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Who is it that schemes against me? I was so close, so very close to success." He had almost manifested his divine presence, his primordial spirit transitioning from the ethereal to the corporeal, on the verge of becoming a true sage. Yet, the sudden assault not only grievously wounded him, but also obliterated his cultivation. The prospect of achieving divine manifestation again would be an arduous endeavor. This enmity is one that cannot be tolerated. He glanced toward the direction from which the projectile had come, but alas, the distance was too great for him to discern anything clearly. Even his divine sense failed to reach it, a source of frustration. Old thief of the Yellow Sky, meet your demise. For innate beings converged with overwhelming force, and the Lord of the Yellow Sky was filled with trepidation, having just suffered a devastating blow. He was no match for them. With his primordial spirit restored to its rightful place, he turned and fled without hesitation. "You shall not escape." One innate being slashed with a blade. The Lord narrowly evaded, his head nearly severed. "Beware the sword." Another innate being lunged with a sword. The Lord dodged again, but a tuft of hair was sheared from his scalp. The situation was perilous, fraught with danger at every turn. Lin Zun, observing from above, could hardly contain his amusement. Huh? Look at you now. Under the combined might of the four innate beings, the Lord of the Yellow Sky could no longer withstand the onslaught, succumbing to a surprise attack that rained down blood upon him. Yet, his primordial spirit managed to escape, not retreating to safety but soaring skyward, heading directly toward Lin Zun. Bereft of corporeal mass, the primordial spirit traversed the firmament with astonishing celerity, ascending to an altitude of 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. There, he beheld a youth suspended in the air, seemingly levitating by means of an enigmatic contrivance. It was indubitably him, the very individual who had surreptitiously ambushed him. Overwhelmed by a surge of animosity, the leader of the Yellow Sky sect seethed with resentment. To ruin my cultivation and deprive me of my physical form, you shall meet your demise. Despite sensing a palpable aura of peril emanating from the youth, his heart was consumed by unbridled hatred, rendering him oblivious to any potential danger. He was determined to extinguish the life of this transgressor, lest his unappeased wrath drive him to the brink of madness. Driven by an insatiable thirst for retribution, he propelled himself forward with even greater velocity, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Lin Zun. Yet, Lin Zun remained composed, his gaze unwavering, as if anticipating his arrival. For the transgression of obliterating my path, vengeance is the only recourse. Prepare to meet your end. The Yellow Sky sect leader's eyes blazed with fanatical intent, his very primordial spirit tainted by the crimson hue of his murderous rage. In the face of impending annihilation, Lin Zun merely offered a nonchalant smile and waved his hand dismissively. Sayonara. His figure vanished in an instant, while the drone below, laden with explosives and ordnance, detonated in a cataclysmic eruption. A miniature sun ascended into the heavens with a deafening roar. Chapter 76. Young Master Lin, there is no need to feign indifference. Feel free to give vent to your amusement. What manner of spectacle is this? Upon the earth, for individuals of innate cultivation stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the nascent sun that had materialized in the distant sky. The thunderous reverberations of the explosion sent shivers down their spines, filling them with profound trepidation. In the secluded confines of a clandestine cavern nestled within the Yinshan Mountains, Li Meyer, accompanied by 2 guardians and other prominent members of the Yellow Sky sect, sought refuge. They anxiously awaited the triumphant return of their leader, anticipating his divine manifestation and subsequent guidance in their quest to dominate the martial world and revel in unrestrained freedom. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated from outside. Driven by curiosity, they ventured out and beheld a small sun rising in the distant sky, its blinding radiance illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by a wave of heat radiating in all directions. Even from several dozen miles away, they could feel its intensity. What could it be? Sensing the cataclysmic power emanating from it, an ominous premonition surged within them. Someone cautiously suggested, "Do you think the master might be in trouble?" The group immediately countered, "Impossible. The master is far too powerful to face any peril. He is on the brink of divine manifestation, wielding unfathomable abilities. Even the innate forces cannot contain him, especially considering all the preparations he has made. There is nothing to worry about. The master is undoubtedly safe. Let us not frighten ourselves." As they endeavored to assure one another, they simultaneously sought comfort for themselves. However, upon returning to the cave, they were astonished to find that the statue of the Yellow Heaven Divine Stone resting on the stone altar had cracked. Their expression shifted dramatically. It was not only the 4 innate beings and the Yellow Heaven sect members who witnessed this aerial explosion. People within a 100-mile radius were equally astonished, leading to a flurry of speculation and myriad legends. Yet, none of this pertained to Lin Zun. Having detonated all the explosives, he had already retreated to the modern world. I refuse to believe that such a catastrophic explosion, capable of obliterating a small town, could not annihilate your feeble primordial spirit. Lin Zun sat in meditation, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a day had passed, Lin Zun felt it was time to don his gliding suit and return to the other world. He re-entered the realm from which he had originally traversed, finding himself suspended high in the sky, precisely at the site of the previous explosion. A day had elapsed, and the repercussions of the artillery blast had subsided. The drones had been obliterated, leaving him without any means of support as he began to descend. However, Lin Zun remained unfazed, he swiftly unfurled his wings and soared into the air. Although this was his inaugural experience with high-altitude gliding. Being a martial artist and a transcendent being, his sense of balance was remarkable, allowing him to glide downwards with the agility of an eagle. In a remarkable display of skill, he glided over 60 miles, escaping the confines of the Yinshan range before gradually descending to the ground. Upon returning to the modern world, he changed his attire and made his way back. The horse he had brought along was grazing nearby, and, upon spotting him, galloped over. Lin Zun affectionately patted the horse's head before mounting it. It was time to inquire about the whereabouts of the Master of the Yellow Heaven and ascertain whether he had met his demise. Utilizing his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings, he indeed uncovered a wealth of information. The Master of the Yellow Heaven had perished, leading to the dissolution of the sect he had founded. The members, fearing retribution from the imperial court, either hid or fled. The 4 innate beings tasked with a mission had completed their duty and returned for a report. Some claimed that the Master of the Yellow Heaven had been besieged and killed by these 4 innate beings, while others suggested that his death was linked to the catastrophic explosion in the sky. It was said that due to his numerous heinous acts and moral transgressions, the celestial beings could no longer tolerate his existence and descended to enact divine retribution upon him. Only a deity could deliver such a devastating blow. Some say that the Lord of the Yellow Heaven was dealt with by a mysterious, powerful figure passing by, regardless of the legends. The only certainty is that the Lord of the Yellow Heaven is indeed deceased, leaving not a trace behind. With the removal of a significant source of worry, Lin Zun felt an immense sense of relief. Whistling a cheerful tune as he traveled, even if his singing was slightly off-key, his heart brimmed with joy. The sensation was utterly delightful, just splendid. The horse, turning its head, seemed reluctant to endure the auditory disturbance. At that moment, Lin Zun spotted a familiar figure approaching. Young Master Lin. Li Meier walked over, somewhat disheartened. Lin Zun suppressed the urge to laugh and consoled her, alas. I have heard of the happenings concerning your Yellow Heaven sect. Please accept my condolences. Li Meier lifted her gaze and shot Lin Zun a glare. Young Master Lin. Spare me your pretense. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Lin Zun placed his hands on his hips and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. A few dark lines appeared on Li Meier's face, and she instinctively clenched her fists. You really are laughing, aren't you? How audacious. If I were not at a disadvantage, I would want to strike you. Lin Zun, being a thoughtful and warm-hearted individual, continued to offer comfort amidst his laughter. Miss Li, the cycle of life and death is the norm in this world. One must learn to accept it. Ha ha ha. Li Meier, this journey of life is still long. Your sect leader, resting in the underworld, would not wish for you to grieve for him. Ha ha ha. Li Meier, cheer up and let us continue forward. The Yellow Heaven sect still requires your assistance. Haraha. Li Meier. Haraha. Li Meier. I apologize. Where was I laughing just now? Never mind. Let me laugh again. All right. That's enough. Li Meier, with a headache, interrupted Lin Zun's laughter. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your consolation. I now feel even more troubled. Lin Zun nodded in understanding. That's good to hear. What are your plans for the future? Li Meier sighed and, with a resigned smile, said, Initially, I intended to assist the sect master in manifesting his divine power and then exact vengeance through his strength. However, fate has played its hand, and all my aspirations have turned to naught. Alas! Yet, this minor setback shall not defeat me. From now on, I shall gather my former followers, develop in secrecy, and strategize for the next manifestation. Lin Zun was taken aback. You still wish to continue preaching and aiding others in manifesting their divine power? Li Meier nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Indeed, my enemy is the true monarch of manifestation. To contend with him, I must attain the same level of divine manifestation. Even a grandmaster would be of no use. Since I cannot find a divine manifestation to assist me, I must cultivate one myself. Lin Zun felt a twinge of pity for her. You should abandon this endeavor. It is futile. Look how even the formidable leader of the Yellow Heaven sect has perished. But, young Master Lin, this is prepared for you. Me? Lin Zun was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. I do not require it. I can cultivate my own path. Young Master Lin, do not act impulsively. Li Meier calmly advised. I understand that you possess extraordinary talent in refining the spirit. However, the master himself was once in a similar position. He achieved spiritual transcendence before the age of 30 and reached the pinnacle of his practice by 60. Yet, He found himself stuck at this juncture for an entire generation, consumed by despair, before he had no choice but to take perilous risks. Young Master Lin, while you are indeed gifted, who can predict the uncertainties of the future? Thus, I must prepare for unforeseen circumstances, so that when the time comes, I can swiftly rise to your aid and assist you in manifesting the divine. Chapter 77. The Aftermath of Eliminating the Warlords. Ultimately, Lin Zun was unable to persuade Li Meyer. She, being exceptionally stubborn and extreme, had made the pursuit of vengeance her life's work and purpose. If she were to remain idle, her conscience would likely torment her with relentless reproach. It would only be when her profound grievances were avenged that she could finally find peace. Lin Zun continued his journey. The route he traversed required careful navigation, and he needed to inquire about the whereabouts of Huang Tian, which consumed considerable time. However, the return journey was effortless as he retraced his steps. In merely 2 days, he arrived back at Qinghai Prefecture. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was spotted by the maid Xiao Chui, who was preparing to go out. She was elated and called out to the inner room. The young master has returned. The courtyard instantly filled with liveliness, as everyone present rushed to extend their warm welcome. Among them, the swiftest was the little princess. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Though she was undeniably excited, she maintained a composed demeanor. Approaching Lin Zun, she elegantly stated, "Brother, you are back." Indeed, Lin Zun extended his hand to gently caress her head, not forgetting to pinch her plump cheek, and smiled. "Now that the matter is settled, I have naturally returned. Has anything transpired at home during my absence?" The young princess relished this feeling of being cherished, yet she refrained from showing it overtly. Responding with a calm demeanor, "Nothing significant, as usual. Oh, a few days ago, the magistrate, along with the heads of the Han and Li families, paid a visit. They left in regret upon hearing that you were out." "Well, as long as all is well," Lin Zun replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaofeng arrived upon hearing the news. She was overjoyed to see Lin Zun return safely and stayed for a meal before departing. Afterward, Lin Zun excused himself on the pretext of needing rest and retreated to his chamber. Upon entering the room, he pushed aside the bed beneath which lay a stone slab. With a gentle tug, it revealed a hidden passage leading to a secret chamber. In a world frequently marred by conflict, where warriors could scale walls and engage in thievery, affluent families often prepared such sanctuaries to seek refuge in times of peril. This was no exception, offering Lin Zun a convenient escape. Upon entering the secret chamber, he immediately traversed back to the modern era, bringing with him an arsenal of firearms. Ultimately, he nearly filled the entire chamber. A brief inventory revealed an array of large-caliber weapons, including approximately 100 rifles and sniper rifles, accompanied by over 100,000 rounds of ammunition. As for the shells, they had nearly been depleted in his confrontation with the Huang Tian sect leader, leaving only a handful remaining, which would suffice for the time being. If necessary, one could seek assistance from the warlords. Overall, this journey proved to be immensely fruitful. Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased. With these weapons in hand, he felt undaunted even in the face of 100,000 troops. Even if confronted by a formidable opponent, he believed he could hold his own, inflicting injury if not outright defeat. It was time to return. Lin Zun traversed back to the modern era, making his way towards Huaxia. Just before dawn, he finally reached the isolation wall, leaping forward to step back onto Huaxia's soil. After running several dozen miles, he finally exhaled in relief. Retrieving his mobile phone from his backpack and powering it on, various notifications sprang to life on the screen. Lin Zun swiftly scanned through the trending news, and it became evident that the most discussed topic online was the annihilation of the Varman army in northern Shan. In a single night, 3,000 lives were lost. The core of the Varman forces had been nearly eradicated. Even General Varman met his demise, shot in the head within his own estate. With their leadership decimated and their main forces obliterated, the Varman army was undoubtedly finished. Military experts online commented unanimously, it was an exhilarating and flawless military operation. There was not a single hint of movement prior to the action, and afterward, no traces were left behind, rendering any investigation virtually impossible. The surrounding armed factions denied any involvement, and disbelief permeated the air. Otherwise, the northern Shan region would have been unified long ago. Thus, this incident morphed into a military enigma. Some even speculated, suggesting that the Eastern Great Power had long harbored discontent towards the Varman army, thereby instigating this military engagement. The Eastern Kingdom hastily convened a press conference to refute the allegations, proclaiming itself a nation devoted to peace, committed to fostering collaboration among governments and peoples worldwide to create a harmonious new home for humanity. Yet, the populace beneath them expressed dissent, openly admitting online that they were indeed responsible. This was a matter of national pride. What patriotic individual could resist such a temptation? If you doubt me, I am more than eager to engage in this discourse. In any case, the uproar was deafening. Just then, a phone call came through, and Lin Zun promptly answered. The voice of Qian Xiaoshui exuded excitement. The call finally went through. Lin Ge, where have you been these past few days? I couldn't reach you. Your phone was either off or out of service. I feared something had happened to you. Lin Zun calmly replied with a smile. Did I not mention my intention to trek through the tropical rainforests of Yunnan to behold different landscapes? The signal there is rather poor, and I did not wish to squander battery life, so I turned off my phone. Well, as long as I know you're safe, please return soon. There's chaos in the northern region, and there have been recent conflicts resulting in thousands of casualties. It's truly horrific. Given your proximity, I am genuinely concerned for your safety. Lin Zun nonchalantly responded, I understand. I will return in a couple of days. By the way, it seems that the third installment of the Dragon King's Return, Avenge, has been released. How is it faring? The situation is not particularly favorable. Qian Xiaoshui's voice carried a note of dejection. The third part has been online for nearly a week, yet it has only just surpassed 5 million in revenue. I anticipate the final earnings will only reach around 20 million. 20 million in revenue is commendable for such a short series. However, in comparison to the previous 2 installments of Dragon King, this one can be deemed rather disappointing. What could be the reason? Lin Zun inquired with concern. Qian Xiaoshui responded with a wry smile. The prior 2 short dramas left many viewers feeling deceived, leading to the formation of a coalition of hundreds of thousands of detractors. I have contemplated numerous strategies, yet none have succeeded in enticing them to watch. Lin Zun interjected, ahem. I mean to lure them to view the show. Lin Zun, exasperated, remarked, Xiaoshui, we are all on the same team. There's no need for pretenses. Allow me to take charge of this matter and see if I can break the deadlock. I entrust this to you, Brother Lin. After ending the call, Lin Zun pondered for a moment before accessing the group of detractors he had previously joined. He logged into his QQ account and posted a message. Lin Zun, the foremost detractor. Dear family, the third installment of Dragon King Returns for Retribution is now live. Have you seen it? Chapter 78. Lin Zun, the foremost detractor, has entered the scene. As soon as this message was sent, the group erupted with activity. A flamboyant gentleman remarked, who dares to watch? After each of the first 2 installments, I found myself on my knees. During work, I felt like a subordinate, and after work, I sought relaxation, yet you still reduced me to a subordinate. Is this what one should endure? Another chimed in, the first installment was an unfortunate misstep for me, a pitfall I stumbled into. The second installment followed the same formula, luring me back in. Now, with the third installment, are they really attempting this again? I may have wealth, but I am not foolish. Those who do not love me are foolish. One can easily predict the plot of the third installment. Undoubtedly, the protagonist will once again confront the ancestral figure of the Zhao family for some reason, storming in only to be forced to kneel, struggling momentarily before being ruthlessly dispatched. The individual above is a fool. I have rallied my siblings, friends, and family. Anyone who dares to watch this short drama shall be severed from my company. I do not consume beef. Let us cease the discussion of that wretched show. I yearn to know the whereabouts of Lin Zun, that detestable character, for I wish to confront him in reality and make him aware of the many eyes of the King of Horses. Lin Zun felt a bead of sweat trickle down as the reactions intensified, a tempest of grievances filling the air. Particularly, that individual who claims not to consume beef was truly irate, even expressing a desire to confront him in person. Count yourself fortunate that, separated by the internet, I remain unaware of your identity and am disinclined to deal with you. Lin Zun realized that this situation could not persist if neither of us watches. From whence shall my grievances arise? I have transcended to a higher realm, a semi-divine being. What harm is there in your kneeling? Thus, he replied below, my dear friends, I comprehend your sentiments. I too harbor a profound disdain for this short drama, and even more for that wretched Lin Zun. Though he may possess a somewhat unremarkable appearance, he has never contributed meaningfully. However, harboring animosity towards someone proves futile. Do you know the sales figures for this third installment? As an insider, I shall reveal to you that since its release, the revenue has surpassed 20 million. Someone inquired below, is that high or low? Lin Zun's foremost critic responded, clearly. It is high. The first two installments of Dragon King achieved similar metrics, categorizing it as a colossal success, which indicates that millions have viewed this short drama and willingly supported it. Call me handsome. Goodness. Beautiful as a flower. Goodness. The group is filled with profanities. Everyone feels a profound sense of imbalance, and they are all on the verge of breaking down. Call me handsome. How can such a wretched short drama still attract so many foolish viewers? Do people truly enjoy being subservient? If they don't bow down, do they feel uncomfortable? Neighbor Wang, does this mean our boycott is utterly futile? Lin Zun promptly replies below, it cannot be said to be entirely without effect. At least it has managed to provoke some anger. Everyone. Lin Zun's foremost critic. So, what you are saying is, we are fervently protesting below. Yet it has no impact on Lin Zun whatsoever. He is up there feasting and reveling while mocking us losers. Everyone. Lin Zun's foremost critic. In the future, he will continue to produce similar short dramas, indulging in his lavish lifestyle, all the while ridiculing us foolish individuals. Everyone. Lin Zun looks up and notices the resentment directed at him has surged slightly. I don't eat beef. Oh dear, this infuriates me. Watching him profit is more painful than witnessing my wife's infidelity. Do not stop me. I'm going to confront him in person. Call me handsome. Count me in. Green Hat King. Count me in. Lin Zun's foremost critic. Therefore, dear friends, we must take action. We cannot allow Lin Zun to live too comfortably. Call me handsome. But what can we do? Apart from his name, we are utterly ignorant of any other details. Even if we wanted to confront him in person, we would need to know his address first. Lin Zun's foremost critic. I have already contemplated this issue. I possess a brilliant plan. I wonder if you all are willing to give it a try? Call me handsome. Why don't you go ahead and share your thoughts? Lin Zun's #1 hater. Let us first support and watch this short drama, and simultaneously rally our friends and family to join us. It would be best if we could buy some trending topics to elevate the show's popularity. Call me handsome. Seriously? We are all boycotting it. Yet you want us to support it? No beef for me. I can't do that. I just don't want to eat beef right now. Lin Zun's #1 hater. Please hear me out. My intention is as follows. We first boost this short drama's visibility, making it widely recognized, so that more people become aware of it. Afterward, we can report it, claiming that the drama promotes incorrect values, is vulgar and lowbrow, and could mislead children. Hee. In this way, considering the drama's influence, the authorities will undoubtedly shut down all 3 short dramas, preventing any future productions. Don't you think that's a definitive move? Next door neighbor Wang. That sounds rather appealing. Call me handsome. It's more than just appealing. Not only would it sever their financial lifeline, but it would also ruin their future prospects. No beef for me. Indeed, I merely wish to abstain from beef, yet you are taking their entire platter away. Little boy, Lin Zun's #1 hater, what grudge do you hold against Lin Zun that drives you to such cruelty? Lin Zun's #1 hater, alas. I never desired this. It is merely because I bear an uncanny resemblance to Lin Zun, almost possessing the same face, so whenever I go out, I am mistaken for him. I am either struck or kicked, and this month marks my 3rd hospitalization. Last month, it was 5 times. I cannot coexist with Lin Zun. Call me handsome. How pitiful. Next door neighbor Wang. I feel sympathy. I abstain from beef. Come here, let me hit you. The foremost critic of Lin Zun, picking nose. JPG, the foremost critic of Lin Zun. So, dear friends, let us all take action. Let us first elevate this short drama and vigorously report it. I wish to ensure that Lin Zun is condemned to eternal suffering. Under Lin Zun's rallying call, everyone sprang into action. Some contributed financially to watch, others summoned companions to join in, some purchased trending topics, while others promoted it across various forums. There were even those who reached out to several other groups of critics to unite their efforts, united in purpose. The fervor for the Dragon King Returns to Avenge Part 3 began to rise. Even individuals who typically shun short dramas were drawn in. What is this short drama that so many recommend to me? Is it truly captivating? The critics fervently assured below, indeed, it is exceptionally enthralling. This is the blockbuster short drama of the year, depicting the tale of 3 valiant youths who unite to vanquish a demon and save the world. This narrative is brimming with fervor and passion, a series you shall not regret watching. Is that so? I must indeed take a closer look. With a heart full of curiosity, he clicked to enter. After finishing, he felt an urge to pinch his own eyes. What a dreadful film. To claim it is filled with fervor and passion? It is evidently rife with melodrama and absurdity. The three male leads, united, cannot even overcome a single antagonist, and are instead transformed into females to join a harem. Oh dear, with my 10-year history of mental turmoil, I could not conceive of such a bizarrely nonsensical plot. Moreover, watching this drama is an utter strain on the knees. Zhao family's ancestor, you truly deserve your fate. And you, a pack of deceivers, a bunch of grand swindlers. May you all meet your doom. Chapter 79. Family, we have triumphed. As the fervor escalated rapidly, the revenue from the short drama surged correspondingly. On the very first day, the earnings soared to 10 million, surpassing those of the previous two installments. However, the second day proved even more astonishing, with revenues reaching an unprecedented 20 million. Qian Xiaoshui was overjoyed, calling to inquire, Brother Lin, how have you achieved this? Initially, I thought the third installment would merely follow suit, yet you have resurrected it. Even the viewership for our earlier two parts has seen a significant increase. It's astonishing. Lin Zun smiled enigmatically. The secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed. Just enjoy the benefits. Qian Xiaoshui responded cheerfully, Brother Lin, you are indeed correct. I estimate that, given the current fervor and revenue growth, this short drama is highly likely to surpass 100 million once again. How exhilarating. Let us not rejoice too soon. Keep a vigilant watch over the online sentiments. Inform me immediately of any changes. Understood, Brother Lin. After hanging up, Lin Zun logged into the anti-fan group. The atmosphere within was lively, with members sharing their online endeavors. Simultaneously, many were tagging him, inquiring when he would commence the reports. The foremost anti-fan declared, Dear friends, please remain calm. I see your efforts, but the time is not yet ripe. While Dragon King 3 has gained considerable traction, it has not yet reached a level that warrants divine intervention. Let us exert ourselves for a couple more days, and then we shall initiate the reporting phase to bring this series to its ultimate demise. Simultaneously, Lin Zun found himself in an irrevocable predicament. The members of the group erupted in applause, intensifying their efforts. By the third day, the fervor surrounding Dragon King 3 ascended to new heights. On this very day, the revenue astonishingly reached a historic milestone of 30 million. Upon the announcement of this figure, industry insiders were left in a state of disbelief. They simply could not fathom how Dragon King 3, which had seemingly faded into obscurity, could resurrect itself and set records anew. Their confusion was understandable. For the detractors operated devoid of reason. One could not apply conventional logic to decipher their actions. Moreover, the exploited haters exhibited an even greater disregard for rationale. At this moment, the primary instigator, Lin Zun, was absorbing an overwhelming tide of resentment. Resentment, minus 3 million. With a slight step forward, he ascended to the third layer of spiritual refinement. Yet, this was only the beginning. Resentment, minus 4 million. He advanced another small step, reaching the fourth layer of spiritual refinement. His power had significantly augmented. His primordial spirit had burgeoned to the size of an infant, his consciousness expanding to encompass a radius of 5 miles, and the weight of his ethereal matter had escalated to 100 pounds, enabling him to manipulate a dozen firearms simultaneously while controlling 2 or 3 rocket launchers concurrently. Furthermore, with a gentle wave of his hand, a whirlwind swept through the room, capable of lifting a chair. Previously, he had envied the master Huang Tian for executing such a feat now. Having achieved it himself, albeit in a rudimentary form, he regarded it as a notable advancement. Additionally, with a mere gesture, the atmosphere within the room thickened with mist, rendering visibility beyond 5 meters quite unclear. Haha. At this moment, I have acquired the ability to manipulate small hurricanes and conjure minor mists. Soon, I shall summon the winds and rain. Lin Zun chuckled with pride. Yet, amidst his joy, he sighed, pondering that it may no longer be so easy to rapidly enhance his power in the future. He had already cultivated to the realm of separation, and each minor elevation in his level required millions of grievances. What does millions of grievances signify? It is akin to having offended every citizen of the otherworldly Qingzhou. To reach the pinnacle of the separation realm, he would likely need to offend the entire populace of the Great Song dynasty. Fortunately, in this modern world, he could offend people through the internet, avoiding face-to-face confrontations. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death long ago. How wonderful it is to live in contemporary society. How I adore this world. Lin Zun rallied his spirits anew. At that moment, Yi Qing called, delivering unfortunate news. Lin, my brother, Dragon King 3 is immensely popular, and many are frantically reporting it. This has drawn the attention of the higher-ups. Be cautious. Lin Zun inwardly sighed. He was aware that he was orchestrating this matter behind the scenes and knew that those black-hearted detractors would inevitably escalate their complaints. He had initially intended to hold off for a few days to earn more money and gather additional grievances, but ultimately, he could not suppress the situation. These malicious critics were too impatient, eager to crush him. Of course, it could also be the work of competitors. Either way, it had become indistinguishable. Luckily, he had made preparations, knowing that Yu Qing had a friend working in a relevant position and had asked him to keep a vigilant eye. If any issues arose, he would receive timely alerts and be ready to respond. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I shall not make things difficult for your acquaintance. Please assist me in suppressing the trending topics, and I will subsequently instruct Xiao Shui to withdraw the 3 short dramas. Yi Qing readily agreed, saying, no problem. It's a trivial matter. The two immediately set to work, one suppressing the trending topics, the other retracting the short dramas. While it may appear as a loss for Lin Zun, it was a victory. The potential of Dragon King 3 was already limited, and the prospects of Dragon King 1 and Dragon King 2 had reached their zenith. Yet, through this extreme measure, he breathed new life into the series of short dramas. Not only did he profit financially, but he also amassed a considerable amount of resentment, truly a windfall for him. After all, I am merely withdrawing the films voluntarily. It is not a genuine ban. After some time has passed, and everyone has forgotten, I can quietly re-release them. Once all was accomplished, Lin Zun promptly logged into the QQ group of his detractors to announce the good news. The chief detractor of Lin Zun proclaimed, Dear family, through our relentless efforts, the Dragon King trilogy has been banned. Lin Zun must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. We have achieved ultimate victory. Call me handsome. Is that true? I am not well read. Please do not deceive me. Chief detractor, what I say is undoubtedly true. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify it online. Moments later, call me handsome. Brothers, the earlier handsome fellow did not deceive us. The Dragon King series of short films has indeed been banned, and I can find nothing. Moreover, the trending topics have vanished. Green Hat King, indeed, we have triumphed. We have won this arduous battle. Old Wong next door, justice has ultimately triumphed over evil. The group members erupted in cheers. Long life. Long life. We shall live forever. In the group chat, laughter and joy filled the air. Lin Zun was so moved that he could not help but send several generous red envelopes to everyone. Thank you all for your hard work. I shall not forget your dedication. At that moment, a member named Call Me Handsome proposed, Today is truly a joyous occasion. Having known each other for so long without meeting in person, why not seize this opportunity for an offline gathering? This suggestion was met with enthusiasm from many. However, Lin Zun's staunch critic interjected, I cannot attend. You all go ahead. Call Me Handsome replied, You are my most valued ally. How could you not come? Lin Zun's critic insisted, I genuinely cannot make it, as I am currently recuperating in the hospital. The group fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Call Me Handsome said, I almost forgot. You were hospitalized after a beating. How about we all visit you at the hospital and then gather afterward? Lin Zun's critic protested, No way. Call Me Handsome inquired, Why not? The critic responded, What if you all find my face displeasing and decide to beat me up? The group members laughed heartily, acknowledging the logic in his reasoning. Lin Zun's critic merely smiled. Chapter 80. The court sends representatives for rewards and recognition with the affairs of the modern world resolved. Lin Zun returned to the fantasy realm to indulge once more. At this juncture, the nations of Daliang and Datsong had declared a ceasefire. This conflict had inflicted severe losses on the Datsong dynasty, while Daliang, though suffering lesser casualties, had gained little from the skirmish. Over half of the invading forces from Datsong had failed to return. Consequently, this battle could be deemed a stalemate, with no clear victor. After deliberation, both sides agreed to cease hostilities, restore production, and nurture their respective populations. At long last, peace had returned after a prolonged absence. In this regard, Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased, for a tranquil and peaceful environment is conducive to his cultivation. It is worth mentioning that although he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the leader of the Huang Tian sect during this period, his martial arts practice had not waned. Now, after more than half a month, he had essentially grasped the fundamentals of refining his internal organs, with his 5 viscera and 6 bowels beginning to strengthen, leading to further enhancement of his physical capabilities. When exerting his full strength, he could generate an impressive force of 1,400 G. Typically, a fully realized practitioner of internal organ cultivation possesses a strength ranging from 1,600 to 2,000 gene, so he was not far behind. However, he was still merely at the initial stage, leaving immense potential untapped. He estimated that upon achieving full mastery of internal organ refinement, he could unleash a force of 2,500 gene, making him more than capable of combating fierce tigers and even daring to contend with adult grizzly bears. Of course, his most formidable asset at present remained his spiritual cultivation. With a fourth-level out-of-body realm, coupled with the firearms in his secret chamber, he was well equipped to handle numerous formidable adversaries and situations. Even when facing innate or other out-of-body strong practitioners, he could maintain his undefeated status, ensuring his safety was not in jeopardy. At that moment, the local chief constable, Sun Jing, hurriedly arrived, stating he had urgent matters to convey. Lin Zun invited him to tea and inquired with a smile, "Chief Constable Sun, what brings you here today?" "It's splendid news, truly splendid news," the chief constable replied, his excitement palpable. "Young Master Lin, the governor has specifically dispatched me to inform you that the court's envoy is soon to arrive in our Qinghe prefecture to confer honors. In other words, the court's reward for you is on its way." To this, Lin Zun felt little anticipation. What could the court possibly offer him? Gold, silver, and jewels? He was not in want of such trinkets. Supreme martial arts techniques? He lacks nothing, not even high office or rich rewards, which he does not covet. After careful consideration, he truly finds little to expect. What he desires from the court may not be willingly granted. "Thank you, Captain Sun, for the information." Lin Zun smiled and, with a casual gesture, slipped a silver ingot into Captain Sun's hands. Captain Sun, taken aback, returned it. "This simply cannot be accepted. Master Lin, you have rendered great service to the city. You are our hero and benefactor. How could I possibly accept your silver?" Lin Zun insisted, "Do not refuse. Consider it my invitation to you for a drink. In that case, I shall shamelessly accept." Captain Sun, with a hint of embarrassment, tucked the silver into his pocket. He felt a surge of emotion. Master Lin truly knows how to conduct himself. Typically, young men of Master Lin's caliber, possessing immense power and having achieved great feats, tend to be arrogant and disdainful of those beneath them, casually indulging in excess. However, Master Lin is different. Despite his high status, he remains amiable towards those below him, a genuinely good person. It seems he must be treated with utmost care in the future. Captain Sun returned in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lin Zun beckoned towards the inner hall. "Do not hide. I know you are eavesdropping. Come out." The little princess revealed her head, then pouted as she approached, calling out "brother" in a clear voice before standing obediently to the side. After sipping his tea, Lin Zun smiled and inquired, "You are aware of what transpired earlier. Having been part of the royal family, you should be more familiar with such matters. What do you think the court might grant me?" The little princess lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before responding, "In truth, there is not much the court can bestow upon you. Firstly, you lack an official title, and your origins are rather questionable. Thus, the court is unlikely to grant you any official position. As for cultivation resources, they are reluctant to provide such support. This primarily stems from your status. You are not one of them, and yet possess considerable strength, which dissuades them from bestowing upon you resources that could enhance your abilities, as it would threaten their authority. Therefore, it is likely that the compensation will be predominantly in gold and silver, supplemented by a title of honor for your valor, to serve as encouragement." Lin Zun nodded in agreement, saying, "This aligns closely with my thoughts." "Brother, what you need to be most cautious of now is the court," the little princess stated earnestly. Lin Zun was taken aback and asked, "Why do you say that?" The little princess replied with gravity, "Brother, because you now possess a formidable weapon. With that firearm in your possession, capable of even slaying those who have undergone profound transformations, I find it hard to believe the court would remain indifferent. If persuasion fails, they may resort to force." Lin Zun nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. If he were the emperor, he would likely act in a similar manner. At that moment, the little princess continued, Unless you currently possess the transcendent abilities of a divine practitioner or innate martial prowess, only then would they dare not act recklessly. For a transcendent being or an innate powerhouse is beyond their capacity to confront, especially a transcendent being who can eliminate adversaries at will and sway the outcomes of wars. The court would not dare to offend such formidable individuals lightly. Lin Zun's gaze flickered, stealing a glance at the little princess. She was astute, and he wondered if she had discerned something. By afternoon, The court's envoy, led by the governor, arrived. At the forefront stood a eunuch, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with rosy lips and white teeth, well-preserved and dignified. He cast a glance at Lin Zun, who had come to greet him at the door, and said with a genial smile, "This gentleman is undoubtedly a paragon among men, the great hero of Qinghai Prefecture." "Master Lin Zun, is it not?" Governor Lu Tianbao, with a sycophantic grin, added, "Your Excellency, you perceive accurately. This youthful hero is indeed Lin Zun, who has valiantly defended our Qinghai Prefecture. Through his tireless efforts, we have repelled the forces of the Great Liang and safeguarded our peace." He then lowered his head to introduce Lin Zun further, saying, "This is Master Lin, the esteemed eunuch from the palace, greatly favored by His Majesty." Lin Zun clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting Master Li." The aged eunuch, his voice elongated with a practiced tone, remarked, "Now that everyone is present, kneel to receive the decree." "Yes, Your Excellency." The governor and accompanying officials promptly knelt down without hesitation. However, Lin Zun stood resolutely in place. Coming from a modern society, he had never been accustomed to bowing before others. Furthermore, he was a transcendent being. Could one truly expect a semi-divine individual to kneel before another? The governor, upon noticing Lin Zun's defiance, was taken aback and urgently tugged at Lin Zun's trousers, imploring him to kneel. Yet, Lin Zun gracefully stepped aside. Observing this, Eunuch Lu's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he remarked in a sarcastic tone, "Master Lin, in your youthful exuberance, if you are unwilling to kneel, then stand and receive the decree." The governor sighed inwardly, filled with apprehension. Young Master Lin is usually quite astute. How is it that he has succumbed to impulsiveness and confusion at this moment? It is evident that Eunuch Lu is rather displeased. He represents the court, and to offend him would yield dire consequences. Chapter 81. Young Master Lin. Is he truly an exalted being? At this juncture, Eunuch Lu has begun to pronounce the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lin Zun of Qingzhou, in the chaos of war, has repelled the forces of the Great Liang and safeguarded the lives of 100 citizens. His loyalty and valor are commendable. Henceforth, he shall be awarded 10,000 taels of silver and bestowed the title of Great Song Warrior. Thus it is decreed. Long live His Majesty. May our emperor reign for 1,000 years. The officials echoed in unison, their voices resounding with fervor. Lin Zun inwardly chuckled. The reward nearly mirrored the analysis provided by the young princess. Nevertheless, a reward is preferable to none. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Zun accepted the decree. Eunuch Lu, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Young Master Lin, the emperor holds you in high regard. However, due to your status, he is unable to offer you a more substantial reward. Yet, should you choose to serve the court, promotion and wealth are within your grasp." Lin Zun smiled and politely declined. "I appreciate Eunuch Lu's counsel, but I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and tranquility. Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for his generous intentions." Eunuch Lu, somewhat vexed, thought to himself, "This fellow is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. I have laid out the opportunities before him, yet he refuses to ascend the ladder of ambition. I have never encountered such a lack of awareness. Young Master Lin, may I have a word in private?" "Of course." Lin Zun replied, leading Eunuch Lu to the back hall. "Eunuch Li, there is no one here. Please speak candidly." "It is as follows." Master Li lowered his head and whispered, "Your Majesty truly holds you in high regard, yet there are no formal grounds for bestowing too many rewards. If you were to present the weapon in your possession, the one capable of slaying blood-exchanging warriors from 100 paces, His Majesty would surely be delighted and silence the murmurs below, granting you more generous rewards." Lin Zun thought to himself, "So the court indeed has its sights set on the weapon he holds. Master Li, that is my family heirloom, my safeguard. How could I possibly part with it? Let us not speak of this matter further." Master Li, maintaining his composure, replied, "Young Master Lin, do not act impulsively. That object is a significant threat, akin to armor, not something an individual should possess. Holding it will inevitably invite calamity. It would be wiser to present it in exchange for fame and fortune. His Majesty is benevolent and would permit you to retain one for self-defense. Listen to that. How generous, allowing me to keep one." Lin Zun was thoroughly defeated by their shamelessness. "Master Li, please cease your words. I will absolutely not relinquish it. You might as well abandon this notion." Master Li, growing impatient, retorted, "Young Master Lin, why are you so obstinate? This is not a mere suggestion, but a notification. Do you understand? Is this the will of His Majesty? Consider it as such. Master Li threatened. Lin Zun, you must understand that the world belongs to His Majesty. He can grant you everything, and He can also take everything away. I hope you do not fail to recognize the favor bestowed upon you. Lin Zun chuckled lightly. Are you certain He can truly take everything from me? Why not? At this very moment, a tempest arose from the ground, violently ravaging everything in its path. Grand Eunuch Li found himself at the eye of the storm, disoriented by the fierce winds. After a brief moment, he fell to the ground and, raising his head to gaze at Lin Zun, was startled to discover a floating dagger poised above him, its tip glinting with a chilling light. Li's face was filled with horror. A transcendent being. Lin Zun stood like a master, hands clasped behind his back, and chuckled softly. Eunuch, do you truly believe he can seize everything from me? Li, drenched in sweat, was rendered speechless by fear. The commotion drew attention from outside, where onlookers burst in, astonished by the sight of Lin Zun commanding the flying dagger, rendered incoherent by shock. A transcendent being. Young Master Lin is indeed a transcendent being. Meanwhile, the young Princess Lin Xiaofeng and others who had been inside rushed out, equally astounded. A transcendent being. Young Master Lin, brother, is actually a transcendent being. In that moment, the heavens and the earth recognized but one protagonist, the transcendent Lin Zun. Grand Eunuch Li finally regained his composure, crawling before Lin Zun, bowing deeply in fear, and implored, Lin, Master Lin, I was blind to your greatness. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Master. As he spoke, he raised his hand and began to slap his own face vigorously. The sound echoed loudly, turning his cheeks red in an instant. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but soon deemed it a natural response. It is evident that the elderly eunuch has offended young Master Lin, provoking his ire, which consequently unveiled the true extent of his cultivation. He is acutely aware of the grave error he has committed and is now in the process of atoning for it. To offend a true practitioner indeed warrants dire consequences. Witnessing the adversary's face become bruised, Lin Zun bellowed, Return. Inquire of your master whether this is your intention or his. I hope you do not compel me to undertake actions that would bring discomfort to all. Though his words were somewhat brusque, the eunuch was elated, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. I understand. I shall return at once. I will certainly convey your words to His Majesty. Begone. Lin Zun turned away, and the flying dagger subsequently veered, embedding itself with a sharp thud into the wall, penetrating a depth of 2 feet. An immediate chill swept over everyone present. Should that blade have suddenly been directed at them, would they have been able to withstand it? It is unlikely that any among them could have. The prowess of an out-of-body practitioner is indeed terrifying. Esteemed guests, my humble abode is insufficient to host you further. I must bid you farewell. Lin Zun was effectively dismissing them, his tone slightly impolite, yet none bore any resentment, hastily retreating with utmost care. Lin Zhenren, you are too courteous. We shall take our leave now. No need to see us out. We shall close the door ourselves. The room fell silent, leaving only those of his own. Nevertheless, everyone continued to gaze in astonishment at Lin Zun. Lin Xiaofeng cautiously approached Lin Zun, her steps tentative and disbelieving as she inquired, Lin, young Master Lin, are you truly a practitioner? An out-of-body practitioner? Could there be any doubt? The little princess exclaimed with excitement, Look at this knife. It was just soaring through the air without any support. Observe the debris on the ground. It must have been scattered by the hurricane. Where could the wind possibly come from indoors? Reflect on the awe we all felt earlier. It's impossible for everyone to have been mistaken, is it? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Lin Xiaofeng murmured. She recalled 4 months ago when she rescued Lin Zun in the countryside. He was so weak that he could barely practice martial arts. Even the divine heart technique was something he had only just obtained from their home. How could he transform into a true practitioner in the blink of an eye? Is it truly so effortless to cultivate into an out-of-body master?